Chapter 1. Live streaming with tenfold returns. In Guangdong, I have lost contact after indulging in pleasure sometimes. I reminisce about the past when things were different. On September 1st, at 8 in the morning, in the heart of Haigang City, within a small and dimly lit rented room, a handsome young man, reminiscent of the peak era of Hong Kong and Taiwan star Liang Qiuwei, cradled a guitar and passionately sang a classic internet song to an audience of merely 10 viewers in his live stream. Although he was undeniably handsome and his singing was decent, as soon as he began to perform, the audience dwindled from 10 to a mere 5. This young man, named Qin Feng, was a fresh-faced 20-year-old freshman at Haigang University. He had been immersed in the world of live streaming for 2.5 years, yet his follower count languished at a paltry 100, most of whom were friends and family. Each live session came with a burden of harassment from viewers. "Hey, streamer, are you into guys? If not, I'm leaving." Add 1. "You seem quite handsome. How about becoming my husband? I'm a guy." Alas, am I inherently unsuited for this profession? Or have I taken a wrong turn in my path? Upon finishing his song and glancing at the familiar comments on the screen, Qin Feng couldn't help but tilt his head back, close his eyes, and let out a long sigh. Wrong. Absolutely wrong. At that moment, a piercing voice suddenly echoed in his mind, startling him. He opened his eyes wide and scanned the room, searching for the source of the sound. However, within his cramped 5-square-meter room, there was no one. For a moment, Qin Feng questioned his sanity, wondering if the pressure of live streaming had led him to hallucinate hearing someone speak to him. Let me reiterate. I am Qin Feng, male by gender, fond of women. No same-sex pursuits. If you wish to engage, it's only with your mothers. Now get lost. Glaring at the chaotic comments flooding the live stream, he felt a surge of anger. He slammed his fist onto the table and let out a furious roar at the computer screen. As his shout echoed, the live stream that had just boasted 5 companions abruptly dropped to 0 viewers. Fine, so be it. From tomorrow onward, I shall bid farewell to live streaming. Qin Feng raised his right hand, cradled his head, and shook it in resignation. Congratulations, host. The live streaming tenfold return system has been successfully bound. Any money you send during your live streams will be returned to your bank account at 10 times the amount. However, this return excludes yourself and is limited to others. Furthermore, each time you send money, it cannot be done haphazardly. You must have content, a performance, to trigger the refund mechanism. Additionally, whenever your Douyin account reaches a certain number of followers, it will also trigger extra, random substantial rewards. Just as Qin Feng was preparing to conclude his year-long live streaming career, another urgent voice resonated in his mind. Initially taken aback, he soon grasped the situation. A broad smile spread across his face, akin to someone savoring a delightful treat. In his spare time, Qin Feng had indulged in numerous online novels and was quite familiar with the concept of systems. It is understood that such a phenomenon rarely befalls an individual. Yet when it does, it undoubtedly propels the recipient to the pinnacle of life, leading them to wed a wealthy and beautiful partner. In that moment, Qin Feng meticulously scrutinized the mechanics of the system he had bound himself to in his mind. Alas, the heavens have not birthed me, Qin Feng, merely to endure an eternal night. From this moment forth, my sole objective shall be to distribute wealth. Having comprehended everything, Qin Feng abruptly leapt from his chair, fists clenched, and exclaimed with fervor. After uttering these words, his gaze fell upon the guitar that had quietly leaned against the wall, accompanying him for 12 years. With determination, he raised it high and shattered it into pieces, bidding farewell to his past and welcoming a new life. As the saying goes, one must break before they can establish. Thus, he resolved to commit to this newfound path without hesitation or falter. Only 1,000 remains. He then opened his drawer and retrieved 10 red bills' entire savings. Though the initial capital was somewhat meager, it mattered not. Qin Feng was unconcerned. For now, every penny he gifted during his live stream would be returned to his bank account tenfold. In other words, should he distribute this 1,000, he would receive 10,000 in return. It is noteworthy that throughout his life, his bank balance had never reached a 5-figure sum. However, he was on the verge of experiencing the allure of wealth. With this thought, excitement coursed through him, making him tremble as if filled with energy. Yet, gazing at the empty room, Qin Feng soon found himself in a quandary. The system he had bound to required him to bestow money upon others in order to receive a refund. I got it. At that moment, feeling his stomach rumble, inspiration struck him. Order a bowl of spicy hot pot for 10 yuan and tip the delivery person 1,000. Come and witness this spectacle. I, Qin Feng, am all about authenticity. With a plan taking shape in his mind, he promptly altered the title of his live stream. What's going on, streamer? Is this for real? So generous? Incredible. Please commence your performance. To Qin Feng's astonishment, merely 3 minutes after changing the title, 15 viewers flooded into his live stream, eager to engage in the anticipated content. I, Qin Feng, never speak falsehoods. Whether this is true or not, you shall soon see, he said with a slight smile, as he opened the ele.me app on his phone, addressing the 10 or so netizens in the live chat. Brothers, I have already ordered a bowl of spicy hot pot valued at 10 yuan, and the delivery person has been randomly selected by the system. I, Qin Feng, vow that when the doorbell rings in 20 minutes, this 1,000 yuan shall be presented as a tip to the delivery person. He displayed the successfully placed order on the screen with his left hand while shaking the 10 pristine red bills with his right, solemnly declaring, "Wow, are you serious, streamer? Are you out of your mind? Residing in such a humble abode, is it truly audacious to bestow 1,000 in gratuity upon the delivery person? Are we to presume survival for the coming month is in jeopardy?" This moment, the live stream of Qin Feng has astonishingly amassed over 70 viewers, shattering the popularity record he had maintained throughout his year-long streaming career. It prompts Qin Feng to reflect on the arduous journey he has traversed over the past 2.5 years. So this is how live streaming operates. Gentlemen, my phone indicates the delivery person will arrive in just 1 minute. He excitedly exclaims, gripping the 1,000 yuan tightly. A hint of nervousness creeps in as he inhales deeply, striving to calm his racing heart. After all, the viewer count in his live stream is on the brink of surpassing 100, a milestone he has not achieved in his 2.5 years of streaming. Goodness gracious, this building is truly a challenge to ascend. A bowl of spicy hot pot costs 10 yuan considering the discount. I am left with a mere 50 cents profit? What on earth? At this very moment, a delivery person clad in a blue robe, in his early 20s, struggles up the staircase of the old apartment building where Qin Feng resides. Sweating profusely, each step causes his thighs to tremble. Residing on the 7th floor of a vintage building, which lacks an elevator, has left him utterly exhausted after a long morning of work. He laments his misfortune in accepting such a troublesome delivery, order his luck seems to have plummeted to the depths. Chapter 2. Wishing the brother a fortuitous day, swift as the wind. Excuse me. Hello. Your delivery has arrived. After a grueling minute of climbing, the delivery person finally reaches the destination, the entrance of Qin Feng's modest 5-square-meter rental unit. He raises his hand and knocks on the door. Dear viewers, my spicy hot pot has arrived. It is September, the peak of summer in Haigang. The delivery person braves the elements daily, and to deliver my 10 yuan hot pot, he must ascend 7 flights of stairs. The 1,000 yuan I hold is intended as his tip. May those watching my live stream today empathize and show respect to every delivery person, for their work is indeed arduous. Even if one cannot offer a tip, a sincere thank you suffices. Standing before his computer, Qin Feng addresses the 150 viewers in his stream before striding purposefully toward the door. Hello, delivery from ele ponto me. Wishing you a pleasant meal. Once the door swings open, the delivery person wearily hands over the hot pot to Qin Feng, wiping the beads of sweat from his brow, and prepares to depart. Wait a moment, my friend. Qin Feng calls out, prompting the delivery person to turn back in bewilderment, his gaze fixating on the hot pot in Qin Feng's hands. There lingers a suspicion that a mishap may have occurred during the delivery, potentially resulting in the spillage of food. If this leads to a negative review, not only would the meager delivery fee of 5 dimes be lost, but an additional deduction of 500 would be taken from his wages. However, upon observing the pristine delivery bag in Qin Feng's possession, the delivery driver let out a sigh of relief. Hello, may I inquire if there is any issue? He asked nervously, lifting his gaze to Qin Feng. Even if the order was flawless, he remained apprehensive about Qin Feng possibly concocting some trouble. After all, he had encountered such situations before. Yet, The words that escaped Qin Feng's lips in the next moment astonished him profoundly, shaking him from the soles of his feet to the crown of his head. It is not uncommon for customers to complain about their orders, but he had never before encountered one who voluntarily offered a tip. "Brother, in this sweltering heat, you've worked hard. I live in a rather tall building, and I appreciate your effort in climbing up here. This is just a small token of my gratitude. Please take this tip to buy yourself some bottles of water," Qin Feng said, reaching into his pocket. He intended to bestow upon him his entire savings of 1,000 dimes. "Oh, that's too generous," the delivery man stammered, his face flushing as he scratched his head. Though the tip Qin Feng was about to offer was modest, just enough to cover the cost of a few bottles of water, it was still better than nothing. It wouldn't do to refuse someone who was so generously inclined. "Here, brother, take this 1,000 dimes. Buy yourself a few bottles of water." Qin Feng casually pulled out the crisp notes from his pocket and handed them over with a smile. "Wow, is this really so much?" The delivery man's eyes widened in disbelief at the sight of the 10 pristine red bills, his heart racing as if it might leap from his chest. Could it be true that Qin Feng was offering him 1,000 dimes? It was worth noting that the total cost of the spicy hot pot he ordered was merely 10 dimes. For a moment, he hesitated to accept the generous sum. Had it been merely 10 or 8 dimes, he would have accepted without a second thought. But this amount was daunting, nearly equivalent to a week's salary. "Take it, brother. Buy yourself a few bottles of water. Enough chit-chat, I must return to my live stream. Until we meet again." With a smile, Qin Feng pressed the 1,000 dimes into the pocket of the delivery man's blue jacket, leaving him in a state of astonishment. With that, he closed the door. "Huh, is this really 1,000 dimes? Does this cover my lodging fees? My noodle expenses too? Ha ha ha." Moments later, a heart-rending shout erupted from outside the door as the delivery man gazed at the crisp bills in his hands, exhilarated and shouting in disbelief. Initially, he had suspected that Qin Feng was playing a trick on him with counterfeit notes. However, to his astonishment, all 10 bills turned out to be genuine currency. "Thank you, my boss. Wishing you prosperity and joy. May auspicious days bring you happiness like the wind, and abundant years flow like kites. Striving for wealth and longevity. May your life be as vast as mountains and seas." In the next moment, he bent down and performed a 91-degree bow towards the entrance of Qin Feng's modest rental apartment, even delivering a classic rendition of "Wishing You Well." Although Qin Feng had only ordered a bowl of spicy hot pot for 10 yuan and resided in a cheap lodging, this did not diminish the grandeur of his image in the young man's heart. At that moment, Qin Feng was as revered as a legendary figure in his mind. As the song concluded, he strode energetically down the stairs. No longer plagued by back pain or sore legs, even the prostate issues that had troubled him for years seemed to vanish in an instant. It took him a full minute to ascend the stairs, yet he descended in merely 7 seconds. Once downstairs, he hopped onto his electric scooter and sped away. Meanwhile, as Qin Feng returned to his computer with hot pot in hand, his livestream audience had surged beyond 200 viewers. The screen was inundated with a flurry of comments filled with questions. "Asian, are you serious?" "No doubt about it. The host is quite bold, living in a 5-square-meter rental and ordering a 10 yuan meal, yet he dares to tip the delivery guy 1,000 yuan. Indeed, the host's content is quite intriguing, something I've never encountered before. But I wonder if, after tipping that 1,000, he still has any money left and whether he can keep his show going." "Yes, host. Is there more content to come? Without it, we might just leave." "Brothers, there will be more content. There's enough money. Just wait. They'll take you all to the streets for something spectacular. I assure you, it's something you've never witnessed in your live streaming journey. But first, let me finish this bowl of hot pot," Qin Feng cheerfully remarked to the influx of viewers on his live stream while savoring his meal. At this moment, he exuded confidence, shaking off the lethargy and timidity that had plagued his healthier streaming career. His voice was noticeably louder than before. The reason for this newfound bravado was a recent notification he had received on his phone. "Dear Mr. Qin, your industrial and commercial bank savings card ending in 4419 has just received a transfer of 10,000 yuan. The current balance is exactly 10,000 yuan." Gazing at the notification, Qin Feng was now certain that the cashback system he had linked to his live stream was indeed authentic, and money was a man's confidence. With funds in hand, Qin Feng felt emboldened. For him, the recent act of tipping the delivery guy 1,000 yuan was merely a warm-up. Next, he intended to venture outdoors and create something grand for his viewers, ensuring that even more audiences on Douyin would recognize him. With that thought, he hastened to consume the spicy hot pot. His clever mind raced at 180 miles per hour, spinning in a whirlwind of ideas for his next segment. As he finished the bowl of hot pot, a new concept instantly sprang to life in his imagination. This program is undoubtedly far more captivating than the earlier trial run. Brothers, let's go. Let the festivities begin. Chapter 3. Calling Daddy, he wiped his mouth and swiftly stood up from his chair, addressing the over 200 viewers in the live broadcast room. Brothers, I'm going to end the stream for now. I'll start again shortly on my phone. If you enjoy the stream, don't go anywhere. The excitement will continue momentarily. With that, Qin Feng promptly shut down the broadcast, grabbed his selfie stick and phone, took his bank card, and hurried downstairs. Upon reaching the ground floor, he restarted the live stream. Initially, he presumed that the viewer count would diminish upon resuming. Yet to his astonishment, the popularity surged, soaring beyond 300. Finally here, we've been waiting for you forever. Indeed, let us get started. Looking forward to the next segment. Let us see if this one can outshine the last. Followed, please begin your performance. Observing the overwhelming barrage of messages in the chat, Qin Feng could feel the fervor of the audience. Brothers, the host resides in the city center. Adjacent to me is a renowned commercial street by the harbor. Our program will soon unfold there. For those who appreciate the host, don't forget to hit that follow button. As the saying goes, follow to avoid getting lost. Those with a bit of extra cash can sprinkle some hearts to liven up the stream. Qin Feng raised his hand, tousled his luscious hair, and gestured toward the bustling street nearby, the central street of Haigang City. Before heading to the central street, he made a brief stop at a nearby industrial and commercial bank, withdrawing a substantial sum of 10,000 yuan from the ATM, which he pocketed. Although society predominantly relies on WeChat and Alipay for transactions nowadays, there remains an undeniable allure in holding cash in hand. Its temptation is unparalleled. After withdrawing the money, Qin Feng strode confidently toward the central street, eager to commence his next segment. Watch where you're going, you blind fool. Just as he stepped onto the central street, engrossed in conversing with his online audience and fixated on his phone, he inadvertently bumped into a group of individuals. As he lifted his gaze to apologize, he was met with the sight of a tall, robust young man clad in a vibrant green athletic outfit, who immediately pointed at Qin Feng and unleashed a torrent of curses, appearing ready to devour him whole. It had merely been a slight shoulder bump. Qin Feng glanced at the trio, noticing that there were 3 of them in total. The green-haired man was the sole male, while the other 2 were attractive young women. One wore silver crystal sandals and a white dress, her flowing waves cascading down her shoulders, linked arm in arm with the green-haired man, suggesting a romantic relationship. My apologies. I wasn't paying attention. Qin Feng managed to muster a faint smile, addressing the irate young man. His demeanor was not born out of fear, but rather a desire to avoid unnecessary conflict. After all, he is here to perform, not to engage in a brawl. Be more cautious next time, or I shall break your legs. Witnessing Qin Feng's submission, the green-haired individual grew increasingly menacing, glaring as he spoke. In the midst of his words, he cast a sidelong glance at the live-streaming phone in Qin Feng's hand. Streamer, you should leave. It's unnecessary to argue with such a foolish dog. Indeed, with that green hair, he clearly has some peculiar inclinations. Absolutely. Ignore him. Let's swiftly commence the next segment. Faced with this unexpected situation, the more than 300 viewers in Qin Feng's live stream urged him to let the matter rest, advocating for a moment of patience to ensure peace and tranquility. For a step back could lead to vast horizons. Engaging in futile disputes with the green-haired individual was not the solution. Continuing with today's program was the correct course of action. Heeding the advice of his viewers, Qin Feng chose to disregard the green-haired man, turning away and continuing forward with his selfie stick in hand. However, the next word from the green-haired man caused Qin Feng to halt abruptly. This kid is trying his hand at live streaming. I truly wonder what kind of people are watching his stream. Upon hearing these words, Qin Feng refrained from moving forward and instead turned back, hastening to catch up with the three who had walked away. He could tolerate the insults directed at himself, but any affront to his audience was utterly intolerable. Streamer, do not act impulsively. Look at that green-haired fellow. He clearly has some fighting skills. In terms of combat, you might not be his match. Don't. Impulsiveness is a devil, dear streamer. Seeing Qin Feng suddenly turn around, the viewers in his live stream were genuinely alarmed, fearing he intended to confront the green-haired man. Yet, Qin Feng himself held no such intention. Perhaps in the past, he would have instinctively resorted to fists when faced with conflict. However, after a year of growth, particularly following the acquisition of the system, he realized a profound truth. Only a fool resorts to fighting. True masters always conquer without engaging in battle. What is this? What do you mean? Do you want to fight? Confronted with Qin Feng's abrupt reversal, the green-haired man was momentarily taken aback, then sized him up with a hint of disdain. The two women accompanying him likewise focused their attention on Qin Feng, uncertain of his intentions. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Qin Feng, a streamer on Douyin with 2.5 years of experience. The reason I turned back to approach you is not to instigate a fight, but rather to propose a small collaboration. With a slight smile, Qin Feng articulated his intentions. After delivering this statement, he deliberately glanced at the green-haired man's voluptuous girlfriend. A collaboration? You think you're worthy of approaching us for that? The green-haired man dismissed Qin Feng's invitation with evident scorn. The two women beside him similarly displayed little interest, casting cold glares at Qin Feng. However, Qin Feng's next action ignited a spark of interest in their eyes collectively. Do not misunderstand. Participation in my program comes with a reward, 10,000 yuan. Qin Feng nonchalantly retrieved 100 red banknotes from his pocket, waving them before the three individuals. What do you think? Care to participate in a little game? This 10,000 yuan could be yours. He then turned his gaze towards green hair and continued, well, engaging in a game is not out of the question. What do you propose? Upon seeing the stack of banknotes in Qin Feng's hand, green hair was instantly captivated. 10,000 yuan was more than sufficient to secure a year's gym membership, and with the remaining funds, he could easily purchase several sets of athletic gear. It was simply irresistible. If it were only 1,000 or 2,000, he might not have been swayed, but facing the prospect of 10,000, he found himself utterly defenseless. Is she your girlfriend? With the bait taken, Qin Feng chose not to elaborate further, merely gesturing towards the voluptuous woman beside green hair and inquired, what do you say? Huh? What do you mean? Green hair appeared somewhat taken aback by Qin Feng's question, seemingly unaware of his intentions, and nodded vacantly. All right then. All you need to do is have her call me daddy, and this 10,000 yuan will be yours. Chapter 4. Dreams and Reality. Qin Feng held one end of a $10,000 bill, forcefully bringing the other end down upon the green-haired individual, coldly asserting his dominance. 100 dazzling red notes erupted with a resounding crackle, producing a melody that was both enchanting and delightful. Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, the audience in his live stream could not help but exclaim in astonishment. No one anticipated that Qin Feng would orchestrate such a grand spectacle. Even the green-haired man and the two women were momentarily taken aback. Give it to me. The green-haired man instinctively raised his hand, ready to command Qin Feng to leave. However, upon seeing the stack of cash in Qin Feng's possession, he swallowed the words before they could escape his lips. Xiaoyu, why don't you just call him daddy? You won't lose anything by doing so. What do you say? He turned to plead with the voluptuous woman beside him. Wuji, how could you allow your woman to call someone else daddy? The voluptuous woman erupted in fury, delivering a sharp slap to the green-haired man. In truth, as a professional seductress, she was not entirely averse to the idea. After all, as the green-haired man had pointed out, addressing Qin Feng as daddy would not cost her anything. However, the dilemma lay in the fact that they were in front of so many onlookers, and Qin Feng had just promised the $10,000 to the green-haired man, leaving her with nothing. Oh, darling, just call him daddy, the green-haired man continued to urge. Daddy, just as the two were engaged in their tug-of-war. A clear and melodious voice interjected from his side. It was the woman in a black skirt with black-rimmed glasses, who had remained silent until now. She turned to Qin Feng and asked, "Is it all right if I call you that?" With a slight adjustment of her glasses, she addressed Qin Feng earnestly. Her audacious approach left both the green-haired man and the voluptuous woman momentarily speechless, and even Qin Feng was caught off guard. "Take it." After a brief moment of astonishment, Qin Feng stepped forward, placing the $10,000 firmly in the palm of her hand. Having completed this act, he turned and walked away without a glance back. No matter the circumstances, he had achieved his objective, successfully toying with the green-haired man. As for the $10,000, it mattered little to whom it was given. What was significant was that it had been spent. "Hey, handsome, if she won't call you that, may I?" "Daddy, daddy." As the duck that had been so readily within reach suddenly flew into someone else's grasp, the green-haired individual felt an immediate surge of urgency. Determined to take matters into his own hands, he pursued the retreating figure of Qin Feng, incessantly calling out "Dad." At that very moment, after Qin Feng had resolved the previous incident, his livestream audience astonishingly soared to 1,000 viewers, more than he had accumulated in an entire year of broadcasting. Numerous netizens were actively sharing the stream. Observing the barrage of comments cascading across the screen like snowflakes, Qin Feng remained silent, discreetly retrieving another personal phone from his pocket. Upon glancing at the latest notification from the Industrial and Commercial Bank, he exhaled in relief. He was acutely aware that his recent antics had been somewhat lackluster, and he was uncertain whether they would trigger a cashback mechanism. Nonetheless, there was little he could do. After all, the green-haired individual had insulted his viewers. If he had not retaliated, it would have disheartened his loyal supporters. Overall, though, the outcome was favorable. The $10,000 he had just expended had successfully activated the cashback mechanism. His bank balance had swelled to $100,000. With this newfound capital, he could continue his ventures, expanding and fortifying his endeavors, and strive for even greater achievements. Brothers, that little interlude has passed. Consider it a bit of entertainment for you all. Now, I am prepared to present a remarkably uplifting program that is sure to be particularly intriguing. Qin Feng inhaled deeply, directing his gaze towards his burgeoning audience, and smiled as he shared his next planned segment. "Do tell us, host. We can hardly wait. As long as it involves money, we are all ears. Keep it up. The trajectory you are on could certainly lead you to become a TikTok sensation." "Absolutely right, Feng Ge. I will continue to follow your account." Due to Qin Feng's TikTok handle being Little Feng Ge, many netizens have begun to refer to him as Feng Ge instead of merely the host. My friends, do you have dreams? I know that the majority of you watching my live stream are ordinary individuals, toiling away in a 9-to-6 grind, commuting daily. For many, their current job is far from their dream. Before long, Qin Feng shared with his audience the content of the upcoming program he was about to unfold. Upon first hearing Qin Feng's words, the multitude of online viewers found themselves somewhat perplexed, uncertain of his true intentions. They only sensed a resemblance to the rhetoric often employed by certain program mentors. However, as Qin Feng continued to articulate his thoughts, clarity dawned upon them regarding his purpose. "Dear friends," he proclaimed, "I invite you to randomly select any store along this street, be it a restaurant, a bubble tea shop, or any other establishment. I shall inquire of the employees within whether they are willing to resign in pursuit of their dreams. Should they respond affirmatively, I will bestow upon them an immediate fund of 100,000 yuan to support their aspirations. For the vast majority, this sum is ample to engage in endeavors they hold dear. While 100,000 yuan may not be a fortune in the societal context of our great nation, it remains a significant amount. Remember, this is merely a matter of choice." With a selfie stick in hand, Qin Feng circled the central street, exclaiming, "This is splendid. One path leads to dreams, the other to daily existence. Those who dare to dream deserve commendation. Indeed, some may opt for their aspirations, while others may choose the comforts of life. Yet it is certain that those willing to forsake their current circumstances in pursuit of their dreams are a rare breed. Let us get moving, Brother Feng. I can hardly contain my anticipation for the recipient of this reward." As the audience grasped the essence of Qin Feng's forthcoming program, their enthusiasm surged, urging him to commence the event without delay. Following a vote cast by over 1,000 viewers, the experimental location was ultimately decided upon, a wildly popular bubble tea shop in the heart of the mainland, Mishuai City. Chapter 5 today. Brother Feng will foot the bill for dreams. All right, gentlemen, I hear you. Off to Mishuai City we go. Reality and idealism. Today, Brother Feng will fund dreams. Those willing to resign will be rewarded with a 100,000 dream fund on the spot. After confirming the experimental location, Qin Feng promptly altered the title of the live stream. He then grasped his streaming phone and strolled towards Mishuai City, situated at the intersection of the main street. As it was a weekday morning, the shop was relatively quiet. Upon entering, Qin Feng found the interior devoid of patrons. "Hello, may I take your order? Milk tea or ice cream?" A young girl, slightly overweight and dressed in a black apron, greeted him with a smile. "Hello, allow me to introduce myself. I am a streamer on Douyin. My account name is Xiao Fengge. I'm here to create a program today," Qin Feng stated directly, expressing his intentions. Is it a store exploration?" The girl appeared taken aback for a moment before smiling and inquiring further. "No, I am here to help you realize your dreams. Do you have any aspirations? Or is there something you wish to do beyond this job?" Qin Feng asked seriously, gazing into her eyes. "Well, perhaps I would prefer to open a nail salon instead of this job, but due to insufficient funds, I had to abandon that thought," the girl replied, glancing at Qin Feng and then at his streaming phone. After a moment of hesitation, she spoke softly. "Un nail salon?" Upon hearing her words, Qin Feng calculated the costs and felt that 100,000 yuan would be more than sufficient to establish a nail salon in the harbor. "Very well. An opportunity now lies before you. Resign from this job immediately, and you will receive 100,000 yuan as startup capital to pursue what you love. Are you willing?" Qin Feng pointed the camera at her and earnestly asked, 100,000 yuan? The girl's eyes widened in disbelief. "Xiao Dong, what are you doing? Who is this person? If he isn't purchasing anything, ignore him and focus on your work. Such streamers are merely con artists. Anyone who believes them is a fool." At that moment, a middle-aged man, presumably the manager, approached sternly, interrupting their conversation. He had been listening to their exchange and, upon hearing Qin Feng's suggestion for the girl to resign, felt compelled to intervene. As her superior, he certainly did not want her to leave her job. All right, my jie. I understand," Xiao Dong nodded, lowering her head to resume her work, no longer engaging with Qin Feng. "So, are you willing? I require nothing more than your affirmative response to grant you 100,000 yuan in startup capital for your dreams." Qin Feng took a deep breath, fixing his gaze on her, making one final inquiry. However, there was no response from the other party. After 10 seconds, Qin Feng turned around and pushed open the door of the Mishuai City, leaving the place behind. "Brothers, that girl was quite nice, but she is not the one I seek. I am in search of someone who is genuinely passionate about their dreams. Someone who yearns to change their circumstances and pursue a different life, even if it means resigning from their job or whatever it may be." Yet, she couldn't even muster a single word of willingness. Therefore, on to the next. Standing outside Mishuai City, Qin Feng waved his hand. "What a pity, but it's all right. There will be others. Ultimately, there will be those who are willing to stand out and, upon receiving the grace of heaven, chase after the life they desire." Indeed, just as Brother Feng said, only those who possess an unquenchable thirst for their dreams, a yearning that runs deep within their bones, are worthy of this fortune. Following another round of voting from netizens, Qin Feng determined the next experimental location to be a small supermarket on Central Street. However, before commencing the experiment this time, Qin Feng made a special trip to the bank to exchange his 10,000 yuan balance into 10 stacks of red bills. Compared to the cold, hard numbers online, the allure of tangible currency felt far more enticing. "Hello, may I assist you with something?" Similar to the previous bubble tea shop, the young saleswoman at the supermarket greeted Qin Feng warmly upon his entrance. "Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Qin Feng." Qin Feng echoed the same words back to the young woman, who stood nearly 1.7 meters tall, with fair skin, a slender figure, and flowing black hair. "Really? Ha! I aspire to be a writer. Recently, I serialized 2 long novels on Tomato, but unfortunately, no one has read them. If given the opportunity, I would love to become a full-time writer, honing my craft, reading more, and writing more." Compared to the previous girl, this saleswoman, whose name tag read Zhongqing, exhibited a noticeably brighter disposition as she exclaimed to Qin Feng, "Being a writer is a wonderful profession. However, it indeed requires time and experience. Before achieving success, one also needs some financial resources to sustain life." Upon hearing this, Qin Feng smiled gently and nodded. In Zhang Qing's eyes, he saw a spark, a deep yearning for a life filled with aspirations. 10,000. If allocated wisely, this sum could sustain you as a full-time writer for 3 years. After 3 years, if you have not succeeded, you can make other choices. If you choose to resign, then this 10,000 yuan could serve as your dream startup capital. Subsequently, Qin Feng placed the 10,000 cash from his backpack onto the counter. "Boss." Upon seeing the 10 stacks of red bills on the table, Zhang Qing was momentarily stunned, then immediately turned around and shouted towards the warehouse, her voice echoing powerfully, "What's wrong?" A man's response soon followed from within. "I want to resign." Zhang Qing's response was remarkably succinct and unambiguous, devoid of any hesitation. "What is this?" In the next moment, a bespectacled middle-aged man emerged, his expression one of shock as he inquired of Zhang Qing. "I declare my resignation," Zhang Qing resolutely reiterated. Her commanding presence left Qin Feng astounded, as he had never anticipated such a forthright and decisive reaction, flowing seamlessly without the slightest hesitation. It was evident that she harbored a genuine yearning for her dreams. Undoubtedly, she was precisely the individual Qin Feng had been seeking. Ladies and gentlemen, let us extend our heartfelt congratulations to Miss Zhang Qing for successfully securing a dream fund of 100,000 yuan. Qin Feng exclaimed, directing the camera towards Zhang Qing, addressing his audience of 2,000 viewers in an exuberant tone. Chapter 6. Ordering only a glass of water at an upscale restaurant, can I finally become a full-time writer? Can I immerse myself in crafting my beloved novel? Gazing at the 10 stacks of dazzling red bills that Qin Feng pushed before her, Zhang Qing found it hard to believe this was reality. Her mouth agape, she trembled with excitement, feeling tears welling in her eyes. The happiness came so suddenly that it was almost overwhelming. It is worth noting that she had labored for a full 6 months at this supermarket, earning a meager salary while toiling away. Most importantly, the time left for her writing endeavors was almost non-existent. Every evening, after returning home and collapsing on her bed, she would pick up her laptop, utterly exhausted, finding it challenging to muster the energy to write. She had contemplated resigning from her current job to pursue her passion, but her financial constraints rendered such aspirations unfeasible, as her bank balance could hardly support a career as a writer. Yet now, with this windfall of 100,000 yuan, Zhang Qing realized she could finally chase her dreams. "Thank you, Brother Xiao Feng. From this moment on, I, Zhang Qing, shall be your most devoted fan on Douyin." Zhang Qing first flashed a peace sign at the camera, then glanced at his Douyin account. In a surge of excitement, she embraced him, and unable to contain her exhilaration, she planted a fervent kiss on Qin Feng's cheek. Meanwhile, the bespectacled middle-aged boss stood nearby, utterly bewildered, his mind filled with capitalized question marks. What on earth? Had he truly lost an exceptional employee just like that? Does this world still operate on such whims? That was a bright 100,000 yuan. It nearly equaled the supermarket's half-year revenue. Qin Feng just gave it away. What a bold move. Well, my friend, to be honest, I too am a person of dreams. He then took a swift step towards Qin Feng, adjusting his glasses with a serious demeanor. After Zhang Qing added him on WeChat and promised to send him her next novel first upon completion, Qin Feng led the over 2,000 viewers in his live stream away from the supermarket. "So, how about it, brothers? Am I, Qin Feng, for real?" The location was chosen by you, the characters selected by you, with absolutely no script in play. Perhaps 100,000 yuan may not seem insignificant, but to me, Qin Feng, it is but a drop in the ocean. Remember, if you enjoy my streams, do click follow. I, Qin Feng, will lead you in the most genuine, exhilarating, and uplifting programs daily. Outside the supermarket, Qin Feng gazed at his live stream, which had now reached a 4-digit viewership, and exclaimed, reflecting on his morning, when he had merely a handful of viewers. So few it was almost laughable. Each broadcast plagued by various distractions, he realized that merely hours later, He had already qualified to be a mid-tier streamer, although his live stream currently attracts only a little over 2,000 viewers. It is undeniable that the speed at which the barrage of comments flows far surpasses that of many streamers with tens of thousands of fans. The fervor exhibited by the audience is unmatched by others. I adore this. Keep it up, Brother Phone. You are the most genuine streamer I have ever encountered. Indeed, other streamers who give away money usually have scripted performances with hired actors. However, individuals like Brother Phone, who genuinely dispense their wealth, are truly rare. Not just rare, but virtually non-existent. Keep it going. I've already followed. Watching your show is a delight. I can only say, it's a shame we met so late. As Qin Feng gazed at the densely packed barrage on the live stream, he realized that he was on the verge of becoming a sensation. The title of the TikTok popularity king was within reach. Dear Mr. Qin, your industrial and commercial bank of China savings card, ending in 4419, has just received a transfer of 1,000,000. Your current balance is exactly 1 million. At that moment, his personal phone, tucked away in his pocket, suddenly buzzed with a text notification. As he pulled out his phone and read the message, a wave of exhilaration washed over him, causing his heart to race. 1 million. As an ordinary individual, particularly a first-year college student, this figure had always seemed distant. Perhaps one day, his bank account might reach such heights, but that would take time. He never envisioned that at the age of 20, he would become a millionaire. Staring at the string of zeros in his bank account, a multitude of thoughts flooded his mind. Should he upgrade to a lavish smartphone at the Dragon Mobile store, or perhaps acquire an E300 from the Mercedes dealership, or even a 525 from BMW? However, after a brief moment, all these thoughts were pushed aside, not for any other reason, but because he understood that it was not yet time for him to indulge. He intended to utilize this million to bolster his bank balance further and garner more attention on the internet. Glancing at a renowned upscale restaurant in the harbor city, an idea struck him like a flash of inspiration. He had already conceived the concept for his next program. Brothers, have you ever dined at a fine restaurant? I believe many of you have. But have you ever tried eating at a high-end restaurant while ordering only a glass of plain water? With a slight smile, Qin Feng turned his gaze back to the phone screen and spoke slowly. What does that mean, Brother Feng? Is this a new show? Don't keep us in suspense. Continue. Trust in Brother Feng. Whatever he produces is bound to be exquisite. Upon hearing his words, the barrage in the live stream, now approaching 3,000 viewers, erupted in excitement. Brothers, before me lies a highly esteemed upscale restaurant in the harbor city, known as Bujin Tower. Just ordering a plate of cold dishes there starts at 100. Moreover, every table's expenditure results in commissions for the waitstaff. As the mealtime approaches, the host decides to visit a local establishment, yet opts for nothing more than a simple glass of water, curious to see if anyone would be inclined to attend to his needs. After sharing this thought with his audience, Qin Feng opened his phone and scrolled through his contacts until he found a familiar number, dialing it without hesitation. Given the inevitable growth of his streaming career, he resolved to enlist an assistant to help with mundane tasks such as carrying bags. This individual was none other than his close friend and university classmate, Zhang Jian. Hey, Jian, what are you up to? I'm battling it out in the Summoner's Rift. What is up? Nothing urgent. Just wanted to see if you'd consider becoming my streaming assistant. You'd help carry my bags and manage enthusiastic fans when they approach. Come on, you gotta be kidding. Do you really think you need an assistant for your stream? I just watched your latest broadcast. There were only 10 people in your chat, half of whom were your mates. In a low-end internet CAF in Haigang City, a young man in his early 20s, of shorter stature and dark complexion, donned a leather jacket despite the sweltering heat. He continued to type vigorously on his keyboard, casting a cold glance at Qin Feng. All right, brother, I won't keep you longer. I just transferred 100,000 yuan to you via Alipay. Consider it your first month's salary. If you're interested, meet me at the street corner in downtown Haigang City. 100,000? Are you joking? You must be kidding. Is this some sort of prank? Alipay has credited you with 100,000 yuan. Wait, what? Dad, I'm on my way. I'll be there in 10 minutes. Chapter 7. Allow me to treat you 10 minutes later. A young man, approximately 165 meters tall, adorned with black framed glasses and clad in a sleek black leather jacket. Joined Qin Feng. With a cheerful grin, he approached. "Brothers, allow me to introduce my good friend, Zhang Jian. He will henceforth serve as the second-in-command in my live-streaming endeavors. Ah, Jian, if it gets too warm, feel free to remove that leather jacket." Once Zhang Jian arrived, Qin Feng first turned to the audience in the live stream and made introductions. Then he shifted his gaze towards Zhang Jian and spoke slowly. "That cannot be. A man navigating the world relies on his appearance. This leather jacket is my signature. Now that you are my assistant, we must maintain our image even more diligently." Zhang Jian rubbed his hands together and, with a serious expression, replied to Qin Feng, casting a glance at the over 3,000 viewers in the live stream. Although he was perplexed by the situation and uncertain why Qin Feng had suddenly become so extravagant, spending 100,000 as if it were a mere 10, he understood that between good friends, there was no need for excessive inquiry. The essence was simply to walk side by side. "Are you hungry? Come, let me take you for a bite to eat." Qin Feng did not elaborate further, merely gesturing towards the opulent restaurant, Bujin Tower, nearby, smiling as he spoke. He then handed his black backpack to Zhang Jian. While waiting for Zhang Jian, Qin Feng had withdrawn all but 90,000 from his bank account, believing that cash held a certain allure, especially for someone like him who orchestrated money-giving events. A stack of vibrant red bills could truly excite the viewer's adrenaline. "Bujin Tower? Excellent. I'm a bit hungry. I only had grilled cold noodles for breakfast." Upon learning that they were headed to the renowned high-end restaurant, Zhang Jian was instantly elated, nearly drooling with anticipation. He hurriedly slung the backpack over his shoulders and eagerly made his way in that direction. "Whoa, this is quite heavy. What on earth is in here?" Zhang Jian mused, sensing something amiss as he felt the weight of the bag, though he couldn't quite discern its contents. Nevertheless, Qin Feng remained silent, quickening his pace towards Bujin Tower. "Welcome, gentlemen." A woman in her 40s, clad in a black qipao, approached them with a warm smile as they entered. She guided them to a window-side table. "Here is our menu. Please take a look and see what you'd like to order." Zhang Jian eagerly seized the menu, swallowing hard before he began to order. "I'll have 2 Australian lobsters. That 1 tea be necessary. Just a glass of water will suffice." Qin Feng interrupted before he could finish his sentence. Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, the woman in the Chong Sam and Zhang Jian were momentarily taken aback, their expressions reflecting a shared bewilderment as they turned their gazes toward him. "Sir, are you suggesting that we need not order any dishes, but merely 2 cups of plain water?" The Chong Sam-clad lady inquired, her face betraying confusion. "Not 2 cups of water, but merely 1, Qin Feng replied, extending a single finger towards her with a smile. As his words sank in, both Zhang Jian and the woman in the Chong Sam widened their eyes in astonishment. "Table 102, 1 cup of plain water." The woman stood frozen for a full 5 seconds before swiftly gathering the menu and presenting a bill to Qin Feng, tossing it onto the table. With a call to the front desk, she hastily departed the scene. Hearing her proclamation, numerous diners at nearby tables turned their attention to Qin Feng, their faces adorned with expressions of disdain and scorn. How ridiculous! Dining in an upscale restaurant and only ordering a cup of plain water. Indeed, it's quite audacious. But it feels somewhat awkward, one patron remarked, dripping with sweat. While the creativity is commendable, it seems lacking in prestige. At that moment, the live streaming screen in the corner, visible to a multitude of online viewers, buzzed with chatter. Brothers, keep watching. You'll soon find it less awkward. I, Qin Feng, have yet to unveil my grand plan. He cast a glance at the screen and smiled softly, fully prepared for the impending spectacle, inviting viewers to sit back and observe. Before long, the upscale restaurant, Bujin Lu, had meticulously prepared a cup of water worth 50 coins, which was promptly delivered to the front. However, in reality, it was merely drawn from the kitchen tap, carelessly filled, with remnants of unfiltered bleach floating atop. "Who will deliver the plain water to table 102. The woman in the Chong Sam gestured toward the front desk, addressing the assembled female staff members. Yet, her words were met with silence. No one was eager to take on the task, as whoever delivered it would inadvertently claim responsibility for this table's business. As the clock ticked toward the lunch hour in the capital, September 1st at 10 in the morning, A throng of hungry patrons would soon flood the establishment. Each table's revenue yielded a commission, and naturally, everyone preferred to serve the customers who would spend lavishly rather than Qin Feng, who had only ordered a solitary cup of water. What's wrong? None of you wish to deliver it? You expect me, as the manager, to serve those two pretentious individuals? The woman in the Chong Sam, now visibly enraged, confronted the staff with a cold glare. Nevertheless, all heads remained bowed in silence, save for one young woman, light in stature, clad in a white shirt with pigtails and clear, bright eyes. "Manager Ma, I will deliver it," she offered, stepping forward from the crowd and smiling as she took the tray containing the cup of water from the Chong Sam-clad lady. The individual in question is named Wang Ting, a novice server at Bujin Lu, having only recently commenced her employment. "Xiao Ting, do not go. The mealtime rush is imminent." These two patrons at Bujin Lu merely ordered a glass of plain water, clearly intending to visit solely for the purpose of capturing photographs and flaunting their experience on social media. It is quite possible that even the cost of this glass of water, priced at 50 yuan, would have to be split between them. Indeed, one might wonder how long they intend to linger. Bujin Lu stipulates that each server may attend to only one table of guests. Should Wang Ting take on this table, she would be left with no choice but to watch helplessly as more desirable patrons arrive. Two seasoned female servers kindly offered their counsel. "It matters not. If I earn a little less, so be it. Every guest deserves to be attended to," Wang Ting replied with a smile. With that, she gracefully approached Qin Feng's table, while the qipao-clad woman and the other servers turned their gazes towards that direction. Their faces adorned with a myriad of expressions, some filled with sympathy for Wang Ting, while others displayed amusement, eager to witness the unfolding spectacle. Chapter 8. As much as you can stack, so much you can take away. Greetings to you both. Your order of plain water has arrived. I am your server, Xiao Ting. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to call upon me. Upon arriving at Qin Feng's table, Wang Ting reverently placed the glass of water down. Then, taking up her pen, she crossed off the only item on the order, the glass of water, and smiled at the two patrons. "How old are you?" Upon discerning her youthful visage, Qin Feng could not help but furrow his brow and ask slowly. To his surprise, the establishment Bujin Lu employed such a young server. At merely 20 years himself, he perceived that the girl before him, Xiao Ting, appeared even younger. If he were to hazard a guess, she was likely around 17 or 18, still in her school years. Wang Ting's subsequent words confirmed his suspicions. I am 18 this year," she replied with a smile. Her youthful face resembled a flower just in bloom. 18. After hearing her response, Qin Feng silently nodded, muttering to himself. He had come to understand the situation. With summer vacation long concluded, this girl was still working here, suggesting she was not merely a seasonal worker, but rather a full-time employee. At an age when she ought to be pursuing her studies, she had ventured into the workforce. The reason for her predicament was painfully evident: a family steeped in poverty. And not just any ordinary hardship. "Do you wish to continue your education?" Qin Feng then looked up, earnestly inquiring of Wang Ting. I do wish to study, but..." Sigh. "My father passed away early, and my mother, now advanced in age, works here in the kitchen washing dishes for meager wages. Thus, I chose to drop out and help alleviate some of her burdens. Perhaps in the future, I may find an opportunity to remedy my lack of knowledge," Wang Ting replied, shaking her head. Despite her sorrowful words, a smile remained etched upon her face. "Call your mother over. I have a few words to share with both of you. Just a few minutes. As a customer, you cannot deny me this modest request," Qin Feng said, slowly retrieving a pack of 7 yuan Golden Dragon cigarettes from his pocket. He lit one, inhaled deeply, and addressed the girl. Wang Ting was momentarily taken aback. Although she was uncertain of Qin Feng's intentions, she acquiesced to his request and summoned her mother from the kitchen. The woman, with graying hair and a stooped posture, bore an uncanny resemblance to Wang Ting, her face adorned with the same warm smile. "Xiao Ting, this is a dining establishment. What are you doing bringing your mother here? Send her back." The woman in a Chong Sam at the front desk rushed over, intent on escorting the woman back to the kitchen. "I requested her presence. I wish to speak with both of them," Qin Feng asserted, slamming his right fist onto the table with force, his voice commanding. Seemingly intimidated by Qin Feng's presence, the woman in the cheongsam refrained from further protest and begrudgingly stepped aside, gazing at the bewildered mother and daughter standing before him. Qin Feng extinguished his cigarette in the ashtray, then turned his attention to the live-streaming phone resting on the table. My friends, when I first arrived here, my intention was merely to order a glass of plain water and generously tip the waiter with $100,000. As he spoke, he unzipped his backpack on the table and poured out a staggering sum of 900,000 in cash, cascading the vibrant red notes, each bundle amounting to $10,000. Across the surface, the sight instantly captivated the attention of everyone present. Whoa, no way. That's an astounding amount of money. The female staff members gathered at the entrance gasped in astonishment, their eyes nearly popping out of their heads in disbelief. They had never anticipated that these two seemingly impoverished students could possess such wealth. The woman in a cheongsam nearby shuddered, instinctively clutching her chest in an effort to calm her racing heart. Zhang Jian, seated beside Qin Feng, also comprehended why the backpack had felt so heavy. But now, I have changed my mind. I wish to engage this mother and daughter in a game. My friends, do you see this round platter? Whatever they manage to stack on it, they could take home, but must not fall. If it tumbles, their winnings will be forfeited. You have 1 minute. Qin Feng abruptly rose, giving a hearty pat to the round tray that Xiao Ting had used to serve water. With that, he pressed the timer on his phone. Although the platter was modest, measuring only about 7 centimeters in diameter, if the mother and daughter executed their tasks skillfully and resisted the temptation of greed, stacking several tens of thousands of dollars should be quite feasible. He wished to hand the money directly to them, yet he feared that without a specific activity, the system would not trigger a cashback. Unlike the $100,000 he had transferred to Zhang Jian, which had not yielded any cashback. Goodness, this is serious. This could easily start at several tens of thousands. Brother Feng is truly ruthless to reward the waiter with such an extravagant tip for a meal. What does that make of us, the less fortunate? This mother and daughter are fortunate indeed. They are destined to encounter Brother Feng, a chance to change their fate in a single moment. Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, the live stream, which had drawn nearly 4,000 viewers, erupted with excitement. Stop daydreaming. The game has commenced. Zhang Jian urged the now-dazed mother and daughter. Coming to their senses, the duo lunged toward the table like hungry tigers, hastily grasping the stacks of cash and attempting to pile them up. Soon, they had amassed a sum of $100,000. Given the platter's limited size, only one stack could precariously fit at the base, resulting in a staggering height of 20 centimeters for the $10,000. Each additional stack required utmost caution, lest they risk a catastrophic collapse. At that moment, the pair concentrated all their attention, moving with the utmost delicacy, their eyes brimming with focus. As the game commenced, the entire Bujin Lu restaurant was devoid of diners. Patrons stood up to observe the spectacle, many capturing the moment on their mobile devices. The female staff, alongside the cheongsam-clad manager, wore expressions filled with envy, jealousy, and resentment. Yet, a deeper sentiment lingered, regret. They lamented their previous underestimation of others. Had they approached Qin Feng to offer him that seemingly inconspicuous glass of water, perhaps it would have been they who enjoyed such privilege at this moment. After a lengthy and tense 50 seconds, the mother and daughter duo had amassed a staggering 400,000 coins atop their platter, reaching an astonishing height of 80 centimeters. The entire monetary tower appeared precariously unstable, and adding even a single stack seemed an arduous endeavor. Just as Wang Ting reached for another pile of cash to further elevate the tower, the woman beside her gently raised her hand, placing it on her arm, and subtly shook her head in disapproval. Wang Ting immediately grasped her mother's intent, and with a measured grace, she returned the stack of money to the table, awaiting the conclusion of the final 10 seconds of the countdown in silence. Chapter 9. Before midnight, 1,000,000 must be delivered. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. As the collective shout of Qin Feng and all the diners in the hall of the Bujin Lu reached its crescendo, the countdown concluded. Yet the grand edifice perched upon the small disk remained standing. Brothers and sisters, let us extend our heartfelt congratulations to this mother and daughter for winning a bounty of $400,000. Qin Feng jubilantly declared, raising the selfie stick in his hand and aiming the camera at Wang Ting and her mother. He was genuinely elated for their fortune. Firstly, he had done a commendable deed. With this money, Wang Ting could now engage in the pursuits befitting her age, rather than squandering her youth in this establishment. Secondly, he would also receive a cashback from the system. $400,000 would translate to 400W. The mere thought sent a thrill through Qin Feng. Andy, consider this money as my support for Xiao Ting's education. I urge you both to resign from this job and let Xiao Ting focus on her studies, while you take on the role of a full-time companion for her. Do not concern yourself with washing dishes anymore. I believe this sum will suffice for both of you until Xiao Ting graduates from university. Qin Feng earnestly addressed the woman. Waiter, pack it up, he commanded, gesturing towards the woman in the Chong Sam who stood by, momentarily bewildered. Are you asking to pack this glass of water? She replied, utterly confused by Qin Feng's request. However, Zhang Jin's subsequent outburst brought clarity to the situation. Are you out of your mind? Why would my brother and I pack a mere glass of water? Go fetch a plastic bag and help these two ladies pack their winnings. Zhang Jin thundered, slamming his hand onto the table with authority. He harbored no fondness for the disdainful service staff at Bujin Lu and resolved never to dine there again. Is this plastic bag sufficient for packing food? The Cheongsam-clad woman quickly inquired, rushing to the front desk to retrieve 2 black plastic bags, which she then handed to him. Jin, please assist them in packing the money. Qin Feng instructed, nodding towards the impressive stack of red bills on the table. Annie, please keep the money safe. From now on, follow my instructions. My name is Qin Feng, and my Douyin account is Xiao Feng Go. Here is my phone number. Should you have any questions in the future, do not hesitate to reach out to me. He handed the 2 large bags filled with 400,000 in cash to the woman, while also providing her with his contact information. Thank you. Thank you. The woman was already in tears, overwhelmed with emotion and momentarily at a loss for words. Wang Ting beside her also felt her eyes welling up. She was about to kneel down to bow in gratitude to Qin Feng, but he swiftly stopped her. At merely 18, in the prime of her youth, how could she resign herself to working in a restaurant? It was merely the hand of fate that had compelled her into such circumstances. In the face of such formidable destiny, she had been left with no opportunity to resist. However, today she encountered the man who would forever alter the course of her life. Study hard. With this remark, Qin Feng playfully patted Wang Ting on the head before leading Zhang Jian, striding confidently away beneath the gaze of the onlookers in the restaurant. They didn't even have time to drink the tap water that cost 50 coins. Take care, handsome. We look forward to your next visit. May I have the honor of serving you next time? Give me a chance. Me too, me too. The waitstaff at the Bujin Tower, who had previously shown no interest in Qin Feng, now hurriedly escorted him out as he departed. In the capital city, on September 1st at 10:30 a.m., outside the Bujin Tower restaurant, Qin Feng addressed his audience. Brothers, after sending out that 400,000 coins, we have already spent a total of 610,000 today. Yet, this figure falls considerably short of my expectations. Let us set a modest goal for today, to send out 10 million coins before midnight. What do you think? He smiled as he glanced at the thriving live stream with over 5,000 viewers. The plan for his broadcast was ambitious, to distribute a total of 10 million coins. Is the host joking? 10 million? Brother Feng is fierce and few of words. He speaks of 10 million, yet we're still far from it. You must put in more effort, Brother Feng. The viewers in the chat erupted with excitement, astonished by his declaration. The concept of sending out 10 million coins in a single day was beyond their wildest imagination. Dear Mr. Qin, your industrial and commercial bank savings card, ending in 4419, has just received a transfer of 4,000,000 coins. The current balance is 4 million exactly. At that moment, his private phone, nestled in his pocket, buzzed again. Upon checking, he discovered that the 400,000 coins he had just given to Wang Ting and her mother had been returned by the system. coupled with the 500,000 coins in his backpack. His personal assets had now reached 5 million. Yet this was still far from sufficient for Qin Feng. His ambition was to elevate his personal wealth to over 100 million by nightfall. Brothers, the current follower count on my Douyin account is 500. Let us push it to 3000. Our next program is about to begin. After a few segments, glancing at the follower count still lingering below 2000, Qin Feng furrowed his brow. If he recalled correctly, the system had initially informed him that not only could he receive cashback for the money sent during live broadcasts, but also reaching certain follower milestones would trigger additional random rewards. Thus, increasing his follower count promptly was the key to success. Indeed, as Qin Feng's voice echoed, the anticipation grew. His account, Little Win Brother, experienced a meteoric rise in followers, surpassing the 2000 mark merely 30 seconds after the onset. The numbers continued to ascend at an astonishing pace. Just another 30 seconds later, the goal of 3000 followers set by Qin Feng was achieved. It turned out that many loyal fans had just entered Qin Feng's live broadcast room, engrossed in watching and forgetting to follow. Brothers, you are remarkable. Let us proceed with the next program. Witnessing such unwavering support from the audience, Qin Feng realized he must not fall short and was compelled to present even more captivating shows. Otherwise, wouldn't that dishearten the brothers? All right, Brother Feng is ready to go. No problem, just focus on your show. Followers and hearts will come naturally. With a smirking emoji, Brother Feng, rest assured and charge ahead. Love for Feng will always accompany you. Chapter 10, with a keen eye on the balance of his bank card, which had swelled to 4 million, Qin Feng resolved to make a grand gesture. My friends, he declared, we are heading to the 4S dealership in Haigang City to acquire a vehicle. However, this car is not for my personal use. It is intended for the next fortunate passerby. As for which model to choose, he had yet to decide. Why not leave the choice in your capable hands? Help me select a car. Having already envisioned the content for his next program, Qin Feng promptly initiated a poll within his Douyin livestream. The options were confined to the prestigious trio of BBA, the BMW 7 Series, the Audi Q7, and the Mercedes-Benz S-Class, all of which hovered around the $1 million mark. From the outset, Qin Feng had aspired to create such a program, intending to gift a car. Initially, he had settled on a more modest model, somewhere in the hundreds of thousands, balancing practicality with luxury. However, now that his funds were ample, he chose to indulge in opulence. After all, the more generous the gift, the greater the reward he would receive. Following a spirited voting session among the over 5,000 viewers in his live stream, the Audi Q7 emerged victorious by a narrow margin, claiming the spotlight in Qin Feng's upcoming program. All right, my friends, let us proceed to the Audi 4S dealership to collect the car. Without a moment's hesitation, he and Zhang Jian hailed a taxi from the bustling street and set off for the Audi 4S dealership in Haigang City. The journey was brief, taking merely 20 minutes to arrive. Hello, we have arrived at the destination. That will be 15 yuan, announced the bespectacled middle-aged driver as he slowly tore off the receipt and turned to Qin Feng. No need for change, sir, Qin Feng replied, opening his backpack and casually extracting a 500,000 yuan note from the stack of cash within, which he handed to the driver. The driver was left utterly astounded. The sight of the vibrant red notes was more shocking than the mere 100 yuan he held. He had never anticipated that these two young men, appearing to be college students, would carry such a substantial sum of cash. Indeed, they were quite the big spenders. Welcome to the Audi 4S dealership. Are you here to browse? As Qin Feng and Zhang Jian stepped into the showroom, a saleswoman clad in a short skirt and stockings approached them, exuding a confident allure. She was around 30, and she greeted them with a bright smile. However, upon realizing their youthful age, her smile faltered. The two young men, seemingly in their early 20s and still in university, were a rarity among potential Audi buyers. It was exceedingly uncommon for someone of their age to afford such a vehicle, and their attire did not suggest affluence. Thus, she harbored serious doubts about their intent, suspecting they had merely come for a test drive rather than to make a purchase, as she had encountered similar instances in the past. Although she currently held this belief, the next words shouted by Qin Feng ignited a brilliant spark in her eyes. Realizing she had been exceedingly presumptuous, she discerned that these two young individuals were not to be trifled with. Without hesitation, Qin Feng produced his industrial and commercial bank savings card, ending in 4419 from his pocket, and waved his hand, indicating he had no time to inspect the vehicle. Firstly, since he was not purchasing the car for himself, performance was merely a secondary concern. Secondly, his time was exceptionally precious. He needed to expedite the process of transferring funds and could not afford to squander it on trivial matters like car inspections. We want what? What kind of model? Qin Feng's utterance left the saleswoman momentarily at a loss for words. After regaining her composure, she stammered her inquiry back to him. To be fair, she had encountered many affluent customers at the Audi dealership, but someone like Qin Feng, who would buy a car as nonchalantly as purchasing a bottle of water, was a rarity in her lifetime. An Audi Q7, top configuration. Is there an available vehicle? If so, I will pay directly, Qin Feng declared, pulling out a golden cigarette, which he had just placed at his lips when the saleswoman promptly ignited it for him with remarkable speed, even quicker than Zhang Jian. Normally, smoking was prohibited within the dealership, but for a person as extraordinary as Qin Feng, they would overlook such rules. We currently do not have the top configuration of the Audi Q7 in stock. If you desire one, it would take approximately a month to procure, she replied, observing Qin Feng's serious demeanor. A month? Upon hearing this, Qin Feng frowned, having not anticipated such a setback. He initially intended to gift a top-tier model. After all, with his current status, offering a mid-level model would diminish its value. Furthermore, the more expensive the vehicle he presented, the greater the cashback he would receive. I cannot wait a month. Then let us forego the top configuration. Is there a mid-level model available for immediate purchase? If so, I want it now. Qin Feng continued. He was eager to acquire the vehicle for his program. Waiting a month would render his plans obsolete. Just as he thought he might have to settle for a mid-level model, the saleswoman's response brought him further disappointment. I'm sorry, sir. We currently do not have any mid-level models in stock either. At the moment, we only have the lowest configuration available, she said apologetically. Well, how much is it? I'll pay with my card. After a brief moment of hesitation, Qin Feng took a deep breath and nodded. He could understand the situation at an Audi dealership. After all, purchasing a car was not akin to buying water. Most people typically select their preferred model first, followed by the desired options, before placing an order, which is then manufactured and delivered after some time. In contrast, if one were to buy a vehicle directly from existing stock, they would have to leave it to fate. Pay directly? You won't even test the car? Witnessing Qin Feng's unwavering resolve, the saleswoman found herself utterly bewildered. In her perspective, it was only reasonable for him to at least test drive the vehicle. After all, purchasing a car without such an essential trial seemed unprecedented in the entire realm of Longhua. However, he dismissed the notion of a test drive entirely, opting instead to proceed with a direct credit card transaction. Furthermore, he granted them a mere hour to complete all necessary paperwork and temporary registration. Is that acceptable? Absolutely. There are no issues. It won't even take an hour. Half an hour is ample time. The total comes to 750,000. Our vehicle is currently offered at a discount, reducing the price by 50,000. Thus, you need only pay 700,000. No need for round figures. Please charge me the original price. Chapter 11. The astonished Douyin officials Qin Feng and Zhang Jian lingered at the Audi dealership for nearly 40 minutes. While awaiting the completion of paperwork, they ordered 2 portions of grilled cold noodles via me, serving as their lunch. During their meal, they indulged in a one-on-one exclusive massage service provided by a saleswoman. It must be said, the service at today's automobile dealerships is indeed remarkably swift. Just as they finished their grilled cold noodles, the necessary arrangements were already concluded, as they departed in their newly acquired vehicle. It was precisely 11:30 a.m. on September 1st in the capital. Take care. We look forward to your next visit. Don't forget to message me on WeChat when you have the time. Should you have any queries regarding cars or health, feel free to reach out. As they drove away in the Audi Q7, the saleswoman waved energetically, calling out, "He is truly my dream man." Another saleswoman, watching the retreating Audi Q7, placed her hands over her heart and dreamily remarked, sending an air of infatuation towards Qin Feng. Brothers, what do you think of this car? Priced at $750,000. To be frank, that's quite a sum. I wanted to purchase something worth over $1 million, but alas, there were no available models in their inventory. So for now, I shall settle for this one. Next time, let us aim for a vehicle valued at over $1 million, sitting in the passenger seat of the Audi Q7. Qin Feng showcased the car's interior to his online followers, while Zhang Jian diligently navigated the vehicle from the driver's seat. Having both obtained their driver's licenses upon graduating high school, they faced no significant challenges in driving, especially Zhang Jian, who frequently drove his family's tricycle to transport corn during his middle school days, thus earning the title of a seasoned driver. Perfectly adequate. This car is simply too sufficient. Is Brother Feng really dissatisfied with it? If I possessed an Audi Q7, I would wake up laughing from my dreams. Indeed, Brother Feng, I can hardly contain my drool. When will you treat your fans to some benefits? Count me in. I wish to join Brother Feng's program. Hold on, brothers. Once I wrap up this segment, I will randomly select a few fans to bestow upon them a splendid gift. But first, ensure you follow me, Qin Feng. So those who haven't followed yet, what are you waiting for? Let us strive to reach 5,000 followers. Once we hit that milestone, we shall immediately commence the next segment. To Qin Feng's astonishment, as noon approached, the popularity of his live stream skyrocketed to an unprecedented 10,000 viewers. Whether someone had purchased Douyin promotional services for him, or if the official platform had boosted his stream due to the extended viewer retention, he could not discern. In any case, upon exiting the Audi dealership, his livestream audience had more than doubled. Heeding Qin Feng's words, the audience began fervently clicking the follow button. What once stood at 3,000 followers swiftly surpassed 5,000, and the numbers continued to surge with remarkable speed. After all, no one can resist the allure of the substantial gift offered by Qin Feng. Oh my goodness, so soon. All right, my good brother, let us commence our next segment immediately. Ajian, drive us to Yushan Highway. Qin Feng gazed at the rapidly soaring follower count with a hint of surprise, never having anticipated such enthusiastic support from the Douyin users. Given the fervor of the audience, it was imperative for his program to begin without delay, lest he dampen the spirits of his comrades. He then instructed Zhang Jian to drive to the experimental location. Meanwhile, having just exited the 4S dealership, Qin Feng was astonished to find his popularity doubled compared to usual, a reality attributed to the official promotion of his stream. However, the increase was not excessively significant, merely a few thousand trial viewers. At that very moment, within a data feedback center of a skyscraper in the capital, a group of individuals was fixated on the large screen ahead. The footage displayed was none other than Qin Feng's live broadcast. Xiao Ma, is there any possibility that the data for this Xiao Feng live stream is inflated? Inquired a woman dressed in a black suit and short skirt, her legs clad in black stockings and black-framed glasses adorning her face. This individual, named Lu Yu, served as the live streaming operations supervisor for Douyin. Having worked in the live streaming industry for many years, she had never encountered such extraordinary statistics. The total viewership had reached 5,000, yet an astonishing 80 had stayed for over half an hour. Furthermore, the retention rate within that half hour exceeded 90. This indicated that over 90 of the viewers who left Qin Feng's live stream would return to watch again. The source of such remarkable figures could only stem from two possibilities. Either the data was artificially inflated, or the host possessed genuine talent, and the program was indeed captivating. Soon, a staff member provided her with an accurate answer. In response to Lu Jia, the data for this Xiao Feng live stream is entirely credible. Over 99 of the 5,000 viewers came from Douyin's random recommendations, with only a couple entering through search. In other words, the audience watching Xiao Feng's live stream were strangers who had never encountered him before. The staff member, Xiao Ma, replied candidly, "Impressive. It is rare to find a host who possesses both charisma and talent," Lu Yu remarked, turning her gaze back to the large screen. Taking a deep breath before speaking slowly. "What shall we do, Lu Jia?" Should we promote him to trending? Xiaoma suggested. The previously recommended 5,000 viewers have once again surpassed an 80 retention rate, and the follow rate has astonishingly reached 80. This means that nearly every viewer currently watching his live stream has followed him. Though I'm unsure how he achieved this, it is quite remarkable, you know? Xiaoma adjusted his glasses and brushed his hand over his receding hairline, expressing his admiration. Let us wait a bit longer. I wish to observe this Audi, to discern whether it will indeed be given away or if it is merely a gimmick, a ruse to deceive. As the saying goes, diamonds are forever. A single one endures through time. In this world, only that which is genuine can truly capture the hearts of people. Lu Yu gazed at the large screen displaying Qin Feng, fixating on his handsome visage, and earnestly remarked that she had decided to wait a little longer. After all, she harbored some skepticism about a young man barely in his 20s possessing such formidable financial strength, as if purchasing a car from a dealership were as simple as buying a bottle of water. If Qin Feng indeed possessed such unfathomable wealth that could sustain this program indefinitely, then his live stream would retain its allure. Otherwise, all would be mere empty talk. It would eventually wither away like a flower that blooms briefly, only to fade once its season has passed. Chapter 12. Apologies. But I cannot change a tire on September 1st, precisely at noon, under the guidance of Qin Feng. Zhang Jian deftly maneuvered the recently purchased Audi Q7 to the roadside along the northern outer ring of Haigang City. However, he was perplexed about Qin Feng's intentions. Get out. Puncture one of the tires, Qin Feng commanded, issuing a directive that left Zhang Jian momentarily bewildered. What? What do you mean? Zhang Jian exclaimed, turning his head in astonishment, his eyes wide with disbelief. Was he mistaken? After all, this was a brand new vehicle. The thousands of viewers in his live broadcast room were equally baffled, uncertain of the peculiar spectacle Qin Feng was about to unfold. Then, addressing the camera, Qin Feng clarified his plan, enlightening the audience. Brothers, shortly, I will have Brother Jian puncture one of the tires of this Audi Q7. Then, on this busy highway, we will hold up a sign asking for assistance. If anyone kind-hearted enough stops to help us change the tire, they will win this Audi Q7 worth over 700,000. Gripping the selfie stick firmly, Qin Feng earnestly spoke to all the viewers tuning into his live stream. Oh my, what a bold move. This is undoubtedly a tribute to kindness. Absolutely. It's midday, the busiest time in the city. Let us see if anyone will stop to help Brother Feng change the tire. Helping Brother Feng change the tire is essentially helping oneself. One viewer chuckled. Indeed, because once the tire is changed, that person will have to drive the car away. Ha ha ha. I can't imagine the expression on someone's face upon discovering that by merely helping with the tire change, they have unexpectedly won an Audi worth over 700,000. Anticipation builds. Upon comprehending the nature of Qin Feng's upcoming show, the throng of over 10,000 viewers in his live stream erupted with excitement, brimming with eagerness to witness which kind soul would ultimately claim the grand prize. This was intriguing. It must be said, the streamer known as Qin Feng was not only handsome, but also possessed a sharp intellect. He was undoubtedly a master of entertainment. Without a doubt, the current live streaming industry is in dire need of talents like him. Yet, one cannot help but wonder if he would truly part with this Audi Q7, considering its hefty price tag of over 700,000. Meanwhile, within the Douyin building in the capital, a group of technical staff watching Qin Feng's live stream found their interest piqued, turning their heads toward the large screen, engaged in animated discussion. As Lu Yu, the operations supervisor for Douyin live broadcasts, fixated her gaze on the screen, a tempest of thoughts surged within her. In that moment, she seemed to grasp why Qin Feng's live stream had erupted into a sensation within mere hours. After all, Qin Feng's audacious and unapologetically extravagant show was truly unparalleled in Longhua. Not only in Longhua, but it was also among the rarest spectacles worldwide. At that moment, Lu Yu faintly discerned the silhouette of a future titan of Douyin Live streaming in Qin Feng. Why not just fix the tire right now, and you can deliver the car directly to me? Zhang Jian remarked with a playful grin after successfully puncturing the rear tire of the Audi. As he raised his head, he reluctantly addressed Qin Feng, feeling a tinge of reluctance at the thought of parting with a car worth over 700,000 yuan, when he had barely driven for half an hour. Contemplating the notion that the fat water should not flow to outsiders, he mused that if it must be given away, it might as well be to him. Enough chatter. Just do as I say. An Audi Q7? I'll get you a Bugatti Veyron another day. My brother Qin Feng's ride must start at 10 million. Qin Feng replied earnestly, patting Zhang Jian on the shoulder. He cautioned him not to be overly anxious, asserting that the current finances were mere trifles. Once their live stream flourished and expanded globally, they would be free to choose any car they desired. A Bugatti Veyron? Well, if that's the case. Zhang Jian was momentarily silenced by Qin Feng's words and promptly followed his instructions. Standing beside the Audi, he held up a sign seeking assistance from the passing vehicles. However, after nearly half an hour, despite at least 80 cars having passed by, not a single one offered to lend a hand. Zhang Jian's arm began to ache from holding the sign aloft. Brother Feng, are we destined to be stranded here today? He lamented, casting a dejected glance at Qin Feng, who sat quietly smoking in the passenger seat of the Audi. Qin Feng, too, was taken aback, never anticipating that no vehicles would stop to assist them after such a long wait. At this rate, they might be unable to leave before nightfall. Yet, in the next moment, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. A black, older model of the Magotan, signaling a right turn, was slowly approaching them. It appeared to be coming to their aid. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Feng quickly exited the Audi and walked towards the vehicle. Indeed, the Magotan came to a halt about a meter behind the Audi. Hello, sir. Our tire has unfortunately burst. We don't have any tools to change it. Could you please help us? Qin Feng cheerfully inquired of the middle-aged man in a black shirt, who appeared to be in his early 40s. Just as Qin Feng expected assistance, the man's response delivered a disheartening blow. I'm sorry, but I don't know how to change a tire. The man, with an expression of indifference, spoke coldly before stepping down from the vehicle and proceeding to relieve himself by the roadside. Witnessing this scene, Qin Feng and Zhang Jian were momentarily taken aback. It became evident that this individual merely intended to urinate. Given his demeanor, it was highly probable he would change a tire, albeit unwillingly to offer assistance. With this realization, Qin Feng and Zhang Jian had no choice but to continue their search for another kind-hearted soul. Fortunately, fate did not keep them waiting for long. Merely a minute later, a black Volkswagen Sagitter, signaling with its turn indicator, came to a halt nearby. Without any prompting from the duo, a middle-aged gentleman in his 50s approached them with a benevolent expression. Young man, is your car broken? He inquired kindly of Qin Feng. Chapter 13, My dear, we have a new car. Indeed, uncle. However, the tire is flat and has been broken for quite some time. We do not have any tools to change it. Could you assist us? Thank you. Observing the promising situation, Qin Feng hurriedly replied to the uncle. No problem. It's a trivial task. The middle-aged man said as he removed his jacket and tossed it into the car, then dashed to the trunk to retrieve the tools. In just over 10 minutes, the tire was replaced. All done, young man, he exclaimed as he stood up, wiped the sweat from his brow, and picked up the tools, preparing to leave. Wow, that was quick. Qin Feng and Zhang Jian were both astonished, not expecting the middle-aged man to be so efficient. He was undoubtedly an experienced driver. Wait a moment, uncle. Realizing the situation, Qin Feng quickly raised his phone to live stream and stopped the departing man. What is it, young man? Do you need further assistance? The man inquired, slightly bewildered. Allow me to introduce myself, uncle. My name is Qin Feng, an outdoor streamer on Douyin with the account name Xiao Feng Ge. Just now, I was filming a segment on Yuzhen Road in the suburbs of Haiyang City, seeking kind-hearted passersby willing to assist in changing a tire. Qin Feng stated earnestly while holding up his selfie stick. Ah, so it's a streamer-esque trick, thought the owner of the Magotan, who had just stopped to relieve himself, as he observed the commotion. Upon realizing that Qin Feng had intentionally punctured the tire, he silently rejoiced in his decision not to assist. As expected, the Magotan owner was indeed capable of changing a tire, but he simply lacked the inclination to help. After all, aiding Qin Feng would require time and effort, yielding little more than a token reward, a cigarette. Who would engage in such a thankless task? Undoubtedly, he considered the previous car owner a fool, and not just any fool, but the fool among fools, wasting time and exhausting himself, only to be toyed with by Qin Feng. Wait, you intentionally punctured the good tire? The middle-aged man appeared somewhat bewildered, a flicker of barely concealed anger flashing across his face before quickly dissipating. He said nothing further, merely opening the driver's door of the Jetta and preparing to leave. Hold on, uncle. Qin Feng once again stopped him. I haven't finished speaking. Anyone who participated in my segment just now will receive a reward. Adjusting the camera to face the middle-aged man, Qin Feng continued. Let us congratulate the new generation of esteemed Audi owners. In the bustling live stream room, where the excitement of nearly 20,000 viewers was palpable, a flurry of comments cascaded like snowflakes across the screen. All were eager witnesses to the birth of a new Audi owner. Rewards? What rewards? A bewildered middle-aged man listened in confusion, unable to comprehend what prizes Qin Feng was alluding to. Was a pack of Longhua cigarettes? A driver resting by the roadside, having finished his break, casually tossed aside his cigarette but shook his head in resignation and remarked with a cynical smile. In his eyes, today's internet celebrities merely excelled at fooling and entertaining others, with little substance beyond their charming words. They spoke sweetly, yet none took action. As the saying goes, while fans may regard you as family, you treat them as mere foot soldiers, flawless in theory, yet utterly devoid of sincerity. He turned to leave, intending to resume his journey. Yet Qin Feng's next words rendered him utterly speechless, as if he had been turned to wood. No, it's a pure black Audi Q7 worth 750,000 yuan. Qin Feng exclaimed, gesturing towards the car he had just acquired, addressing the driver of the Sagittar with fervor. Jian, bring the keys. He then waved at Zhang Jian. Here you go, sir. This car is now yours. Zhang Jian handed the keys of the Audi Q7 to the middle-aged man, though somewhat reluctant. The thought of the promised Bugatti Veyron eased his discomfort. What? Did I hear that correctly? You're giving me this car as a reward? The driver stared at the gleaming keys and the brand-new Audi Q7, still fresh from the dealership, hesitating to accept. Having watched numerous live streams, he had a modest understanding of the gifts internet celebrities typically bestowed, which usually amounted to bags of rice or cooking oil. Yet, he had never encountered anyone as extravagant as Qin Feng, who casually gifted a car, especially one of such caliber, nearly 1,000,000 yuan. The magnitude of this gift was daunting, leaving him apprehensive about accepting it, fearing it might be a ruse. However, Qin Feng's next declaration dispelled all his doubts. Realizing that Qin Feng was indeed serious about gifting him the Q7, he felt a rush of disbelief. Jian, bring the vehicle registration and invoice. We'll head to the vehicle management office shortly to transfer the ownership. Qin Feng gestured to Zhang Jian beside him and spoke. To dispel any doubts, he resolved to transfer ownership of the Q7 to him shortly. It was a pity for this Audi Q7, having been purchased just a few hours ago. It had already become a second-hand vehicle. This car is truly mine. Gazing at the keys of the Audi Q7 and all the accompanying documents in his hand, the middle-aged man trembled uncontrollably, his eyes bulging like those of an old ox. And his breath grew increasingly rapid. Honey, we have a new car, an Audi Q7. Ha. We could take our son off-roading this weekend. It was a gift from a Douyin account named Xiao Fengge. You must open Douyin and follow him. Let mom and dad do the same. From this moment on, our family will be the most devoted fans of Fengge. The very first thing we do each morning is watch Fengge's live stream. Overwhelmed with excitement, the proud owner of the Volkswagen Sagittar immediately called his wife via video from home. Lao Lu, are you out of your mind? What kind of daydreaming is this? In this world, who could possibly gift you an Audi Q7? That car is worth nearly 1,000,000. Even the base model costs over 700,000. It would take us 10 years to afford that. Chapter 14. Transform into a 1,000,000+ streamer today. On the other side of the screen, a middle-aged woman with her hair tied up and wearing an apron admonished the owner of a Volkswagen Sagittar. While she was busy cooking at home, an inexplicable phone call abruptly interrupted her, leading her to question whether her husband was experiencing some sort of mental crisis. Honey, I'm not deceiving you. Look, that's our car. Feng is taking me to the vehicle registration office to transfer ownership, the middle-aged man exclaimed, excitement radiating from him as he showcased the keys and documents in his hand, along with a nearby Audi. What? We have an Audi now? I'm the woman sitting in the passenger seat of an Audi. Ha ha ha. Upon realizing that this might indeed be a reality, the woman on the other end of the line could no longer contain her emotions. She abruptly stood up from her chair, bursting into joyous laughter. Her slightly wrinkled face was now filled with delight. That big brother, do you still need to change the tires on the car? I just accidentally forgot. But I think I can change a tire. The owner of the Magotan, holding a toolbox, suddenly dashed in front of Qin Feng, scratching his head, his face flushed with embarrassment. He felt an overwhelming sense of regret. Originally, he only needed to expend the effort to change one tire to acquire an off-road vehicle worth over 700,000. With this Audi, his social standing within the family would instantly elevate several tiers. From now on, his father-in-law would have to address him as brother. However, such an opportunity had slipped through his fingers. How utterly infuriating. He was so filled with remorse that he felt like doing a handstand and eating dirt. Half an hour later, in the capital city, on September 1st, at 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Qin Feng and Zhang Jian, along with a middle-aged Sagitter owner, emerged from the vehicle registration office. The transfer of the vehicle had been completed, and from this moment forth, the car no longer belonged to Qin Feng. The registration now bore a new name, Lu Gang. Come on, Feng, let us have a cigarette, Lu Gang said, his smile nearly splitting his face as he retrieved a Yushi cigarette from his pocket, trembling as he handed it to Qin Feng with great care. For the past hour, his mouth had scarcely closed. He had just driven the Q7 here, while his Sagitter was brought by Zhang Jian and Qin Feng. Throughout the journey to the registration office, his right foot had been trembling on the accelerator. Everything felt so sudden and wondrous, almost too good to be true. You are older than I am. No need to call me Feng. Just call me a Feng, Qin Feng replied, accepting the cigarette offered to him, and Lu Gang promptly lit it for him. After taking a deep breath, he chuckled, reflecting on how many times he had heard the man call him Feng in that hour. All right, good, a Feng, the man responded, initially taken aback, then nodding emphatically, assuring him, Uncle, I would like to interview you. Why did so many vehicles stop, with only you coming to a halt? Qin Feng directed the camera towards the other party, preparing for a brief post-incident interview to inquire about the gentleman's psychological state at that moment. Well, to be honest, I didn't think too much about it. I remembered a time when I was stranded on the road myself. Seeing you reminded me of my own experience. Thus, the man, slightly embarrassed, raised his hand to scratch his head, his face flushed as he spoke. Facing more than 20,000 viewers in Qin Feng's live stream, he appeared somewhat nervous. Brothers, if everyone could offer just a little love, this world would transform into a warm haven. Let us congratulate the gentleman on becoming a new generation Audi owner. If heaven does not pave the way for kind-hearted individuals, then let me, Brother Feng, safeguard the goodness in this world. I am Qin Feng. Click the top left corner to follow me. I will bring you more exciting, electrifying, and positive programs every day. Once the gentleman concluded his heartfelt speech, Qin Feng took a deep breath, switched the camera to the front, and gazed at the screen, slowly stating, Amazing, Brother Feng. A car worth hundreds of thousands just given away. So real. I absolutely adore this broadcaster. I hope to have the fortune to participate in one of Brother Feng's shows. It would make me incredibly happy. How I regret not following Brother Feng sooner. Keep it up. As long as you maintain this authenticity, I will follow you till the end. At this very moment, the barrage of comments in Qin Feng's live stream was racing by even faster than in some popular streams with over 100,000 viewers, resembling a rocket in speed. Various GIFs occasionally floated across the screen. Brothers, there's still time. Let's take a car back to the city and continue the festivities. Qin Feng raised his hand, glanced at his wristwatch, and addressed all the viewers preparing to return to the city to continue my gifting program. As a parting gesture, he exchanged contact information with the gentleman, assuring him that should he encounter any maintenance issues with the Q7 in the future, he could always reach out. Qin Feng not only gifted him the car, but also promised lifelong maintenance service. As Qin Feng and Zhang Jian waved goodbye and boarded the taxi, The gentleman found himself contemplating how to drive both the Audi and the Volkswagen home, caught in this delightful dilemma. This brother Feng is truly astonishing. He really gave it away. Indeed, after so many years in the live streaming industry, I've never encountered such an extraordinary person. Not just extraordinary, but outrageously so. Meanwhile, within the Douyin building in the capital, the live streaming team, while enjoying their box meals, watched Qin Feng's broadcast, whispering in astonishment. Everyone was taken aback by Qin Feng's remarkably genuine streaming style. Indeed, watching Qin Feng's live stream had transcended the simple question of whether it was entertaining. However, individuals with heart conditions simply cannot endure such excitement. Fortunately, the man who just acquired an Audi Q7 is in good health. Otherwise, someone with a frail constitution might have fainted on the spot from the thrill. Yujia, what should we do? Perhaps we should directly elevate Xiaofeng to national prominence, allowing a broader audience to witness his remarkable talents. His live streaming style and metrics are exceptionally extraordinary, unparalleled since the inception of Douyin. Xiaoma, the head of the technical team, adjusted his frog-eyed glasses, took a deep breath, and inquired of Lu Yu, the live streaming operations supervisor, if it was time to consider promoting Qin Feng to trending status. A mere trending feature is insufficient. We must aim for national stardom. If Qin Feng can maintain his popularity, he could become a million-plus streamer today. Chapter 15. Gratitude to Fans. Just a moment. After a brief contemplation, Lu Yu gestured to the technical team member Xiao Ma, indicating that there was no need to rush in making Qin Feng a national sensation. She wished to further observe his capabilities. After all, was he truly as extraordinary as he seemed? A rough estimate indicated that Qin Feng had already gifted over 1 million in just one morning. If Qin Feng were an ordinary individual, this sum would likely represent the peak of his abilities, leaving little room for any subsequent spectacular performances. Consequently, even if Douyin were to elevate Qin Feng to national prominence, it would ultimately fail to retain any audience, resulting in a squander of the platform's resources. Thus, Lu Yu resolved to wait and see if Qin Feng and Zhang Jian could produce any remarkable shows upon their return to the city, aiming for greater success and renewed glory. Meanwhile, half an hour later, Zhang Jian and Qin Feng had returned to the city from the suburbs by taxi. Choosing one of Haigang City's most vibrant streets, Central Avenue, Zhang Jian, carrying a backpack filled with 400,000 in cash, was the first to exit the passenger seat, followed closely by Qin Feng. Dear Mr. Qin, hello. Your industrial and commercial bank savings card, ending in 4419, has just received a transfer of 7.5 million. Your current balance is 10.75 million. What on earth? Standing at the entrance of Central Avenue, Qin Feng pulled out his phone to check the alert message that had popped up, and he was taken aback. The successful delivery of the Audi Q7, valued at 750,000, had granted him a cashback of 7.5 million, pushing his account balance over the 10 million mark. What happened, Fengge? Zhang Jian questioned, puzzled. Nothing. I just thought of an entertaining show, Qin Feng replied, swiftly returning his phone to his pocket with a smile. Although his bank balance had skyrocketed from mere 1,000 to 10 million within a single morning, a staggering increase of 10,000 times, it was merely the commencement of his journey. He understood deeply that his path ahead was still long, and thus, the key was to work doubly hard to generate wealth. What kind of entertaining show? Do tell. Zhang Jian, intrigued by Qin Feng's words, eagerly inquired. Regarding his good friend, Zhang Jian felt he had gained a new perspective on Qin Feng today. Previously, he had only perceived him as an attractive individual, reminiscent of the peak era of Hong Kong star Liang Chaowei. In terms of looks, he was undoubtedly leagues ahead of Zhang Jian, who considered himself short and stout. However, at this moment, Zhang Jian had developed a newfound understanding of Qin Feng. Not only was he handsome, but he also possessed a remarkably sharp mind, brimming with innovative ideas. He seemed destined for a career in live streaming, and had previously been hindered by a more artistic path. Do you see those two beautiful women behind us? Qin Feng discreetly pointed behind him, addressing Zhang Jian. As soon as they alighted from the vehicle, two young women in their early 20s began to trail behind them. Wherever they went, the two followed, maintaining an ambiguous yet polite distance. Occasionally, They would whip out their phones to capture moments of the duo. Qin Feng speculated that these young ladies were likely his local admirers, having discovered him through local live broadcasts. Those two are constantly following us. What is going on? Zhang Jian glanced back in the direction indicated by Qin Feng and indeed noticed the two girls standing there. Brothers, I just had a chance encounter with two local fans here at Haigang. As I previously promised, I will provide benefits to all who support me. Qin Feng. Let us start with these two young ladies. Qin Feng turned his head and spoke to his live broadcast audience of 20,000. He then pivoted and, with his phone in hand, quickly approached the two girls. One of them stood approximately 165 meters tall, adorned in a white floral dress and sporting a pair of canvas shoes. The other, slightly taller at around 170 meters, wore a black tulle skirt and carried a yellow Mickey Mouse shoulder bag. Upon Qin Feng's unexpected approach, the two appeared somewhat flustered, momentarily frozen in place, seemingly unprepared for such an encounter. Upon inquiry, the taller girl identified herself as Song Jia, while the slightly shorter one was Zhang Ying. Remarkably, both were students at Haigang University, just like Qin Feng, albeit from different departments, and they had never crossed paths before. As Qin Feng had surmised, Song Jia and Zhang Ying had learned about him earlier that morning through the local live stream, and had already watched his broadcast for a solid 2.5 hours. They had begun watching when he tipped a pair of mother and daughter 40,000 in the Jinbu building. Upon hearing that Qin Feng would be returning from the suburbs to the main street, they intentionally came to intercept him, and indeed, they succeeded. Brothers, what a surprise. These two fans are actually my fellow alumni, Qin Feng exclaimed, somewhat taken aback upon discovering their shared university. He addressed the camera enthusiastically. Isn't this a coincidence? These two beauties are in for a treat. From the gleam in Feng Gu's eyes, I can already sense his intentions. Indeed, anyone who has watched Feng Gu's show and understands his live streaming style will grasp what is about to unfold. Come on, Feng Gu, please commence your performance. Let's witness your attitude towards your fans. The audience of over 20,000 in his live stream echoed their excitement in the comments. Meanwhile, Song Jia and Zhang Ying stood there, hand in hand, appearing utterly bewildered, their hearts racing with a mix of exhilaration and anxiety. Rewarding fans. Bye. Spend. Qin Feng inquired softly, directing his gaze towards Zhang Ying and Song Jia, fully aware of what he was about to do. Upon hearing this, the two individuals first nodded thoughtfully, only to quickly shake their heads in uncertainty. It is perhaps best not to know, lest the surprise be diminished when the time comes. Though they are university students, they are, after all, young ladies. Surely, they cannot be without rings. Come, I shall take you to a ring shop, Qin Feng declared. With that, he strode confidently ahead. In his recollection, there was a store named Pelian not far from here, specializing in an array of rings. The selection was diverse and exquisite, yet the prices were not modest, starting at several thousand yuan. In the past, when Qin Feng was in a relationship, he had contemplated purchasing a ring from that very shop as a gift for his first love. Unfortunately, his finances were rather constrained, and he had to abandon the idea. Little did he expect that his first experience of buying a ring would be for his two fans. Truly, life is full of surprises and twists. Chapter 16. Is this how rings are purchased? In no time, the group arrived at the entrance of the Pelian ring store. Have you shopped here before? Qin Feng inquired, retrieving a golden dragon cigarette from his pocket and placing it between his lips. Zhang Jian promptly produced a lighter to ignite it. After taking a deep drag, he turned to the two girls with a smile and asked, "Well, no, it's too expensive. We can't afford it," they replied, shaking their heads like rattles. "All right then, I'll smoke outside. You two go in and pick something out. Remember, choose whatever you like. Buy whatever you want. I'll settle the bill later." Qin Feng nodded, continuing, allowing the two girls to browse on their own while he and Zhang Jian enjoyed a cigarette outside. "Okay, thank you, Brother Feng. Thank you, Brother Feng." The girls appeared particularly exhilarated. Although both were in their second year of university and older than Qin Feng, they still chose to address him as brother. Understanding the unspoken rules of the world they inhabited, whoever possesses the wealth holds the title. With determined strides, they dashed into the Pelian ring store. After finishing their cigarette, Qin Feng and Zhang Jian entered the shop, only to find that the girls had already completed their selections. Each wore a glittering ring on their finger. "Brother Feng, do you think it looks good? Mine costs 10,000. One exclaimed. "Mine is a bit pricier at 15,000. They excitedly showcased their rings. "Is this how rings are bought? Haven't you ever purchased a ring before?" Qin Feng questioned, furrowing his brow at their choices, his expression darkening. "Brother Feng, is it too expensive?" they asked, startled. "Should we choose something cheaper?" Qin Feng shook his head, instructing them to find a place to sit. "Take off your shoes and your socks. Extend your hands and feet." He continued with his commands. Though puzzled, the two complied obediently. "Come here. Let's adorn their hands and feet entirely. As many as we can. I will buy them all." Qin Feng called over to the two attendants nearby. "All right, big brother," they responded, momentarily bewildered before swiftly acting. They brought over all the ring boxes from the counter, eagerly adorning Song Jia and Zhang Ying's hands and feet with rings. Their smiles nearly reached the heavens. For each ring sold meant a commission for them, roughly around 10%. Given Qin Feng's purchasing approach, who could fathom how many rings they would sell and the commissions they would earn? After years of working in the ring shop, they encountered a customer like Qin Feng for the very first time. His feet needed to be adorned with rings as well. He is indeed extravagantly wealthy. Not just wealthy, he is extravagance personified. The viewers in his nearly 30,000 strong live broadcast were utterly astounded. The barrage of comments flowed in at a speed rivaling that of a rocket. The Douyin staff members inside the Douyin headquarters were equally taken aback. Wow, is Qin Feng really this extraordinary? Initially, they thought gifting an Audi Q7 was already over the top. However, if you were to purchase rings for two girls, the total expenditure would likely surpass that of the Q7. This is undeniably excessive. This individual is beyond eccentric. He is extravagantly eccentric. Yet, why do I find him so appealing? One female Douyin staff member clasped her hands together, gazing dreamily at the large screen. Lu Yu, the Douyin operations supervisor, stood silently, seemingly calm, but her heart was tumultuous. As she watched Song Jia and Zhang Ying's hands and feet being adorned with rings, her gaze fell upon her own solitary ring. It was hard to articulate her feelings. As a woman, Qin Feng's show had touched her deeply for the first time. She yearned to be a guest like Song Jia and Zhang Ying. To be fair, this was a sensation Qin Feng had not elicited during his previous live broadcasts at Bujin Lu and Yusangong Lu. Meanwhile, after a flurry of activity from the two shop attendants, in less than 5 minutes, Song Jia and Zhang Ying's hands and feet were covered in rings, resembling something out of the Lord of the Rings. "Brother, all set. How do you like it? Are you satisfied?" one of the attendants asked Qin Feng, pointing at the two girls. "Well done. Quite impressive. Pack it all up." Qin Feng nodded in approval, a smile gracing his face. "Handsome. The total has been calculated." These two girls purchased a total of 108 rings, amounting to 15 million. "Since you are making such a large purchase today, we can offer you a 15% discount." The front desk at Palian Ring Shop quickly tallied the final bill after a flurry of calculations. The total came to 15 million, and the front desk attendant informed Qin Feng that due to his substantial purchase, a discount could be applied. As she was poised to finalize her purchase at the discounted price, Qin Feng's subsequent remark left her momentarily speechless. "No need for a discount. Charge me the original price." He nonchalantly produced a 419 yuan industrial and commercial bank savings card from his pocket, placing it on the counter with a wave of his hand. It is worth noting that the livestream cashback system he was bound to offer a tenfold return on expenditure, meaning the more one spent, the more one received in return. Had he proceeded with the discounted price, his cashback would have been diminished by several million, a scenario Qin Feng was keen to avoid. Thus, he insisted on paying the original price, firmly stating that discounts were unnecessary. After all, what sort of reputation would he maintain if it became known that he required discounts for his purchases? That would certainly tarnish his standing in the community. "Very well, then," came the response. "Transaction complete. 1,150,000. Once Qin Feng completed the card transaction, an enthusiastic alert resonated from the front desk of the Pelian Ring store, confirming the successful receipt of his substantial payment of 15 million yuan. Chapter 17. A favorable wind to propel me skyward. "Thank you, Brother Feng. Thank you, Brother Feng. Do you have a girlfriend? How about the two of us becoming your girlfriends? Indeed, Brother Feng has been exceedingly kind to us. He treats us even better than our parents. With just a word from Brother Feng, we would gladly accompany him in any endeavor. As Song Jia and Zhang Ying joyfully received 4 large bags filled with rings worth over $1 million, they were overwhelmed with excitement and at a loss for words. Each of them embraced Qin Feng and planted a fervent kiss on his cheek, publicly professing their affection for him in front of the numerous online viewers. At their tender age, both girls had once fantasized about finding a domineering CEO as a boyfriend. Yet, in this very moment, they profoundly realized that Qin Feng transcended such a superficial label. The term domineering CEO could hardly encapsulate the essence of Qin Feng. His audacity, particularly in matters of expenditure, was utterly beyond imagination. There was nothing he could not accomplish if he set his mind to it. Oh, it's nothing. Just a trifling matter. No need to dwell on it. After exchanging WeChat contacts with the two girls and exiting the jewelry store, Qin Feng was preparing to continue with his program for the day when his personal phone, nestled in his pocket, rang once more. Esteemed Mr. Qin, your industrial and commercial bank savings card, ending in 4419, has just received a transfer of 11.5 million. Your current balance is 21.1 million. Gazing at the balance on his bank card, which had effortlessly doubled, Qin Feng could not help but revel in the thrill of it all. It was indeed true that the more one gives, the quicker the returns. At this rate, by midnight, his personal account would surely have a chance to surpass 100 million. Brothers, do you see what kind of attitude I, Qin Feng, have towards my fans? Huh. So, what are you waiting for? If you haven't followed me yet, hurry and do so. Before I end my broadcast today, I will randomly select a batch of fans from the live stream to award with a grand prize worth millions. With that, Qin Feng cast his gaze towards the screen of his phone, addressing his live stream audience, which was nearing 40,000 viewers, with fervor. After his exclamation, the number of followers on his Douyin account surged at an astonishing pace, swiftly surpassing 20,000. However, upon observing this figure, Qin Feng shook his head. For him, this number was still far from sufficient. He aspired to become a 10 million follower streamer. If this growth continued at such a pace, the realization of his goal might remain a distant dream, with no telling how long it would take. After all, the number of viewers entering his live stream each day was limited, only around 30,000 to 20,000. Thus, if he wished to achieve meteoric success on the internet, making a resounding impact, he would need more than just his own efforts. He required a force to propel him forward. As the saying goes, a favorable wind to propel me skyward. This was precisely the essence of the matter, without a single flaw, without a hint of error. At this moment, he has done all that he could. The remainder is left to fate. Meanwhile, inside the Douyin live streaming building, Sister Yu inquired, "How is it? Have you made a decision? Shall we make Brother Feng trending?" Xiao Ma, a member of the technical team, cautiously asked the operations director Lu Yu, who had been deep in thought. "Yes, let's push him. Doesn't Qin Feng want to be famous? Let us make that happen on Douyin. I am curious to see how long he can maintain this." Moments later, Lu Yu slammed her delicate hand onto the table, staring at the screen displaying Qin Feng. Her teeth clenched as she declared her decision to promote him. Although she had resolved to assist Qin Feng in trending, after watching his recent performance, Lu Yu felt a surge of indignation, not for any other reason, but because, as a woman herself, she resented the fact that the guests on Qin Feng's show were not her. After all, that ring was worth over $1 million. What woman wouldn't desire it? Qin Feng gave it away as easily as one would hand over a bottle of water. Lu Yu felt a mix of envy and resentment towards the fortunate recipients. Song Jia and Zhangmin, all right, Sister Yu. Should it be a local trend in Shanghai or a national one? Xiao Ma asked while typing away at his computer. Forget about local trends. Go straight for national, but don't overdo it. Let us send it to 1 million users first. Give him a taste of the limelight and see how many can be retained. We will decide later whether to increase the traffic. Lu Yu leaned back in her office chair, her teeth gritted. The images of Song Jia and Zhang Ying, adorned with rings, filled her mind. By the way, book me a flight from the capital to Haigang. The sooner the better. Lu Yu suddenly exclaimed to a staff member beside her. The reason for her urgent desire to go to Haigang was twofold. First, to meet Qin Feng and discuss contract matters. Talented and financially savvy streamers like Qin Feng are rare gems. If Douyin could secure him, it would indeed be a significant honor. Second, Lu Yu had her own personal motives. Understood, Sister Yu. The soonest flight from the capital to Haigang is at 3 in the afternoon. You should arrive around 4. The staff member replied after checking the computer. Good. Book that flight for me. On the other hand, as Douyin began to boost Qin Feng's stream, within just a minute, a noticeable change in popularity occurred. Wow, Brother Feng. Over 50,000 people just flooded into the live stream. At that moment, Qin Feng, who had just finished a segment and was about to take a break to light a cigarette, heard Zhang Jian, who was holding the streaming phone, shout in excitement. Taken aback by the sudden influx, Qin Feng quickly extinguished his cigarette on the ground and grabbed his phone to check. To his astonishment, just a moment ago, the popularity stood at over 40,000, and it has now surged to an impressive 95,000. The milestone of 100,000 is within reach. Furthermore, the momentum continues to rise rapidly. Qin Feng realizes that this surge is due to the official promotion by Douyin. So why waste time? He must act swiftly and prepare the next program to retain these new viewers. Chapter 18. A simple follow, and you shall receive a mysterious gift. Greetings, dear host. It is a pleasure to meet you for the first time. May I inquire what kind of host you are? Indeed, I have never encountered you before. Neither have I an unexpectedly featured little wind brother on my cover. Yet I remain unaware of your endeavors. Host, could you kindly provide a self-introduction? We are eager to learn about you. Yes, the young gentleman is undeniably handsome, reminiscent of the peak era of Hong Kong star Liang Chu-wai. However, I wonder about his prowess in live streaming. Mere seconds later, the popularity of Qin Feng's live stream surged beyond 100,000 viewers. A wave of newly arrived spectators inundated the screen with a flurry of comments, eager to discern the nature of Qin Feng's streaming. Gentlemen, the host is the #1 money-giving streamer on the entire internet. No doubt about it. In just this morning alone, he has gifted an Audi Q7, a ring worth over $1 million, and several hundred thousand in cash. He is undoubtedly the foremost live streamer in the Dragon Kingdom. Not only in the Dragon Kingdom, even on a global scale, there is no one more authentic than Wind Brother. Simply follow, and that's all it takes. A single word is all it requires. There is nothing you can conceive that Wind Brother cannot execute. Absolutely. Those who had entered Qin Feng's live stream earlier began to enlighten the newcomers. Brothers, allow me to introduce myself. I am Qin Feng. You may call me A Feng. As the viewers have mentioned, I suppose I can be regarded as a money-giving streamer. However, the funds I distribute are by no means free. Every program is indeed a performance. Qin Feng stated earnestly while gazing into the camera. Aware that mere words can often seem hollow, he understood that only action serves as the most effective calling card. Brothers, next, I will conduct a program akin to the previous one. Yet, I assure you, this forthcoming event will be 100 times more exhilarating. As Qin Feng adjusted the camera to the rear, he addressed the multitude in the live stream. To ensure you do not claim I'm following a script, the 2 passers-by will be chosen by you at random. Whoever you suggest, we shall pursue, given the favorable audience response to the earlier ring-buying segment. Qin Feng resolved to orchestrate another similar event to captivate the fresh viewers in his stream. After meandering through the central street with his phone in hand, the viewers quickly selected 2 guests for his next program. Upon seeing the 2 stunningly beautiful young women, Qin Feng couldn't help but exclaim, indeed, it seems that the audience for live streams consists largely of admirers. Hello, lovely ladies. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Qin Feng, a host on the Douyin platform. With that, Qin Feng approached the 2 women with a selfie stick, ready to commence his self-presentation. At this moment, the 2 individuals were seated on a bench by the roadside, sipping on their Milk Snow City milk tea while engaging in cheerful conversation. When confronted by Qin Feng's sudden arrival, they appeared somewhat flustered, looking up at him with expressions of bewilderment, as if uncertain of his intentions. The reason I sought you out is to invite you to participate in a program. Qin Feng continued with a smile. Oh my, Meng Ting. His live stream boasts an astonishing 180,000 viewers. Just as one of the girls, adorned in a pink casual hat, was about to decline with a smile, her companion, donning a blue sports cap, inadvertently caught a glimpse of Qin Feng's phone screen. Upon seeing the impressive number of viewers, she nearly spewed her milk tea in shock, her eyes widening as she exclaimed. Upon hearing her words, the girl named Meng Ting, who wore the pink hat, immediately lowered her hand that had been suspended in mid-air. "All right, that's fine. It's just that I'm not sure what kind of program you wish to create with us," she said, taking a deep breath and glancing at Qin Feng with a stutter. Faced with the sudden presence of a prominent streamer with 180,000 followers, Meng Ting and her companion felt a tinge of nervousness. "It's quite simple. You need not do anything elaborate. All I require is for you to follow me on Douyin and light up a fan sign. In return, you shall receive a mysterious gift from me, Qin Feng. What do you say? Are you two willing to engage in this transaction with me?" Qin Feng aimed his phone's camera at the two girls, smiling as he inquired. "Xiaonan, I think the streamer is rather handsome and seems quite nice. Why don't we just follow him and send him a fan sign? It's merely a trivial expense, and we won't lose anything," said Meng Ting softly to her friend, Xiaonan. "All right, sounds good." After a brief discussion, the two reached a consensus, agreeing to partake in Qin Feng's little game. They turned to him and nodded in unison. "Okay, now, please open your Douyin app and search for my account, Xiao Feng." A minute later, Meng Ting and Xiao Nan completed their tasks as per Qin Feng's instructions, successfully becoming his followers and lighting up a fan sign. "So what is our reward?" Meng Ting, the girl in the pink casual hat, looked up and smiled at Qin Feng, inquiring, "Okay, brothers, please congratulate me, Qin Feng, for gaining 2 new fans. As always, I express my appreciation for my fans through actions. Now it is time for me to fulfill my promise." Qin Feng did not respond to the girls immediately. Instead, he turned to address his live stream, which was on the verge of reaching 200,000 viewers. "Do you see this commercial street beside us? The items in each shop hold significant value. I believe you are well aware of this." Subsequently, Qin Feng addressed the two young ladies. Upon hearing his words, they exchanged glances, followed by a deliberate nod of agreement. A subtle excitement illuminated their faces, as if they had vaguely surmised Qin Feng's intentions, yet hesitated to confirm their suspicions. The next statement from Qin Feng, however, solidified their conjectures. "Now, I kindly ask one of you to step forward, stand up, close your eyes, and raise your hands while spinning around. When you choose to halt, wherever your fingers may point, I shall take you to that store for a shopping spree." Chapter 19. A bloodbath at Zhou Xiaofu Jewelry Store. Soon, after deliberation, the two decided to let the fortuitous Xiaonan take the lead. She rose to her feet, following Qin Feng's instructions to close her eyes and raise her right hand. "All right, begin to spin. Stop when you feel the urge to halt." At Qin Feng's command, Xiaonan commenced to twirl in place. Meanwhile, Meng Ting placed her hands over her heart, silently praying for her companion to select a location suitable for both of them. Although each shop on Central Street was quite pricey, it would be disastrous if Xiaonan inadvertently pointed to a men's clothing store. After spinning for 2.5 circles, seemingly feeling a hint of fatigue, Xiaonan chose to cease her lottery. As she halted, before she could even open her eyes, a loud exclamation erupted from Meng Ting beside her. "Oh!" Meng Ting covered her mouth with her hands, her heart racing as she gazed at the nearby Zhou Xiaofu Jewelry Store. It was a place every woman dreams of. "Ah, I am so fortunate." Upon opening her eyes, Xiaonan too leaped with excitement, waving her fists and exclaiming loudly. She never anticipated such extraordinary luck, selecting such an exquisite shopping destination for herself and Meng Ting. Scanning the entirety of Central Street, there was simply no other store that could captivate their hearts as Zhou Xiaofu did. 666. These two ladies truly possess remarkable fortune. Zhou Xiaofu. The items inside are not inexpensive. A single piece of jewelry can easily cost over 10,000. For 2 people, that amounts to 20,000. I wonder if brother Xiaofeng can afford it. This is quite the pickle. The host may need to part with some serious cash. Without at least 30 to 50,000, They might not be able to leave with a smirking emoji. Upon learning that Qin Feng was about to take Meng Ting and Xiaonan to the renowned Zhou Xiaofu jewelry store, his live stream's popularity skyrocketed to over 200,000 viewers. The barrage of comments flooded the screen like a flurry of snowflakes. The influx of new viewers expressed concern for Qin Feng's wallet, fearing he might struggle to settle the bill. After all, the exorbitance of Zhou Xiaofu's merchandise is well known nationwide. In the face of the viewer's skepticism, Qin Feng said little, but walked with resolute strides, chin held high, leading Meng Ting and Xiaonan toward Zhou Xiaofu. As the age-old adage goes, words are often feeble. Only actions can truly persuade. Good day, sir. What type of jewelry would you like to see? Necklaces, bracelets, or rings? As Qin Feng stepped inside, a female employee clad in a short skirt and stockings approached with a smile, inquiring warmly. She then glanced at Meng Ting and Xiaonan, guessing that Qin Feng was likely purchasing a gift for one of the girls behind him, though she was uncertain for whom. Allow me to introduce myself. I'm a live streamer on Douyin, known as Qin Feng. These two are my admirers. Next, I wish to purchase some items from our store as gifts for them. Very well. Rest assured, at Zhou Xiaofu Jewelry Store, we offer an extensive array of exquisite jewelry, all guaranteed authentic. Please, take a moment to consider what type of jewelry you would like to acquire. Upon hearing that Qin Feng intended to purchase gifts for both Meng Ting and Xiaonan, a radiant smile blossomed on the face of the sales associate. She was poised to assist Qin Feng in selecting items when he gently interrupted her with a wave of his hand. No need for that. I would like to engage them in a game, allowing them the opportunity to choose for themselves. As Qin Feng adjusted the camera to capture Meng Ting and Xiaonan, he spoke calmly. At that moment, under the vigorous promotion on Douyin, the audience in his live stream had astonishingly surged to over 350,000. Qin Feng understood deeply that if he did not seize this moment, when would he? He needed to deliver an exceptionally thrilling performance to convert all these viewers into his devoted fans. Hearing Qin Feng's words, Meng Ting and Xiaonan stood frozen, their gazes fixed intently on him, uncertain of what game he intended to play. The audience within his live stream held their breath, eagerly anticipating the unfolding spectacle. Ajian, go! Remove the hats from the heads of these two lovely ladies. Qin Feng instructed his close friend. Zhang Jian, somewhat puzzled, complied with Qin Feng's directive, carefully removing the hats from Meng Ting and Xiaonan and handing them back to Qin Feng. Ladies, listen closely. For the next 10 seconds, whatever jewelry you can collect using those hats, I shall purchase for you. After relaying this message to Meng Ting and Xiaonan, Qin Feng returned the hats to them. 10. He activated the timer on his phone and commenced the countdown. What are you still waiting for? The game has begun. Hurry and take action. This 10 seconds could transform you from office workers to affluent women. Observing Meng Ting and Xiaonan still in a daze, gazing vacantly at the hats in their hands, Zhang Jian shouted a reminder. At his words, the two suddenly awoke from their reverie. With a swift turn, they charged toward Zhou Xiaofu's counter like hungry tigers pouncing on their prey. Without regard for their personal preferences, they began to fill their hats with whatever jewelry caught their eye. Rings, bracelets, necklaces, earrings, everything was hastily tossed into the hats. To save time, Meng Ting simply lifted a jewelry box and poured everything inside, then picked up another. Seeing this, Xiaonan followed suit, mirroring her actions. This scene left the staff at Zhou Xiaofu and the now 500,000 strong audience of Qin Feng's live stream utterly astonished. They had witnessed jewelry purchases before, but none quite like this. It resembled a heist. Without a doubt, the speed of these two individuals surpassed even that of the robbers. With a single hand reaching down, one could estimate the haul to be nearly 100,000. 3, 2, 1. Time's up. As Qin Feng's countdown concluded, the two collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily. They exchanged glances, then turned their eyes to the bulging hats in each other's hands. Wiping the sweat from their brows, they shared a knowing smile. They had never experienced such exhilaration in their lives as they did during that shopping spree. Both understood deeply that those fleeting 10 seconds were the envy of every woman across the globe. Only those who have lived it can truly comprehend the sheer delight. No jewelry needed trying on. Whatever caught there, I was theirs for the taking. Once their shopping was complete, the counter of Zhou Xiaofu immediately shifted into a frenzied post-war tallying phase. All 10 staff members sprang into action, packaging their purchases with diligence. Chapter 20. Once ignored by you, now how do you reach what a spectacle this Qin Feng presents? Is he truly risking it all for the sake of his show? Indeed, given his extravagant spending habits, it won't be long before his wallet is utterly depleted. What will he do then? Undoubtedly, his live streams are nothing short of exhilarating, a visceral experience unlike anything the world has witnessed. If this trajectory continues, it is merely a matter of time before Qin Feng ascends to the pinnacle of Douyin. Yet, my sole concern lies in whether his finances can sustain such endeavors. Meanwhile, within the Douyin building in the capital, a cadre of employees gazed in awe at the massive screen showcasing Qin Feng's livestream, now boasting an audience of 500,000. Their astonishment was palpable, their eyes wide enough to accommodate a bowling ball. As professionals in the live streaming industry, they understood that most hosts rarely offered genuine gifts. Instead, they often employed deceptive tactics, promising grand rewards that ultimately amount to little more than mere crumbs. Even the wealthiest top-tier hosts would hesitate to emulate Qin Feng's lavish approach. In terms of spending, he stands alone, an unparalleled figure in the realm of domestic live streaming. Xiaoma, take me to the airport, quickly. Lu Yu, the Douyin operations supervisor, who had been engrossed in Qin Feng's live stream since morning, could no longer remain seated. Grabbing her coat from the table, she hurried towards the exit while addressing her colleagues. The 2 extravagant hats she had seen, though not yet purchased, had already led her, a seasoned shopper, to estimate their final price. Conservatively speaking, each hat would cost at least 700,000 to 800,000 yuan. Any man who could bestow such a gift upon her would certainly make her feel elated. Thus, she was eager to fly to the harbor and meet Qin Feng in her capacity as a Douyin employee. Beyond discussing contractual matters, she yearned to appear as a guest on one of his shows, an experience that would undoubtedly become one of the most unforgettable memories of her life. Sir, the prices of the 2 magnificent hats have been tallied. The pink hat is priced at 850,000, while the blue hat costs 700,000. The total comes to 1,550,000. Meanwhile, in Zhou Xiaofu's jewelry store in the heart of the harbor city, after a flurry of activity among the 10 staff members, Meng Ting and Xiao Nen had completed their purchasing. Not bad, Qin Feng mused, visibly pleased with the total. Nodding, he retrieved his bank card from his pocket and placed it on the counter. Upon completing the transaction of 1,550,000 yuan, his bank account would gain an additional return of over 10 million. He has taken another step closer to a balance of 100 million in his bank account. Transaction successful. Spent 1,55 million. A moment later, a delightful notification of payment echoed from the front desk of Zhou Xiaofu. Hooray! Thank you, Brother Feng. From this day forth, we shall be your most devoted fans. Each morning upon awakening, we will tune into your live stream. Whether dining or attending to Nature's call, your broadcast must never be interrupted. Indeed, Brother Feng, you are well aware of our Douyin accounts. Should you ever require our assistance, no matter the venue, not just any location, we assure you we will be at your beck and call. Yes, even if we find ourselves with boyfriends in the future, you shall always hold the foremost position in our hearts. Dreaming and Xiaonan, with 2 large bags of jewelry worth hundreds of thousands, were already overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down their faces. One of them clutched Qin Feng's arm and, with a voice thick with tears, said, "It's just a small matter. No need to pay too much attention. All right, let's leave it at that. When I need you both in the future, I will send you a private message." Qin Feng replied, raising his hand to gently pat the heads of both girls, smiling in response. "Brothers, what do you think? Now do you see what kind of host I, Qin Feng, am? Is there anyone still in doubt?" Exiting the Zhou Xiaofu jewelry store, Qin Feng gazed at his live stream room, which had already reached a staggering 700,000 in popularity, and chuckled. Following the event at Zhou Xiaofu's, his follower count which had initially been just over 20,000, had now exceeded 200,000. In merely half an hour, it had multiplied tenfold. Moreover, it continued to ascend at an astonishing pace. Amazing. Over 1 million just like that. Incredible. How can there be such a strikingly handsome and audacious man in this world? Boo-hoo. Can you tell me this is scripted? Just to ease my heart with a crying emoji, sigh. I wish it were scripted too. But alas, both the location and characters were chosen by us online users. Moreover, Brother Feng has genuinely spent over 1 million in real money. No need to say more. Brother Feng is simply remarkable. How can there be such an upright host in this world? Truly a case of meeting too late. As he observed the multitude of compliments flooding in through the screen, Qin Feng couldn't help but smile softly, shaking his head and exhaling deeply. The swift ups and downs of life were indeed overwhelming, making it difficult to accept in the moment. Reflecting on this morning, he had been merely a small-time host, sitting in a rented room with no audience to speak of. Each live stream was accompanied solely by the empty air and a plethora of flamboyant characters. Yet, after just one morning, the popularity of his stream had soared to over 800,000. The threshold of 1 million was tantalizingly close. Truly, life is unpredictable. A roller coaster of fortunes. Esteemed Mr. Qin, your industrial and commercial bank savings card, ending in 4419, has just received a transfer. The amount transferred is 15.5 million. The current balance on the card is 35.05 million. At that moment, his personal phone, which he had stowed away in his pocket, buzzed once more with a text message notification. To his surprise, it was a notification regarding a cashback reward from his recent purchase at the Zhou Xiaofu jewelry store. Dear Mr. Qin, in light of your excellent credit standing, we cordially invite you to apply for our exclusive credit card. In addition, Qin Feng received another message from the Industrial and Commercial Bank, inviting him to apply for a credit card. Upon reading this message, a sardonic smile crept across Qin Feng's face. Previously, he had attempted to secure a credit card with a limit of 3,000, only to be met with staunch refusals from the bank after 3 consecutive visits. Yet now, they were reaching out to him with such eagerness. However, since acquiring the system, Qin Feng found himself no longer in need of such a financial instrument. As the saying goes, you once disregarded me, but now I have become unattainable. Just as he was about to dismiss the message and return to his own endeavors, a thought struck him. Credit card? The very notion conjured an amusing idea in his mind, leading him to ponder that perhaps applying for a credit card at the Industrial and Commercial Bank was indeed a viable option. Chapter 21. The infinite black card at Walmart supermarket. However, the credit card he applied for was not an ordinary one. It was a super black card with an unlimited credit limit. The reason Qin Feng sought to acquire such a card was not due to financial need. After all, with a live streaming system that provided a tenfold return on gifts, he certainly had no shortage of funds. Instead, it was simply because the upcoming entertaining program required this particular card. Gentlemen, it is now 3 o'clock in the afternoon on September 1st, Beijing time. As the hour is still early, let's continue with our show. I assure you that the upcoming segment will be equally thrilling and astonishing, sure to captivate your attention. However, before we proceed, I would like you to accompany me to the nearby Industrial and Commercial Bank of China to conduct a little business. Qin Feng first raised his hand to glance at the watch on his wrist, then addressed the nearly 1 million viewers in the live stream. Given that the headquarters of the Industrial and Commercial Bank was not far away, only a 10-minute walk, he and Zhang Jian opted not to take taxi, engaging in conversation with the audience as they leisurely made their way to the bank. Upon entering the bank, they noted that it was quite crowded with patrons queuing up to conduct various transactions. Qin Feng approached the self-service ticket machine, took a number, and settled into a chair to wait. He estimated that it would take at least half an hour before his turn arrived. However, unexpectedly, as soon as he sat down, a clear prompt echoed throughout the bank. Dear Mr. Qin, esteemed 7-star client of the Industrial and Commercial Bank, welcome to the Haigang branch. Your designated teller is ready. Please proceed to office number 7. Upon hearing this announcement, Qin Feng was momentarily taken aback, then looked down at the ticket in his hand, realizing that the broadcast had indeed referred to him As his ticket indicated office number 7, he stood up from his seat, handed the live-streaming phone to Zhang Jian, and, under the gaze of the onlookers, strode confidently towards the nearby office. He could hardly believe that he had been upgraded to a 7-star client. Just this morning, he had been a mere half-star client, someone even a dog would disdain, unable to secure a credit card with a limit of 3,000 yuan. Yet at this moment, he had astonishingly transformed into the legendary 7-star client. Truly, life is unpredictable and full of surprises. 666. Brother Feng's prowess is undeniable. Indeed, a 7-star client of the largest bank in Longhua. The strength of Brother Feng's finances speaks for itself. A master. He is indeed a master. Brother Feng's bank balance is certainly unfathomable. How fortunate it is to be a fan of Brother Feng, with a big laughing emoji. As the news of Qin Feng being a 7-star client spread through the live stream, discussions erupted among the viewers, each increasingly curious about him. This man, much like his name, was as enigmatic as the wind. Hello, Mr. Qin. Welcome to the headquarters of the Harbor Industrial and Commercial Bank. Once Qin Feng entered office number 7, a young female manager, adorned with rimless glasses and clad in a black suit paired with nude stockings, promptly rose to greet him. Today he had come here to apply for a credit card, having heard that our bank offers a remarkable black card with an unlimited credit line, capable of purchasing even the grandest edifices in Dubai. Seated comfortably, Qin Feng leisurely extracted a golden long cigarette from his pocket, igniting it and inhaling deeply before inquiring with the female manager. Although smoking is strictly prohibited in the bank's main hall, the atmosphere here was distinctly different. Despite having never visited such an exclusive chamber before, the presence of a meticulously arranged ashtray on the table clearly indicated the permissiveness of the space. The manager, maintaining a pleasant demeanor, continued to peruse her computer, reviewing Qin Feng's information. Ah, Mr. Qin, we do indeed offer this black card, and upon review, your qualifications align with the requirements for obtaining it. However, I must inform you that the monthly fee for this card amounts to a staggering 100,000 US. Additionally, the first month's fee will be deducted immediately. What do you think? A minute later, the manager shifted her gaze from the computer screen to Qin Feng, earnestly inquiring. All right, let us proceed with that immediately. The quicker, the better. Upon learning of his eligibility for such a card, Qin Feng waved his hand, interrupting her. Though the monthly fee of $100,000 seemed a bit excessive, it was inconsequential to him. After all, it was merely a little over 7 million long coins, a sum he could easily recoup from a single performance. Very well, Mr. Qin. Please hold on. The efficiency of the nation's leading bank was impressive. Within just half an hour, all the formalities were completed. The manager cheerfully handed him a gleaming black card, while simultaneously, his industrial and commercial bank savings card ending in 4419 was debited by 8 million. Dear Mr. Qin, your savings card ending in 4419 has just undergone a deduction. Black card monthly fee. Deduction amount, 8 million yuan. Current balance, 27.05 million. Observing the sudden disappearance of 8 million from his account, Qin Feng felt no pangs of regret. Instead, a thrill coursed through him. After all, he had successfully acquired the coveted black card, enabling him to pursue his upcoming projects. If executed well, he could potentially earn 10 times that amount. Exiting the industrial and commercial bank with the black card in hand, Qin Feng and Zhang Jian hailed taxi, heading straight for the Walmart supermarket located in the heart of Harbor City. At that moment, even Zhang Jian was unaware of Qin Feng's intentions, and the nearly 1 million viewers in his live stream mirrored the confusion. However, the next words from Qin Feng would unveil the mystery to all. Brothers, behind me stands one of the largest supermarkets in Harbor, Walmart. Walmart, a name familiar to many, boasts an extensive array of products that caters to every conceivable need. From fresh fruits and snacks to household appliances, it encompasses everything without exception. The prices of individual items range dramatically, from mere cents to several tens of thousands. Our next segment will unfold within this vast emporium. Qin Feng first adjusted the camera to the rear view, showcasing the towering 5-story Walmart superstore behind him. I possess a credit card from the Industrial and Commercial Bank of China, and shortly My colleague Jienge and I will venture inside to randomly select fortunate customers, presenting them with this card. They will be tasked with guessing the card's credit limit before making their purchases. We will inform them that as long as their total expenditure at checkout remains within the card's limit, they may take their items home. However, should they exceed this limit, they will leave empty-handed. Subsequently, he switched the camera to the front view, focusing on the credit card in his hand, and continued in reality. This card possesses an infinite limit, a super black card from the Industrial and Commercial Bank. Not only can it cover the items within, but it could also easily purchase the entire Walmart itself. Gentlemen, as the saying goes, the greater the risk, the greater the reward. Soon, Jienge and I will enter and randomly select customers. Let us see if a true contender emerges. With that, Qin Feng, holding the live streaming phone, boldly led Zhang Jian into the interior of the Walmart superstore. Chapter 22. The bold thrive, the timid perish goodness. Just look at that bull's neck. The amount of merchandise one can take away hinges entirely on audacity. Indeed, as the saying goes, the bold thrive while the timid perish. There is no flaw in this notion. It is utterly indisputable. Let us get this started. Without a doubt, Brother Feng's intellect is remarkably expansive. Only he could conceive such a program. Charge forth. Let us see if there are any big players in Walmart who can rake in 100 or 80,000 for Brother Feng, with a big laughing emoji. As the specifics of Qin Feng's upcoming program became clear, his live stream, on the verge of surpassing 1 million viewers, erupted with enthusiasm. The public chat was fervently ablaze with comments. While they eagerly anticipated this special Walmart event, they couldn't help but admire Qin Feng's remarkable ingenuity. He appeared to possess an innate talent for live streaming. Meanwhile, Qin Feng had already entered Walmart with Zhang Jian. Brother Feng, what do you think of that fellow over there? Should we give him the black card and let him take a shot at it? Zhang Jian suggested, pointing to a nearby young man dressed similarly in a black leather jacket, of similar height, but slightly overweight and wearing black-rimmed glasses. Upon hearing Zhang Jian's words, Qin Feng followed his gaze. The moment he laid eyes on the young man, his eyes gleamed with understanding. It became evident why Zhang Jian had chosen him. The young man was practically a doppelganger of Zhang Jian, short, stout, and distinctly unrefined. He was intently selecting iced tea at the counter, his brow furrowed in concentration, seemingly torn between purchasing a large bottle or a small one. The small bottle, priced at 3 yuan, offered a semblance of status, but the larger bottle was more economical, merely a yuan more for double the quantity. However, should he bring it to an internet CAF for an overnight stay, the larger bottle would undoubtedly lack the prestige of the smaller one. Undoubtedly, Zhang Jian saw a reflection of himself in the other. All right, let us grant him the first opportunity. As for how much he ultimately decides to spend, that's up to him. Qin Feng inhaled deeply, nodding in agreement. He then took his live streaming phone and briskly approached the young man. Hello, brother. May I have a moment of your time? I'm a host on Douyin, and my name is Qin Feng. I'm currently conducting an activity here at Walmart. Would you be interested in participating in my program? As Qin Feng approached from behind and gently tapped the young man's shoulder, he directed the live stream camera towards him, smiling as he inquired. This. The young man appeared somewhat flustered by the sudden arrival of Qin Feng and Zhang Jian, scratching his head in confusion. He was uncertain about the nature of the program Qin Feng was proposing. It wasn't until Qin Feng handed him the black card and patiently explained the game rules that he finally comprehended. All right, brother, begin your performance. Qin Feng directed the camera towards a boy named Xiao Wu, smiling as he prepared to showcase the gaming segment to the 1 million viewers in his live stream, eager to witness an impressive performance. However, to Qin Feng's astonishment, the show had concluded before it even began. The word Xiao Wu uttered next nearly caused both him and Zhang Jian to spew blood in disbelief. All right, just this bottle of iced red tea will do. Xiao Wu turned around and quietly retrieved a bottle of iced red tea worth merely 4 yuan from the refrigerator, beaming at Qin Feng. It seemed he ultimately prioritized practicality over appearances. Is this it? Don't you want anything else? Perhaps a bottle of Pepsi or Coca-Cola? Zhang Jian, having emerged from his state of utter bewilderment, felt a hint of reluctance and quickly picked up 2 large bottles of cola from the ground, handing them to Xiao Wu. Though Xiao Wu might not have known the actual limit of Qin Feng's credit card, Zhang Jian, as Qin Feng's close friend, was all too aware it had no limit at all. He could easily purchase the entire Walmart supermarket. Not to mention, even the exorbitantly priced buildings in Dubai could be acquired with a mere flick of his wrist, as long as Qin Feng could settle the payments later. Yet, in front of Xiao Wu lay a credit card of such immense capacity, and the boy had opted for a single bottle of 4 yuan tea. Zhang Jian couldn't help but blush at the thought. To be frank, if he were in Xiao Wu's shoes and unaware of the card's limit, he might have made the same choice. However, being of modest means himself, he wished Xiao Wu would leave with more, even if it were just a few bottles of relatively expensive imported drinks instead of just one bottle of cheap tea. No, I shouldn't buy more. I might exceed the limit. I don't even know if I can afford this iced red tea. If I can't, I'll cover it myself. Yet, upon hearing Zhang Jian's kind offer, Xiao Wu shook his head vigorously and replied, "Brother, have you considered that perhaps this card's limit exceeds just 4 yuan? I suggest you grab a few more items, including those 2 large bottles of Coca-Cola and Pepsi." Zhang Jian, empathizing with Xiao Wu, couldn't bear to see him leave with just a solitary bottle of iced red tea. Thus, he urged him once more. "Look at this guy. He is clearly preparing to head to an internet CAF, hence the early purchase of iced tea. Don't ask how I know. I've done it myself many times. Well, you do have a point. But let us skip the Pepsi and Coca-Cola. Just bring a whole box of iced red tea." Seemingly convinced by Zhang Jian's reasoning, after a brief moment of contemplation, Xiao Wu resolutely embraced an entire box of iced yellow tea. This unexpected action left Zhang Jian momentarily speechless, while simultaneously shedding light on why they were both in such humble circumstances. Whether to speak or remain silent, it is undeniably impressive. There exists no affection but an unwavering love for iced tea. The passion for it is unyielding. Who could possibly interfere with that? Are you certain you wish to refrain from selecting anything else? As far as I'm aware, Walmart offers more than just groceries. There are laptops and various other items available upstairs. Observing Xiao Wu, who is clutching a large box of iced tea and preparing to check out, Qin Feng could not help but furrow his brow. It seemed to him that the items purchased were rather insufficient. Thus, he subtly hinted that there were laptops and other goods upstairs, suggesting that perhaps he should take a gamble, transforming a bicycle into a motorcycle. In the event that he acquired a laptop, he would no longer need to frequent the internet CAF. Chapter 23. One more drink, I'm a dog. No more. No more. If this wretched card of yours can help me purchase this box of tea, I would be eternally grateful. However, Xiao Wu resolutely waved his hand, feeling that the other party was merely toying with him. The thought of a laptop was far too daunting to entertain. He understood that if his total expenditure exceeded the limit of his credit card, he would leave empty-handed, having gained nothing. Thus, to be on the safe side, Xiao Wu decided to buy just this box of large bottles of iced red tea. With over 10 bottles in the box, if the payment went through smoothly, he would have water to drink for the entire week. Very well. Observing this, Qin Feng refrained from saying more, merely raising his hand to pat Xiao Wu on the shoulder with a smile. At the Walmart checkout, Xiao Wu placed a box of iced red tea on the counter, clutching Qin Feng's credit card in his right hand, anxiously awaiting the transaction. As the cashier handed over the POS machine, Xiao Wu took a deep breath and, with trembling hands, inserted the card. Transaction successful, 80 yuan. In the next moment, a crisp notification chimed from the Walmart front desk. Holy cow, I did it. Ha ha ha. I just scored 80 yuan for free. Huh. Ha ha ha. Incredible, incredible. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu was nearly propelled from his seat, fists raised in triumph as he shouted joyfully. He then leaned forward and planted a hearty kiss on the box of iced tea, genuinely thrilled by such a generous gift. It seemed he had chosen the right day to venture out. Who wouldn't be elated to receive such a bounty of tea? Xiao Wu was no exception. Meanwhile, Zhang Jian beside him appeared visibly green with envy, yet felt powerless, merely shaking his head and sighing in resignation. Brothers, let us congratulate this handsome fellow before us, who has successfully utilized my limitless industrial and commercial bank black card to procure a box of iced red tea. Come, let us give a round of applause. Qin Feng first directed the live stream camera at Xiao Wu, addressing the audience. He then raised his right hand to high-five Xiao Wu in celebration. Yay! Xiao Wu was equally exuberant. However, in the next moment, the smile vanished from his face, as he seemed to discern an unsettling nuance in Qin Feng's earlier words. What did you just say? Your card is an industrial and commercial bank black card with unlimited credit. His eyes widened as he exclaimed, his heart racing fiercely, akin to a wild dance party. Indeed, that is correct. Why else would I encourage you to buy more? Don't think twice about this box of iced tea. You could buy the entire supermarket without a second thought. Qin Feng shrugged, slightly exasperated. Now, say hello to the viewers in my live stream. He then turned the phone screen to face Xiao Wu. Fool, fool, fool. Amidst the laughter, a figure brandishing an infinite black card purchased nothing more than a single box of iced tea, an act that could only be described as utterly preposterous. Observing the live stream of Qin Feng, which boasted an audience of millions, the words fool flashed across the screen. In that moment, Xiao Wu's resolve crumbled entirely. Fool, fool, I am truly the most wretched of fools, he exclaimed, raising his hand to strike his own face in frustration. He felt as though he had irreparably castrated his own ambitions. Just moments ago, he had encountered what might have been the sole opportunity in his life to wield the black card, granting him the privilege to purchase anything his heart desired. Yet, he squandered this once-in-a-lifetime chance on a mere assortment of mediocre tea, glaring at the large box of tea before him. Xiao Wu clenched his teeth and silently vowed that should he ever again consume such a beverage, he would consider himself a dog. Dear Mr. Qin, we wish to inform you that your industrial and commercial bank savings card, ending in 4419, has just received a transfer of 800 yuan. Your current balance is 27,058. 800 yuan. To Qin Feng's surprise, just as he finished paying for Xiao Wu's purchase, a text message notification chimed on his phone, revealing that his recent expenditure had indeed yielded a cashback of 800 yuan. Initially, Qin Feng had anticipated that the cashback from a black card transaction might take some time to process, but to his astonishment, it was immediate. He surmised that this was likely due to the stipulation that regardless of the amount spent on the black card, he would need to repay it the following month, prompting the system to recognize his expenditure instantly. This was fortuitous, as it was precisely the moment for him to amass capital and fortify his financial standing. Thus, the priority was to elevate the balance of his savings card to staggering heights. After bidding farewell to Xiao Wu, Qin Feng, accompanied by Zhang Jian, ventured into Walmart to select their next unsuspecting patron. The recent cashback of 800 yuan had left him somewhat disoriented. Since his debut, every cashback he had received had started at 5 figures. This made the paltry sum of 800 yuan feel insufferably trivial. Indeed, it was not just lacking, but remarkably meager. Consequently, he pinned his hopes on the next protagonist, hoping to encounter a big spender, someone who would wield his card liberally, thus allowing him to reap greater rewards. Ideally, he wished to amass enough to purchase the entire supermarket, which would be nothing short of extraordinary. 3 minutes later, after a meticulous selection process by Qin Feng and Zhang Jian, they finally fixed their gaze upon a female customer. If the previous cashback of a mere 800 yuan was the result of an ill-chosen target, Qin Feng felt confident that this time they were on the right track. After all, the individual they had chosen was a woman. It is widely acknowledged that when it comes to spending, women possess an unparalleled prowess that often surpasses that of men. Qin Feng speculated that this woman, who was pushing a shopping cart, donned in a pink dress and appearing to be in her early 30s, was likely a formidable spender. If the card were handed to her, it would undoubtedly result in an extravagant spree. Greetings, lovely lady. Allow me to introduce myself. I am a host on the Douyin platform, and I would like to invite you to participate in a program. As Qin Feng approached the woman known as Xiaolin with his live-streaming phone in hand, he extended the black card towards her while elucidating the rules of the game. Therefore, regardless of what I choose to purchase today, you will ultimately cover the expenses, as long as it remains within the credit limit of this card. The woman gazed at the credit card in her hand, contemplated for a moment, and then looked up to inquire of Qin Feng. Is that so, my dear? Before Qin Feng could respond, his assistant, Zhang Jian, interjected eagerly to answer. Chapter 24. A Phrase of Contentment. Indeed. Please commence your performance. Qin Feng nodded in agreement, smiling as he spoke. I surmise that your card's limit is approximately 1,000 yuan. After all, it is unlikely that anyone would wield a high-limit card for such a trivial endeavor at the supermarket. Thus, I must ensure that my total expenditure remains beneath 1,000 yuan to secure victory. As the woman maneuvered her shopping cart through the aisles of the supermarket, she contemplated Qin Feng's black card. Upon hearing her words, Zhang Jian and Qin Feng exchanged glances, both sporting faint smiles of resignation. They lamented the excessive caution exhibited by the initial contestants. Thus far, they had yet to encounter someone who indulged recklessly without regard for their budget. However, compared to the first contestant, the iced tea brother, this woman displayed a commendable level of prudence, setting her spending limit at 1,000 yuan instead of a mere 80. Having formulated her strategy, the woman swiftly set about her shopping. She first navigated to the infant section, procuring several bags of formula and toys, evidently a new mother. Next, she ventured into the food aisle, acquiring an abundance of snacks and beverages. Ultimately, she arrived at the cosmetics section. Qin Feng and Zhang Jian trailed behind her with a live-streaming phone, broadcasting her shopping journey to the viewers on Douyin. After approximately 10 minutes in the cosmetics aisle, the woman's shopping spree neared its conclusion. Yet, she found herself in a quandary over a particularly cherished bottle of nutritional liquid. She deliberated thrice, placing it in her cart only to remove it once more. No, I adore it, but I must refrain from purchasing it. The items in my cart are already nearing 1,000 yuan. If I buy this, I will surely exceed the limit. The woman shook her head with remarkable rationality. Speaking slowly, in the end, she resolved to return the bottle of nutritional liquid to the shelf. What if I just take it? Perhaps I haven't exceeded the limit? Observing her reluctance, Qin Feng offered his advice with a smile. No, it's best to leave it. I will purchase these items. After a brief moment of contemplation, the woman ultimately decided to conclude her shopping, keeping her total expenditure below 1,000 yuan. Very well. Now, let us proceed to the checkout and see if you can successfully take these items home today. Noting the woman's steadfastness, Qin Feng refrained from further commentary and led her to the Walmart checkout counter. Hello. Your total expenditure amounts to 1,050 yuan. Upon hearing the cashier's final tally, the woman felt a tightening in her chest. She never anticipated that, despite her meticulous calculations, she had inadvertently exceeded her budget by 50 yuan. Trembling, she inserted Qin Feng's black card into the card reader. Raising her hands to her chest, she closed her eyes and silently prayed. Transaction successful. Amount deducted, 1,050 yuan. As the crisp chime of the cash register echoed, the woman's heart, once burdened with apprehension, was instantly set at ease. Hooray! She exclaimed, raising her arms in jubilant celebration, laughter spilling forth as she reveled in her triumph. Brothers, let us congratulate the second contestant for winning items valued at 1,050 yuan. Qin Feng directed the camera towards the woman, addressing the over 1 million viewers in the live stream with exuberance. Congratulations on acquiring these items. But what if I told you that what you just held was an unlimited super black card? This means not only the items you just purchased, but even the entire building beneath your feet could be bought with that card. Taking a deep breath, Qin Feng continued, what? The woman stood momentarily stunned, her face a canvas of confusion and bewilderment. Yet, mere seconds later, her expression transformed into one of calm acceptance. All right, my mother always told me not to be too greedy. Contentment brings true happiness. Although I didn't acquire more items, I'm already satisfied with what I've received. With heartfelt gratitude, she extended her arms to Qin Feng, embracing him. Thank you, Brother Xiaofeng. Without you, I would not have received so many treasures today. Had I been spending my own money, I surely would have hesitated to buy so much. Brothers, what a wonderful sentiment of contentment. Noting the sister's grace, Qin Feng resolved to offer her an additional opportunity. He turned to the live stream audience and then pushed the shopping cart, which the woman had previously used, back towards her. Beautiful lady, do you see this cart? You have 10 minutes. Whatever you can fit into it, I will purchase for you. Remember, I can buy any item from this supermarket. With that, he clapped his hands on the shopping cart and, having activated the timer on his phone, said to the woman, "Let the countdown begin." Really? Well then, okay. Upon receiving a confirming nod from Qin Feng, the woman wasted no time. She eagerly pushed the cart and dashed back into the supermarket. This time, Qin Feng and Zhang Jian chose to remain stationary, awaiting her return. 10 minutes later, the woman reappeared, her cart brimming with goods, a look of exhilaration on her face. However, as Qin Feng peered into the cart, his brow furrowed in surprise. It was filled entirely with infant products. He had anticipated that, upon receiving a second chance, she would undoubtedly return to the cosmetics aisle to purchase the women's items she had missed the first time. Yet, the outcome was far from his expectations. Not a single item in the cart was for her own use. It was packed with baby formula, diapers, and other childcare necessities. Perhaps this exemplified the greatest love of all, maternal love. When presented with a better opportunity, her thoughts were never for herself. Upon this reflection, Qin Feng's eyes involuntarily grew moist, stirring memories of his beloved mother. Brothers, he implored, if you have the chance, cherish and honor your parents. Each of us has been nurtured by them. Do not wait until the tree desires stillness while the wind continues to blow, or until the child yearns to care for the parent who is no longer present, only to be left with regret. Subsequently, Qin Feng raised his hand to wipe away the tears from his eyes and smiled at the camera, reminding the viewers in the live stream to express their filial piety while they still have the opportunity. However, his own chance had long since vanished 3 years ago. Even with an extraordinarily inflated balance in his bank account, he could no longer fulfill his obligations. The greatest sorrow in life is nothing less than this. Jian, come here. During the cashier's calculation, Qin Feng beckoned Zhang Jian beside him and whispered a few words in his ear. Chapter 25, he has truly become the embodiment of my dreams. Good day, sir. The total cost for our purchases amounts to 7,800 yuan. Would you prefer to pay in cash or by card? The cashier inquired after tallying the expenses, turning her gaze toward Qin Feng. So much? I apologize for the extravagance. The woman expressed her surprise, her face etched with remorse upon hearing the figure. Not at all, Qin Feng replied with a gentle smile, shaking his head. Brother Feng. At that moment, Zhang Jian pushed a cart brimming with items back to them. What is this? The woman was momentarily taken aback by the sight of the cart overflowing with cosmetics, particularly the 10 boxes of nourishing serum she had hesitated to purchase earlier. She could hardly believe that Qin Feng had gifted her such a lavish array of high-end baby products and had arranged for an entire cart of cosmetics to be bought for her as well. Just by glancing at the labels of the items, she understood the substantial value of the cart. Had it not been for Qin Feng, she would likely never have indulged in such luxuries in her lifetime. Brands like Givenchy, Lancme, Chanel, and Yves Saint Laurent filled the cart. Here, beautiful. Please ring this up as well, Qin Feng said as he took the cart from Zhang Jian and pushed it to the front, addressing the cashier. 5 minutes later, the total for the cosmetics was calculated. The grand total came to 156,000 yuan, bringing the overall sum to 163,800 yuan. Wallet received 163,800 yuan credited. As Qin Feng completed the transaction with his black card, a crisp notification chimed from the front desk. Thank you. I truly don't know what to say. The woman, overwhelmed by the sight of 2 carts filled with gifts worth over 100,000 yuan, felt a surge of emotion that left her momentarily speechless. Tears streamed down her cheeks. It's nothing. Just remember to call your husband to come pick you up, Qin Feng said, offering her a comforting embrace and gently patting her shoulder with a smile. Had it been in the past, the thought of purchasing over 100,000 yuan worth of items for a woman he barely knew would have been unfathomable for him. Even with his wealth, he would have hesitated. However, after acquiring the system, Qin Feng felt liberated. From this point forward, he could spend his money as he pleased. A mere 100,000 yuan was inconsequential. As long as someone brought him joy and he perceived something unique in them, he would not hesitate to spend even 1 million or 10 million. And this is who Qin Feng is. Incredible. Brother Feng has become the embodiment of my dreams. If only the heavens didn't bestow rewards upon the righteous, then let Brother Feng safeguard the goodness in this world. Following you now, please continue your performance. Brother Feng, you're amazing. I'm utterly in love with you. I wish I could be your girlfriend, even though I'm a guy. Hee hee. As the segment featuring the second customer at Walmart concluded, the live streaming room of Qin Feng, which was nearing an astonishing audience of 1 million, erupted into a fervor. Viewers were captivated by Qin Feng's flamboyant streaming style and his generous disposition. Indeed, many male spectators within the chat room fantasized about becoming Qin Feng's partner. After witnessing Qin Feng's remarkable performances, it was hard to find anyone who would not aspire to be his significant other. Among them was Lu Yu, the live streaming operations supervisor at Douyin, who had just arrived at the international airport in the capital and was about to board a flight to the coastal city. This individual was simply too warm-hearted. Sitting comfortably, she watched Qin Feng's broadcast while instinctively clutching her chest and whispering softly. Initially, when Lu Yu first became acquainted with Qin Feng, she perceived him merely as a nouveau riche, a young man with a bit of cash. However, she has since come to realize that he possesses not only immense wealth, but also remarkable talent and a vividly intricate inner world. His extreme thoughtfulness and care towards women are particularly noteworthy. Which woman in the world would not wish to find such a man as her husband to share a lifetime with? As the boarding announcement echoed, Lu Yu quietly turned off her phone, took a deep breath, and endeavored to calm her racing heart, feeling an overwhelming sense of anticipation at the thought of meeting Qin Feng. On the other side, after bidding farewell to the second contestant, Qin Feng received another text message alert on his phone. Dear Mr. Qin, your industrial and commercial bank savings card ending in 4419 has just received a transfer. The transfer amount is 648,500 yuan. Your current balance is 29 million. Qin Feng felt quite satisfied with this wave of cashback, which brought his balance perilously close to the 30 million mark. However, there was a lingering dissatisfaction. The reason he received such a substantial refund was that he had stepped in at the last moment to assist a woman with her spending. He wished she had been more proactive. He yearned to see if there existed someone who, upon receiving the card, would recklessly spend without hesitation, fully exhausting its limits. Yet, thus far, he had yet to encounter such a contestant. As he and Zhang Jian diligently searched within the supermarket, two figures caught his attention. Brothers, do you see that middle-aged couple over there? Qin Feng pointed to a pair diligently selecting eggs in the supermarket's discount section and addressed the viewers in the live chat. Yes, we see them. What's up, Brother Feng? You're not suggesting we let them drain your credit card, are you? Indeed. This elderly couple clearly knows how to live frugally and wisely. Exactly. They're even opting for discounted eggs. You wish for them to purchase something extravagant. Is that not a mere figment of one's imagination? Upon realizing that Qin Feng intended to select this elderly couple as his next experimental subjects, the over 100,000 viewers in his live broadcast began to engage in fervent discussions. It seemed that their ultimate expenditure might even fall short of that of the initial iced tea guy, but that remains uncertain. After the viewers responded to this statement, Qin Feng promptly led Zhang Jian towards the elderly couple. Excuse me, sir and madam, are you here to buy eggs? Qin Feng approached them, directing the camera towards the pair with a smile. Ah, young man, what is it? The elderly gentleman replied. Are you interested in making a purchase as well? Let me tell you, these eggs, although they may not be the freshest, they certainly do not hinder the preparation of a meal. Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, the couple lifted their heads in unison, glancing at him while selecting eggs, and responded accordingly. Chapter 26. A Toshiba refrigerator, please. Qin Feng casually picked up an egg from the basket and shook it next to his ear, confirming the suspicions of the elderly couple. Indeed, it was no longer fresh. It had likely been stored for an undetermined length of time. Otherwise, it would not be priced as low as 10 cents per pound. Never mind, never mind. It would be best not to purchase such eggs, he advised gently, hoping to dissuade them from buying these excessively cheap eggs, for consuming them could lead to unforeseen complications. He vaguely recalled an incident when he had unwittingly eaten a bad egg, resulting in a rather distressing 3-day ordeal. However, upon hearing his caution, the elderly couple appeared quite exhilarated. That is splendid. My partner and I haven't had a bowel movement in nearly a week. With that, they continued their selection. Qin Feng felt a flush of embarrassment and helplessly tapped his forehead. He then retrieved a black card from his pocket and presented it to the couple. Dear uncle and aunt, allow me to introduce myself. I am a streamer on Douyin, practicing for 2.5 years. My account name is Xiao Fengge. You may call me Fengge. He continued. The reason I approached you is to propose a little project. Do you see this credit card in my hand? He proceeded to explain the rules of the game. Are you suggesting that you will help us purchase these foul eggs? The couple exchanged glances, their minds whirling in contemplation. The aunt, shaking the basket full of rotten eggs, inquired of Qin Feng. Not just these foul eggs. Lottery tickets. Have you ever purchased lottery tickets? The card you're holding is a ticket for an upcoming draw. If you only wish to buy this basket of rotten eggs, we can head downstairs for the drawing immediately. Qin Feng elaborated, sensing that the elderly couple might require some time to grasp this novel concept. So, do you both merely wish to buy this basket of foul eggs? He asked, gesturing toward the eggs in the aunt's grasp. That won't he do it all. This basket of rotten eggs costs but a few coins. If we're going to buy something, it must be worthwhile. The uncle replied, shaking his head earnestly. Indeed, the aunt concurred. The girl has just moved into a new home, and she needs a refrigerator. After a discussion, they decided to follow the aunt's suggestion. They would take a gamble. This had been their intention all along. They had saved 10,000 yuan to purchase a decent refrigerator from Walmart as a housewarming gift for their daughter. Now, they had the opportunity to acquire a refrigerator without spending a single penny. Thus, they resolved to give it a try. As the saying goes, take a chance, and a bicycle could become a motorcycle. Such was their sentiment, without a single flaw in their reasoning. Subsequently, they made their way towards the home appliance section located on the second floor, arriving there in short order. Qin Feng and Zhang Jian trailed behind them. Hey, daughter, your father and I are at Walmart. Yes, we didn't buy any rotten eggs. We're here to show you the refrigerator. What kind of refrigerator do you like? Upon arriving, the elderly woman swiftly retrieved her old mobile phone from her pocket and called her daughter. As her phone was on speaker, both Qin Feng and Zhang Jian could clearly hear the conversation. What? You and Dad are showing me refrigerators. Love you, Mom. My favorite refrigerator is the Toshiba Fuji white 5-door model. If it's convenient for you and Dad, could you buy one for me? Over the years, since the child was born, you've never given me any gifts. Truly an unfilial daughter. Upon hearing her words, Qin Feng couldn't help but tighten his grip around the selfie stick, cursing under his breath. His expletive was prompted by the exorbitant price of the refrigerator that the daughter demanded. Almost 100,000 yuan, given the couple's attire and their purchase of cheap eggs. It was evident they were not well off. Yet, this ungrateful daughter had the audacity to request such a lavish item. All right, daughter, your father and I will take a look. After hanging up, the elderly couple followed the sales assistant to stand before the Toshiba Fuji white 5-door refrigerator. What? 99,999? Wow, is it really that expensive? Upon seeing the price tag, the couple was utterly stunned. The elderly woman's eyes widened to an astonishing size, while the elderly man gaped, exclaiming in disbelief. Did your daughter really ask for that Toshiba refrigerator? After a brief moment of shock, the elderly man turned his gaze towards his wife. They had painstakingly saved for 6 months, managing to accumulate only 10,000 yuan, intending to purchase a reasonably good refrigerator for around that price at Walmart, something that could give them a semblance of dignity in front of their son-in-law. However, they never anticipated their daughter would demand a refrigerator costing almost 100,000 yuan. Even if they sold themselves, they wouldn't be able to afford it. Given their current state, they might not even be worth 5,000. What were they to do? The elderly woman was on the verge of tears. At that moment, both seemed to have forgotten that they were here to participate in a game with Qin Feng. Why not give it a try? Qin Feng suggested, stepping up to them with a smile. What if this old card of mine can actually cover the cost of this refrigerator? Originally, he had no intention of purchasing this refrigerator for the ungrateful daughter. However, contemplating the fact that such individuals exist in abundance around the globe, he realized that his acquisition of this refrigerator was not for her, but rather a gift for the elderly couple. If today they are unable to successfully purchase this refrigerator, the burden of pressure they will endure is something Qin Feng can easily imagine. This card. Will it work? That is a sum of 100,000. Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, the two appeared somewhat incredulous, gazing blankly at the black card in their hands. Let's give it a try. What if it succeeds? Cool, young lady, bring a Toshiba refrigerator for this elderly couple. Let us swipe the card now. Qin Feng first addressed the elderly couple and then snapped his fingers at the nearby saleswoman. Chapter 27. Let us get straight to the point. This Toshiba Fuji white 5-door refrigerator is priced at $99,999. Shall we pay by card or in cash? The cashier at the electronics section inquired after preparing the bill, her expression one of disdain. Observing the attire of the two elderly individuals and the cheap eggs they carried, it was hard to believe they could afford a refrigerator costing nearly $100,000. Swipe, please, the elder gentleman replied, taking a deep breath before nervously handing over Qin Feng's black card. After the cashier entered the amount on the POS machine and swiped the card, a cheerful notification rang out. Payment successful, 99,998 yuan. What? Did we really just buy it? The cashier's eyes widened in disbelief as she involuntarily let out an expletive. Huh? Our daughter has a refrigerator now. 100,000 yuan one. The elderly woman mirrored her astonishment. Brother Feng, we are truly grateful. We bow down to you in thanks for your immense kindness. In this life, we can never repay you, but in the next, we shall toil for you. They turned to Qin Feng, preparing to show their profound gratitude. However, he quickly intervened. Dear sir and madam, there is no need for thanks. It was merely a game, and you too are the victors. Thus, this refrigerator is rightfully yours. Please inform the staff of your address, and they will ensure it is delivered to your daughter's home. But promise me one thing. Say that you purchased it yourselves, and do not mention me. Qin Feng advised the elderly couple. He believed that this refrigerator would significantly mend their relationship with their daughter, thereby elevating their standing within the family. Thank you. Thank you. Our daughter. We have just purchased that refrigerator for you. The elderly woman exclaimed. Yes, the Toshiba Fuji white one, totaling 100,000 yuan. Your father and I have saved a bit of money to buy it for you and Xiaolu. Please tell the staff your address, as I cannot explain it well. Thank you, Mom. Tonight, you and Dad must come to my house, and I will make dumplings for you. It's been ages since you last visited. Tong Tong misses you both and keeps talking about you. Listening to the excited voice of the woman on the other end of the line, Qin Feng smiled knowingly. Brothers, let us reiterate. Let us treat our parents with kindness. If there is something you desire, strive for it yourself. Do not solely rely on your elders. If your parents are capable, I have no objections. However, if they're struggling, avoid burdening them with unnecessary demands. Be a filial child. He then directed his gaze toward the live stream, where 1 million viewers were watching, and spoke aloud. Today, had it not been for their fortuitous encounter with him, the elderly couple might have faced dire circumstances in the future. Qin Feng could scarcely fathom the potential plight that awaited them. Perhaps they would never again have the courage to visit a young lady's home. Such a possibility was not beyond imagination. However, following today's events, it is likely that the smiles on the couple's faces will linger for a while. Upon hearing his words, the barrage of comments in his live stream, which had already surpassed 100,000 viewers, surged with fervor. A message appeared. Dear Mr. Qin, greetings. Your industrial and commercial bank savings card ending in 4419 has just received a transfer of 999,990. Your current balance stands at 30 million. After presenting the elderly couple with a refrigerator, Qin Feng's bank account received yet another transfer, bringing his balance to an impressive 30 million. Curiously, he glanced at his Douyin profile and discovered that his followers had also soared to over 500,000. It seemed that today's live stream had indeed captured the attention of many. Brothers, the experiment we conducted at Walmart earlier was somewhat lacking in thrill. I hadn't disclosed the credit limit beforehand, which limited their willingness to fully engage. Now, I shall alter my strategy and lay my cards on the table. Let us escalate the excitement. After a brief moment of contemplation, Qin Feng addressed the camera with renewed determination. He approached a father and son who were shopping and introduced himself. In my possession is a super black card from the industrial and commercial bank with no spending limit. Even if you wish to purchase this entire supermarket, it would pose no problem whatsoever. At that moment, a young boy, no more than 10 years old, dressed in a black tracksuit and sporting a baseball cap, exclaimed in exhilaration, "Wow, you're little brother Feng. I just saw your video on Douyin this afternoon." Beside him, a middle-aged man in a white shirt and rimless glasses wore a broad smile, seemingly aware of Qin Feng's intentions. He had heard whispers of Qin Feng's exploits earlier that day in Haigang City, where he had generously given away millions in just one morning. To encounter him in Walmart felt like an extraordinary stroke of luck. But you have only 5 minutes. Within this time frame, whatever you place in this shopping cart, I shall cover the cost. Subsequently, Qin Feng instructed Zhang Jian to bring over an empty shopping cart. Are you prepared? He inquired while activating the timer on his mobile phone, addressing the father and son duo. We are ready, they replied in unison, their hands grasping the shopping cart. Poised for a sprint. Begin. With the press of the timer, a new round of the game commenced. Xiao Hao, over here. Haven't you always wanted to purchase the latest gaming console? Hurry, hurry. As the son dashed eagerly towards the snack section, the father called out and seized his hand, racing towards the electronics area. Undoubtedly, the prices of items there far exceeded those in the snack aisle. Upon their arrival, the father swiftly located the beloved PSP gaming console that his son had long coveted but which he had hesitated to buy. Priced at an extravagant 5,000 yuan. It was indeed quite costly. Yet this time, he tossed 3 units into the cart, ensuring his son would have ample opportunity to enjoy them at home. Additionally, he grabbed 2 units of the Sony DSLR camera that his wife had been yearning for, without even glancing at the price. When they went out for excursions, she could carry one in each hand. What a splendid sight that would be. He himself also quickly found a Ryzen Max laptop worth 50,000 yuan and tossed it into the shopping cart. Just imagining the envious gazes of his colleagues upon seeing his new computer at work the following day filled him with exhilaration. His smile was nearly reaching the heavens. Yet, for him, this was far from over. With only 2 minutes elapsed, he had a full 3 minutes remaining to continue selecting his desired items. At this thought, the man's smile grew even more radiant, akin to having indulged in a delightful Oreo cookie. Chapter 28. The shopping cart is small, but myths are created. Why is this wretched iPad so cheap? Just over 7,000. The man casually picked up the latest model of the Apple tablet and, upon glancing at the price tag, couldn't help but furrow his brow, murmuring to himself. He suddenly recalled his parents had once mentioned that, now older, using their phones to scroll through Douyin was quite straining on their eyes. A larger tablet would be wonderful, though it had been said in jest. The man had kept it in his heart all along, planning to buy an iPad for his parents one day, so they could enjoy Douyin at home. However, half a year had passed without action, primarily due to the iPad's price, which exceeded his monthly salary. Yet now, looking at the tag that had deterred him countless times, the man felt only 2 words in his heart. Cheap. Incredibly cheap. He thought to seize this 5-minute opportunity to acquire more expensive items. This mere iPad priced at over 7,000 yuan seemed a bit lacking. It was taking up space in his shopping cart. After a brief contemplation, the man decided to toss 3 of the latest iPads into his cart. Why not? Since his parents would appreciate them, he might as well get 3, and 1 for the poodle they raised, so it could casually scroll through some DAW videos. Xiao Hao, help your mother grab a hairdryer. Hurry. At this moment, the man found himself somewhat overwhelmed, pondering what else was needed at home while shouting to his son, who was a short distance away, to select a hairdryer from the nearby section. He had long wanted to replace his wife's hairdryer with a better one, and today was the perfect opportunity to refresh all the household appliances. Is this the one? I remember you boasting when you were drunk about getting your mother this brand of hairdryer. Just seconds later, the boy sprinted back, brandishing a brand new hairdryer and presenting it to his father, puffing out his chest as if awaiting praise. However, the anticipated commendation did not come. Not this one. Go. Find a Panasonic hairdryer, the one worth 20,000 yuan. The man glanced at the Dyson hairdryer worth several thousand in his hand and tossed it aside, continuing to speak to his son. Indeed, he had boasted in front of the family while intoxicated, claiming that when his bonus was substantial, he would buy his wife a Dyson hairdryer. But now, what Dyson? In this 5-minute window, with Qin Feng backing him, Dyson no longer held any significance for him. It certainly did not deserve a place in his shopping cart. If he were to buy, it must be the Panasonic Nano hairdryer worth 20,000 yuan, although it might not be as effective as the Dyson. But alas, who could argue with its price? A classic line from a movie echoed in his mind. What defines a successful individual? Successful individuals do not merely purchase the finest. They acquire the most expensive. Without a doubt, within these fleeting 5 minutes, he stands as the most remarkable success in the harbor, without equal. Only 10 seconds remaining. Hurry, hurry! As the countdown dwindles to its final moments, Zhang Jian fervently raises his fists and bellows towards the busy father and son duo, offering them encouragement. At this moment, their shopping cart is nearly overflowing, teetering on the brink of excess, brimming with an array of items they typically would never dare to buy or even glance at. Upon hearing Zhang Jian's call, the man takes a deep breath, his gaze fixated on the laden shopping cart, pondering if there is anything else he needs to procure. Oh no, how could he have forgotten this? Suddenly, the man raises his hand and slaps his forehead in realization, his eyes wide with shock, his heart nearly stopping. Xiao Hao, go find a television. Quickly. He first shouts to his son in front of him, then pushes the shopping cart forward, akin to Lu Xiang. Racing towards the television section, he suddenly remembers that at the end of this month, he and his wife plan to replace their old television at home. However, in the rush of the moment, he completely overlooked this task. If he fails to buy one within these 5 minutes, he would have to dig in his own pockets later this month. With this thought, the man grits his teeth, adrenaline surging through him. In just 2 seconds, he propels the cart forward over 20 meters, reaching the television section at breakneck speed. Dad, this one is expensive. Let's take this one. Upon arrival, he finds his son already rolling up his sleeves, ready to grab a television from the display. Oh no, Xiao Hao. No, no, no. Choose a smaller one. This television won't fit in our living room. As he sees the television his son has chosen, he waves his hand anxiously. Although the TV in question is indeed costly, a comprehensive LG wall-mounted screen worth 50,000 yuan, measuring a staggering 180 inches, the reality is that it could not possibly fit in their living room. It's more suited for a conference room. Who cares about fitting? We'll overcome any obstacles. If it doesn't fit, we'll just break down the wall. Just grab it. However, at this moment, his son's enthusiasm has been fully ignited. He raises his hands and forcefully lifts the television off the counter. As time slips away, the man rushes to his son's side, both of them clutching the oversized television as they sprint towards the shopping cart. 3, 2, 1. Time is up. As Qin Feng calls out the final number, the pair successfully stacks the enormous television, valued at 50,000 yuan and measuring a full 180 inches, into the cart. In the next instant, they both collapse onto the floor, gasping for breath, their clothes drenched in sweat, yet their faces illuminated with an indescribable joy. Oh my! Without a doubt, these two gentlemen are quite remarkable. They truly embody the essence of formidable individuals. Have they even stacked a massive 180-inch television meant for conference rooms? This is indeed a testament to their shopping prowess, creating legends in the process. Ha ha ha! Zhang Jian was the first to approach the father-son duo, and upon witnessing the astonishingly extravagant shopping cart, he was momentarily taken aback. Qin Feng, wielding a selfie stick, arrived at the conclusion of their shopping spree, equally bewildered. He had not anticipated such an impressive display from his father and son. From his estimation, the contents of that shopping cart must amount to no less than 500,000. It seems that in this world, some individuals truly know how to seize opportunities. He felt that if he were to grant them an additional 5 minutes, they could easily add another 1,000,000 worth of items. Who knows, that shopping cart might even reach the height of a 3-story building. Impressive indeed. He could not help but express his admiration for them. Chapter 29. Do you want to change your phone? Gentlemen, after the reveal, the first round of contestants has officially concluded. Let us now proceed to the front desk to ascertain the final results of this father-son duo. Subsequently, Qin Feng adjusted the camera on his phone to the rear-facing mode, aiming it at the overflowing shopping cart, and addressed the multitude of viewers in a live stream with a smile. Wow, incredible. This shopping cart is simply astounding. I wonder what Iced Tea Brother thinks upon seeing this. Will he be so incensed as to toss that entire box of tea? Ha ha ha. This is truly remarkable. This father-son pair is an exemplar for our generation. Goodness, even that massive 180-inch television is included. If only the size of the cart hadn't constrained them, they could have easily packed up this entire Walmart. The 1 million viewers in Qin Feng's live stream were equally captivated by the impressive feats of his father and son. Hello, we would like to check out. Could you please calculate the total amount? At the Walmart checkout counter, with the assistance of Qin Feng and Zhang Jian, the heavily laden shopping cart was successfully transported to the front. The duo stood beside their bountiful spoils, their faces alight with excitement as they awaited the final tally, eager to discover the extent of their triumph. The cashier at the Walmart front desk was momentarily taken aback upon seeing the cart. It was her first encounter with such a purchase, an experience that was remarkably straightforward, yet utterly astonishing. Hello, the total comes to 456,000. Will that be card or cash? After a flurry of activity, the cashier, drenched in sweat from the exertion, finally calculated the total price of the cart. 456,000. That's even more expensive in our house. Upon hearing this figure, Xiao Hao leapt with excitement, exuberantly waving his arms. This. Have we truly acquired too much? The man was equally astonished. He had not anticipated that he had just purchased goods worth 6 figures at Walmart. It felt surreal. His son was right. The items they procured today indeed surpassed the value of the house they resided in at the harbor. Their suburban home, including renovations, was only worth a little over 200,000. The price of this shopping cart was double that of their residence. Brother Feng, this is so expensive, can we manage? He took a deep breath and turned to Qin Feng with a hint of apprehension, questioning him apologetically. Although Qin Feng had indeed previously stated that they could freely select and purchase items, with him covering the expenses, the hefty sum of over 400,000 still left the man somewhat unsettled, fearing that Qin Feng might refuse to pay. However, the next words from Qin Feng dispelled all of his concerns. I have said it before. Even if you two were to purchase this entire Walmart today, I would gladly cover the cost. Payment successful. 456,000 yuan. Qin Feng casually remarked as he retrieved a black card from his pocket and tapped it against the POS machine. In the next instant, a melodious notification chimed from the Walmart checkout. Goodness, 450,000 yuan. This man paid without hesitation. Who on earth is he? You may not yet be aware, but this handsome gentleman, who bears a striking resemblance to the peak-era Hong Kong star Leon Lai, is named Qin Feng. He is known on Douyin as Little Wind Brother, for Feng. This sum of 450,000 is hardly significant. Just this morning, he had delivered an Audi Q7 worth nearly $1 million on Yushan Highway. Truly impressive. Hurry, dear. Take out your phone and follow Feng. Perhaps one day, this stroke of luck will grace us as well. Little Wind Brother, is it? I must follow him too. This man is the pride of Haigang. Indeed, it seems that from this moment forward, Haigang City will have a new emblem in addition to Victoria Harbor, Qin Feng. He is undeniably the pride of Haigang. At this moment, as Qin Feng continued his activities in Walmart, he attracted the attention of an ever-growing crowd of customers. Around the checkout counter, throngs of people had gathered. Upon witnessing Qin Feng settle a bill exceeding 400,000 for a father and son, they were momentarily stunned, their eyes wide with astonishment. They hurriedly opened their phones, located the Douyin app, and swiftly followed Qin Feng, hoping to one day be the recipients of such fortune. Dear Mr. Qin, your savings card ending in 4419 has just received a transfer. The amount transferred is 4,906,000 yuan. The current balance on the card is 34,900,000 yuan. Shortly thereafter, another text notification appeared on Qin Feng's phone, observing that within merely 10 minutes, he had received a cashback of over 400,000 yuan. Qin Feng could not help but exclaim in delight. How gratifying! Money arrives so swiftly. Indeed, the more one gives, the more one receives. It seems he must intensify his generosity to soon see his bank balance surpass the billion mark. Gentlemen, it is currently 3:30 p.m. on September 1st in the capital. Our session at Walmart has reached a temporary conclusion. If you enjoyed this, we can continue another day. Qin Feng glanced at the time and exclaimed to the viewers in the live stream. Don't go, Feng. Give us a chance. Douyin has just followed you. Yes, Feng. From this moment on, we're your most loyal fans. We watch your live stream every morning upon waking, while at work, even while in the restroom. We dream of your broadcasts. No doubt, as fellow compatriots, please grant us some benefits. Upon hearing his words, nearly 50 individuals gathered around the Walmart front desk, brandishing their phones displaying the Douyin follow interface. They exuberantly called out to Qin Feng, expressing their desire to participate in one of his programs. All right, my friends, our encounter is fate. Since you all have followed me, and you are my fellow townsfolk, I shall declare you as the guest for my next show. Ajian, please count how many people there are. Qin Feng surveyed the crowd of over 40 men and women, nodding appreciatively. Wow, this is incredible. Ha ha ha. Impressive, impressive. Brother Feng is truly remarkable. No words are needed. Thank you, Brother Feng. As Qin Feng concluded his statement, the crowd erupted in excitement upon realizing they had been chosen as the next guest for his program. They jubilantly waved their arms and stomped their feet. Yet, the content of Qin Feng's upcoming show remained a mystery. Dear fellow townsfolk, would you like to change your phones? Longwei has just released a remarkable trifold screen model. Interested? Qin Feng then glanced at the phones raised high in the air, smiled slightly, and inquired, I have already devised the concept for the next program. Chapter 30. 1,000 Dragon Way Triple Folding Screens. A Dragon Way triple folding screen? That would cost a staggering $25,000 each. Indeed, could it be that Brother Feng intends to gift each of us a Dragon Way triple folding smartphone? If that were the case, it would be nothing short of astonishing. Brother Feng, we desire it. Regardless of what you bestow upon us, we shall accept it. Hee hee. Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, the crowd gathered near the checkout at Walmart erupted in excitement once more. They exchanged glances at their own phones, then envisioned the Dragon Way triple folding screen in their minds, their faces beaming with joy. At that moment, the phones in the hands of each individual present ranged from $1,000 to $10,000. There were counterfeit Dragon models as well as relatively high-end Apple phones. Yet, the mere mention of the Dragon Way triple folding phone sent waves of excitement through everyone. After all, it was a premium device that had just launched less than a month ago, far beyond the capabilities of the phones they currently held. If they could miraculously acquire one today, they would surely wake up laughing in the middle of the night. Brother Feng, I've confirmed the number of people present. There are a total of 45. At this moment, Zhang Jian informed Qin Feng of the crowd size. All right, listen up. You 45 individuals immediately head to the largest Dragon Way store in Haigang City, the one located at 365 Health Road. Just take a taxi. I'll reimburse you for the fare, Qin Feng shouted, cupping his hands around his mouth to signal the crowd to proceed to the Dragon Way store. All right, thank you, Brother Feng. We wouldn't even dream of asking for reimbursement for such a trivial fare. We wouldn't be worthy of it. No doubt about it. Brother Feng, we're off now. Charge. Let us head to the Dragon Way store. Ha ha ha. Time to buy new phones. Once Qin Feng completed his statement, within a mere minute, the crowd that had just gathered dispersed like startled birds. Some called for ride-sharing services, while others hailed taxis at the entrance. Those with greater stamina opted to rent shared bicycles right outside Walmart, pedaling furiously towards the Dragon Way store like the whirlwind itself. Let us go, Jian. It's about time for us to set off. After purchasing 2 servings of pancakes at Walmart and enjoying a brief snack, Qin Feng turned to Zhang Jian, sensing that the crowd had mostly arrived at the destination. He then hailed a Didi ride, heading toward the Dragon Way headquarters located on Health Road in Haigang City. Meanwhile, outside the Dragon Way store, a throng of people had already amassed, effectively blocking the entrance. Manager Ma, what is going on here? Yes. Why are there suddenly so many people? Could it be that the Apple store sent them to disrupt us? Upon witnessing the scene, the 2 young female clerks at Longway store turned to their manager, Mary, who was dressed in black stockings and a white suit, and inquired about the situation. It's unclear, she replied, but they don't seem to be here to cause trouble. Let's observe and see what their intentions are. If it comes to it, we can call the police. Mary, gazing at the more than 40 individuals blocking the entrance of the mobile shop, took a deep breath, her expression grave. The sudden congregation of such a crowd at the Longway mobile flagship store in Haigang City during the afternoon startled her. Some were seated on the steps, while others stood idly, engrossed in their phones or making calls. Each person appeared as if they had just consumed an energy drink, exhibiting an unusual exuberance, akin to having just won 5 million. This behavior was precisely what concerned her the most. She feared they might be a group of drug users who had just taken substances and were now causing a ruckus at the store's 0 yuan purchase event. Not only Mary and her staff, but even the customers perusing phones inside the store found themselves bewildered, glancing between their devices and the scene outside, unsure of what was unfolding. Brother Feng has arrived. Brother Feng is here. Suddenly, sharp shouts erupted at the entrance of a Longway mobile store. The previously chaotic formation of the 40-odd individuals instantly aligned into 2 neat rows, stretching from the store's entrance to the curb. All eyes turned with utmost reverence toward a black DD vehicle, adorned with a green license plate, parked at the roadside. Brother Feng, auspicious. Welcome, Brother Feng. He is fierce yet speaks little. As a striking young man, resembling a peak-era Hong Kong and Taiwan star, Liang Chaowei, gracefully emerged from the back seat of the car. The crowd bent forward, executing a 90-degree bow while erupting into cheers. They bestowed upon this young man the utmost respect one could offer in their lifetime, perhaps even more than they would show to their own parents. What on earth was happening? Mary, the manager of Longway Mobile Store, was nearly speechless. Holy moly! Is the Emperor arriving? Who is this young man with such a commanding presence in Haigang? Indeed, one could not help but wonder if this handsome figure had granted them some favor. Otherwise, there would be no reason for this group to react to him as if he were a revered elder. The customers inside the store also set aside their phones, their attention entirely captured by the unfolding spectacle outside, filled with curiosity. Amidst the throng, Qin Feng slowly approached the entrance of Longway Mobile Store. Everyone, please wait here for a moment. He called out to the 45 people. Then, retrieving a golden long cigarette from his pocket, he placed it between his lips. Instantly, 3 attentive young men nearby produced their phones to light it for him. After a swift inspection of the 3 lighters, Qin Feng, with one hand in his pocket and the other holding the cigarette, confidently stepped into the Longway Mobile Store. Zhang Jian held a selfie stick, closely trailing behind him. Sir, this is not allowed. Upon witnessing this scene, Molly hurried over, vigorously gesturing towards Qin Feng. She had intended to remind him that smoking was prohibited. However, the words that Qin Feng uttered in the next moment made her swallow her admonition whole. I would like to order 1,000 units of the Longway trifold screen phone. With a puff of a cigarette, Qin Feng casually remarked to Molly, Good heavens, 1,000 units? Surely I must have misheard. This is utterly astonishing. The Longway trifold screen phone has only just been launched a few days ago, and this dashing gentleman is already requesting 1,000 units. As Qin Feng's declaration echoed in the air, all present turned their attention towards him, their mouths agape, as if they could fit a large watermelon inside. Chapter 31. Truly, it is remarkable luck. What were you about to say? Smoking is prohibited here, isn't it? Oh, my apologies, I forgot. At that moment, Qin Feng suddenly recalled the words Ma Li had just directed at him. He patted his forehead, waved the cigarette in his hand, and chuckled, feigning an intention to extinguish the cigarette. However, upon observing the 20 or so customers present in a Longway Mobile Store, he changed his mind. Excuse me, is it all right for me to smoke here? Do any of you have objections? He then inquired of the group of over 20 customers. No objections. I suppose I have none either. Upon hearing his words, the crowd exchanged glances, initially bewildered, before collectively shaking their heads in silence. Very well. For everyone present here, I shall gift each of you a state-of-the-art folding smartphone. Consider it an expression of my sincere apologies. Qin Feng took a puff of his cigarette, turned his gaze toward Ma Li, and spoke with an air of nonchalance. The eyes of the 20 or so individuals widened in astonishment, their expressions now more incredulous than before. They were astounded to think that a mere casual visit to the Longway Mobile Store could result in winning a smartphone valued at over 20,000 yuan. If this were true, it was nothing short of extraordinary luck. Not just extraordinary luck, but rather an unparalleled stroke of fortune, the kind that would leave one astounded. Excuse me, sir. I must clarify. Did I hear you correctly? Did you just say you would like 1,000 units of Longwei's latest folding smartphone, and that you would gift each of the customers present one? After a brief moment of disbelief, Ma Li, the manager of the Longwei flagship store in the harbor, finally regained her composure and asked Qin Feng in a daze. Indeed, is that possible? If so, I can process the payment right now. I am not jesting. Seeing the skepticism in Ma Li's expression, Qin Feng, unwilling to dally, slapped his newly acquired industrial and commercial bank super black card on the counter. Very well. I will make a call immediately. Upon seeing the gleaming black card on the counter, Ma Li's demeanor instantly brightened, and she responded eagerly. Today, it was clear that a significant spender had entered the Longwei mobile store, while an ordinary person might not grasp the true value of this card. As the manager of the largest Longwei store in the harbor, she knew all too well. It was none other than the super black card from the foremost bank in Longwa. Not only would 1,000 units of the latest Longwei folding smartphone be feasible, but she could also purchase the entire store beneath her feet without a second thought. With a swift turn, she rushed to her office to make an urgent inquiry. As the Longwei folding smartphone had only recently been launched, the available stock was limited, with just over 100 units on hand. Thus, Molly contemplated checking with other Longwei stores in the harbor to ascertain if they could gather enough units to fulfill Qin Feng's request for 1,000 smartphones. 3 minutes later, Molly returned to Qin Feng, her heart racing with trepidation, a hint of embarrassment gracing her features. Not for any other reason. Due to the considerable disparity between the total number of foldable phones available at the entire Haigang store and the 1,000 units requested by Qin Feng, it was indeed quite far from the mark. I apologize, sir. Currently, our Haigang Longwei store has only over 300 of the three-fold screens, said Ma Li, standing before Qin Feng with a look of sincere regret. Our store has over 100 units. If you would like, I can arrange for other stores to expedite delivery to here. It would take as little as 20 minutes. However, I fear we cannot gather the 1,000 units you desire in such a short time. All right then, that is fine. How many units of the Mate XT series do we have in stock? Qin Feng took a deep breath and nodded in understanding. Given that the Longwei three-fold screens had only recently been launched, it was reasonable that the store did not have such an extensive reserve. He then inquired about the available stock of the Huawei Mate XT series. Although the price of the Longwei series was not as exorbitant as that of the three-fold screens, it was still quite substantial, totaling around 17,000 to 18,000 yuan. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Ma Li's face flushed again. I'm sorry, sir. The inventory of Mate XT is also limited at the moment, with only 150 units available. All right, then I shall take 150 units of the Mate XT. Additionally, please gather enough other Huawei products such as tablets, laptops, and smartwatches to total 500 units. Is that acceptable? After a brief moment of contemplation, Qin Feng nodded. Since the Haigang Longwei main store did not currently have enough high-end phone models, he decided to settle for an additional 500 units of other Longwei products. Ultimately, reaching a total of 1,000 units would suffice for his upcoming program. No problem, sir. Please hold on. I will prepare it for you right away. Xiao Li, bring coffee and ensure the seating is comfortable. Molly nodded excitedly, instructing her staff to make Qin Feng comfortable while he waited. Notably, as a prominent high-end mobile brand both in Longwa and worldwide, Longwei's efficiency was remarkable. In less than half an hour, all 1,000 electronic products Qin Feng requested were ready. First, distribute one three-fold screen to each of these 20 or so individuals. Observing the pile of Longwei devices forming like a small mountain before him, Qin Feng nodded in satisfaction. He then gestured to the more than 20 customers standing beside him, eagerly awaiting the fulfillment of his promise, and spoke to Ma Li. Under Ma Li's coordination, each of the 20 individuals soon received a three-fold screen valued at 25,000 yuan. Thank you, big brother. I am grateful to heaven, to earth, and to fate for allowing me to meet you. I have no words left to express. Handsome sir, you are undeniably the most striking person I have ever encountered. As they held their brand new phones, the excitement of the 20 individuals reached a crescendo, fervently expressing their gratitude to Qin Feng. However, upon regaining composure and gazing at the remaining over 900 Dragonway products, a sense of bewilderment washed over him. It was unclear how Qin Feng intended to dispose of these machines. Subsequently, the words Qin Feng uttered provided clarity. Do you wish to possess these remaining products? He flicked his cigarette, but to the ground, extinguishing it, and with a smile, inquired of the 20 or so individuals present. Without exception, they nodded emphatically. Very well. Each of you, please follow my Douyin account and give it a follow, then line up outside. His Douyin account name is Xiao Fenggu. Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, the crowd suddenly realized that the striking figure before them, reputed to be the most handsome man in Haigang City, was indeed the legendary Fenggu they had heard whispers of. Many in attendance had faintly caught wind of Qin Feng's name, aware that a young man had risen to prominence in Haigang, someone capable of affording an Audi Q7, a vehicle that ordinary individuals would toil a lifetime to attain. In his live stream, even a simple gift seemed trivial. Fenggu, I've followed you. Though my acquaintance with you came a bit late, from this moment onward, I shall be your most devoted follower, or rather, your most loyal fan. Fenggu, I have followed you as well. I just sent you a sports car. The one who gifted the rocket is me. Chapter 32. The limit of one's capacity is the limit of one's gain. With the addition of over 20 participants, the queue outside, eagerly awaiting to join Qin Feng's next show, has swelled to 70 individuals. These 70 hopefuls stand in 2 straight lines, their eyes brimming with anticipation as they gaze into the shop, where more than 900 Dragonway products await. It is certain that among these items, a portion will belong to them, though the exact quantity remains uncertain. Brothers, the prizes are ready. The contestants are in position. Our Haigang Dragonway mobile store experiment will commence shortly. As another cigarette comes to an end, Qin Feng, holding his live streaming phone, first captures the view of the small mountain of products on the ground, then shifts the camera to focus on the 70 contestants poised to compete. Haigang Dragonway Mobile Store, a grand giveaway of 1,000 Dragonway products. He updates his live stream title. With Qin Feng's impressive live streaming metrics achieving perfection, Douyin has amplified its promotional efforts on his behalf. At 4:10 p.m. on September 1st, Beijing time, his live stream was featured on the homepage of 1 million Douyin users' apps. As he spoke, the number of viewers in Qin Feng's live stream astonishingly soared to 1.4 million, on the verge of surpassing 1.5 million. Charge forward. Since you tipped the delivery man 1,000 yuan this morning, I hereby declare you the world's most genuine streamer. No exceptions. Brother Feng is incredible. The most handsome man in Dragon Country. No doubt, Brother Feng's show is truly exhilarating. But when will our out-of-town fans get a chance to participate? With a cheeky emoji. Count me in. I also wish to join Brother Feng's show. If anyone can participate just once, it would be a life without regrets. Alas, I am not a local of Haigang. The brothers of Haigang are fortunate. With such a true deity among you, the whole city will shine because of Brother Feng's presence. Upon hearing these remarks, the 1.4 million viewers in his live stream fervently filled the chat with comments, expressing that Qin Feng's show is undeniably thrilling and authentic, yet lamenting that out-of-town fans cannot join in. Brothers, rest assured, I, Qin Feng, guarantee that I will not limit my shows to just the city of Haigang. Wherever my fans reside, that will be my battlefield. In the future, my footsteps will undoubtedly tread every city in Dragon Country. Furthermore, for those eager to participate, tickets to Haigang can be purchased tomorrow. I, Qin Feng, will welcome you at any time. Observing the flurry of comments on the screen, Qin Feng understood the sentiments of his viewers. He confidently patted his chest and assured them that he would indeed travel across the homeland, allowing his show to flourish throughout Dragon Country, rather than being confined to Haigang. Those wishing to experience a show firsthand could simply buy a ticket to Haigang tomorrow. Is that really true, Brother Feng? That's absolutely amazing. I'm booking my flight right now. I too. Be sure to arrive at the harbor punctually tomorrow at noon. Charge forward. Rather than purchasing lottery tickets, one might as well buy plane tickets. A trip to the harbor awaits, where Fenggu shall transform your life. Once Qin Feng concluded his impassioned speech, The enthusiasm of his fans in the live stream surged dramatically. "Beautiful lady, could you kindly assist me in moving this table outside?" Along with the over 900 Dragon Way products. Qin Feng glanced at his watch, gesturing towards the elongated table in the Dragon Way mobile store, and called out to Ma Li. He intended to commence his program immediately. "Certainly, Mr. Qin." Ma Li eagerly nodded in agreement. She herself was also greatly looking forward to the astonishing spectacle Qin Feng would orchestrate at the entrance of the Dragon Way store. Soon, everything was prepared according to Qin Feng's instructions. At this moment, a large crowd had gathered at the entrance of the Dragon Way mobile store. All eyes turned towards this direction, curious about what was to unfold. The 70 contestants present were equally exhilarated, their gazes fixed on Qin Feng. "Brothers, have you seen these 300 units, each valued at 25,000? The latest model of the Dragon Way trifold phone? As many as you can stack on your heads. You may take home. Who will be the first?" Qin Feng shouted, pointing at the 300 phones on the table. He then instructed Ma Li to bring over a mirror from the store. I'll go first. Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, a young man in his 20s, wearing black-framed glasses, eagerly raised his hands and stepped forward, ready to kick off the event for everyone. All eyes were now on him, quietly anticipating his performance. Standing before the mirror, the bespectacled youth took a deep breath and cautiously placed a phone box atop his head, establishing a firm foundation. He then picked up another box from the pile of phones and successfully stacked it once more. With 2 phones now balanced atop his head, he appeared to be in control. The crowd erupted into cheers at this sight. The young man felt a surge of joy, his face beaming with a broad smile, even causing his right hand, which was reaching for the 3rd phone box, to tremble slightly. After all, that was a total of 2 Dragon Way trifold screens, each valued at 25,000. 2 units meant 50,000. In mere seconds, he had acquired 50,000 worth of gifts. How could this not fill him with overwhelming delight? However, just as he was about to add the 3rd box, disaster struck. Due to his excitement, his right hand trembled uncontrollably, causing the 3rd phone to slip from his grasp and tumble from his head. Alas, what a pity! The crowd sighed in disappointment. Just as the young man was on the verge of securing his 3rd trifold screen, a mishap occurred at the last moment. He wore a look of frustration. Yet, the words Qin Feng shouted next reignited his excitement. "My friends, let's extend our heartfelt congratulations to this bespectacled gentleman for successfully acquiring 2 exquisite foldable smartphones." Observing Qin Feng as he solemnly presented the 2 phone boxes to the recipient evokes a sense of gratitude. "Thank you, Brother Feng. Thank you, Brother Feng. I, Xiameng Wei, express my sincere appreciation to your ancestors spanning 8 generations. No, I represent my ancestors in extending my gratitude to you. Your immense kindness and virtue are deeply acknowledged. Oh, dear mother. Oh, heavens. I possess a foldable smartphone, and not just one, but 2. Clutching the 2 smartphones, the bespectacled youth, Xiameng Wei, first performed a deep 90-degree bow to Qin Feng. Subsequently, he raised his head and let out a triumphant roar. Meanwhile, the competitors behind him looked on with envy, filled with anticipation, wondering how many devices they might be fortunate enough to take home. Chapter 33. Blah. Please keep your distance. I fear a misunderstanding with Long Wei. With that, I joyfully embraced 2 folding screens and departed. Today is a splendid day. All my wishes seem to be coming true. As I ran, I leaped and sang at the top of my lungs. Who else is there? Hurry, hurry. As the first young man exited, Zhang Jian turned his gaze towards the remaining contestants and shouted, I'm coming. In the next moment, a boy, approximately 175 centimeters tall, broad-shouldered and robust, sprang from the crowd, raising his hands high with an air of unwavering confidence. My goodness, what a remarkable individual. Indeed, it's quite possible he could take home 10 or more devices. Upon seeing this stout lad, the crowd erupted in astonished gasps. It was evident that he possessed considerable talent. He would undoubtedly secure more phones than the first contestant, not for any other reason, but because he was not only broad-shouldered and stout, but also had an exceptionally large head. Most notably, he sported a buzz cut. He seemed born for the Qin Feng smartphone store event. Sir, May I inquire about your profession? As the saying goes, a large head and thick neck signify either a wealthy individual or a chef. Zhang Jian pointed the live stream camera at the stout boy and cheerfully interviewed him. It seemed likely that his profession was related to the culinary world. The boy's response only confirmed Zhang Jian's assumptions. I'm a kitchen assistant at a restaurant. The stout lad made a chopping gesture and exclaimed loudly. All right, please commence your performance. Zhang Jian then left the stage to him. The young man stood before the mirror, first assuming a horse stance, striving to maintain his posture. He picked up a folding screen from the table with his right hand and carefully placed it atop his large head. Without hesitation, he promptly stacked 2 more on top. Once the 3 phones were successfully balanced, the entire smartphone tower stood firm as a mountain, without the slightest tremor. The lad, seizing the momentum, swiftly added 2 more devices on top, which remained incredibly stable. Incredible! This is truly impressive. Indeed, he is remarkable. Observing the 5 folding screens securely arranged atop the young man's head, the crowd again erupted in admiration, collectively giving him a thumbs up, praising him in unison. It seemed that only the sky could limit his potential. After a brief 2-second pause, the young man swiftly grasped a phone in each hand and, moving with lightning speed, placed them atop his large head, creating an illusion of afterimages. Then he added 2 more. In the blink of an eye, he had stacked a total of 9 phones atop his head. However, due to the limitations of his arm span, when he attempted to place the 10th device, a mishap occurred. A small slip caused the entire smartphone tower to come crashing down. Nevertheless, the 9 phones atop his head had already set a record. Brothers, let's congratulate this young man for successfully securing 10 Dragonway folding screens, each valued at 20,000. In a gesture of appreciation for the remarkable performance provided by his companion, Qin Feng boldly placed 10 smartphones upon the long table. Astonished, the young man gazed at the 10 exquisite trifold screens before him, and upon realizing that they were now his, he could no longer contain his exhilaration. With arms raised high, he let out a triumphant roar to the heavens, proclaiming himself a proud user of the esteemed Longway brand. From this moment forth, let Guogua keep her distance. I fear misunderstandings may arise. After uttering this declaration, he abruptly retrieved his own Guogua phone, originally valued at around 5,000 yuan, from his pocket and hurled it to the ground, shattering it into countless pieces. In that instant, the screen lay in fragments, lifeless upon the floor, resembling a fallen corpse. Farewell, brother phone. Grateful for your generosity. The young man then bowed deeply to Qin Feng before seizing all 10 Longway phones from the table and striding away with an air of indifference, his head held high. Is this truly happening? Qin Feng watched the crushed Guogua phone on the ground, then glanced at the young man's proud departure, feeling somewhat impressed. He mused about the audacity of the young man, who had even discarded his SIM card. Brothers, Gulme, time is of the essence. The remaining contestants. Let us see how many can be stacked atop your heads. The more you can carry, the more you shall take home. Strive to become an esteemed Longway user. Today is the day. Qin Feng shouted to the remaining contestants, urging them to showcase their talents without restraint. The opportunity had been bestowed upon them, and the outcome depended solely on their efforts. Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, the crowd surged forward to the long table without hesitation. Akin to hungry tigers pouncing on their prey, they eagerly grabbed the Longway phones and began stacking them atop their heads. Some managed to secure 2 or 3 devices, while others only claimed 1. Yet, regardless of how many they ultimately took, each face radiated pure joy, for they understood that without encountering Qin Feng, such an experience would have eluded them for a lifetime. Once all 70 participants had collected their phones, approximately 100 devices still remained on the table. My fellow villagers, do you desire them? Qin Feng inquired, glancing at the remaining phones and the drooling spectators nearby. He abruptly slammed his hand on the table and shouted to the crowd. We want them too, brother Feng. Thank you. Upon hearing his words, the onlookers erupted into a chorus of thunderous cheers. All right, if you want them, come and take them. After receiving affirmative responses from the crowd, Qin Feng began tossing the phones into the throng, akin to tossing a bouquet at a wedding. Zhang Jian joined in, distributing the bounty with fervor. Within just a minute, the remaining 100 Longway trifold screens were completely claimed by the eager crowd. Before us lies a long table adorned with nearly 500 Dragonway electronic products, including tablets, laptops, and watches. Brothers, was that not exhilarating? Qin Feng then seized the live-streaming phone from Zhang Jian and called out to the 1.5 million viewers in the chat. Was that exhilarating? Absolutely thrilling. I have never witnessed such an exhilarating live stream in my life. 6,666. Brother Feng, our eternal deity. When it comes to grandeur in the entire Dragon Nation, my brother Feng ranks second. No one dares to claim the first. No doubt about it. Even Jianlin and Huating must bow before brother Feng as mere younger brothers. Ha ha ha. In the afternoon, the 1.5 million Douyin viewers from all corners of the world fervently responded. Very well. If you found it exhilarating, then the remaining 500 Dragonway products shall be bestowed upon you, my dear viewers. Chapter 34. No need to round down. I prefer to round up. Qin Feng adjusted the camera of his phone to the rear-facing mode, directing it towards the 500 Dragonway devices on the table, and exclaimed loudly, Brother Feng is incredible. I adore you. This is extraordinary. Whoever becomes your fan must have saved the galaxy in a past life. As soon as Qin Feng made this declaration, his live stream erupted in fervor once more. Now, I shall commence a lottery. Everyone, send a message saying I love Brother Feng. From this moment forth, I want to see those 4 words flooding the screen. He added, those who win, remember to privately message me your addresses. I'll ensure swift delivery. I love Brother Feng. I love Brother Feng. I love Brother Feng. In the next instant, the public screen of Qin Feng's live stream, boasting 1.5 million viewers, was inundated with those 4 grand words, reminiscent of a tidal wave. This spectacle lasted a full 5 minutes. After the duration, Qin Feng successfully identified the 500 fortunate users who would receive prizes. All right, don't forget to send me your addresses. As for what the prizes are, that's for you to ponder. It could be a laptop, a tablet, or smartwatch. Just remember, they are all premium Dragonway products. 10 minutes later, at the Dragonway flagship store, after Qin Feng had distributed all 1,000 Dragonway products, the general manager, Ma Li, was diligently tapping away at her calculator, her face aglow with an enthusiastic smile. Brother Feng, we've tallied the total expenditure for today. It amounts to 9.5 million. Since we are classified as a major client and your bulk purchase meets our threshold, we can round it down for you. So, you only need to pay 9 million. Molly presented the lengthy bill, approximately 20 meters, to Qin Feng with a smile, explaining that due to his significant purchase, they could apply a discount as per company policy. Just as Ma Li prepared to process the payment of 9 million with the POS machine, Qin Feng's next words left her utterly speechless. No need to round down. I prefer to make it a round figure. Charge 10 million. The remaining 500,000 could be considered a tip for the staff here. They have truly worked hard alongside me this afternoon. With that, Qin Feng pulled out a Golden Dragon cigarette, lit it, inhaled deeply, and exhaled a thick cloud of smoke, smiling at Ma Li as he spoke. He then placed his black card on the counter. This. Thank you, Brother Feng. Upon hearing his words, Molly stood frozen like a statue, her eyes wide and mouth agape in astonishment. After a brief moment of shock, she immediately grasped Qin Feng's hand, expressing her gratitude profusely, overwhelmed and at a loss for words. Little did she expect that the event Qin Feng organized at the Dragonway store would also earn her and the 2 other female employees a substantial tip, an entire 500,000. The 3 of them shared equally, each receiving approximately 160,000, which was indeed higher than her annual salary. How could she not feel overwhelming excitement? Thank you, Brother Feng. You are simply too handsome. Indeed, your charm is beyond compare, utterly unmatched. How could there exist a man as handsome as you in this world? We are utterly enamored with you. Meanwhile, the 2 ordinary female employees from Longway store were equally exhilarated, nearly soaring with joy. Although this 160,000 is nearly equivalent to Ma Li's yearly salary, for them, it represents almost 2 years' worth of earnings. Suddenly receiving the equivalent of 2 years' salary without any prior notice would surely send anyone into a spiraling frenzy of excitement. No worries at all. It's a small matter. Remember to follow me on Douyin. When you're bored, you can catch my live streams. They are quite refreshing. Haha. Qin Feng waved his hand, offering a casual smile, assuring the three women not to pay too much attention. However, he could certainly understand. While this sum was trivial for him, it was far from insignificant for these three women, potentially alleviating numerous challenges in their lives. Collecting payments, 10 million. At Qin Feng's behest, Molly used the POS machine to process a total of 10 million. Dear Mr. Qin, hello. Your industrial and commercial bank savings card, ending in 4419, has just received a transfer. The transfer amount is 100 million. Your current balance is 134,900,600. As the notification from the front desk of Longway Mobile Store chimed, Qin Feng's pocket vibrated intensely. Upon retrieving his phone and glancing at the screen, he was taken aback by the content displayed. What? Has it exceeded 100 million already? Gazing at his bank balance, which had skyrocketed to 9 figures, Qin Feng couldn't help but silently exclaim in astonishment. It was only 4 in the afternoon, and within less than a day, he had achieved a small goal. He wondered if Jianlin would feel an itch of envy upon witnessing this scene. Although Jianlin undoubtedly had far more assets in his account, there was no denying that Qin Feng's current rate of earning was bound to surpass Jianlin's by a wide margin. He had no idea how long it took Jianlin to reach such a small target. For him, it had taken less than a day. Brothers, the experiment at the Haigang Longway Mobile Store has just concluded. It's currently 4 in the afternoon. There is still plenty of time left. Therefore, let us continue our program. After bidding farewell to Ma Li and the others, Qin Feng departed the Longway flagship store with Zhang Jian. Standing at the entrance and gazing at the live stream room that was nearing 1.6 million viewers, he smiled and remarked, "The day is still young. The road stretches long ahead. Brother Feng, soar freely. Love for the wind shall always accompany you. Let us charge ahead. The follow button has been clicked. Please continue your performance. Embrace it all. Life and death are but trifles. Face it boldly. Let us tackle it head on." Listening to his words, the audience in his live streaming room was once again invigorated with excitement. The anticipation of witnessing Qin Feng's next program, which was remarkably authentic, was truly overwhelming. It felt as though, throughout the vast expanse of the Dragon Kingdom, only Qin Feng could continuously produce such a program, crafted with genuine effort and substantial investment. Even figures like Jianlin and Huadeng would humbly bow before him. "Gentlemen, I am uncertain whether you have the habit of tipping when you go out. I believe many of you do, while others may not. The culture of tipping is particularly prevalent abroad. Even when purchasing a simple grilled cold noodle by the roadside, it is customary to offer a tip of about half the price. Although the tipping culture in the Dragon Kingdom does not quite match that of foreign lands, it has been gaining traction recently, especially in the bustling port city." After a brief moment of contemplation, Qin Feng thoughtfully articulated the content of his next program while gazing into the camera. Chapter 35. 8,000 scratch-off lottery tickets as tips. We don't have such customs. Besides, we can't afford tips. Ha ha ha. Indeed, tipping has become quite fashionable, especially in large cities. Smaller towns seem to be less affected. Is Brother Feng planning to create a tipping segment? Hurry, tell us. We are eager to know. Yes, my friends. The upcoming segments will revolve around the theme of tipping. Later, Brother Jian and I will venture into various establishments and pay tips using unconventional means. You heard that right. This time, I intend to forego monetary payment. Instead, I shall utilize items other than cash. It could be a television or perhaps a refrigerator. Anything is possible. The only requirement is that no money will change hands. Subsequently, Qin Feng revealed his intentions to the audience. Wow, this is incredible. Paying tips with a television or a refrigerator. How did Brother Feng come up with such an idea? Amazing. 6,666. Brother Feng is undeniably born for live streaming. No one else compares. As always, the follow button has been pressed. Let the performance begin. Haha. OJKB, my friends, make sure to hit that follow button. Brother Feng is about to take you on a ride. After addressing the audience, Qin Feng handed the selfie stick to Zhang Jian beside him, took out a King Long cigarette from his pocket, lit it, and took a deep drag while contemplating the details of the show. Just as he was lost in thought, a scene across the street suddenly captured his attention, prompting him to slap his thigh in realization. "Brothers, do you see that young man across the street wearing green apron?" He abruptly discarded his cigarette, snatched the phone from Zhang Jian, and aimed the camera at the other side of the road. There, in front of a scratch-off lottery stall, stood a young man in his 30s, approximately 1.7 meters tall and clad in a green apron, smoking a cigarette while fervently scratching off tickets. However, after trying his luck with more than a dozen tickets, he did not win a single prize. Frustrated, he tossed the cigarette but to the ground, muttered an expletive, and turned to head back into a nearby milk tea shop named Fortune Comes. He was likely a staff member taking a break to have a smoke and try his fortune with a few lottery tickets. Wow, he resembles me so closely. It's like he was carved from the same mold. Me too. I enjoy scratching a few tickets during my breaks. Let us not kid ourselves. This is truly a scam. Once I scratched off 1,000 yuan worth of tickets, and in the end, I only won 80. Facepalm emoji. Witnessing this scene instantly struck a chord with the viewers in Qin Feng's live stream. They flooded the screen with comments expressing their resonance with the man in the green apron, evoking a profound sense of familiarity. Brothers, having conversed with you for quite some time, my lips have grown somewhat parched. Shortly, I shall be making my way to a tea establishment aptly named Fortune Comes, where I intend to procure a couple of refreshing beverages. Additionally, I plan to present you with a unique segment featuring tips. Since that handsome gentleman earlier expressed an affinity for scratch-off tickets, it would only be fitting to indulge his preference and bring him a few. Subsequently, I shall use these tickets as a form of gratuity. Upon concluding this statement to our online audience, Qin Feng grasped his selfie stick and led Zhang Jian across the street to the very stall where the young man had previously engaged with scratch-off tickets. "Boss, I would like 1,000 scratch-off tickets, please." Upon arrival, he uttered a phrase that sent shivers down the spines of over 1 million viewers in the live stream, as well as the scratch-off ticket vendor. "Since I am purchasing a gift for that young man, why not go all out? Let us make it 1,000. I want him to have more than enough. To present him with less would be unworthy, and that is simply not in my character." What did you say? 1,000? Hearing his words, the middle-aged boss, in his early 40s, clad in a white tank top and sporting a classic Mediterranean hairstyle, abruptly straightened up from his relaxed position in a rocking chair, adjusting his sunglasses in bewilderment. 1,000? Is Brother Feng planning to buy out the entire shop? Once Brother Feng makes a move, you can be sure of his intent. Truly a man of the wind. Even when purchasing scratch-off tickets, he stands apart. To suggest 1,000 right off the bat. Brother Feng, are you serious? If you take all those, the office workers will have nothing left to scratch after their shifts. All I can say is 666. Unfortunately, my education is lacking. I've been uttering wow since I began watching Brother Feng's live stream this morning. "Boss," I said, 1,000 scratch-off tickets. Noticing that the Mediterranean boss seemed somewhat bewildered, Qin Feng reiterated his request. He then retrieved his industrial and commercial bank savings card, ending in 4419, and placed it on the counter. Given that such a small establishment may not accept credit payments, Qin Feng opted to pay directly with his savings card. After all, it contained over 100 million in funds. "Young man, are you serious? The cheapest scratch-off ticket costs 10 yuan. If you're ordering 1,000, that conservatively estimates to 100,000 yuan. Moreover, there is no guarantee that each ticket will yield a prize. If you end up not winning back that 100,000, it could be disastrous." Observing that Qin Feng appeared earnest, the middle-aged boss adopted a serious demeanor and earnestly advised him, concerned that Qin Feng might incur losses and subsequently seek recourse from him. "Rest assured, my good sir, since I, Qin Feng, am bold enough to make this purchase, I am fully prepared for any potential losses. Just ensure that the scratch cards in your shop amount to a total of 10,000, and that will suffice." Sensing the proprietor's apprehensions, Qin Feng waved his hand and spoke resolutely. "Very well then, young man," the owner replied, not wishing to add further remarks. He rose from his rocking chair and busied himself rummaging through the shelves. "Sir, I have precisely 10,000 scratch cards here. There are 10 yuan each, as well as 50 and 100 yuan cards. The 10 yuan cards are the most numerous, approximately around 7,000. The remainder consists of the relatively more expensive ones. After tallying the inventory, the owner adjusted his glasses and addressed Qin Feng. Excellent. Please calculate the total amount due, and then pack all 10,000 scratch cards for me. Chapter 36. Don't you fancy this? Go ahead and scratch away. Calculated handsome. The total price for these 10,000 scratch cards amounts to 250,000. If you genuinely wish to purchase, I shall kindly remove a zero, and it will be 200,000. I'll forgo a bit of profit. After the proprietor tapped away at the calculator, he arrived at the final sum. Forget it. Let's keep it round. I prefer neat totals. Hand over the Alipay QR code. I'll transfer 300,000. As Qin Feng extracted his phone from his pocket, he spoke to the proprietor with a nonchalant demeanor. In the past, he might have enjoyed negotiating for a discount while shopping, but now he found solace in round figures. After all, the more one gives, the more one receives. What? Round figures? Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, the Mediterranean proprietor stood there, momentarily stunned. His eyes widened, and his mouth dropped open, as he gazed at Qin Feng with a look of sheer disbelief. In all his years of business, this was the first time he encountered a customer who preferred neat totals. It was truly an eye-opener. Alipay transfer received 300,000. In the next moment, a cheerful notification chimed from the phone resting on the counter, indicating that a transfer of 300,000 had just been credited to his account. Now, please pack up these scratch cards for me. Swiftly, after settling the payment, Qin Feng gestured toward the towering pile of scratch cards, which nearly resembled a small mountain, and commanded, "All right, just a moment, handsome." The Mediterranean proprietor sprang into action with remarkable speed. In less than 5 minutes, he had packed everything up for Qin Feng. Qin Feng instructed Zhang Jian to carry the hefty box of scratch cards as they departed. "Take care, young man. We look forward to your next visit. The Great Wolf Lottery Shop is always at your service." The Mediterranean waved goodbye with a beaming smile, his grin nearly reaching his ears. "Boss, give me a scratch card." No sooner had Qin Feng left than a group of young men, smoking cigarettes, arrived, eager to try their luck. However, the Mediterranean's next words nearly left them dumbfounded. None left. They were all bought by that young man. A total of 10,000. If you wish to scratch, you'll have to purchase from him. He raised his hand, pointing toward Qin Feng's departing figure, then settled back into his rocking chair to resume reading the newspaper. Meanwhile, in another part of town, hello. 2 cups of milk tea, no sugar. Upon entering a milk tea shop named Fortune Comes, Qin Feng found a small table by the window. He snapped his fingers at the young man in the green apron, smiling warmly. The young man, who appeared quite disheartened, stood at the counter, seemingly lost in thought, possibly still brooding over the money he had just lost, contemplating how to recover it by the end of the night. "All right, coming right up, handsome." Upon hearing Qin Feng's call, he was jolted from his reverie and promptly responded with a smile. 3 minutes later, he remarked, "Hello, handsome gentleman. Your sugar-free milk tea is ready. Please enjoy." The young man gracefully placed 2 cups of milk tea on Qin Feng's table and was about to turn away when Qin Feng called out to him. "Hey, young man, you haven't taken your tip yet." With one hand, Qin Feng picked up a straw, inserted it into the milk tea cup, took a deep sip, and, with an innocent expression, addressed the young man. Tip, where is it?" The young man was momentarily bewildered by Qin Feng's words. He lowered his gaze to the table, but saw no sign of a tip. There wasn't even a single dime in sight. Raising his head, he smiled and inquired Qin Feng, "Well, isn't that it?" Qin Feng gestured towards a cardboard box filled with 10,000 lottery tickets, sealed tightly. "Is this my tip?" The young man was left utterly flabbergasted, pointing at the box with wide eyes as if they might pop out. It was the first time he had encountered someone tipping in such a manner. Maybe I should pass on it," he stammered after a brief moment of hesitation, waving his hand in dismissal. Uncertain of what was inside, he decided it prudent to decline. However, Qin Feng's next words shifted his perspective. "No ruse. Open it and see. What if it contains something you adore? If you don't like it, you can always refuse afterward." Qin Feng tapped the cardboard box in front of him. Driven by curiosity, The young man eventually opened the box before the one. 6 million viewers in Qin Feng's live stream. Whoa. Scratch cards? So many. Upon realizing that it was filled with his favorite scratch-off tickets, the young man was momentarily ecstatic, his features nearly soaring with delight, and his slender frame trembled with excitement. Are all these scratch cards for me? He eagerly slapped the box and implored Qin Feng. Although he was uncertain of the exact quantity of scratch cards within, he could summarize it in one word: plentiful. Not just plentiful, but astonishingly abundant. He had never even come close to seeing so many scratch cards, let alone purchasing them. Indeed, this is your tip. Would you like to know the total number inside? Absolutely, he replied without hesitation, nodding vigorously. Qin Feng then extended a single finger. 1,000 cards? No, 10,000 cards? Whoa, how much did you spend on these tickets? Upon learning the true quantity of scratch cards, the young man's heart raced, almost leaping from his throat. The original price is 250,000. Qin Feng contemplated briefly before ultimately providing the young man with a precise answer. After the discount? 300,000. 300,000. The young man raised his hand and heavily slapped his forehead, feeling as though his brain had short-circuited in that instant. The amount I spent is inconsequential. What truly matters is how much you can ultimately scrape together. Come on, start scratching. Don't bother attending class today. Just sit here and scratch for me. Regardless of how much you end up with, it's all yours. With that, Qin Feng abruptly rose, lifted the box of scratch cards, and emptied its contents onto the floor. He pointed at the small mountain of scratch cards piled high and declared at this very moment, he too was eager to discover how much the scratch cards he had purchased for 300,000 would yield in the end. Chapter 37. Rally the Troops. A surge of participants joins the fray. Xiaokui, Xiaoyan, come forth and lend a hand. Upon witnessing the pile of his beloved scratch-off tickets strewn across the floor, the man momentarily succumbed to a daze before snapping back to reality, bellowing towards the kitchen. What's going on? What is happening? Scratch-off lottery tickets. Tonight, I shall treat you all. As the two young women, both donned in aprons, emerged from within, they too gazed in bewilderment at the heap of scratch-offs. Initially, they had assumed the young man summoned them to serve customers, only to discover it was for the lottery. Soon, the trio settled on the floor, fervently engrossed in their task. Gentlemen, we have a treasure trove of 300,000 yuan in scratch-offs. If you wish to partake, it will only cost you 250,000. The scratching has already commenced. Can you guess how much we'll reveal from this pile? Prizes await those who guess correctly. With that, Qin Feng grabbed the nearby live-streaming phone, directing the camera towards the lottery reveal, proclaiming loudly, 100,000, 60,000, 80,000. I'll throw out a number. 1 yuan. Hee. Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, the 6 million viewers in the live stream began to offer their own guesses. My friends, I've initiated an activity in the live stream. Each of you is to submit your answers for posterity. Those who accurately predict the final outcome will receive identical rewards. Jian, what is your guess? Qin Feng first addressed his multitude of viewers before shifting his gaze to Zhang Jian, who was sipping milk tea, and inquired with a smile. With 300,000 spent on lottery tickets, surely it must yield at least 20,000 or 30,000 yuan. Zhang Jian's eyes darted, and he provided his answer. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng couldn't help but smack his forehead. If such a substantial amount was spent on tickets, only to yield a mere 20,000 or 30,000 yuan, he would be at a loss. Fortunately, the system was in place, otherwise, he might as well have lost his trousers. 10 minutes later, Jian, you ought to assist them with the scratching. This is taking far too long. Observing the trio, struggling with the sheer volume of 10,000 tickets, Qin Feng decided to call upon Zhang Jian to join the effort. However, 3 minutes later, the progress remained alarmingly slow. If they relied solely on these 4 individuals to scratch off all the tickets, it would likely extend into the following evening. At this moment, Qin Feng realized it was time to rally reinforcements. Handsome fellow, I'll transfer your winnings via WeChat once we tally them up. With that, he stood from his chair and stepped outside the milk tea shop. Free lottery tickets. Scratch as much as you can to redeem your winnings. Hurry, come and scratch. He cupped his hands around his mouth and shouted with gusto. As soon as his voice echoed, it quickly attracted the attention of over 10 passers-by. Upon grasping the rules of the game from Qin Feng, they swiftly rushed into the shop, diving into the pile of lottery tickets with fervor. Soon, a throng of individuals surged in from outside, joining the fray. With a resounding shout, in less than 3 minutes, Qin Feng transformed this once sweet delicacy shop into a lottery station. Nearly 100 people congregated on the ground, fervently scratching off their tickets. As the number of participants swelled, the pace of the lottery draws accelerated dramatically. Merely 10 minutes later, all 10,000 scratch-off tickets had been revealed. Subsequently, Qin Feng instructed Zhang Jian to retrieve a calculator to tally the final results of this chaotic endeavor. "Brother Feng, the statistics are ready," Zhang Jian announced after a few minutes, approaching Qin Feng with his phone in hand. "How much?" 7,000 yuan, Zhang Jian replied, his voice trembling as he glanced at the phone screen. 7,000 yuan? Upon hearing this figure, Qin Feng immediately spewed his milk tea. He had invested 300,000 yuan in scratch-off tickets, only to yield a meager 7,000. For a moment, he was at a loss, uncertain whether it was his ill fortune or the depths of the scheme that had ensnared him. All right. Handsome, please open the WeChat payment code." After a brief silence, as if he had come to a realization, Qin Feng waved over to the young man nearby, transferring 7,000 yuan via WeChat. As for the onlookers who participated, they could redeem their scratched tickets at a nearby lottery station. "Will you buy it again?" After completing the transaction, Qin Feng raised his hand, patted the young man's shoulder, and inquired with a smile. "I won tea, buy it again." "I swear I won tea," the young man replied, shaking his head vigorously, though accepting this reality was quite difficult. Undoubtedly, Qin Feng had purchased a lesson for him at the cost of 300,000 yuan. Had it not been for Qin Feng, he certainly would have continued to invest further. "Brothers, let's go. Remember, cherish life and steer clear of gambling." After finishing the last sip of his milk tea, Qin Feng slammed the cup onto the table and addressed his 1.6 million viewers in the live stream with fervor. He then led Zhang Jian away from the scene. Notably, not a single viewer had guessed correctly in the prediction he had initiated. "Brothers, the program where I tipped with 10,000 scratch-off tickets has just concluded. To be honest, I feel a bit emo about it. It's not that I'm lamenting the money. You understand. Therefore, next, Jian and I plan to switch to a different type of item for tipping. Let's do something unique." Standing outside the milk tea shop, Qin Feng placed one hand in his pocket and held a selfie stick in the other, grinning as he spoke. "Let us go, Jian. Call a car to the Haigang electronics store," he directed Zhang Jian. "Whoa, Brother Feng, are you serious? You can't possibly be thinking of using home appliances for tips?" 6,666. "I shall dub you the premier entertainer of Blue Star. No one else comes close. I wonder what the staff will think upon seeing those home appliances. Wouldn't the basket be astonished to the point of disintegration? If it were me, I would undoubtedly be utterly bewildered. Ha ha ha. Charge forth, Brother Feng. Let us get it done. Your show is truly captivating." Upon learning that Qin Feng was about to accompany Zhang Jian to the Haigang electric appliance store, the 1.6 million viewers instantly grasped his intentions. They were genuinely captivated by his unique perspective, exclaiming that Qin Feng is indeed Qin Feng, forever contemplating what others dare not and accomplishing what others fear to attempt. "Dear Mr. Qin, greetings. Your Industrial and Commercial Bank of China savings card ending in 4419 has just received a transfer of 3.7 million. Your current balance stands at 138.6 million. While seated in a taxi en route to the appliance store, Qin Feng received an alert from the bank. 10 minutes later, the duo arrived at their destination. "Driver, please wait for us here for a moment. We'll be out shortly. We'll settle the bill together." Upon disembarking, Qin Feng instructed the driver to wait briefly at the entrance as he led Zhang Jian into the interior of the electric appliance store. Chapter 38. Paying for a ride with a television. "Hello, gentlemen. What can I get for you?" As soon as the two entered, a middle-aged woman clad in a black suit with a white blouse approached them with a smile, seemingly the proprietor of the establishment. "Boss, 2 units of the Samsung 77-inch AI television, please." After a brief search, Qin Feng had pinpointed his target. He raised his hand, gesturing towards the television displayed on the wall. Is it this one? Yes. The one priced at $30,999. Please bring me two. There's no need for a trial. Just pack them up for me. As Qin Feng made his way to the checkout counter, he effortlessly pulled out his black card. All right, just give me 5 minutes, handsome. It was the first time the female owner had encountered such a straightforward customer in her years in the electronics industry. She nodded enthusiastically and promptly arranged for 2 Samsung AI smart televisions to be packaged for Qin Feng. Take care, handsome. We welcome you back anytime. After completing the transaction, Qin Feng and Zhang Jian, each cradling a television, headed outside. The woman followed behind, offering them a warm send-off. No need to see us off. We'll be back shortly. Zhang Jian waved his hand, calling out, Wow, that was quick. The driver, seated in the front, was equally astonished to see Qin Feng and Zhang Jian return to the car in under 10 minutes. Driver, there's a KFC nearby. Let's head there. Qin Feng glanced at his phone's navigation and addressed the driver. Brothers, after a busy afternoon, we're a bit famished. Let's indulge in some hamburgers at KFC. And by the way, we'll deliver one of these televisions while we're at it. As for why we purchased 2, you'll find out soon enough. Qin Feng picked up his streaming phone and smiled at the viewers. Here we are, handsome. That'll be 1880 in less than 3 minutes. The taxi brought them to the largest flagship KFC in Haigang City. As he tore off the receipt, he turned to Qin Feng with a grin. Here you go, driver. No need for change. Qin Feng then handed the television he was holding to the driver in the front seat. This is a Samsung Ultra Slim AI smart television worth over $30,000. You can't be serious about using it as fare, can you? The driver was momentarily taken aback, hesitating to accept the television, unsure if Qin Feng was joking or genuinely intended to proceed with such an unconventional payment method. To be fair, if Qin Feng truly wished to pay with it, the driver would have to give him over $20,000 in change. However, if he recalled correctly, Qin Feng had mentioned there was no need for change. Indeed, the receipt is all in there. You can keep the television for your own enjoyment. My brother and I have no use for it. After patting the television, Qin Feng uttered a few words to the driver before stepping out of the taxi and shutting the door behind him. Wow, this. Thank you, handsome. I am immensely grateful. Just when I needed a decent television at home. The driver, realizing what had just transpired, embraced the television in his arms and planted a fervent kiss on it. He hurriedly rolled down the passenger window, calling out to Qin Feng with exuberance, his face radiating joy. Qin Feng, however, turned his back to the driver and waved dismissively, signaling that no thanks were necessary. It was merely a trivial matter. The online community erupted with excitement over Qin Feng's unconventional act, using a television to pay for a taxi fare. Surely, Win Brother is the first in human history to do so. This is indeed remarkable. Who knew it could be done this way? With Win Brother, the possibilities are limitless. I feel like I've gained new insights. Watching Win Brother's live stream has been enlightening. On the other hand, Qin Feng and Zhang Jian had already entered the largest KFC in the harbor, both carrying another television. Given that it was mealtime, the establishment was bustling with patrons. They managed to find a vacant table and settled in. Oh my goodness, I am exhausted, Zhang Jian exclaimed as he placed the television on the table, panting for breath. Win Brother, I would like a Big Mac. And you? Make it 4 for me. Once seated, Zhang Jian scanned the QR code with his phone to order their meals. Hello, sir. Here is your Super Big Mac combo. Shortly thereafter, a young girl dressed in a red chicken uniform and wearing a cap approached their table, cheerfully placing a large platter of food before them. Wait a moment, beautiful! Qin Feng exclaimed eagerly as he tore into his burger, calling out to the waitress's retreating figure. What is it, sir? Is there an issue with your order? The girl turned back, puzzled. There's nothing wrong with the food. It's just that you left your tip here. Qin Feng took a hearty bite of his burger and gestured towards the 77-inch Samsung AI smart television on the table. What do you mean? The girl's expression turned to one of shock as she nervously tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, clearly confused by Qin Feng's implication. Zhang Jian, sensing her bewilderment, chimed in, beautiful. This is the tip Win Brother is giving you. Here, take it. He grabbed a Big Mac from the table and devoured it in one go, then patted the television, smiling at the girl while crumbs of the burger flew from his mouth. Is this my tip? The girl's features contorted in astonishment as she gazed at the television on the table, her voice rising in disbelief. Having spent considerable time in the culinary industry, she found it astonishing to encounter a patron who preferred to bestow a gratuity via a television set for the first time. For a moment, disbelief washed over her. Although her knowledge of televisions was somewhat limited, her keen observation led her to estimate that the television Qin Feng intended to gift her must be valued at no less than 5 figures. Manager, someone wishes to reward me with a tip, she exclaimed, swiftly turning the call towards the front desk. Then express your gratitude and accept it, came a prompt reply from the other end. Yet the dilemma lingered. This tip was a substantial television. It seemed rather costly. The young woman anxiously stamped her foot, uncertain of how to proceed. She hoped to seek the manager's guidance. Upon hearing her concerns, a bespectacled middle-aged man soon approached. Goodness, this is an over 30,000 yuan Samsung AI smart television. While the girl may not have been well-versed in the realm of televisions, the middle-aged man, as a typical family man, was undoubtedly well aware. The television beside Qin Feng was, in fact, among the most premium models available on the market, representing Samsung's pinnacle achievement in the television sector. Chapter 39. The refrigerator is quite excessive. Handsome, are you truly willing to use this television to pay the tip for our staff? After a moment, the male manager turned his gaze towards Qin Feng, inhaling deeply before asking earnestly. In his years of service, he had never encountered such an extravagant customer. To use a television as a gratuity was not merely lavish. It bordered on the absurd. Absolutely. I must confirm this, Qin Feng exclaimed, grabbing a hamburger from the table and taking a hearty bite, nodding emphatically in response. It's merely a television. Do I really lack in such trifles? Beside him, Zhang Jian seized a handful of fries, dipped them in ketchup, and stuffed them into his mouth, addressing the male manager with a loud declaration. After spending the entire afternoon filming, our stomachs are quite empty. They had not managed to eat anything until now, and finally seizing the opportunity to indulge, they were relishing every morsel. Very well then, Xiaoya, hurry and thank these 2 gentlemen. Observing the situation, the male manager chose not to elaborate further, gesturing towards Qin Feng and Zhang Jian, directing the nearby female attendant. Do not thank me. Just thank my brother Feng. Zhang Jian pointed at Qin Feng across the table, grinning. Then, thank you, brother Feng. The young waitress, named Xiaoya, approached Qin Feng, bending at the waist in a respectful 90-degree bow. She had just learned from the male manager that the television gifted to her was valued at over 30,000 yuan. It was a gift her boyfriend had never bestowed upon her. Though it was merely a television, its worth was undeniable. 30,000 yuan was nearly equivalent to her half-year salary. Contemplating this, Xiaoya felt a surge of emotion, her eyes welling with tears. She resolved to embrace it as she slept tonight. At exactly 5 o'clock on September 1st in the capital, Qin Feng and Zhang Jian emerged from the KFC, their bellies comfortably full, patting their rounded midsections. Brothers, although Jian and I have just finished our meal, our program of paying tips with various items is not yet concluded. This means we shall continue dining shortly. Standing at the entrance of KFC, Qin Feng casually picked at his teeth with a toothpick while smiling at the camera. What? We have to eat again. Zhang Jian's expression turned to one of disbelief as he swiftly turned to face Qin Feng, letting out a startled shout. After showcasing 6 hamburgers inside KFC, the mere thought of more food made him feel nauseous. Had he known they would be dining out again, he would have refrained from overeating. Dear Mr. Qin, your industrial and commercial bank savings card ending in 4419 has just received a transfer. The amount transferred is 79,980. Your current card balance is 138,680,000. At that moment, Qin Feng's phone chimed with a text message notification, informing him that the cashback from the 2 televisions he had gifted had just arrived. Without saying a word, the 2 of us are indeed a bit audacious for using a television to tip at the restaurant, Qin Feng remarked with a smile after glancing at his phone message. Addressing Zhang Jian. Indeed, not merely audacious, it's downright outrageous. Zhang Jian nodded emphatically. In that case, are you daring enough to take a step further? After all, we've already crossed that line. Qin Feng continued. What do you mean? Zhang Jian asked, puzzled. Let us go. Follow me back to that appliance store and procure a refrigerator. Using a television to tip is one thing, but this is indeed pushing the envelope. Ha ha ha. Someone chuckled. Wow, Brother Feng, are you attempting to set a new record for tipping? A refrigerator, really? 666,666. I genuinely have no words left. The only requirement for participants in Brother Feng's program is a strong heart. Otherwise, one might faint from excitement. Upon hearing that Qin Feng was about to introduce a refrigerator into the annals of tipping history, over 1 million viewers in his live stream were suddenly on edge, fervently spamming the screen with comments. They expressed their astonishment at the idea of tipping with a television, and the thought of bringing in a refrigerator left them incredulous. What would the server think? Once Qin Feng had solidified his decision, he immediately set out to act. He and Zhang Jian hailed a taxi outside the KFC and returned to the appliance store they had just visited. Oh, you two handsome gentlemen. What brings you back? The middle-aged shopkeeper exclaimed, slightly taken aback to see them return so soon. Is there an issue with the television? Upon hearing Qin Feng's response, her concerns were swiftly alleviated. The television is perfectly fine. There are no issues. We're here to select a refrigerator, he replied, striding towards the refrigerator section with his hands clasped behind his back. Oh, I see. You wish to choose another refrigerator. Take a look, handsome. All our refrigerators are imported and of exceptional quality. The shopkeeper breathed a sigh of relief, ready to guide Qin Feng through the available options. Which is the most expensive refrigerator in your store? However, she was interrupted by Qin Feng's gesture. The most expensive one is this Panasonic 508L French door refrigerator, priced at $50,000. The shopkeeper then led him to a high-end model. All right, I'll take this one. I'll give you an address for delivery. Certainly, handsome. No matter where in the city, it will arrive in 20 minutes. After completing the payment and exiting the electronics store, Qin Feng opened the WeChat food interface, searching for his next experimental dining location. How about trying some hot pot? What do you think of Audi Q7? I've heard commendable things about their service online. It is said that they even assist patrons to the restroom. Shall we experience it ourselves? Qin Feng clicked on the hot pot rankings, observing that Audi Q7 held the esteemed first position, and inquired of Zhang Jian. All right, let us head to Audi Q7. Zhang Jian replied, patting his noticeably distended belly with a wry smile. At this point, the choice of restaurant mattered little. The pressing concern was that his stomach simply could not accommodate anymore. He had also heard whispers about Audi Q7, known for its imperial-style service, where the staff treats patrons with unparalleled warmth, even more affectionately than one might expect from a beloved parent. As for whether they assist with restroom visits, he was uncertain, but the answer would soon be revealed. Chapter 40. The world's most adored live streamer. Soon, Qin Feng and Zhang Jian hailed a rideshare and arrived at the renowned hot pot restaurant, Audi Q7, located on the 5th floor of Haigang, Wanxiang City. Hello. Welcome to Audi Q7. Upon entering, the duo was enveloped by the warm ambience of the upscale hot pot establishment. A row of servers hurried towards them, guiding them into the dining area while extending cheerful greetings. The male staff exuded fervent enthusiasm, while the female attendants radiated gentle grace. This hot pot restaurant is truly exceptional. The parental-style service is indeed as legendary as they say, Zhang Jian remarked, casting a glance at the female servers. Just imagine if I were to find a partner here. She could pamper me at home, just like this. After they settled at their table, Zhang Jian whispered to Qin Feng about the alluring waitstaff. I wonder if it's possible, but you could certainly give it a try. Qin Feng replied with a cold smile, bemused by his friend's fanciful thoughts. Good day, gentlemen. Here is the menu for your perusal. I'm your server, Xiao Zhou. A male attendant in his 20s approached with great respect, presenting the menu with a smile. No need for the menu. Just pick some of the signature dishes for us. Please. Qin Feng gestured dismissively, having already indulged at KFC earlier, thus leaving him and Zhang Jian not particularly hungry. He sampled a few slices of tripe and found the taste quite agreeable. During the meal, Zhang Jian made a couple of trips to the restroom, curious to see if Audi Q7 offered any additional assistance. To his disappointment, he found none. However, the cleaning lady at the entrance was notably attentive, offering him paper towels each time he exited, despite the slight awkwardness of having not washed his hands. Qin Feng, on the other hand, was thoroughly pleased with the service at Haidaleou, particularly impressed by Xiao Zhou. The level of attentiveness was remarkable, almost as if he were being fed directly. Recognizing Xiao Zhou's commendable performance, Qin Feng decided it was time to reward him appropriately. Those who strive deserve their due recognition. Hello, boss. Yes, it's me. Please deliver the refrigerator to... Qin Feng promptly called the electrical appliance store owner. Handsome, could you kindly summon your manager? After concluding the call, he gestured to Xiao Zhou, signaling him to bring the manager over, as he wished to commend the server in front of the manager. Good day, sir. May I ask if there is a problem? Are you dissatisfied with Xiao Zhou's service? A woman, approximately 1.6 meters tall with a polished bob haircut, clad in a short skirt and high heels, approached him. She stood before Qin Feng, hands resting on her waist, bending slightly to inquire with utmost care. No issues at all. I am very satisfied. All the staff here are exemplary, especially Xiao Zhou. Truly remarkable. Qin Feng waved his hand, lavishly expressing his admiration. That's wonderful. The essence of Haidaleou is to provide warmth to our guests. At the same time, we also hope to receive some warmth in return. The female manager continued with a smile. Warmth? Upon hearing her words, Qin Feng furrowed his brow, lamenting that she hadn't mentioned it sooner. Had she done so, he would have arranged for 10 microwave ovens to be delivered. As for whether this large refrigerator was warm, he couldn't say, but it certainly was quite chilling. Ahem. Given that Xiao Zhou's service was exceptional, I have decided to reward him with a tip. Qin Feng then turned to the female manager, presenting his main point. Oh, no need for that. As long as you're happy, that's enough. It's all right, I've already arranged for it to be delivered. It should arrive shortly. Qin Feng waved his hand dismissively, glanced at the time, and spoke again. Delivered. The female manager was momentarily bewildered, unsure of what Qin Feng was referring to. How could a tip also come with a delivery? Step aside. Step aside. At that moment, a man's commanding voice boomed from the entrance of Haidaleou. A middle-aged delivery man, bearing an enormous refrigerator on his back, maneuvered through the throng, making his way towards Qin Feng. This spectacle instantly captivated the attention of all the diners present, who paused mid-meal to gaze in this direction, bewildered by the unfolding scene. What's going on? Why is a gigantic refrigerator coming in while we're eating? Hello. This is table number 6 at Haidaleou, 5th floor, Wanxiang City. Health Road, Haigang City. Yes, the address is correct. Please sign for it. As the man arrived at Qin Feng's table and set the refrigerator down, he pulled out a delivery slip. After confirming the address, he handed the receipt to Zhang Jian, smiling as he did so. Give it to him. Why should I? Zhang Jian, who was leisurely seated and picking his teeth, gestured to Xiao Zhou, who stood dumbfounded at the side, utterly perplexed. What? It's for me? Upon hearing Zhang Jian's words, Xiao Zhou looked at the colossal appliance before him, his heart racing with disbelief. His eyes widened in astonishment, questioning whether he was dreaming. Here he was, providing service, and suddenly he had received a grand refrigerator? Only after receiving Qin Feng's affirmative response could he truly believe it. Indeed, he had received a grand refrigerator. It was right in front of him, less than half a meter away. Yes, Xiao Zhou, this exquisite Panasonic multi-door refrigerator, worth 50,000 yuan, is my gift to you as a tip. Please sign for it. Qin Feng took the receipt from the delivery man and handed it to Xiao Zhou with a solemn expression. Well, thank you, big brother. Gazing at the luxurious refrigerator valued at 50,000 yuan, Xiao Zhou hesitated momentarily before signing his name on the slip, expressing his gratitude to Qin Feng. Receiving such an extravagant gift, Xiao Zhou ultimately felt rather fortunate. However, he was at a loss as to how to transport it home that evening, and he was uncertain whether it would find a place in his abode. Outside the Wanxiang City shopping mall in Haigang City, he exclaimed, "Brothers, I just completed the game where I tipped with a refrigerator. To be honest, it was indeed quite amusing, but also immensely awkward. Those people in that room were all staring at me and Brother Jian. Nevertheless, for your sake, I, Qin Feng, am giving it my all. After all, I am the world's foremost fan-favorite streamer. Is there anything wrong with that?" With a selfie stick in hand, Qin Feng tapped his forehead and addressed the nearly 2 million viewers in the live stream. Chapter 41. The house unveiled, the Panamera. Absolutely. Brother Feng dotes on us the most. With such fervor for his fans, who else could possibly rise to fame? Onward, Brother Feng, soar with confidence. Our love for you is everlasting. No worries, Brother Feng, as long as we remain unembarrassed. It's others who should feel awkward. Ha ha ha. Indeed, life and death are trivial. If you're not satisfied, then fight. Just indulge and it's settled. Upon hearing his words, the multitude of netizens in his live stream fervently responded. Gentlemen, let's cut the nonsense. The segment for household appliance tips has concluded. The game of tipping with various items has reached its final round. Now, let us engage in something more conventional. Allow me, Qin Feng, to reclaim some prestige. The final item promised to be exceptionally sensational, possessing an irresistible allure. Men would tremble at the sight of it, while women would find themselves momentarily frozen. It was none other than the Panamera. Brothers, have you ever witnessed someone tipping with a Panamera? Huh. Ajian, let's go. Hail a cab to the Porsche dealership. Qin Feng first addressed the multitude of netizens, then snapped his fingers at his good brother. He aimed to retrieve today's last vehicle before the dealership closed for the evening, the Porsche Panamera. This vehicle was not a purchase for himself, but rather intended as a tip. Wait, did I just hear correctly? Brother Feng is giving away a Panamera. This is astonishing, unbelievable. Indeed, under Brother Feng's generosity, even $1 million Panamera can be treated as a mere tip. Globally, it seems only Brother Feng possesses such audacity. Nothing more to say. Simply remarkable. Upon learning about the last item Qin Feng intended to give away, all netizens were utterly astonished. They had not anticipated such a grand tip from him. Dear Mr. Qin, your industrial and commercial bank savings card, ending in 4419, has just received a transfer. The amount is 500,000. Your current balance is 138,730,000. While en route, Qin Feng received another text message reminder on his phone, notifying him that the refrigerator he had just gifted had already earned him a rebate from the system. On September 1st, at precisely 6 in the evening, Qin Feng, accompanied by Zhang Jian, arrived punctually at the Porsche dealership located in the suburbs of Haigang. As soon as he entered, he spotted a sweet-faced saleswoman bouncing towards him, her face illuminated by an uncontainable smile, surreptitiously recording him with her phone. Seeing this, Qin Feng surmised the situation. You recognize me, don't you? After taking a deep breath, he gently inquired. The saleswoman, slightly bashful, nodded in affirmation. Since you do, you must be aware of which vehicle I am here to collect. She nodded once more. Very well. Do not squander any more time, then. Expedite the procedures. By the way, it would be best to choose a black one, as it suits both genders. Qin Feng then retrieved the black card from his pocket and handed it to the attendant. The female sales associate, recognizing him, facilitated a series of processes, thereby accelerating the vehicle acquisition. This would enable him and Zhang Jian to return to the city before nightfall. Before long, the saleswoman had selected a model for him, a 2.9T executive long version Panamera, an exquisite black beauty valued at $1.29 million. Just charge $150 to the card. The remainder shall be your tip, Qin Feng declared while standing at the Porsche counter. He pulled out a Golden Dragon cigarette from his pocket, took a deep drag, and addressed the woman. Thank you, Feng Ge. Could we exchange WeChat? Let us meet up sometime. Upon hearing his words, the saleswoman's smile grew ever brighter. Unashamedly, before an audience of 1.9 million in Qin Feng's live stream, she requested his WeChat contact. Apologies, but you do not quite appeal to me, Qin Feng remarked coolly, sizing her up as he took another puff of his cigarette. When it came to women, he preferred to take the initiative. However, she had already voiced what should have remained unspoken. What was there left to pursue? At 6:30, Qin Feng drove off in his newly acquired vehicle, sporting the temporary license plate arranged by the dealership, racing towards the city. Previously, the finest car he had driven was his brother-in-law's Magotan. Now, for the first time, he was experiencing such an exceptional vehicle, and he could not help but accelerate, pressing the gas pedal to the floor. The delightful roar of the Porsche filled him with elation. Once he found the time, he might as well treat himself to one as well. However, with such a substantial balance on his card, the question of which Porsche was now trivial. For him, the immediate goal was to amass 10 million followers and ascend to the throne of popularity on Douyin. On this journey, Qin Feng drove with fervor, returning to the city in a mere 20 minutes. Feng, how about we visit a club for a massage? Then we could gift this car to the massage attendant. After all, giving it to anyone would suffice. They wouldn't mind receiving it either. Just as Qin Feng parked the car by the roadside, lighting a cigarette while contemplating how to bestow the car, he suddenly heard his good friend in the passenger seat speak up. Qin Feng turned to see his companion gazing intently at a renowned club along the roadside, his eyes almost glazing over, his expression quite lewd. Indeed, as the saying goes, with a gambling father, ailing mother, a brother in school, and a shattered home, if I do not assist her, who will, right? Ha ha ha. Qin Feng chuckled, turning back to take another drag from his cigarette. Zhang Jian joined in the laughter. Of course, Qin Feng knew he was merely jesting. As a professional gift-giving live streamer, his program locations were bound to be diverse, including establishments like clubs. He intended to host a nighttime show, but not just yet. It is only when the veil of night descends upon the harbor that he can assure that this performance will be nothing short of exhilarating and astonishing, leaving spectators wide-eyed in wonder. However, it is still a tad premature. At this hour, the majority of the fragmented souls have yet to commence their duties. Chapter 42. Are you more popular than the little lamb? Thus, the luxurious Porsche Panamera beneath him would not be gifted to a career woman, at least for the moment. While Qin Feng leisurely smoked and engaged in conversation with Zhang Jian in the front seat of the Panamera, his attention was captured by a newly opened shop, Honey Snow City by the roadside. Simultaneously, this sparked the idea for his next experiment. To be precise, it was not the establishment itself that drew his gaze, but rather the young female attendant within. On this evening of September 1st in the capital, a girl around 20 years old, with a clear complexion and standing at approximately 161 meters, adorned with horn braids, was energetically promoting the shop while holding a placard. You love me. I love you. Honey Snow City, oh so sweet. Snow King coffee, 1 cup to strive for. In this scorching summer, let Honey Snow City accompany you. Come and taste, she exclaimed. Sir, would you like a cup? What captivated Qin Feng the most was her radiant smile, so distinct and pure that it evoked a sense of tenderness. He deeply admired women who were self-reliant, tirelessly working in any role with unwavering diligence and a positive outlook. If fate allowed, he hoped to find a girl akin to her to share his life with one day. Brothers, did you see that girl? I admit, while she may not be conventionally stunning, she is certainly not unattractive. Remember, a self-sufficient and positive girl is always the most beautiful. Then, adjusting his phone's camera to the rear lens, Qin Feng aimed it at the girl while addressing the nearly 200,000 viewers in his live stream with a smile. She truly possesses a charm, especially when she smiles. It is undeniably enchanting. I must say, I would also like to find a girlfriend like her in the future. Is Feng preparing for his next experiment? Then act swiftly. My mother always said that a man who takes action is equally handsome. Chimed a viewer with a playful emoji. Upon seeing the sweet attendant from Honey Snow City, the audience erupted into lively discussions, flooding the screen with comments. They unanimously praised Qin Feng's discerning eye for talent, recognizing that gifting such an exquisite car, valued at over $1 million, to a girl like her was far superior to bestowing it upon the typical nightlife crowd. Zhang Jian, who had been enjoying his cigarette in the passenger seat, was still fixated on a high-end club by the roadside, a grin plastered across his face, almost drooling with anticipation. What is up? He finally snapped back to reality, staring blankly at Qin Feng. What's up? Get out. This car won't belong to us for long. Wait by the roadside for me, Qin Feng urged, pushing him lightly. After Zhang Jian exited the vehicle, Qin Feng pressed the accelerator, propelling forward, and promptly executed a U-turn at the intersection, heading straight for the Mi Shui Cheng across the street. The performance of his newly acquired Panamera was nothing short of exceptional, roaring down the road with a thunderous growl. Before he even reached his destination, the crowd nearby had already fixed their gaze upon his impressive vehicle. Wow, what a stunning Panamera! They exclaimed, utterly captivated, unable to find words to describe its allure. A man who drives such a car must undoubtedly be a resounding success. As Qin Feng parked the elongated 5 2-meter-long Panamera right in front of the girls. He swiftly removed the car key and, holding his smartphone for a live broadcast, made his way towards them. "Excuse me, sir. Would you like a cup of milk tea?" Upon seeing Qin Feng approach with a confident stride, the girl momentarily froze before breaking into a smile and replying, "No milk tea for me. Please give me a hot Americano. No sugar." Qin Feng waved his hand dismissively, chuckling in response. With the night drawing near and a lengthy live stream ahead, he opted for a coffee to invigorate himself. "All right, one moment, please." The girl, upon hearing Qin Feng's request, dashed into the service area to prepare his order. "What is your name?" Qin Feng inquired with a warm smile. "My name is Zhang Qing. You can call me Xiao Qing," she replied, multitasking as she worked. "Xiao Qing, what a lovely name," he complimented. Soon a freshly brewed, unsweetened hot Americano was presented to Qin Feng. "Sir, here is your coffee. Enjoy." As the beautiful girl turned to leave, Qin Feng called out to her, gesturing toward the gleaming Porsche key on the counter. "You forgot to take your tip." For reasons he could not quite articulate, Qin Feng felt an immediate fondness for Zhang Qing upon their first encounter. However, this affection was not romantic in nature. It was simply an appreciation for her pleasant demeanor, devoid of any irritation and a desire for further interaction. Since acquiring his system, Qin Feng had adopted a singular philosophy. As long as someone in this world could offer him a unique perspective or feeling, the rest was simple. It was all about spending. He would spend lavishly, whether it was 1 million or 10 million. Money was merely a number to him. "What does that mean?" Zhang Qing, snapping back to reality, glanced at the Porsche key beside Qin Feng, a smile creeping onto her face as she inquired. She suspected that Qin Feng might be attempting to charm her, luring her into his car for some clandestine rendezvous. After all, she had encountered her fair share of wealthy playboys in the past. Upon the completion of Qin Feng's statement, her fondness for him plummeted to an icy low. However, the words he uttered in the next moment caught her completely off guard. "Do not misunderstand, Miss Zhang Qing. I, Qin Feng, harbor no ulterior motives towards you. Currently 9 million viewers are watching us. They can all attest that I genuinely intend to gift you this car. You must have Douyin, right? If it is convenient, do follow me. My account is Xiao Fengge. In due time, you will surely come to understand what kind of person I, Qin Feng, truly am." With that, Qin Feng retrieved his phone, aimed the front camera at Zhang Qing, and encouraged, "Come on, Xiao Qingqing, say hello to the brothers in my live stream." Hi, hello, everyone," Zhang Qing stammered, initially taken aback as she gazed at the astonishing figure of 9 million viewers in Qin Feng's live stream. She raised her hand in a daze and waved it slightly. "You have even more popularity than Xiao Yangge." Turning her gaze back to Qin Feng, she spoke incredulously. She could hardly fathom that this strikingly handsome man, resembling the peak-time Hong Kong star Liang Xiaowei, was indeed a streamer. Furthermore, he boasted nearly 2 million followers on Douyin. It was noteworthy that Xiao Yangge, the reigning king of Douyin, typically garnered around 1 million viewers per stream. Yet this man surpassed even that. How could she not be utterly astonished? Most importantly, she had never heard of Qin Feng before. After all, she was a devoted user of Douyin, often scrolling through the app in her leisure time. Faced with this suave and charismatic figure, who embodied the essence of Douyin's popularity, Zhang Qing found herself momentarily flustered, her mind a blank slate. Chapter 43. Once the matter is settled, one departs with a light heart, concealing both merit and fame. My popularity is of little consequence. What truly matters is that I have met you today. Here, take it. This car now belongs to you. Farewell. Perhaps we shall meet again." Qin Feng cheerfully tapped the gleaming key of the new Porsche Panamera resting on the counter and said with a smile. With that, he turned and strode out the door, leaving Zhang Qing with an exceptionally elegant and handsome silhouette. As the saying goes, once the matter is settled, one departs with a light heart, concealing both merit and fame. There was nothing amiss, not a single flaw. "Wait, I don't know how to drive. I can't drive." Zhang Qing stood frozen for a full 5 seconds, staring at Qin Feng's retreating figure before regaining her senses. Suddenly recalling something, she snatched the car key and dashed out, calling after him in a flurry. However, at that moment, Qin Feng had already climbed into a taxi with a rather unsavory-looking young man clad in a leather jacket and sporting black-rimmed glasses. As they departed, he waved goodbye with a smile, seemingly oblivious to her frantic calls. Once Qin Feng was gone, Zhang Qing gazed at the imposing vehicle parked in front of Mishua City, a behemoth stretching 5.2 meters long, and found herself in a quandary. Though Qin Feng had gifted her this magnificent machine, the dilemma remained. She did not know how to drive. She didn't even possess a driver's license. How was she supposed to get home? She certainly couldn't leave it here. Hey, Xiaoxue, I've run into a bit of a predicament. Could you come help me after your shift? Moments later. Recalling her friend who could drive, Zhang Qing dialed her number. What's wrong, Xiaoqing? What trouble have you encountered? Her friend inquired, puzzled. Well, a man just gifted me a car, but I don't know how to drive. I was hoping you could help me take it away. Zhang Qing frowned as she looked at the car. What? Zhang Qing? Are you dreaming? You don't even have a boyfriend. How can a man give you a car? I'm not lying. Well, have I ever told you a falsehood? What kind of car is it? Surely it's not some cheap clunker worth a few thousand. I don't know the name, but honestly, it's quite beautiful. That man had good taste. Let me take a picture and send it to you on WeChat. Subsequently, Zhang Qing snapped a photo of the Panamera and sent it to her friend. What? The Panamera? He gifted you this car. Zhang Qing. This is the dream car of countless women. You're incredibly lucky to have received a vehicle worth millions out of the blue. Do you know that man's name? I think it's Qin Feng. He is a streamer on Douyin with over 1.9 million followers. What? You actually met Brother Feng? Did fortune smile upon you today? Have you added him on WeChat yet? Wait for me. I shall arrive shortly. Let me tell you, if you manage to secure this man's favor, your life will be set. Not only you, but I too shall bask in the glow of your success. Upon discovering that the individual who just gifted Zhang Qing a Porsche Panamera was none other than the newly emerged tycoon Qin Feng, my friend on the other end of the line could no longer remain composed. She immediately hung up, skipping work to hail a cab and rush to the venue where Zhang Qing was at Mishua City. Meanwhile, in the taxi occupied by Qin Feng, a voice announced, Dear Mr. Qin, your industrial and commercial bank savings card, ending in 4419, has just received a transfer of 15 million. The current balance on your card is 153.13 million. As soon as Zhang Qing successfully took possession of the Panamera, Qin Feng's system promptly rewarded him with a cashback. Gentlemen, it is now 7:30 p.m. on September 1st in the capital. After a long day of streaming, both I and Brother Jian are feeling a bit fatigued. So we will first check into a room at the Haigang Grand Hotel to rest. However, our program will not cease. Once we arrive at the hotel, I will commence a live stream using my computer to present you with an extraordinary show. See you soon, brothers. Sitting in the back seat of the taxi, Qin Feng waved cheerfully at the 1.9 million viewers in his live stream. All right, Brother Feng, you must go live later. Indeed, those who do not stream are mere pups, scoundrels. Absolutely. A gentleman's word is his bond. We shall await your return to the stream. Upon hearing these words, the 1.9 million viewers reluctantly bid farewell to Qin Feng, urging him to resume the broadcast once he arrived at the hotel. All right, brothers. See you soon. With that, Qin Feng closed his streaming session and leaned back against the taxi seat, exhaling deeply. He had been streaming since 8 a.m., totaling a grueling 12 hours, and fatigue had begun to set in. His phone, too, was on the brink of dying, with merely one battery remaining. Driver, please make a stop at Walmart before heading to the Haigang Grand Hotel. At that moment, Qin Feng recalled a crucial detail and hurriedly instructed the driver. He had promised his audience that he would continue the live stream upon reaching the hotel, yet he suddenly realized he lacked a computer. Thus, he directed the driver to turn around and head to Walmart in Haigang to purchase one. Upon arrival, Qin Feng used a black card to acquire a Ryzen 3 4-inch laptop worth 30,000 yuan. He then returned to the taxi, setting off toward the largest and finest hotel in Haigang, the Haigang Grand Hotel. Wow, Brother Feng has arrived. Welcome, Brother Feng. Welcome. It was now 8 p.m. on September 1st in the capital. As Qin Feng and Zhang Jian descended from their taxi, they were greeted by a throng of employees from the Haigang Grand Hotel, who formed a welcoming corridor at the entrance. Each individual stood in neat formation, bowing slightly while exclaiming in unison, their faces aglow with enthusiastic smiles. Upon inquiring, Qin Feng learned that several hotel staff members were his admirers, having discovered during his recent live stream that he was to check into the Haigang Grand Hotel. Thus, they organized this fervent reception in his honor. Amidst the crowd's adulation, Qin Feng and Zhang Jian approached the front desk. "Sir, may I inquire what type of room you would like today?" asked the stunningly beautiful female receptionist, her face beaming with delight. "Ah, I shall take the presidential suite on the top floor. Please book it for a month," he replied, producing his credit card with ease. "Additionally, charge an extra 300,000 yuan as a tip for you all. Please feel free to divide it among yourselves." As he slowly extracted a cigarette from his pocket, lit it, and took a deep drag, he smiled at the receptionist. Initially, he had intended to settle for a modest double room for one night, not due to a lack of funds, but rather because it seemed excessive for just the two of them to occupy such a grand suite. However, given the enthusiastic reception from the hotel staff, he felt it would be somewhat remiss not to opt for the presidential suite. "Thank you, Brother Feng. We are so grateful to you." Upon hearing that Qin Feng had generously tipped them 300,000 yuan, the 10 or so hotel employees present erupted with exhilaration. Chapter 44. Rewarding the Unpopular Streamers. The arrival of the Wind Emperor. After ascending to the upper floor and taking a brief respite, Qin Feng powered on the newly acquired Ryzen laptop and initiated his live broadcast. "Wow, Brother Feng, you just arrived. We've been waiting for you for ages. Indeed, I miss you so much. Fear not, Brother Feng. Love for you will always endure. Just dive in and get it done." To Qin Feng's astonishment, within less than a minute of commencing the stream, over 300,000 viewers surged into the room at an astonishing speed. A minute later, the viewer count skyrocketed past 1 million. In his 2.5 years of streaming, Qin Feng experienced the exhilarating rush of a top streamer for the very first time. He had anticipated that after ending the previous stream and returning to the hotel to restart, his popularity would dwindle. However, observing the influx of viewers, he realized his concerns were unfounded. "Brothers, I'm taking a brief break with Brother Jian at the hotel. Then we'll head back out to continue our program. During this time at the hotel, I've decided to craft an exceptionally entertaining segment for you. I assure you, it will be something you've never witnessed before." Given the enthusiasm of his audience, Qin Feng understood he could not afford to let them down. He was determined to keep the momentum alive. This segment had been conceived while he was still in the taxi. "Come on, spill it, Brother Feng. Anything from you is bound to be top-notch." "Absolutely, Brother Feng. You are everlasting. I've got my little stool and sunflower seeds ready. Please commence your performance." Upon hearing his words, over 1 million viewers in the live chat were equally exhilarated. "Brothers, you're all aware of room checks, right? I believe you've seen them on other streams. But this time, I want to do something different. Specifically, I intend to check out those streamers with zero popularity on Douyin and generously reward them with substantial tips. They must have absolutely no one in their stream. If there's even a single viewer present, I won't bother watching. Perhaps you've witnessed my spending power offline. Soon, you shall witness it online as well. Remember, whether online or offline, I, Brother Feng, will always be your Brother Feng." Subsequently, Qin Feng informed his viewers about the upcoming segment. "Wow, this is fantastic. Let's get on with it." Exactly. Brother Feng truly is exceptional. While other streamers check high-traffic rooms, only Brother Feng dares to explore those with zero traffic. Enough said, you're amazing. Brother Feng's mind is truly vaster than the solar system. Ha ha ha. I can't imagine the expressions of those zero-traffic streamers when they see Brother Feng arrive. Once everything was clarified, his live room, poised to regain a viewer count of 9 million, erupted once more in excitement. Let us aim directly for 10 million. Before commencing the checks, Qin Feng first opened the Douyin recharge interface, preparing to top up his account that currently held 0 Douyin coins. Originally, the intention was to top up 1 million, but it soon became apparent that such an amount might prove insufficient. Thus, he boldly opted to utilize his black card to recharge 10 million. Once Qin Feng successfully completed the transaction, his Douyin balance instantaneously surged from 0 to a staggering 100 million Do coins. "All right, gentlemen, the ammunition is primed," he proclaimed, albeit acknowledging that while it may not be an excessive sum, it should suffice for the time being. Our program is about to commence, he added as he clicked the return button. Upon witnessing Qin Feng's nonchalant infusion of 10 million into his account, the audience in his live stream was left astounded, their astonishment akin to a sudden jolt. Brothers, we have found it. This basketball 2K streamer is utterly devoid of viewers. One by one, they discovered the first streamer with a complete lack of popularity. On the screen appeared a man in his 30s, sporting black-rimmed glasses and clad in pajamas, intently engaged in a 2K game at his computer. Despite the absence of an audience, he radiated enthusiasm, occasionally erupting into passionate exclamations. If you sink a three-pointer, I shall gift you a carnival. Go for it. Observing this male streamer, who was playing as the Golden State Warriors number 30, Stephen Curry, Qin Feng decided to send a message on the public screen using his Little Phone Goo account. The streamer, similarly named Little Curry, clearly held a deep admiration for the player. It is well known that one of NBA superstar Curry's signature skills lies in his three-point shooting. Hence, Qin Feng proposed that for every three-pointer the streamer successfully made, he would reward him with a carnival as encouragement. You score a three-pointer and you'll send me a carnival? Brother, are you jesting? A carnival costs 3,000. The man chuckled, seemingly undeterred, and refocused his attention on the game. Soon enough, he managed to score a three-pointer with Curry. Just as he continued his gameplay, a dazzling carnival effect worth 3,000 suddenly erupted in the live stream. What on earth? He exclaimed, startled by this unexpected turn of events. He instinctively jolted, raising his hands to rub his eyes, questioning the reality before him, uncertain if he was witnessing something genuine or merely experiencing an illusion. Xiaofeng presented the Carnival X1. Are you serious, brother? As he beheld the generous gift of 3,000 coins on the screen, the man realized that the individual was not jesting. With each three-point shot he made in the match, his opponent would bestow upon him another carnival gift. Xiaofeng boasted an impressive 950,000 followers on Douyin and had an astonishing 8 million viewers in his live stream. He was ranked first on the popularity list. Hastily, he clicked on Qin Feng's profile to take a glance, only to be nearly startled out of his wits. Thank you, big brother. I apologize for my previous impertinence. Recognizing that he might have encountered a true internet sensation, the man abruptly rose from his chair and bowed deeply to the screen, conveying his sincere apologies. No need for apologies. Keep shooting. Before this match concludes, for every three-pointer you score, I shall reward you with a gift. Situated in the presidential suite on the top floor of the Harbor Grand Hotel, Qin Feng took a puff of his cigarette and, with the cigarette still between his fingers, continued to type on the public screen. Chapter 45, Mother, I have received the carnival. Excellent. Ori. The man, overwhelmed with excitement, took his trembling hands and sat back down in his chair. With Qin Feng's explicit encouragement, he transformed the upcoming game into a thrilling three-point contest, emulating Curry's audacious long-range shooting. However, due to an overwhelming sense of anxiety, his normally impeccable three-point accuracy faltered. As the 5-minute match concluded, he managed to score only 19 three-pointers, a far cry from his expectations. Little Feng has sent a Carnival X19. In the next moment, his live streaming interface burst forth with an array of carnival effects. Wow. Oh my goodness. Thank you, Brother Feng. Thank you, Brother Feng. Overwhelmed by the cascading carnivals appearing in the live stream, the man could no longer contain his emotions, tears streaming down his face. He even knelt on the ground, bowing reverently toward the screen. At 30 years old and recently unemployed, he had turned to live streaming on Douyin, hoping to carve out a niche for himself in the realm of 2K gaming. He yearned for an opportunity to sustain his life. However, after a grueling 2 weeks, his stream had languished in utter obscurity, drawing no viewers, plunging him into despair. Yet now, with Qin Feng gifting him a total of 20 carnivals, the man realized he could manage his credit card bill next month. Rent would be covered, each carnival worth 3,000, totaling 60,000. After the platform's commission, he would still pocket half, amounting to 30,000. This sum would suffice to sustain him for 6 months. Take care, brother. Keep going. With those parting words, Qin Feng exited the live stream. Thank you, Brother Feng. Thank you, Brother Feng. Even after Qin Feng's departure, The man continued to express his gratitude fervently in the chat. Meanwhile, Qin Feng resumed his search for the next undiscovered streamer. Throughout his 2.5-year streaming journey, he too experienced prolonged periods of solitude, staring blankly at the screen, fully aware of the despair and torment that such times entailed. This understanding was one of the driving forces behind his current initiative. Soon, Qin Feng stumbled upon another unnoticed streamer on Douyin. This young lad appeared to be merely 18 or 19 years old, engaged in a classic 5v5 battle game, League of Legends. Wow, impressive. The strongest king. Quite remarkable. Qin Feng marveled at the opponent's rank, unable to suppress his admiration. However, despite the streamer's exceptional prowess and skill, he remained without an audience. If you can secure a pentakill in the next team fight and achieve victory, I will send you 100 carnivals. Noticing that the streamer had a striking record of 17-0-10 as the mid-lane Katarina, Qin Feng sent a message in the chat. Though the streamer's performance was extraordinary, the match remained finely balanced. It could be said that he single-handedly persevered, while his teammates were reduced to mere playthings. In response, Qin Feng offered his encouragement, urging him to secure a pentakill and lead the team to victory, which would yield a reward of 100 carnival tokens. If I achieve a pentakill and win the game, you'll grant me 100 carnivals? Is that for real? The young man, engrossed in his game, remarked upon noticing the message. Absolutely. Focus on your gameplay. Win, and I shall reward you. Qin Feng replied on the screen. After reading Qin Feng's message, the young man said no more and immersed himself fully in the game. Yay, pentakill. We won. Ha ha ha. In the final team fight, occurring just 3 minutes before the end, he successfully executed a pentakill, clinching victory. As the word victory floated across the screen, he was overtaken with exhilaration, raising his arms in triumph and shouting joyfully, "Brother, I achieved a pentakill and won the game. What about my carnival tokens?" Ha ha ha, he called out, half-jokingly, to Qin Feng, the only viewer in his live stream. Impressive. Qin Feng, situated in the Harbor Grand Hotel, shook his head in admiration after witnessing the remarkable gameplay. He then fulfilled his promise, sending a total of 100 carnival tokens to the young man. Brother Feng has sent Carnival X 100. Whoa, what is happening? The young man was momentarily stunned as he observed the flurry of effects appearing in his live stream. He abruptly removed his headphones, tossing them onto the table, clutching his head with both hands, and fixating his gaze on the screen while exclaiming in disbelief. "Mom, I received carnival tokens. 100 of them. Someone just gifted me 100 carnivals. I'm going crazy. Phew, I told you my skills were so good that someone would definitely notice." He then turned to the door, shouting loudly, "Are you dreaming? Each carnival costs 3,000, so 100 amounts to 300,000. Your pathetic live stream has no viewers. How could anyone possibly gift you 30,000 worth of tokens?" A woman's voice, rebutting from outside the door, interrupted. "I'm not lying. Come and see." The young man, sensing his mother's disbelief, dashed outside and pulled her in. "Look," he exclaimed, pointing at the screen where the carnival effects were still cascading. "Carnival X100. Upon realizing the total gifts received, the middle-aged woman, still donned in her apron from washing dishes in the kitchen, lost her balance and fell to the ground. She placed her hand over her heart, attempting to steady her emotions. "Xiaoping, do the math for me. 1 carnival is 3,000. 10 is 30,000. 100 is 300,000, right?" After taking a deep breath, she gasped and exclaimed to her son beside her, 300,000. That's an incredible sum, with 15,000 now in hand. She reflected on the arduous year she had endured, struggling to earn such an amount. As a single parent, raising her son had already been a considerable challenge. Now, with this 15,000, their lives would be profoundly transformed for the better. How could she not feel an overwhelming sense of exhilaration? "Thank you, Brother Feng. Thank you, Brother Feng." The mother and son continued to express their gratitude fervently towards the screen. "You gotta go now. Your son plays quite well. It would hurt for him to consider a professional path in gaming." Watching the scene where both mother and son affectionately referred to him as brother, Qin Feng felt a twinge of discomfort. After leaving those words, he exited the live stream room. Chapter 46, Give me 200 000 in 1 minute. What'd I just say? Anyone participating in Feng Ji's program must meet one condition: a strong heart. Those with weak hearts simply cannot withstand it. Ha ha ha. Indeed, over 100 carnivals suddenly thrust upon one's face. Who could possibly endure that? Absolutely right. Even those prominent streamers, upon receiving such extravagant gifts, would be overwhelmed with excitement. Let alone these lesser-known, virtually ignored streamers. Feng Ge is indeed ruthless. When he decides to host a carnival, it starts with dozens or even hundreds of gifts. After witnessing Feng Ge's live stream clips tomorrow, will those so-called wealthy patrons still be able to hold their heads high? Huh. Ha ha ha. Feng Yi, perhaps you should ease up a bit. Leave some dignity for those pretentious rich patrons. Don't leave them with swollen faces. After today, who would still dare to call themselves wealthy patrons on Douyin? Looking across the entire Dragon Kingdom's internet landscape, when it comes to affluent patrons, Feng Ge, claim the second position. No one dares to claim the first. After Qin Feng rewarded the first 2 zero-viewer streamers, the number of viewers as live stream successfully surpassed 2 million, firmly securing the top spot on Douyin's popularity chart during prime time. He directly eclipsed the second-ranked streamer, Xiaoyang Ge, who was selling goods at the time. Brothers, I found another zero-viewer streamer. This girl seems quite appealing. Let us see if she fits your taste. After a brief search, Qin Feng discovered another streamer with 0 viewers. This time, the streamer was a female, appearing to be no older than 25. She had bangs, a fair complexion, and a bright gaze, deeply engrossed in playing the shooting game Counter-Strike. Impressive, brothers. A girl playing such a game likely possesses some skills. Qin Feng felt a spark of interest rising within him. Beautiful lady, for every enemy you defeat in this game, I will reward you with that many carnivals. I promise. Go for it. He typed in the chat. However, to his surprise, as soon as he sent the message, the girl immediately recognized him. Wow, Feng Ge? Am I seeing things? Is it really you? How did you end up on my live stream? I just finished watching your stream this afternoon. I'm your fan. You're the only person I follow on Douyin. The girl blushed as she exclaimed, her temperature rising rapidly at that moment. Upon hearing her words, Qin Feng casually clicked on her Douyin profile and discovered that her only follow was indeed him. Little Feng Ge, are you here to check on me? How could I be so lucky to be noticed by my idol? In the next instant, the girl became even more excited, her hand trembling as she operated the mouse. The final outcome resulted in being shot in the head by the enemy. Not a single opponent was vanquished in this game. Oh dear, before my idol, I was mercilessly eliminated at the very start of the match. Sigh. Witnessing this scene, the girl let out a heavy sigh, enveloped in profound disappointment. What a pity. Since you failed to complete the task, I cannot present you with the promised carnival. Qin Feng replied in the public chat. It's all right, brother Feng. Just being able to meet you fills my heart with joy. I'm sure I will wake up laughing from my dreams tonight. The girl quickly waved her hand, exclaiming. As she spoke, her face radiated a broad smile, betraying no trace of sorrow. However, although I cannot gift you the promised carnival, I can still offer you the Douyin #1. Because you're my fan, and my only follower on Douyin is still me. Qin Feng continued typing in the public chat. After finishing this sentence, he opened the gift interface, located Douyin #1, and directly inputted 1,000 gifts. Brother Xiao Feng gifts Douyin #1 x 1,000. In the next moment, the girl's live stream was flooded with Douyin #1 gifts, one after another. Before entering the live stream, Qin Feng had never anticipated that this randomly selected female streamer would be one of his fans, with him being her sole follower on Douyin. To be honest, when he opened the girl's Douyin account and saw the solitary word Xiao Feng, he felt a twinge of emotion. Perhaps at some point, while watching his live stream, he had imparted a unique experience to this girl, making her feel like an extraordinary individual, thus allowing him to fortuitously become the only one on her list of followers. As always, Qin Feng treated his fans with unparalleled kindness, especially towards dedicated fans like her. He could not afford to be stingy. Otherwise, what kind of man would he be? He generously offered 1 million yuan. After deducting Douyin's commission, the girl would still receive 500,000. This sum would undoubtedly bring monumental changes to her life. Thank you, Brother Feng. Thank you, Brother Feng. Watching the screen filled with a continuous stream of 1,000 Douyin number 1 gifts, the girl was already in tears. While wiping away her tears with her hands, she repeatedly expressed her gratitude. After a struggle, she finally managed to control her cascading tears. Unexpectedly, the next moment, Qin Feng spoke words to the audience in her live stream that caused her tears to flow once more. Brothers, I have said it before, my treatment of fans is absolutely different from that of other streamers. This girl currently has 101 followers on her Douyin account. Can I ask you all to give me, Qin Feng, some face? Let us aim for 200,000. Since the start of the live stream, Qin Feng had hardly ever focused on gaining followers for his own account. He believed that as long as you enjoy his content and it satisfies you, you would continue to watch without wavering. Therefore, whether you followed him or not was of no consequence to Qin Feng. However, this time, I implore you, dear friends, let us elevate this young lady's followers to 200,000. Qin Feng took a deep breath and addressed the over 2 million viewers in the live stream with utmost seriousness. Come on, my brothers. We have 1 minute. In this minute, help me reach 200,000 followers for her. Let the other streamers witness the prominence I, Qin Feng, hold in the online realm. Am I not worthy? With that, he abruptly sprang from his chair and pulled out his phone to set the timer. Let us go. Let us go. Let us go. My brothers, push forward. For the sake of Brother Feng's reputation, even if we must borrow our ancestors' phones, we shall ensure this young lady reaches 200,000 followers. Absolutely. Brother Yang is currently watching Brother Feng's stream. We cannot allow him to lose face. It is time to demonstrate the might of the Feng family army. As Qin Feng's resounding words echoed, the 200,000 viewers in his live stream sprang into action without a moment's hesitation. Chapter 47. The astonished Douyin streamers in the span of merely 10 seconds. The young girl's Douyin account, which previously boasted a modest following of 101 fans, surged to an astonishing 50,000 followers. The numbers continued to climb at an exhilarating pace. As she beheld the meteoric rise of her Douyin followers, her heart raced in tandem with the escalating digits, creating a sensation akin to a dream. Wonderfully surreal. Onward, my brothers. Let's continue to elevate Brother Feng's follower count. Another figure, Zhang Jian, who stood alongside Qin Feng at the harbor, joined in this pivotal moment. Shouting into his phone with fervor, Zhang Jian comprehended deeply that the 200,000 followers were not solely a gift to the girl from Qin Feng. They were also a testament to his own standing. The outcome was intrinsically tied to Qin Feng's reputation. One must ponder, in today's vast internet landscape, who possesses the capability to rally 200,000 followers in a mere minute with a single shout. Brother Yang could not accomplish this. Neither could Xian Ba. Should Qin Feng achieve this feat, it would signify his unparalleled status as the singular god of this internet era, an irreplaceable entity. Brothers, only 30 seconds to go. Get your all. Fetch the phones of your relatives. As the countdown neared its conclusion, the girl's Douyin follower count had reached 100,000, still shy of the target. In a moment of urgency, Qin Feng slammed his hand on the table, bellowing in frustration. At that precise instant, the girl on the other end had rallied her entire family, her parents and grandparents, all gathered before the screen, bowing deeply in gratitude to the legion of online supporters. Brothers, just 10 seconds remaining. Do not relent. Today is our day to shine. At this moment, the girl's follower count reached 180,000, tantalizingly close to 200,000. With fists raised, Qin Feng urged the 2 million viewers in his live stream. 3 seconds left. We need 5,000 more. Give me some face. Charge forth. Quickly. As the countdown approached its final moments, with the prospect of achieving an unprecedented milestone in the internet realm, Qin Feng's face flushed with excitement. Ultimately, the result unfolded as he had hoped. 700 followers. Within a minute, Qin Feng had garnered a staggering 200,000 followers for the girl. Here you go, my dear. Cherish these 200,000 fans. Make sure to share more content and strive to retain their interest. Qin Feng returned to his chair, taking a deep breath, wiping the sweat from his brow, and then dialing the girl as connection. Thank you, Brother Feng. The girl on the other end was overwhelmed with emotion, left speechless and in tears. It's all right, it's all right. Let us end the call for now. In the future, if you need anything on Douyin, just reach out to me. Brother Feng has your back. After uttering this phrase, Qin Feng promptly ended the call. He raised his hand to glance at the watch on his wrist, realizing that it was already 8:50 p.m. on September 1st in the capital. Brothers, my break with Brother Jian is about over. Just 10 more minutes. We will head out and continue the outdoor activities for you, he declared. As the long night unfolds, our show will gradually take shape. Remember, with me, Qin Feng, there is nothing you cannot imagine, nor anything you cannot witness. He earnestly addressed the 2 million viewers in the live stream. Meanwhile, on the other side, a voice exclaimed, 200,000 followers. Who is this Qin Feng? Why have I, Chunze, never encountered him before? It was undeniable. This individual was exceptionally impressive. Achieving 200,000 followers is something I cannot accomplish. Not even Brother Yang could manage that. After Qin Feng once again topped the Douyin popularity chart in the evening, a multitude of prominent internet streamers began to take notice of him, including Chunze, who was reputed to be one of the 4 kings of the north. Chunze had witnessed the moment when Qin Feng followed the girl, and now, gazing at her staggering follower count, he found it hard to believe while seated at his computer in a lavish mansion in Haicheng. He touched the frame of his glasses, shook his head, and pondered aloud. Brother Zhe, you have no idea. This Qin Feng is truly formidable. In just one day, he has nearly given away 10 million in gifts, especially in how he treats his fans. He is exceptionally generous. Indeed, Brother Zhe, when will you also provide some benefits for the brothers? Come on, Brother Zhe. Learn a thing or two from Brother Feng. Stop being so miserly, like a filthy dog. Exactly. If you keep this up, we might just abandon Zhe Min and team up with Qin Feng. Accompanied by a smirk, the 400,000 viewers in Chunze's live stream were fervently expressing their thoughts in the comments. Let us be realistic. I cannot emulate Qin Feng's streaming style. I watched his stream clips today. Are we to believe he just gave away a nearly 1 million Audi Q7 on the street? And that old Panamera, he just handed it out like it was nothing. Who can imitate that? Chunze shook his head and banged the table in exasperation. Perhaps I should go solo and seek out Brother Feng. It seems more promising to be with Qin Feng than with you. Beside him, a friend chuckled, half jokingly, half seriously. You can go ahead. What? Do you think I Haven Tea treated you well? You wish to go solo? Chunze, hearing this, shot him a fierce glare and retorted. Oh, really? That sounds nice. So when are you buying me a Bugatti Veyron? Qin Feng promised to gift one to Zhang Jian. Get lost. Go home and eat your old dumplings. I can't even afford a Bugatti Veyron myself. Yet you want me to buy you one. If all else fails, I shall purchase a ticket for you. And you can seek out Qin Feng at the harbor tomorrow. I yearn to go right now. The Shaoyang livestream room is intense. Truly remarkable. It is indeed a case of the younger generation pushing the older one aside, with the latter being washed ashore by the former. Our popularity this evening pales in comparison to even a fraction of theirs. Perhaps I should close the live stream and join Qin Feng instead, assisting him with his bags and errands. I might even earn more than I do now. Brother Shaoyang reflected upon the less than 1 million viewers in his live stream room. In previous times, his viewership during this hour consistently surpassed 1 million. Yet, alas, one mountain cannot accommodate 2 tigers. After Qin Feng's meteoric rise on Douyin, he has undoubtedly claimed a significant portion of his audience. In the presence of Qin Feng, even this former king of popularity on Douyin finds himself overshadowed. Chapter 48. A solo visit to KTV, leaving all the princesses behind. Gentlemen, it is 9 o'clock. The evening's program in our live stream is about to commence. I want to give you a heads up. Tonight will undoubtedly be filled with surprises. Meanwhile, in the presidential suite on the top floor of the Harbor Grand Hotel, Qin Feng glanced at the time, rose slowly from his chair, and addressed the multitude of viewers with a smile. Is the midnight show about to begin? I am filled with anticipation. Let's get started. The earth shall not explode while Brother Feng takes a break. Hurry and switch to your phone. I can hardly wait to witness your next performance. I just watched a clip from your live stream and entered the room. All I can say is, I regret not finding you sooner. But fear not, from this moment forth. I shall follow you until the end. Upon learning that Qin Feng was preparing to launch the midnight show, the more than 2 million viewers in his live stream grew increasingly excited. Among them were some who had been watching since the morning, while others had stumbled upon his clips on Douyin, prompting them to join the live stream. Brothers, it's time to set off. I will first shut down my computer and then start the stream with my phone downstairs. As for the content of tonight's program, I shall reveal it shortly. I guarantee it will be absolutely explosive and sensational. After sharing this with the audience, Qin Feng powered down his Ryzen laptop, took the room card from Zhang Jian, and made his way downstairs. Upon arriving in the lobby of the Harbor Grand Hotel and restarting his live stream on his phone, his viewer count swiftly rebounded to 2 million within a minute. Okay. Brothers, have you ever been to KTV? I believe many of you have. Have you ever ordered Princess there? I'm sure many of you have as well. But have you ever tried going to KTV alone, leaving all the singing girls behind? Soon, I shall visit a large KTV at the harbor, enjoy a drink, and then summon a wave of princesses. And I will leave them all behind. Yes, you heard me correctly. All of them. No matter how many there are, I will leave as many as I can. Even if it's 100 or 1,000, it won't make a difference. Seated on the sofa in the lobby of the Harbor Grand Hotel, Qin Feng slowly lit a cigarette, taking a deep drag before revealing the content of his upcoming program to the audience. What the hell, this is bold. This is bold. Leaving all the girls in a KTV behind? How much would that cost? I can hardly even fathom it. Indeed, I have visited KTV and ordered princesses, but each time I only ordered one. After all, the cost for one person is not cheap. A decent place charges around 700 or 800 per hour. For 10 people, that amounts to 7,000 or 8,000. Not to mention leaving them all behind. This is utterly extraordinary. Such a marvelous experience can only be truly appreciated by Brother Feng. We are not worthy. Hurry up, Brother Feng. I yearn to witness the expressions of those fruit platters when you declare to keep them all. Ha ha. Once Qin Feng clarifies the content of his next program, the popularity of his live stream soars to an astonishing 2.5 million viewers. After all, during this hour, the audience tuning in comprises a considerable number of enthusiasts. Upon hearing that Qin Feng's upcoming segment pertains to the KTV girls, they all seem invigorated, as if charged with adrenaline, abandoning their plans for slumber. They rise from their beds, light a cigarette, and beam with delight as they clutch their phones to watch. Although they are acutely aware that in their lifetime, they shall never experience the luxury of spending a night at a KTV while keeping all the girls. The opportunity to vicariously partake in Qin Feng's perspective is a splendid consolation, akin to having lived it themselves. Jian, which KTV in Haigang has the most girls? After confirming that his next experimental venue is indeed a KTV, Qin Feng sets his phone aside and turns to inquire of his good friend nearby. As one of the enthusiasts, his companion likely frequents such establishments and possesses superior knowledge of Haigang as KTV scene. Are you looking for something risque or something more reserved? Upon hearing Qin Feng's question, Zhang Jian lights a cigarette, takes a deep drag, and turns to ask. Needless to say, of course it's reserved. There are over 200,000 people accompanying me. Qin Feng retorted, nearly choking on his indignation, glaring fiercely at his friend. Then let us head to the moon above. It's quite pristine. The girls there are stunning, and the numbers are substantial, typically 200 to 300 when it's not busy. You might struggle to keep up on your own. Perhaps I should accompany you? Zhang Jian proposed with a playful smile. Next time, once I finish, I'll take you to the bar. As I mentioned, the upcoming program involves me going to a night venue to keep all the girls. If you join me, it would no longer be a solo act, and the program's impact would diminish. Wait for me outside. Qin Feng waved dismissively. Before long, the two hailed a taxi and arrived at the Moon Above KTV, located in the heart of Haigang City. Wow, it's quite grand, Qin Feng exclaimed, taken aback by the opulent 5-story establishment. Prior to this, he had only heard of the Moon Above, but had never visited. He seldom frequents KTVs. On rare occasions when he does, it is usually to those devoid of girls, purely for karaoke. Had it not been for the purpose of entertaining his online audience, he likely would never have set foot in such a place. After all, he is not particularly fond of sharing communal fruit platters. He prefers indulging in his own exclusive selection of fruit, albeit limited in variety, yet clean and sanitary. All right, wait for me here for a moment. I'll head inside first. When I'm finished, I'll take you somewhere more exhilarating. After bidding farewell to Zhang Jian, Qin Feng strode confidently toward the entrance of the moon above. 153 million should suffice, shouldn't it? Before entering, Qin Feng glanced at his bank card balance. After all, he had never ventured into such a place before and was uncertain about the spending situation, leaving him somewhat apprehensive. However, upon discovering that he had over 100 million remaining, he exhaled in relief. In any case, he still possessed a black card as a backup. Thus, the matter was settled. Subsequently, Qin Feng tucked his live streaming phone, screen facing outward, into the pocket of his shirt, ensuring that onlookers would not discern that he was broadcasting live. This allowed a multitude of viewers to witness his perspective in real time. "Greetings, sir. Would you like to sing?" As he approached the entrance of the Moonlight venue, a man in his 30s, scruffy and clad in a black suit and white shirt, resembling a waiter, rushed out to greet him with a smile. "Not singing, just taking a dump," Qin Feng retorted with a sidelong glance, his tone icy. Chapter 49. Call all the women in. What a ridiculous statement. He arrives at the KTV in the dead of night. What else could he possibly be doing aside from singing? Is he really here to relieve himself? What a humorous fellow. Please follow me this way. The minimum consumption for one person here is 198. Is that acceptable? Subsequently, a man whose name tag bore the characters A Fei led Qin Feng into the establishment known as Above the Moon. As they walked, he chuckled and remarked, "Who told you I was alone?" Upon hearing this, Qin Feng shot him another glare. Brother, are you expecting friends to join?" A Fei inquired after a moment's pause. "No," Qin Feng replied. "We have the young ladies here, don't we?" "Oh, you mean the singing princesses?" "We have those." "No problem. You go ahead into the private room. I'll arrange things for you shortly." A Fei's face lit up with realization, understanding that Qin Feng was planning to select a girl. If it's not too much trouble, a little tip would be appreciated. Just 100 or 200 would suffice. My brother will choose a lovely young lady for you." A Fei added, "If it's inconvenient, then forget it." Upon leading Qin Feng to the door of the private room, A Fei waved his WeChat QR code, scratching his head and smilingly asked Qin Feng, "Such a hassle. Next time, just say it directly upon entry. Also, don't bother picking for me. Just call all of them in. Bring as many as you have. I'll choose for myself." Qin Feng, after retrieving his phone, scanned A Fei's QR code, frowning as he reflected on the convoluted processes of these nightlife venues. WeChat payment, 10,000 yuan. The next moment, A Fei's phone emitted a crisp notification sound. "Whoa, 10,000, brother." Upon seeing the 5-digit tip on the payment interface, A Fei was momentarily stunned, his eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. As a waiter, it was indeed his first time receiving such a generous tip, exceeding his monthly salary. At that moment, he fully comprehended that the distinguished gentleman standing before him, who bore a striking resemblance to the peak-era Hong Kong Taiwanese star, Liang Shuai, was undoubtedly someone of considerable stature. After all, anyone who could casually bestow 10,000 yuan could not be an ordinary individual. "Brother, what should I call you?" A Fei tucked his phone back into his pocket, standing upright and respectfully saluting Qin Feng as he asked. "Call me a Feng," Qin Feng replied, pulling out a gold dragon cigarette and placing it between his lips. Just as he fumbled in his pocket, A Fei promptly lit it for him. Taking a deep inhale and pondering for a moment, he replied, "All right, Feng Ge. For now on, you are my revered elder brother. Come to Above the Moon, and I guarantee you'll have a splendid time. I'll remember you until the day I die." A Fei earnestly declared to Qin Feng. All the girls. Private room 305. The individuals present are my elder brother. Everyone, focus. Shortly, I wish to hear a unified cheer of Brother Feng." Subsequently, taking out the intercom, I directed my words towards the group of girls in the public relations room. "Brother Feng, please hold on a moment. The girls will be here shortly." Allow me to give your legs a gentle massage. After placing the intercom down, Ah Fei beamed as he approached Qin Feng, squatting down to commence a leg massage. Needless to say, Brother Feng is indeed Brother Feng. Regardless of the occasion, even on a first visit, he is always treated like a beloved son. Perhaps this is the inherent regal charisma that Brother Feng possesses. Ah, look at this fellow named Ah Fei. It seems he is already contemplating the idea of sharing a bed with Brother Feng. This is precisely why Brother Feng has no inclination towards men. If he did, with Ah Fei's bold nature, it would be a certainty. What can one do? If I were to encounter Brother Feng, I would gladly do anything for him, even if it meant merely attending to him. The live stream audience of 2.5 million viewers from all corners of the world bore witness to all of this. Observing Ah Fei, who was grinning like a playful puppy in front of Qin Feng, the viewers couldn't help but tease. Good day, sir. I am a manager here. Song Qian. The girls have arrived. Is it convenient for you to select now? Before long, a knock resonated at the door of the private room 305 where Qin Feng resided. A woman, nearly 1.7 meters tall, donned in black high heels. Her long hair neatly tied up and with grapefruit-colored lipstick accentuating her poised demeanor, entered. Upon her entrance, she exchanged a knowing glance with Ah Fei and then turned to Qin Feng seated on the sofa, cheerfully stating, "Please allow them to come in." Qin Feng nodded in acknowledgement to Song Qian as he extinguished his Jean-long cigarette in the ashtray on the table. After Song Qian clapped her hands, a flurry of high heels echoed from outside. Those at the front, come in. Quickly. Those at the back, crouch down. As the manager, Song Qian directed a throng of girls into Qin Feng's private room, her hands moving like a conductor guiding an orchestra. Hurry, squeeze in. Don't rush out later. Stay a bit longer. Let my brother choose wisely. Today, he must find a suitable companion. While continuing to massage Qin Feng's legs, Ah Fei shouted to the multitude of girls. Wow, so many people. Once all the girls had entered, Qin Feng found himself under the scrutiny of nearly 100 pairs of eyes, prompting an internal exclamation of astonishment. By mere estimation, it felt as if there were at least 100 young women in this room. Are all the girls from our establishment present? After a brief moment, Qin Feng gestured subtly towards the girls and inquired of Song Qian. Yes, brother. They are all here. A total of 108. Which one have we set our sights on? Song Qian affirmed with a nod and inquired with a smile. Receiving a definitive response from Song Qian, Qin Feng, with an air of nonchalance, prepared to articulate his next statement. In an instant, Song Qian, Ah Fei, and all the girls present were taken aback. Very well, let them all stay. With that, Qin Feng leaned back against the sofa and nodded. What, brother, are you saying you want to keep all these girls here? Before Song Qian could respond, Ah Fei, who was massaging Qin Feng's legs, exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, Qin Feng replied affirmatively. Sir, I must inform you beforehand that each girl in our establishment costs 700 yuan per hour. There are a total of 108 girls here, which means the tips alone would amount to. Just as Song Qian was about to explain the tipping rules of the establishment, Qin Feng interrupted her with a wave of his hand. Is this amount sufficient? He then removed his backpack, stood up, unzipped it, and poured out a staggering 400,000 yuan in cash onto the table. He countered Song Qian's inquiry, having originally thought that the cost of indulging in such an establishment would be far greater. To his surprise, it was merely 700 yuan per hour, not to mention 700 yuan, even 700,000 would be within his means. Go, summon your cleaning ladies, cooks, and any other women in your establishment. Today, for everyone in this room, I will triple the tips. Chapter 50, Shopping with the Fruit Platters. Who else will help her if I don't? Oh, goodness. Wind, Brother Wind, you are simply too formidable. Undoubtedly, you are the most robust man I have ever encountered in my life. There is no comparison. Gazing at the 4 neat stacks of crimson banknotes on the table, Ah Fei, who had been massaging Qin Feng's legs, abruptly rose from the ground and bowed deeply at a precise 91 degrees. Xiaowei, hurry. Notify all the women in the kitchen and cleaning department to come upstairs immediately. As the manager, Song Qian, snapped back to reality after a moment of astonishment, she swiftly drew her walkie-talkie from her waist and shouted to the foreman on the other end. What is going on? Why are you bringing the cleaning staff and kitchen ladies upstairs? Hearing her command, the other party was somewhat bewildered, asking in a daze. However, the next words from Song Qian sent a shiver down his spine, nearly causing him to tumble off his chair. What for? To drink with the guests, of course. The big brother from room 305 has arrived. He specifically requested all the women from our establishment, regardless of whether they are dishwashers or restroom attendants. Every one of them must come here now. Make sure to entertain the big brother well today. He is not short of money. Song Qian looked at the enticing stacks of cash on the table, struggling to suppress her wildly racing heart. In addition to the 400,000 in cash, Qin Feng also promised to triple the tips for everyone in the room, coupled with drinks and other expenses. It is conservatively estimated that the total bill for Qin Feng in room 305 would exceed $1 million. Cool, big brother. I toast to you. Without hesitation, Song Qian moved swiftly to stand before Qin Feng. After delivering her toast, she bit off the cap of a bottle of draft beer, raised it to her throat, and downed the contents in one go. Typically, as the manager, she would refrain from drinking with guests. However, given Qin Feng's extraordinary demeanor and lavish generosity, she realized that abstaining from drinking was no longer an option. Indeed, not bad. Their style. Qin Feng nodded in satisfaction, taking a drag from his cigarette before tossing a stack of cash towards her. Thank you, big brother. Thank you, big brother. Song Qian, now holding the money, appeared thoroughly content. Instead of leaving the room, she chose to sit beside Qin Feng. After all, Qin Feng had stated that every woman present tonight was welcome to join him for drinks, and undoubtedly, she too was a woman. Thus, she had every right to be there. Once Song Qian finished her first bottle of beer, more and more girls approached to toast Qin Feng. Without uttering a word, they raised their glasses in gratitude for him keeping all of them here today. The group of 108 engaged in a relentless battle, each taking turns to drink with Qin Feng. Half an hour later, even though Qin Feng had only taken a sip with each person, he had begun to feel the effects of the alcohol, his eyes growing increasingly dazed. After all, there were simply too many women present. Their enthusiasm was remarkably fierce. When they drank, it was as if they were consuming mere spring water, one bottle after another. Who could possibly keep up with that? Amidst the revelry, Qin Feng engaged in conversation with these young ladies, listening to their stories. Although he found himself surrounded by a staggering 108 girls today, he observed that their tales were remarkably similar in their tragic essence, almost as if they were born of the same parents. Qin Feng was uncertain whether their accounts were truthful or fabricated, but hardly mattered at this point. As the saying goes, every encounter is a fateful one. Given the lamentable histories of the girls accompanying him, he resolved to extend a gesture of goodwill to perhaps alleviate their woeful destinies. With thoughts of their unfortunate circumstances, an indulgent father, ailing mother, a brother attending school, and a shattered home, Qin Feng felt compelled to assist them. He quietly retrieved his live-streaming phone from his shirt pocket and altered the broadcast title. At that midnight hour, the viewership in his stream had nearly reached 3 million. These millions of spectators were enthralled by the sight of Qin Feng and over 100 young women enjoying their drinks together. Brother Feng is amazing. This is truly the emperor of the harbor. 66,666. Is Brother Feng about to launch the next segment? Are we going to reward these lovely ladies? It seems so. Hurry. Let us do it. Let us go. I want to see. Beautiful ladies. You've had your fill. Here's your opportunity. Just next door lies the renowned shopping center, Shuozhan. If you're unsure of where to shop, fret not. Whatever you wish to purchase, I shall cover the bill. Qin Feng raised his hand to check the time. Realizing it was now 9:30 p.m. on September 1st in the capital, with just half an hour before Shuozhan closed, he beckoned. If you wish to buy something, come with me. With those words, Qin Feng strolled towards the exit, hands in his pockets, somewhat unsteadily, having consumed nearly 5 bottles of beer. Though they were small bottles, his infrequent drinking had rendered him slightly tipsy, yet his mind remained clear. Wait, are you really taking us to Shuozhan for shopping? Is this for real? That place is famous for being an upscale commercial center, where even the cheapest clothing costs several thousand. Although he appeared intoxicated, he hardly seemed to jest. Sisters, shall we seize the moment? Let us go. After a brief discussion, The 108 young women followed Qin Feng out of the room. Upon reaching the ground floor, he used his black card to settle the tab for all the drinks and the girls' tips before striding confidently towards the door. The girl numbered 108 closely followed behind him, her face adorned with a smile that conveyed both tension and excitement. Meanwhile, Zhang Jian sat on the curb, eagerly awaiting Qin Feng while engrossed in a fervent game of Honor of Kings. As he lifted his gaze and inadvertently cast a glance towards the entrance illuminated by the moonlight, he was momentarily startled by the sight before him. What on earth? He could see Qin Feng striding ahead, hands tucked into his pockets, with a grand procession of nearly 100 individuals trailing behind him. Among this multitude, some donned short black skirts and high heels, while others wore sandals that revealed their smooth, fair thighs. There were also those clad in high-slit kipayos, all exuding an unmistakable aura of extravagance. The words fruit plate and princess seemed to be written across their very beings, setting them apart from the other women on the street. Brother Feng, what on earth is this all about? Zhang Jian, sensing the unusual spectacle, hastily set aside his game and rushed towards Qin Feng, eager to inquire. He vaguely recalled that half an hour earlier, Qin Feng had mentioned going to a KTV to enjoy some drinks with a girl, while simultaneously planning to create content for their online audience. However, he could not comprehend why the entourage had emerged at this moment. What were we doing? Shopping. Qin Feng, inebriated and cheerful, raised his hand and pointed toward the nearby Zhuozhan Center, laughing heartily as he spoke. Chapter 51. A Life and Death Rush in 20 Minutes. When Qin Feng, accompanied by Zhang Jian and the girl numbered 108, arrived at the entrance of Zhuozhan, it was already 9:40 p.m. Zhuozhan would close in just 20 minutes. Ladies, listen closely, you have only 20 minutes. After 20 minutes, Zhuozhan, one of the renowned shopping centers in the harbor, will cease operations. In this brief window, purchase whatever your heart desires. Snatch up what you fancy. Move swiftly. Once you have made your selections, gather at the checkout counter on the first floor. Standing at the entrance of the shopping center, Qin Feng turned to the throng of 108 beautiful women behind him, commanding them with urgency. Go. Sisters, you have only 20 minutes left. Hurry, grab what you can. If you delay, you might miss out. As soon as Qin Feng's words echoed, the group of 108 women scattered like startled birds, their excited shouts filling the air. The ensuing 20 minutes unfolded like an exhilarating drama of life and death. Witnessing the spectacle, the patrons leisurely browsing in Zhuozhan were left astounded, their spirits nearly fleeing their bodies. What is happening? Why are there so many people? Is this some sort of film shoot? Incredible. If I'm not mistaken, those ladies seem to be the escort girls from the neighboring establishment. Moonlit. Why are they here at Zhuozhan at this hour, instead of flaunting their charms at their own venue? It appears that the handsome man, resembling Liang Chao Wei, is treating them to a shopping spree. Is that even possible? Can he really afford to buy for over 100 women? Really? I've only heard of a guest taking a single escort shopping, but this is unprecedented. Have you all heard who this handsome fellow is? Do you know Qin Feng? He is currently hailed as the harbor's calling card. Is that truly him? It seems like it. I just saw him on Douyin tonight. Wow, I've encountered my idol. I must find a way to get his autograph. Not to mention, the luck of these ladies from Moonlit is beyond belief. They've hit the jackpot by crossing paths with Qin Feng. Why was Ti working there? Alas, as the crowd of onlookers learned that the leader of this remarkable group was indeed Qin Feng, they were momentarily rendered speechless. The envy in the eyes of the 108 women was palpable, a blend of admiration and jealousy. Who could have imagined that these ladies from the entertainment realm would be favored by Qin Feng? They were indeed experiencing extraordinary fortune. Meanwhile, as the countdown commenced, the women began striding confidently towards the various shops within Zhuozhan, entering stores they had previously only dared to glance at from afar. What are Gucci, Hermes, LV, and Omega compared to this moment? They are all inconsequential, for they are acutely aware that during these 20 minutes, Qin Feng has their backs. They can purchase whatever they desire. They can spend however they wish. 20 minutes later, the group of 108, adorned with their numerous packages, stood before the checkout counter on the first floor of Zhuozhan, their faces radiating with joy, all lined up in an orderly manner. One by one, they approached the counter, Zhang Jian transformed into a traffic officer, one hand grasping a cigarette, the other directing the girls with a commanding voice, maintaining order amidst the excitement. Is Brother Feng not amazing? Is he not handsome? After taking a puff of his cigarette, he called out to the girls in line, eliciting a resounding chorus of yes. Handsome. So very handsome. The crowd turned their gazes toward Qin Feng, their eyes shimmering with admiration. Hello, Mr. Qin. Today's total bill comes to 21.6 million. Would you like to pay by card or in cash? After the checkout register clacked away, the final amount was revealed. Over 20 million in total. Each girl had spent an average of around 200,000. The male manager from Zhuozhan, dressed in a suit and tie, holding the nearly 50-meter-long bill, turned to Qin Feng with a smile, exclaiming, "Wow, over 20 million. That's an astonishing sum." The girls, clutching their bags, were momentarily taken aback, not anticipating that their collective expenditure would reach such dizzying heights, now crossing into 8 figures. Their astonishment was palpable as they glanced nervously at Qin Feng, uncertain of his reaction. Would he still cover the bill? If not, they would have no choice but to return everything they had just acquired. However, Qin Feng did not allow their anxiety to linger. He swiftly produced a black card from his pocket and placed it on the counter. "Go ahead and swipe it," he responded with a smile directed at the manager. "All right. Thank you, big brother." The manager, momentarily taken aback by the sight of the super black card from the Industrial and Commercial Bank, which had limitless purchasing power, nodded vigorously, with trembling hands filled with excitement. He inserted the card into the POS machine. Even before the confirmation sound rang out, he already anticipated the outcome. Qin Feng's card would undoubtedly be approved. Transaction successful. 21.6 million credited to the wallet. In the next moment, the checkout counter echoed with a crisp confirmation sound. "Wow. Thank you, Brother Feng. We love you. Whenever you have time, please allow us the opportunity to treat you to a meal. Yes, Brother Feng, you can come to our homes as well. We would love for you to sample our cooking." Indeed, although we are merely the fruit platters of the KTV, we possess hearts filled with gratitude. The kindness shown to us by Brother Feng is something we shall never forget in this lifetime. Not only in this life, but even in the next. We will forever remember a man who bestowed upon me such an abundance of luxury goods at Zhuozhan. As the melodious sound from the cash register of Zhuozhan echoed, the chorus of singing girls on the moon could no longer contain their emotions. They rushed over to kiss Qin Feng on the cheek one by one, expressing their heartfelt thanks by whispering in his ear. They agreed that whenever Qin Feng found the time, he should visit their homes to savor their culinary talents. "All right, ladies, I shall certainly come when time permits." After bidding farewell to the group of girls with a wave, Qin Feng departed from the Zhuozhan shopping center with Zhang Jian. The 108 girls, clutching their spoils, joyfully returned to work. "Brothers, how was that? A total of over 20 million. Did I bring you any shame? In the future, whenever anyone mentions being a fan of Qin Feng, it won't be a disgrace." In the capital, at 10:10 p.m. on September 1st, outside the Zhuozhan shopping center, Qin Feng retrieved his live-streaming phone from the pocket of his shirt and smiled at the 3 million viewers who occupied his live-streaming room. Chapter 52. Gifts for all the nightclub girls in the city. Well done. That is quite impressive. No shame in that. What shame is there? A single visit to a KTV can yield over 20 million in luxurious gifts. In the entirety of Longhua, I dare say I'm the only one, Feng Ge. Indeed, even the green onions must feel inferior in the presence of Feng Ge. As the performance on the Moonlight stage concluded, the 3 million viewers in Qin Feng's live stream fervently filled the screen with comments, expressing that in all their years of viewing, they had never witnessed such an impressive show. "Dear Mr. Qin, your Industrial and Commercial Bank savings card, ending in 4419, has just received a transfer. The amount is 216 million. Your current balance is 369 million. Moments later, Qin Feng's personal phone in his pocket vibrated. Upon checking, he discovered the system had credited him with a cashback, a staggering sum of over 200 million. Gazing at the newfound balance in his bank account, Qin Feng couldn't help but marvel at the truth that the more one gives, the more one receives. Brothers, I know many of you were left wanting more from the earlier KTV performance in High Gang. So, in that case, later on, Brother Jian and I will present you with another show. This time, we won't tea drink. Instead, we'll directly send gifts to the girls inside. After all, they toil tirelessly in the nightlife, and it's truly a struggle for them. Perhaps their boyfriends or husbands don't fully understand. If no one else in this world shows them compassion, then let it be me, Qin Feng, who cares for them. Lighting a cigarette, he took a puff and smiled. Ah, Jian, which other well-known KTVs are there in Haigang, particularly those with lovely girls? He turned to his good friend with ample nightlife experience for guidance. Well, there's Xingli Garden. It's quite a reputable KTV in Haigang. There are plenty of lovely girls there, and they have cheerful dispositions. I'm sure you'll find someone to your liking. Zhang Jian replied after a moment of contemplation. All right, let us go to Xingli Garden. Nodding in agreement, Qin Feng decided to show care for these girls, on behalf of their husbands and boyfriends, by bringing them some warmth. After all, life is not easy for them. Fenggo, while we're going, we can't just go empty-handed. With your current standing in the internet realm, you should at least bring something. Zhang Jian reminded him. You're right, Jian. Given my status, I certainly cannot arrive empty-handed. I must bring some gifts. I just haven't decided what to bring yet. Qin Feng responded thoughtfully, still pondering what gifts would be appropriate for his next nightclub venture. As Qin Feng gazed at the guogua phone in Zhang Jian's hand, a sudden epiphany struck him, prompting a swift slap to his forehead. He realized precisely what he needed to acquire. A catchy advertisement once proclaimed that the fruit platter complements guogua splendidly. Although Longwei's influence and the quality of their phones are undoubtedly commendable, it is apparent that the nightclub girls have a distinct preference for guogua. The reasoning behind this remains elusive, akin to his recent visit to the moon, where over half of the girls were clutching guogua devices. Jian, let us go. Hail a cab to the Guogua 4S store. Oh no, to the Guogua's specialty store. Qin Feng declared, raising his hand to glance at his watch. Addressing his brother with urgency, he intended to procure a batch of phones before the Guogua's specialty store closed, thereby providing a delightful surprise for the nightclub girls across the city. Indeed, not just at Xingli Garden, but at every KTV establishment. Wherever there were lovely ladies in attendance, they would be the recipients of his generosity. After becoming accustomed to purchasing vehicles today, he inadvertently referred to the Guogui outlets as 4S stores. With a battle plan firmly established, Qin Feng and Zhang Jian hailed a taxi, heading straight for the largest Guogua specialty store in Haigang City. Despite the girls' evident preference for guogua and their ubiquitous possession of its phones, Qin Feng remained undeterred. He was convinced there was one phone they would undoubtedly covet and desire above all, the newly released Guogua 18 Pro Max, priced at an astonishing 25,000 yuan. Qin Feng resolved that this evening, he would gift each of them such a device. By tomorrow night, when these enchanting ladies returned to work, they would each possess a Guogua 18. Before long, they arrived at the Guogua flagship store located at 138 Central Street, Haigang City. Driver, please wait for us here for a moment. Tonight, consider yourself our dedicated chauffeur. Wherever we go, you shall follow. Qin Feng instructed, transferring 10,000 yuan to the driver via WeChat before stepping out of the vehicle with Zhang Jian, entering the flagship store. With merely half an hour remaining before closing, Qin Feng posed a crucial question to his companion. Jian, do you have any idea how many princesses we have in Haigang City? He sought clarity on the number of girls in their city to ascertain how many phones to purchase. However, this query left the often carefree Zhang Jian at a loss. Brother Feng, I truly have no idea. Perhaps you could call 114 for assistance? He suggested, scratching his head awkwardly. If 114 could provide that answer, that would be impressive indeed. Never mind. Let us just order 1,000 units for now. We can always procure more if necessary. Qin Feng remarked, somewhat exasperated. Excuse me, could you please prepare 1,000 of your newly released Guogua 18 Pro Max phones for me? The ones priced at 25,000 yuan each. Then, Qin Feng directed his gaze towards the saleswoman across the counter and remarked, I believe 1,000 units should suffice. The inventory of fruit platters at the harbor is, at most, about 1,000. It cannot exceed that. 1,000 units? The saleswoman, startled by Qin Feng's declaration, inquired with wide eyes. Her exquisite face was marked by disbelief. Could she have misheard? This striking gentleman, reminiscent of a peak-era Hong Kong celebrity, was actually requesting 1,000 units of the Guagua 18. Indeed, are there that many available? If so, let us proceed with the payment immediately. Without wishing to linger on unnecessary details, Qin Feng placed his black card decisively on the counter. Very well, sir. I shall check right away. Recognizing the seriousness of Qin Feng's intent, the saleswoman refrained from underestimating him. After uttering her words, she turned and hurried into the storeroom. My apologies, sir. As the Guagua 18 has just been launched, our store currently does not have such an extensive inventory. We only have approximately 700 units. A minute later, the saleswoman returned to Qin Feng, her expression filled with regret. Chapter 53. Guagua is perfectly complemented by the fruit plate. All right, let us start with 700 units then. Additionally, procure 300 more units of products comparable in price to Guagua 18. Tablets or laptops will suffice. Is that agreeable? After a brief contemplation, Qin Feng resolved to initially order 700 units of Guagua 18, while the remaining 300 would be supplemented with other Guagua products, as their prices were quite similar. For Qin Feng, the type of gift mattered little. What he primarily valued was succinctly encapsulated in one word: expensive. Excellent. Absolutely no problem, sir. Rest assured, we will ensure you receive a total of 1,000 units. The young saleswoman confidently assured him. As a globally renowned mobile phone brand, Guagua indeed operated with remarkable efficiency. In less than 10 minutes, they had prepared the 1,000 Guagua products Qin Feng requested, a total of 5 large bags. The final expense was substantial, amounting to a total of 2.5 million. After settling the bill, Qin Feng and Zhang Jian loaded the items into a taxi and proceeded to their first destination of the evening, the KTV Xingli Garden, comparable in scale to that of the moon above. Good evening, gentlemen. Welcome to Xingli Garden. As Zhang Jian, carrying a large bag of Guagua phones, entered the establishment alongside Qin Feng, for waiters clad in suits and ties hurried over, beaming with smiles as they greeted the two. Please summon all the fruit plates downstairs. My brother and I shall remain here. After taking his last drag from a cigarette, Zhang Jian extinguished the butt beneath his foot and addressed the waitstaff. What do you mean? Yes, brother. Why call all the girls from our side downstairs? The staff looked utterly perplexed, unsure of their intentions. Damn it, how tedious. Fine, I'll handle it myself. Zhang Jian cast a fierce glare at them. All fruit plates, come downstairs to collect your phones. After taking a deep breath and raising his head high, he bellowed towards the sky. Upon finishing his proclamation, he instantly captured the attention of everyone in the hall on the first floor of Xingli Garden, all gazing at him in bewilderment, questioning if he was under the influence of drugs. Ladies, good evening. May I inquire if you're the fruit plates? If so, each of you can receive a complimentary phone. At that moment, 2 young women clad in high-slit kipeos passed by. While bending down to retrieve a phone from the bag, Zhang Jian politely inquired of them, You are the fruit plates. Indeed, your whole family is a fruit plate. Upon hearing his words, the 2 women were momentarily taken aback, followed by a surge of indignation that manifested on their faces as they retorted loudly at Zhang Jian. While they were indeed the accompanying singing girls of Xingli Garden, it must be said that they were not particularly fond of the term fruit plate. As the 2 were preparing to engage in a discussion with Zhang Jian, the moment they caught sight of the phone in his hand, the words they intended to express were abruptly swallowed back. This is the latest 18 Pro Max from Guagua, each worth a staggering 25,000 yuan. Gazing at the 2 brand new phones in Zhang Jian's possession, their eyes widened in astonishment. Let me ask you once more, is it true? Zhang Jian cast a cold glance at the duo and inquired. Yes, brother. I'm a Guagua enthusiast. I am too, brother. My entire family are Guagua enthusiasts. The 2 exclaimed, their previously gloomy faces instantly transformed into beaming smiles as they nodded vigorously. If they had not misheard, Zhang Jian had just announced he would gift each singing girl at Xingli Garden a phone. Although they had some aversion to the term he used, they were utterly defenseless in the face of the lavish 25,000 yuan Guagua phone. After all, it was the favorite of every night venue girl. So, let them be called Guagua enthusiasts. As long as Zhang Jian was satisfied, He could call them whatever he wished. Here you go. This is a gift from my brother to you. Thank you for your significant contributions to the music scene in Haigang. Additionally, gather all of your companions immediately. My brother and I are in a hurry. Move quickly, Zhang Jian said as he handed the phones to the two. Wow. Genuine Gua 18. Thank you, brother. Thank you, brother. The two rapidly unboxed their gifts and, upon seeing the phones inside, were overwhelmed with joy. They then turned to Qin Feng, who was casually smoking nearby, and bowed deeply. All companions. No, I mean all girls. Hurry downstairs, hurry downstairs. Their SA brother in the lobby of Xingli Garden giving us free phones. They quickly retrieved their walkie-talkies and initiated the call for gathering. Is this for real? Someone is giving away phones for free. Absolutely. I, along with shouting, have already received ours. What kind of phone is it? It can't be an old model, right? Old model? Nonsense. It's the latest Gua 18 Pro Max. Do you want it? If you do, hurry downstairs. The brother will leave soon. Huh? The Gua 18 that I desire the most. I'm on my way. I'll be there soon. In merely a minute, the sound of high heels clattering down the stairs echoed through the air like an earthquake. Baza. Can we have one too? Yes, please give us one. In light of this unexpected turn of events, the four male attendants at the entrance of Xingli Garden approached Zhang Jian, rubbing their hands and grinning. Are you Gua enthusiasts? Zhang Jian scanned the group and replied, we are not. We are the vegetable baskets. Yes, brother, we are vegetable baskets. A few individuals pondered for a moment before hastily exclaiming, there is no vegetable basket. In response, Zhang Jian simply retorted coldly. Upon hearing his words, the four of them reluctantly stepped aside. Their gazes fell upon the ground, where a large bag of the latest Gua 18 lay, nearly causing their mouths to water. They lamented their unfortunate fate of being male. Otherwise, they might have been able to claim a phone at this very moment. Are you all fruit baskets? Soon, a throng of dozens of girls rushed into the lobby of Xingli Garden, surrounding Zhang Jian. He clenched his fists and shouted with all his might, indeed, we're all fruit baskets. This is my work ID. My name is Xiaoyu. My name is Xiaoli. My name is Wang Gang. The multitude of girls raised their work IDs high in response to Zhang Jian. Chapter 54. He is the man hailed as the emblem of the harbor. Well, since we are all part of the same circle, there is little more to say. Each one of us receives the latest Gua 18 Pro X. Thank you for your immense contributions to the harbor's music scene. Without your presence, the nights in the harbor would undoubtedly lack much joy. Therefore, a heartfelt thank you to all. Having spoken these words to the throng of young women before him, Zhang Jian bent down to retrieve the Gua phones from the bag on the ground, distributing them to everyone present. Thank you, big brother. Thank you, boss. You are simply too handsome. As they beheld the pristine Gua 18 in their hands, the myriad of accompanying girls from Xingli Garden beamed with delight, showering Qin Feng with gratitude. Wow, he seems to be that man. Just then, a shout erupted from the crowd. A girl, adorned in silver crystal sandals and a white skirt, suddenly pointed at Qin Feng, her eyes wide with astonishment. Who is he? What is going on? Upon hearing her words, the other girls wore equally bewildered expressions, inquiring with confusion. Haven't you heard of the harbor's emblem? He is none other than Qin Feng, Brother Feng. He has already gifted over 10 million in the Douyin livestream today. The girl exclaimed, directing her astonished gaze towards Qin Feng. Oh my, it really is him. The one who just purchased over 20 million in luxury goods for the girls over there. Supposedly Brother Feng. Wow, we have truly received Brother Feng's favor. Our luck is indeed unparalleled. Brother Feng, we adore you. Let us connect on WeChat. Upon realizing that the individual distributing phones was the renowned Qin Feng, the girls from Xingli Garden went utterly wild. They all rushed towards him, eager to request hugs and kisses. Jian, we need to leave. Sensing the shift in the atmosphere, Qin Feng decisively discarded his cigarette and beckoned Zhang Jian. They bolted out of the Xingli Garden, heading towards the taxi waiting by the roadside. Zhang Jian, not daring to be complacent, swiftly shouldered the bag filled with Gua 18 phones, following Qin Feng with great haste to board the vehicle. Driver, hurry! Casting a glance at the girls who had chased him outside, he shouted at the front seat driver. The driver promptly stepped on the gas, speeding away from the scene. After they had distanced themselves significantly, Qin Feng and Zhang Jian turned back to glance at the receding Xingli garden, both exhaling deeply in relief. They marveled at their quick reactions. Had they delayed even a moment longer, they would have surely been overwhelmed by the throng of eager girls. Driver, are there any KTVs in the harbor that employ music teachers? After a brief pause, Qin Feng first surveyed the remaining bags of phones before turning to the driver with his inquiry. Music teachers? Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, the driver momentarily seemed taken aback, scratching his head in a daze and finally uttering, "It's the fruit platter." Zhang Jian then called out, clarifying, "Oh, you mean the girls at Hai Quotian Kong? There are plenty of music teachers there." Subsequently, the driver offered his insight. As a seasoned cab driver well-versed in the ins and outs of the harbor, he possessed a wealth of knowledge, particularly regarding the nightlife scene. "All right, let's head to Hai Quotian Kong. From now on, ensure you take us to every KTV that has music teachers," Qin Feng instructed, glancing at his watch. Noticing it was already 10:40 p.m. on September 1st in the capital, he aimed to distribute the remaining mobile phones before midnight, intending to create a program for the online audience. Before long, the two arrived at another KTV in the harbor city, Hai Quotian Kong. To Qin Feng's surprise, the girls were already gathered at the entrance, eagerly waiting. Each one wore a radiant smile, reminiscent of having indulged in Oreos. Qin Feng speculated that their plan to distribute phones had leaked as news travels swiftly in the nightlife circle of the harbor. However, this proved beneficial, as it saved them time and significantly expedited their distribution process. "All right, form a line, one at a time." After exiting the vehicle, Zhang Jian busily organized the queue while distributing phones, fully engrossed in the task. With prior knowledge of the situation, their efficiency at Hai Quotian Kong surpassed that at Xingli Yuan, and they completed the distribution in just 10 minutes. "Thank you, Brother Feng. We appreciate your hard work," the girls at Hai Quotian Kong exclaimed, clutching their new phones with excitement. "It's not a bother. You all work harder every day. I express my gratitude on behalf of all the men in the harbor city. Thank you for your dedication." After addressing the crowd, Qin Feng and Zhang Jian returned to the taxi, heading towards the next gathering place for music teachers, the Earl Club. After a flurry of activity, the two successfully distributed all 700 mobile phones before midnight. "Brothers, it's done. Our initiative to support the girls of the nightlife has concluded. I believe that by tomorrow night, when all KTVs in the harbor open, every girl will have her own Guagua 18. At 11:50 p.m., seated in the back of the taxi, Qin Feng wiped the sweat from his forehead and smiled at his live stream audience of nearly 3.5 million viewers. Although he had just exerted himself to the point of exhaustion alongside Zhang Jian, the mere thought of this brought a sense of comfort to Qin Feng. Indeed, it was not beyond the realm of possibility that starting from today, every mobile phone screensaver in the harbor could be adorned with a handsome portrait of Brother Feng. Truly, Brother Feng is a remarkable man. Within a single evening, he had managed to etch his presence into the memories of all the young ladies of the nightlife venue. Surely, if Brother Feng were to grace the nightlife scene again, the hostesses at the KTV would be queuing up to welcome him. Listening to his words, the 3 million viewers in his live stream fervently engaged in a barrage of comments, profoundly impressed by Qin Feng's show. "Brother Feng, there are approximately 300 units of Guagua products here. How should we handle them?" Zhang Jian inquired, patting the 2 large bags beside him, which were filled with laptops and tablets from Guagua. Chapter 55. The Regal Pavilion at the harbor let us find a place for a massage. The remaining items can be entrusted to the technicians at the establishment, Qin Feng suggested to Zhang Jian after a brief moment of contemplation. Having spent a busy hour, he felt a slight ache in his back and decided to take Zhang Jian to a spa for relaxation while also delivering the remaining electronic products. "Fantastic! Brother Feng, let us go to the renowned Regal Pavilion. The ladies there are simply stunning," Zhang Jian exclaimed, nearly leaping from his seat, gripping Qin Feng's hand with enthusiasm. Earlier that evening, he had contemplated enjoying a night out at the spa with Qin Feng, only to be turned down with the reasoning that it was still too early. However, now that Qin Feng had brought it up himself, his excitement was palpable. "All right, I'm with you. Let us head to the Regal Pavilion," Qin Feng concurred. He had heard of the Regal Pavilion's prestige, ranking among the top 3 in the harbor spa scene. Not only was it lavishly decorated, but it also offered a myriad of services that could only be described as a paradise for men. Of course, the prices were exorbitant. For their visit, they could hardly expect to spend less than 10 to 18,000. In the past, when Qin Feng had yet to establish himself, he had yearned to explore such a venue, but was deterred by his limited finances. However, now it mattered little. He could easily afford 10, 20, or even 100 million. Before long, the two found themselves in a taxi, arriving at the illustrious Regal Pavilion. Upon their arrival, Qin Feng took a moment to bid farewell to his 3 million viewers in the live stream, promising to resume the broadcast shortly to entertain them after a brief rest with Zhang Jian. Good evening, gentlemen. Welcome to the Regal Pavilion. As soon as the taxi halted, a swift and attentive male attendant rushed over to open the rear door, greeting them with a smile. Here, this is a little something for you. Could you please help carry these 2 bags? After stepping out of the taxi, Qin Feng lit a cigarette, inhaling deeply, and then extracted a bundle of cash amounting to 10,000 yuan from his backpack, tossing it to the attendant while gesturing toward the 2 hefty bags. He and Zhang Jian had worked tirelessly throughout the night and were too fatigued to carry the items themselves. Certainly, sir. No problem at all. Please do come inside. The attendant's smile widened at the sight of the generous tip. Wow, these are quite heavy. As they were escorted into the Regal Pavilion, the attendant eagerly grasped 1 bag in each hand, carrying them into the establishment while marveling at the weight of the bags. He couldn't help but wonder what Qin Feng had brought to the spa. Could it possibly contain something unusual? Qin Feng and Zhang Jian possess somewhat unconventional preferences. Yet that does not justify such a heavy atmosphere. For a moment, the receptionist was utterly bewildered. Sir, this is our establishment's specially provided tea. Please indulge, she offered. May I inquire what services you have in mind today? Once the two settled into the lobby on the first floor, a young woman clad in black uniform stockings soon approached, presenting them with 2 cups of tea and inquiring with a smile. What services do we offer here? Qin Feng sipped his tea and asked the woman. She then proceeded to list a series of terms that were entirely foreign to him. The Imperial Pavilion is renowned throughout the city. There's nothing we cannot provide, only what you can imagine. Services like cloudflower exploration, space stroll, and lingering echoes. The woman stood before Qin Feng, earnestly introducing the options. Zhang Jian could only swallow hard, nearly drooling at the descriptions. Stop. Speak of something I can understand. Just give us a foot massage. Nevertheless, Qin Feng waved his hand, interrupting the woman's lengthy explanation. Having walked quite a distance, his feet were indeed weary. He simply sought to relax and prepare for his next online performance. Yet the barrage of unfamiliar terminology was becoming quite tiresome. Can we just have a straightforward foot massage? Upon hearing Qin Feng's request, the woman appeared taken aback, looking at him with surprise. Really? Just a foot massage? Of course. Hurry. My brother and I are pressed for time. Right, Jian? Qin Feng nodded in affirmation. He then turned his gaze toward Zhang Jian. Yes, that seems about right. Zhang Jian reluctantly nodded. All right, gentlemen. I will arrange for a technician right away. The woman said no more, merely forcing a smile as she addressed Qin Feng. Just as she turned to prepare everything for him, unexpectedly, Qin Feng's next words left her frozen in place. Forget the technician. You'll do. You can give me the massage. He pointed at the woman in black stockings and high heels. I will give you a massage. I'm sorry, sir, but I am the manager and do not provide services, she stammered, quickly turning back to explain. What does being a manager have to do with it? If my brother Feng wants you to massage his feet, it is an honor. Before Qin Feng could respond, Zhang Jian interjected from the side. I'm truly sorry. Sir, I am not a technician, so I cannot provide foot massages, the woman insisted. Is that so? Qin Feng said little more, slowly unzipping his backpack and retrieving 10 stacks of dazzling red bills, slamming them onto the table. After taking a puff from his cigarette, he inquired this. Is this 100,000? Gazing at the stack of $100,000 on the table, the woman was momentarily struck dumb, her eyes widening in astonishment as she murmured to herself. I suppose I'm still a bit unsure. What about this one? Noticing her hesitation, Qin Feng raised the stakes once more, pulling out another 10 stacks of red bills from his pocket and placing them on the table. I remember now, brother. Before I became a manager, I did spend some time as a technician. So, giving you a foot massage shouldn't T-pose any issue. Upon seeing the 20 stacks of cash that surpassed her annual salary, the woman's face lit up with joy. Let us go, brother. I'll find you a private room. Today, I must give you a proper foot massage and showcase my skills. Just as she was about to usher Qin Feng into a private chamber, he unexpectedly uttered a phrase that sent a shock through her. Why bother with a private room? The atmosphere here is just fine. Let us do it right here. As I said, my brother and I are pressed for time. Qin Feng glanced at his watch and, without waiting for her response, proceeded to remove his shoes, preparing for a brief respite before continuing with today's agenda alongside Zhang Jian. So, no private rooms for us. If I fall asleep, that would be quite troublesome. After all, over 300,000 people are waiting for me in the live stream. Very well, brother. I shall fetch you some water and find a technician for your brother. The woman offered no further remarks, merely nodding with a smile. For the sake of $200,000, she would accommodate him anywhere, even at her own home. Chapter 56. Tonight's entire expenses will be covered by young Master Qin. As Qin Feng exited the Imperial Pavilion, the clock struck 1 in the morning on September 2nd in the capital. After indulging in a rejuvenating massage for over half an hour, he felt utterly refreshed, with the weariness of the day evaporated, replaced by an invigorating spirit. He felt confident that he could entertain 3 million viewers as live stream for an entire evening without a hitch. Brothers, it's already 1 in the morning on September 1st. The last remaining 300 electronic devices have been gifted to the technicians at the store by me and Brother Jian. Our program dedicated to the nighttime ladies has reached a temporary conclusion. But hold your horses, for our next midnight event is about to commence. Standing at the entrance of the Imperial Pavilion, Qin Feng took out his phone and resumed his live stream. To his surprise, within a mere 3 minutes, the viewership surged back to over 300,000. With a smile, he addressed his audience, now revitalized and ready to lead them into a night of revelry. Just arrived? Brother Feng, we waited for you forever. Do you have any idea how I spent this past hour? Haha, it's all right. As long as Brother Feng is comfortable, we can endure the wait. We're all men, we understand. As long as you're rested. It's only 1 in the morning. Tomorrow is still Sunday, so the show must go on. Right, Brother Feng? Accompanied by a cheeky emoji. Let us get started. Who can sleep at this hour when we don't have work tomorrow? No doubt about it. Life and death are trivial. If you don't agree, let us do it. You perform, and we'll watch. Haha. All right, brothers. Everything is set. At this hour, the KTVs in the harbor are about to close. But there is one place that has just begun its operations. Do you know what that place is? It will be the venue for our next program. As he finished speaking, the livestream chat exploded with countless comments. Indeed, many viewers had already guessed where he was referring to. Bar. Correct. It's a bar. I believe many of you in the live stream have enjoyed yourselves at a bar before. But have you ever had the experience of covering the entire bill for all the patrons? Soon, Brother Jian and I will head to the finest and most extravagant bar in the harbor, Drunken Night. There, we will simply order a couple of inexpensive beers and pay for everyone present. Yes, you heard it right. The entire venue. Just a heads up, the price range at Drunken Night in the harbor is not for the faint of heart. Even a most ordinary beer costs $70. If one intends to cover the entire bill, it would require at least 15 to 18 million. Otherwise, it seems utterly unattainable. As Qin Feng led Zhang Jian towards the taxi that had been waiting for them by the roadside, he chuckled and remarked, "Tonight, the entire expenditure shall be on me." The onlookers were astounded, exclaiming, "Is Mr. Qin truly paying for everyone tonight? How incredibly dashing." Others echoed, "It appears there is nothing too extravagant for Brother Feng." The excitement was palpable as DJ announced, "When he utters those words, the crowd of beauties will surely go wild, gazing at him as if he were their own father." Laughter erupted. "Hurry, I can hardly wait to see everyone's reactions." One commented, "To be honest, such a live show, nationwide, only Brother Feng dares to orchestrate it. Even Brother Xiao Yang wouldn't dare." Another added, "Forget Brother Xiao Yang. In Brother Feng's presence, even Si Tsong is merely fit to carry his shoes." Upon hearing the details of Qin Feng's upcoming program, over 3 million netizens could hardly contain their excitement, fervently bombarding the screen with comments, eagerly anticipating the next spectacle. Master, let us head to Zhuyi. Qin Feng did not keep them waiting long. He promptly entered the taxi, setting course for the most illustrious bar in the harbor, Say Yi. Dear Mr. Qin, greetings. Your industrial and commercial bank savings card, ending in 4419, has just received a transfer. The amount transferred is 15 million. Your current balance stands at 384 million. En route, Qin Feng's phone buzzed with another notification, reminding him that the 1,000 units of Guogua products he had dispatched had already garnered a system rebate. Glancing at his burgeoning balance, nearing 400 million, Qin Feng smiled faintly, pondering how much his bank account would swell after the next program. Before long, the taxi driver brought the two gentlemen to the entrance of Zhuyi. Wow, it's Qin Feng. It's really him. That man like the wind, murmured the crowd. What? Qin Feng has come to Zhuyi. Incredible. As Qin Feng and Zhang Jian exited the taxi, they immediately captured the attention of numerous onlookers, who gazed at them in astonishment, clearly not expecting to encounter Qin Feng here. With Qin Feng's live broadcast clips gaining traction on Douyin, an increasing number of individuals had begun to recognize him, aware of the emerging powerhouse in the harbor. To encapsulate it succinctly, he is extravagantly wealthy. Not merely wealthy, his affluence surpasses the heavens. Just earlier that evening, he had lavished over 20 million on luxury goods at Zhujiang, gifting every girl in the harbor night seen a Guogua 18 Pro Max. Although many attendees arrived in luxurious vehicles such as the Mercedes-Benz G-Class and Rolls-Royce, Qin Feng and his companion had simply taken an ordinary taxi. Yet, despite this, the moment the two alighted from the vehicle, they instantly captured the attention of the entire venue. The gazes directed towards them were imbued with profound respect and admiration. After all, the remarkable feats this man accomplished within a single day were undeniably awe-inspiring. Welcome, Brother Feng. We are honored by your presence at Zhuyi. Soon, the establishment was informed of Qin Feng's unexpected midnight visit and promptly dispatched a throng of hosts to warmly greet him. Come, master, follow me. Stop here. They directed Qin Feng's exclusive taxi to the prestigious VIP parking space at the entrance of Zhuyi. Beside it were parked a series of illustrious vehicles, including a Rolls-Royce Phantom and a Bentley Bentayga. The sight of this green taxi alongside such luxury automobiles was truly a spectacle to behold. The taxi driver rolled down his window, lit a cigarette, and took a deep drag, surveying the astonished crowd with an expression of pride. He knew that at this moment, he was experiencing the pinnacle of his taxi driving career, unquestionably the most remarkable moment. Undoubtedly, by the following morning, his story would reverberate throughout the entire taxi community in the harbor. A mere taxi, parked alongside Rolls-Royces and Bentleys in the VIP area of Zhuyi. Who could possibly fathom such an extraordinary occurrence? Chapter 57. A bottle of Ace of Spades for every table. As Qin Feng and Zhang Jian, escorted by nearly 20 welcoming attendants, stepped into the heart of the nightclub, they found the atmosphere already pulsating with life. The vibrant beats of the DJ reverberated throughout the bar, while the dance floor was a sea of youthful exuberance. Couples swayed and grooved to the rhythm of the music, their bodies moving in joyful abandon. As the most prestigious bar in the harbor, Drunken Night was indeed a realm of opulence and revelry at the stroke of midnight. Who could this be, commanding such an impressive entrance? Surely, the spectacle was extraordinary. With over 20 attendants lined up to welcome them, one might wonder if a celebrity had arrived. Even the most prominent figures would be envious of such a grand reception. Upon the entrance of Qin Feng and Zhang Jian, patrons, whether VIPs or casual visitors in the main hall, turned their attention, murmuring in curiosity about the identity of the unexpected guests who warranted such fanfare at Drunken Night. Just then, the DJ's voice cut through the chatter, unveiling the answer to the crowd. Let us give a resounding welcome to the reigning king of TikTok, the man who eclipses even the likes of Xiaoyang. The pride of the harbor, Qin Feng. The DJ, standing at the center of the stage, whispered a few words into the ear of the microphone holder, who then promptly silenced the music. With one hand gripping the mic and the other pointing towards Qin Feng at the entrance, he shouted at the top of his lungs. Simultaneously, the spotlight converged upon Qin Feng, transforming the bar into a scene reminiscent of an Oscar ceremony, leaving Qin Feng momentarily speechless. To everyone's astonishment, it was indeed him, the newly ascendant TikTok magnate. The term magnate seemed almost an insult when applied to Qin Feng. Reports had surfaced earlier that night about his extravagant spending at KTV, where he had lavished over 20 million on luxurious gifts for the establishment. Such feats were the hallmark of true magnates. Impressive indeed. Who would have thought such an extraordinary figure resided in our harbor? His previous anonymity had been profound. Upon realizing that the illustrious guest was none other than Qin Feng, the entire bar erupted in a deafening chorus of astonished gasps. All eyes were fixed on Qin Feng. An applause filled the air, reflecting a deep sense of reverence. Yet, among the celebrated VIPs, one patron, after taking a sip from his ace of spades, slammed his glass onto the table in outrage. What nonsense! A mere nobody dares to compete with Yang Fan for attention. He wiped his mouth in disdain and spat angrily. That S. Fan Ge, who in the harbor could rival him. This Qin Feng is nothing but a pretender. In truth, they're not worth a fig. Indeed, before Fan Ge, that individual named Qin Feng possesses no standing whatsoever. Upon hearing his words, those seated beside him raised their glasses and directed their gazes towards Yang Fan, clad in an elegant black Armani suit, adorned with a dazzling Rolex watch, and sporting a shaved head. They smiled and offered their compliments. After uttering these words, they tilted their heads back and drained their glasses of red wine. "Brother Feng, I am the proprietor here," introduced Song Chong with a welcoming tone. "Welcome to the Drunken Night Bar. Our esteemed VIP area is currently at full capacity. However, fret not. I shall clear a table for you at once." A middle-aged man, rather short at approximately 165 meters, dressed in a suit and sporting a receding hairline, approached Qin Feng. He first bowed respectfully, then looked up at Qin Feng with a face full of apology, revealing himself to be none other than Song Chong, the owner of the finest bar in the harbor, with a net worth in the millions. Despite Song Chong's considerable financial prowess, the sudden arrival of Qin Feng left him trembling with astonishment. He quickly adjusted his attire in the office and hurried to the entrance. After all, the name Qin Feng was well known throughout the harbor, a veritable sensation. Just earlier that night at Zhuozhan, he had spent over 20 million on luxury goods for a group of acquaintances. The sum Qin Feng casually spent could nearly buy his entire bar. How could this not instill a genuine sense of trepidation in him? No one knew the true extent of the young man's capabilities. Qin Feng's presence at Drunken Night was undoubtedly a monumental honor for Song Chong, one he felt compelled to accommodate. However, a source of concern loomed. The prestigious VIP area was already at maximum capacity. Thus, he contemplated employing forceful measures to clear a table, making room for Qin Feng and Zhang Jian, even if it meant offending other VIP patrons. Just as Song Chong prepared to take such action, the word Qin Feng spoke next caught him entirely off guard. How astonishing it was that someone reputed throughout the harbor could be so approachable. No need for that. Just find us a seat in the main hall. Qin Feng waved his hand dismissively at Song Chong, offering a calm smile. After all, he had no intention of occupying a VIP area during this visit to Drunken Night. "Very well, Brother Feng," Song Chong replied, nodding with a smile, before shouting to a nearby waiter. Amidst the flurry of staff, Qin Feng and Zhang Jian were escorted to a small round table in the main hall of Drunken Night. "Brother Feng, what shall we drink today?" Song Chong, now playing the role of sommelier, stood at the table, holding the menu with a beaming smile. Just when Song Chong believed that Qin Feng would undoubtedly order some exquisite wine today, the words that followed from Qin Feng took him by surprise once more. Simultaneously, a profound sense of disappointment washed over his face. "No need to consult the menu. Just bring us 2 bottles of your establishment's least expensive Qingdao beer, the one priced at 70 per bottle," Qin Feng casually stated, taking a puff of his cigarette. However, he did not allow Song Chong's disappointment to linger for long. Merely a second later, he rejuvenated him, as if he had just consumed a potent tonic. "Additionally, bring a bottle of Black Ace for every table of guests tonight. Qin Feng, will cover the bill," he declared, gesturing around the establishment. "All right, you got it, Brother Feng." Upon hearing this proclamation, Song Chong's eyes sparkled with intense enthusiasm, akin to the exuberance of the Monkey King leaping from a rock. Chapter 58. The wealthy heirs of the port city attempt to provoke Qin Feng. After all, each bottle of the Ace of Spades is worth a staggering $500. At that moment, the establishment had nearly 200 tables of guests, with each table ordering a bottle of Ace of Spades that amounts to $700,000. Having graduated from university, he could certainly grasp such calculations. Qin Feng effortlessly generated $700,000 in revenue for him, a fact that filled him with profound excitement. He almost felt compelled to kneel and pay homage to Qin Feng right then and there. Service desk. Bring 2 bottles of Tsingtao Pure Draft for Brother Feng's table, shouted Song Chong into the microphone, his voice resonating throughout the venue. Just 2 bottles of beer at Zui? I told you this so-called wealthy god was merely putting on an act. In reality, he asked nothing. With those words from Song Chong, Yang Fan, seated in the exclusive VIP section, suddenly reached a climax of sorts, lifting his glass in exhilaration and declaring, of course, Qin Feng is nothing compared to young Master Fan. He doesn't even register, coming to a bar and ordering cheap beer, Tsingtao Pure Draft at that. Young Master Fan must have the Ace of Spades at Zui. The couples at Yang Fan's table raised their glasses enthusiastically, eager to flatter him, feeling that being with Yang Fan indeed held a certain prestige. Meanwhile, other guests, hearing Song Chong's remarks, turned their puzzled gazes toward Qin Feng, genuinely surprised to see him at Zui, ordering only 2 bottles of inexpensive beer. Such a choice seemed to tarnish his reputation as the wealthiest figure in the harbor. However, the next word from Song Chong left everyone utterly astonished, their eyes widening in disbelief, their minds racing. Additionally, deliver a bottle of Ace of Spades to every table. Brother Feng is treating us. With a snap of his fingers, Song Chong continued, wow. Thank you, Brother Feng. Thank you, my Brother Feng. Here's to you, Brother Feng. I'll drink to you. Feel free to indulge. At that moment, an increasing number of patrons rushed to Qin Feng's table to offer their toasts. Without a second thought, they tilted their heads back and downed their beers in a showy display. Watching the long line of guests forming before Qin Feng's table, Yang Fan, seated in the VIP section, turned pale, as if he had just consumed something distasteful. Damn it, he exclaimed, slamming his fist onto the table in frustration. Before Qin Feng's arrival, he had been the center of attention at Zui. After all, he was the esteemed heir of the Yang family, a well-known name in the harbor. Yet, with Qin Feng's sudden appearance, all the spotlight had been snatched away from him. How could he not feel an overwhelming surge of anger, wishing nothing more than to see Qin Feng utterly humiliated? Just then, a brilliant idea struck Yang Fan's mind. After all, hadn't Qin Feng just spent $700,000? Yang Fan had that much money too. However, I shall never squander my money on this group of foolish patrons. Instead, I intend to unleash my financial might upon Qin Feng. Observe how Qin Feng, this so-called emblem of the harbor, pales in comparison to the illustrious heir of the Yang Food Company. With this thought in mind, Yang Fan wasted no time. He swiftly approached a nearby waiter, whispering a few words into his ear. "Isn't this a bit too much, Fan? Young Master Fan." The waiter, stunned and paling at the unexpected command, stammered in response, nearly losing his composure. "Do as I instruct. No digidarin. Otherwise, I shall break your legs. Do you not know who I am in this harbor? You are well aware." Yang Fan glared fiercely at him, his voice sharp and commanding. All right. The waiter conceded, feeling the pressure of Yang Fan's insistence. After a reluctant nod, he proceeded to comply with Yang Fan's orders. Soon, at the central round table of the Drunken Knight Hall, Qin Feng and Zhang Jian received a box containing precisely 24 bottles of Tsingtao beer. What is happening? Didn't Brother Feng order this much beer? Is this a mistake? Zhang Jian furrowed his brow as he glanced at the beer on the floor, taking a drag from his cigarette, and queried the bewildered waiter. Qin Feng was equally perplexed. What is the meaning of this? Is Brother Feng requesting more beer? The adjacent Song Chong, equally incensed, shouted at the waiter. "Igrigadis." It was young Master Fan who instructed me to deliver this to Brother Feng. He even threatened to break my legs if I didn't tea. The waiter stuttered. his face a mask of distress. Young Master Fan? Upon hearing this, Song Chong, the owner of Drunken Knight, was momentarily taken aback before directing his gaze towards Yang Fan's table. At this moment, Yang Fan was grinning as he observed them. Recognizing the brewing tension, Song Chong found himself in a predicament. He understood that Yang Fan, as a wealthy second-generation heir from the harbor city, was attempting to challenge Qin Feng. At that moment, he was uncertain how to proceed, for both individuals were formidable in their own right. It was a known fact that he could not provoke Qin Feng, and he dared not offend Yang Fan, the prominent heir of the Yang Food Company. The other patrons in Drunken Knight seemed to have noticed the unfolding drama as well, speculating that something significant was about to transpire between Yang Fan and Qin Feng. They set their drinks down, focusing intently on the scene, holding their breath in anticipation. Yang Fan then rose slowly from his seat, cigarette in mouth, and approached the DJ booth. He seized the microphone from the DJ's hand and silenced the raucous music. Qin Feng, do you see that box of beer before you? It is my gift to you. No need for thanks. Listen closely from this moment forth. For every glass of beer you consume, I shall reward you with $100,000. I, Yang Fan, stand by my word, and there are witnesses to this. Are you not wealthy? Yet you're unaware of this game. Would you care to play? Yang Fan, slightly inebriated, leaned against the DJ booth, chuckling merrily as he spoke, his face radiating confidence. He felt utterly certain that he could easily outmaneuver Qin Feng today. After all, the prospect of earning $100,000 with just a single drink would entice anyone. Goodness, $100,000 for a drink. Young Master Fan is quite impressive. It is no surprise he is the heir of Yang's Food Company. This showdown between Qin Feng and Yang Fan promises to be thrilling. Let us witness who shall emerge victorious. Without a doubt, as the heir of the foremost food enterprise in the harbor, Yang Fan's prowess is formidable. He possesses an array of luxury vehicles, including Ferraris and Lamborghinis, and is often surrounded by a bevy of beautiful companions. Truly remarkable. As Yang Fan concluded his remarks, the audience erupted into fervent discussions. Chapter 59. A Drink for $1 Million. Bring your girlfriend over. Upon witnessing this scene, Qin Feng was equally taken aback. He lifted his gaze, staring blankly at Yang Fan, who was swaying on the DJ stage with a microphone in hand. Qin Feng had a vague understanding of Yang Fan. He was the only son of Yang Honghai, the proprietor of Yang's Food Company in the harbor. Although he seemed only slightly older, he was still of university age. Typically, he wielded his family's wealth to act with brazen arrogance in the harbor city, a figure whom few dared to provoke. In past encounters, Qin Feng would have hesitated to confront someone like Yang Fan, even if he felt a simmering resentment. He would have chosen to yield. After all, they were not of the same caliber. However, what Qin Feng wanted to express now was that such considerations were redundant. From this moment forward, whether in the harbor city or elsewhere in Longhua, anyone who dared to disrespect him, Qin Feng, would find themselves sent straight to hell. Yang Fan, is it? The scion of Yang's Food Company. Subsequently, Qin Feng offered a cold smile, rising slowly amidst the scrutiny of the crowd. He retrieved a gold dragon cigarette from his pocket, placed it between his lips, ignited it, and, after taking a deep drag, spoke through the haze of smoke, addressing his adversary with a grin. Brother Feng, there is no need to waste words with such a waste of space. Damn it, if he dares to mess with us, I swear I'll make him regret it. Zhang Jian, seated beside him, also rose, seizing a bottle of Dao Dao pure beer, and angrily declared. He then lunged toward the DJ stage, ready to confront Yang Fan. However, Qin Feng stopped him with a gesture, signaling Zhang Jian to refrain from acting rashly, assuring him that he had his own methods to deal with such a despicable character. He guaranteed that he would handle this arrogant young master of the Yang family. Seeing this, Zhang Jian gradually lowered the bottle of beer and returned to his seat, though his gaze towards Yang Fan was still ablaze with fury. Haha, all right, Qin Feng. You do recognize me. Impressive. Yang Fan, standing on the DJ stage, laughed heartily, growing ever more self-satisfied. What was it you just said? If I drink a beer today, you'll give me 100,000, right? Qin Feng turned to the bottle of Dao Dao pure beer on the table and continued to inquire. Is that so? Indeed. As long as you drink a beer today, you shall receive a reward of 100,000 from me, Yang Fan. Everyone here can bear witness. I, Yang Fan, always stand by my word. Yang Fan patted his chest, affirming his promise with unwavering certainty. Very well. Since you choose to ignore the path to paradise and insist on barging into hell, don't blame me for slapping the face of the young master of Yang's food company. A glint of frost flashed in Qin Feng's eyes as he beckoned to Song Chong, the owner of Zui, signaling him to bring over the microphone. Without delay, Song Chong complied, promptly handing the microphone to Qin Feng. Excuse me, beautiful lady. What is your relation to Yang Fan? Qin Feng inquired, pointing at the striking woman who had been accompanying Yang Fan in the VIP section. I am Yang Fan's girlfriend. The woman was momentarily taken aback, then slowly nodded in response. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng's heart leapt with joy. A girlfriend? How delightful. This is precisely the entertainment we were looking for. Listen closely, Qin Feng, request you to come over from that table and join me for a drink. For every glass you consume, I shall transfer you 1 million yuan via Alipay. Drink 2, and I shall send you 2 million. Should you manage 10, I will directly transfer 10 million. So what do you say? Will you accompany me for a drink tonight? My reputation precedes me in this harbor. I need not elaborate on who I am. After uttering these words, Qin Feng opened his Alipay interface and slammed his phone onto the table. Goodness, 1 drink for 1 million? This is bound to be a windfall. My brother Feng certainly knows how to make an impact. If I were Yang Fan's girlfriend, why would I bother with someone like him? I would immediately cling to brother Feng's leg, ensuring a secure future. It's absurd that Yang Fan, that foolish lad, dared to provoke Qin Feng. He is in for a rough time. His girlfriend is about to join someone else for drinks. Ha ha! As Qin Feng's thunderous proclamation settled, a cacophony of discussions erupted within the intoxicated night scene. Everyone was genuinely astonished by Qin Feng's audacious offer of 1 million for a single drink. 666,666. Brother Feng forever. This little rich second generation from the harbor is utterly delusional. Why provoke him of all people? He has just shot himself in the foot. Ha ha. Forget losing a toe. His girlfriend will soon be out of reach. Just look at the astonished expression on De Bolong's face. She might just throw herself at Brother Feng in front of everyone. Indeed, who could resist the allure of 1 million per drink? Even if Saint Joan of Arc were here, she would be compelled to showcase a few bottles of pure island brew to Brother Feng. In the early hours of September 2nd, at 1:30 a.m., Qin Feng's live stream boasted nearly 3.5 million viewers, all fervently typing away in the chat room. The enthusiasm of the viewers have been ignited by Qin Feng's earlier declarations. A drink, 1 million. As anticipated, De Bolong's gaze became somewhat vacant, her body trembling with excitement. As she spoke, she clenched her fists, a broad smile spreading across her face, as if she had resolved to take a decisive step. Zankna, what are you thinking? Surely, you don't intend to join him for a drink? I warn you, if you dare to go over there today, beware of my wrath. At that moment, Yang Fan, standing at the DJ booth, sensed that something was amiss. It appeared his girlfriend, Zhang Na, was genuinely contemplating approaching Qin Feng's table to drink with him. He quickly grabbed the microphone and threatened her. If Zhang Na truly proceeded with such actions, one could say that Yang Fan would no longer need to navigate the harbor from this point forward. Before so many onlookers, being publicly humiliated by Qin Feng was a disgrace that he could hardly bear. However, before he could finish his words, Zhang Na abruptly rose from her seat and resolutely made her way towards Qin. Zankna, you wretched woman, what on earth do you intend to do? Witnessing this scene, Yang Fan was utterly frantic. He rushed down from the DJ booth in a few swift strides, reaching Zhang Na's side, seizing her hand and demanding answers. Sister Fan, please do not act impulsively. Indeed, that Qin Feng was merely jesting with you. If you truly go over there to drink with him, what face will Yang Shao have left in the harbor? Wouldn't he be reduced to nothing more than a doormat? Their companions at the table hastily interjected with their counsel. Chapter 60. Do you dare to challenge me? Qin Feng, do you possess the capability for such a confrontation? At this moment, Zhang Na's mind was utterly consumed by the notion of 1 drink equating to 1 million. She was oblivious to everything else around her. Yang Fan, release me at once. To be frank, we are no longer together. I implore you, do not reach out to me again. I fear that Feng Gu may misconstrue our connection. With that, Zhang Na forcefully extracted herself from Yang Fan's grasp, pointing an accusatory finger at him, her voice laced with intensity. Turning away, she strode purposefully towards Qin Feng, who was seated in the hall. Zhang Na, you infuriate me. Yang Fan, overwhelmed with rage and humiliation, pursued her, raising his hand as if to strike. However, Zhang Na was quicker, delivering a sharp kick to his groin. Instantly, Yang Fan crumpled to the floor, grimacing in pain, crying out for relief. Feng Gu, my apologies for my tardiness. You are not upset, are you? Upon reaching Qin Feng's table, Zhang Na poured herself a generous glass of beer and flashed him a smile. Not at all. It's a long night. No need to rush, Qin Feng replied, placing a reassuring hand on her shoulder, drawing her into his embrace. To be candid, Qin Feng held little regard for Zhang Na's duplicitous nature. His actions served to convey a message to everyone present. Do not dare provoke Qin Feng. If one wishes to avoid the inexplicable disappearance of their girlfriend, it is prudent to maintain a modicum of respect for him. Otherwise, the consequences could be dire. Gulme, Feng Gu, I drink to you. Feel free. After uttering this, Zhang Na tilted her head back and drained her glass entirely, leaving not a drop behind. She then, with exaggerated politeness, displayed her empty cup to Qin Feng. Bravo. Excellent. I, Qin Feng, have a penchant for women like you. Now, please open your Alipay for the payment. Qin Feng chuckled as he activated his Alipay to scan. Alipay notification, 1 million received. As Zhang Na presented the payment code to Qin Feng, her phone chimed with a delightful notification. What? No way. Thank you, Feng Gu. 1 million. How many clients can this support? Gazing at her newly inflated Alipay balance, which now boasted a staggering 7-digit sum, Zhang Na was utterly beside herself with excitement, inadvertently revealing her true profession, a hostess at an upscale club. The other women present watched this spectacle with envy, their teeth gritted in frustration, nearly grinding them to dust. It was evident that every single individual in attendance longed to be Zhang Na, to receive such a generous reward from Qin Feng. Yet the evening surprises were not over. Qin Feng picked up a bottle of the Dao Pure Draft and filled another large glass for Zhang Na. As I said, for every glass you can drink tonight, I shall transfer a few million to you. I, Qin Feng, have ample funds. As for how much you can earn, that depends on your own abilities. After Zhang Na uttered those words, Qin Feng deliberately cast a glance at Yang Fan, signaling him to grasp the situation on his own. At that moment, Yang Fan's complexion turned ashen, slumped in his chair, utterly still, resembling a lifeless figure. He felt a profound regret for his earlier foolish antics. Yet, he believed he could not entirely blame himself. If anyone were to be held accountable, it must be Qin Feng for being excessively ruthless. One drink costing 1 million. Was such a thing even conceivable for a mere mortal? Not even a figure like Si Tsong would dare to conduct himself in such a manner. It was utterly extreme. He had no doubt that, given Qin Feng's nature, even if a drink were to cost 10 million, he would undoubtedly follow through. In the capital, on September 2nd, at 2 a.m., after consuming 8 consecutive pints of beer, Zhang Na was thoroughly intoxicated, sprawled across the table in a state of oblivion. According to their agreement, Qin Feng transferred 8 million yuan into her Alipay account. Feeling that the time had come for him and Zhang Jian to take their leave, he slowly rose from his seat. Yang Fan, remember, today's incident serves merely as a lesson. Otherwise, today it is your girlfriend. Next time, it will be your mother. Mark my words, from now on, whenever you encounter me or my live stream viewers in public, you must address me as Sir. Do you possess the prowess to contend with me? Qin Feng? With that, he seized the microphone from the table and bellowed at the disheartened second-generation rich kid from the harbor city. After his proclamation, he slammed the microphone back onto the table and, without looking back, strode towards the exit alongside Zhang Jian. As he reached the entrance of the bar, a sudden thought struck him. He turned around, directing his gaze towards the DJ on stage, gesturing towards the patrons in the venue, and finally pointing at himself. The DJ immediately understood. brothers and sisters, let's give the warmest applause to send off Brother Feng. Tonight, all expenses incurred by everyone here will be covered by Brother Feng. The DJ raised the microphone high, tilting his head back, and shouted at the top of his lungs. Thank you, Brother Feng. Wow, Brother Feng is incredible. I declare that from this moment forth. Brother Feng is the king of the harbor. Is there any dissent, brothers? No dissent, echoed the crowd. In the entire harbor, if Brother Feng ranks second, who dares to claim the first? The moment the DJ concluded his statement, the venue erupted into a wave of cheers. Take it easy, Brother Feng. We welcome you back anytime. This is the total bill for all guests tonight at the bar, amounting to 8 million. Song Chong, the owner of the bar, respectfully escorted Qin Feng to the entrance, dutifully opening the rear door of the taxi for him. He then cautiously presented the bill. Just charge 1,000. However, Qin Feng did not even glance at it, but instead pulled out his black card from his pocket and handed it to him. All right, good, Brother Feng. Song Chong beamed with joy as he took the black card from Qin Feng, inserted it into the POS machine, and began to enter a series of numbers. A notification from Alipay announced a transaction of 10 million. In the next moment, a crisp alert emanated from his private phone nestled in his pocket. He's gone. Strongsy, let us meet another day. Upon receiving the black card from Song Chong, Qin Feng waved farewell and gestured for the driver to commence their journey. Song Chong, along with the entire inebriated staff, followed the taxi, offering a spirited send-off. Dear Mr. Qin, we are pleased to inform you that your savings card, ending in 4419, has just received a transfer. The transferred amount is 180 million. Your current balance stands at 564. 13 million. Shortly after Qin Feng departed, his phone buzzed with a message from the Industrial and Commercial Bank. As he beheld his account balance nearing 600 million, a satisfied nod escaped him. He felt quite pleased with the day's achievements, surpassing his modest goal by more than 5-fold. Chapter 61. A gift of the Hong Kong, a 99999 Supreme license plate. Alas, my brothers, we have been streaming live since 8 this morning, and I've just indulged in a bit of drink. Both Jian and I are feeling rather fatigued. Therefore, we shall take our leave for now. A good night's rest awaits us at the hotel. Tomorrow, we shall meet again without fail. As he sat in the back of the taxi, Qin Feng raised his hand to glance at his watch, realizing it was already September 2nd, 2:10 a.m. He then directed his gaze towards the camera of his phone, addressing his live stream audience of 3 million with a smile. At that moment, his head was buzzing, and all he desired was to lie down and drift into a deep slumber. In terms of streaming, it wasn't too arduous, as he had previously set a record for the longest solo live stream at 24 hours, having stayed awake for an entire day and night. However, after the copious amounts of alcohol consumed during the evening revelries, it was evident that his capacity for drinks still required some honing. Let us wrap it up, Feng. Today has indeed been somewhat overwhelming. Streaming from 8 this morning until now. Precisely, Feng Yi. Return and rest well. We shall meet again tomorrow. Remember to rise early and start the stream promptly. All right, given your commendable efforts today, I shall let you off the hook this time. But do remember to stream tomorrow. Goodbye, Feng Yi. Good night. You and Jian should rest well. We shall sleep now. See you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. 88. Farewell. Upon learning of Qin Feng's intention to conclude the stream and rest, the 300,000 viewers in his live chat did not attempt to detain him. Instead, they chose to bid him farewell in writing, fully aware of the intensity of today as streaming. It was indeed a testament to his relentless spirit. As the saying goes, as long as the green hills remain, one need not worry about firewood. This sentiment rings true. There are no faults to be found, and not a single misstep. All right, my friends, I shall sign off now. Farewell, and see you tomorrow. Having uttered these words to the camera, Qin Feng ended his live stream, which still boasted 3 million viewers at 2 a.m. on September 2nd. He then leaned back against the seat of the taxi, releasing a sigh of relief. The day as high-intensity streaming had indeed worn him out. However, the ultimate outcome filled him with satisfaction. His personal account was on the verge of surpassing 600 million. Though he could not yet compare to the likes of Jian Lin and Ma Huateng at this rate of progress, surpassing the domestic tycoons and ascending to the pinnacle of wealth in the Dragon Nation was merely a matter of time. Next, Qin Feng opened his Douyin profile to take a glance. Unable to contain his astonishment, he exclaimed internally. To his amazement, his initially modest account of merely 100 followers had surged to 150,000. Moreover, the numbers were climbing at an astonishing pace every second. As dawn breaks and he rises, it is anticipated that his follower count will surpass 2 million. Master, please take my brother and me back to the Harbor Grand Hotel. Here are $10,000. Please accept it. If you have no other engagements during the day, you could wait for me at the entrance of the hotel and serve as my dedicated driver for one more day. Qin Feng opened his backpack and tossed the remaining $10,000 in cash to the driver. He then handed him another $10,000, agreeing to meet him at the hotel entrance at dawn. At this moment, fatigue weighed heavily upon him, making it difficult to keep his eyes open. All he longed for was to return to his bed and indulge in a deep slumber. All right, sure thing, handsome. Not just for a day. I'd happily be your driver for an entire year, the driver exclaimed, beaming with joy as he gazed at the stack of red bills in his hand, nodding vigorously. He marveled at his extraordinary fortune in encountering Qin Feng, who was beginning to earn the title of the top figure in the harbor, and now had the opportunity to serve as his dedicated driver. Word of his taxi being parked at the prestigious VIP spot outside the nightclub had already spread throughout the harbor's taxi community. Fellow cabbies praised him as a legend of the industry, the number one. He had never felt such honor in his life. His face radiated joy as if he had just emerged from a rejuvenating bath. Meanwhile, upon returning to the hotel, Qin Feng collapsed onto his bed, too exhausted even to wash his face. When he groggily awoke the following morning, it was already 10 o'clock. He had enjoyed nearly 8 hours of sleep, a comfort he had not experienced in quite some time. Jian, what are you looking at? Up quite early, are we? To his surprise, his good friend had already risen. Sitting on the sofa of the presidential suite, engrossed in his phone, his eyes alight with excitement, as if captivated by something extraordinary. Oh, nothing much. There's a significant license plate auction happening today in the harbor. It's said that only those with fortunes exceeding 100 million can participate, Zhang Jian replied, looking up and smiling. A license plate auction? What plates are being auctioned? Qin Feng, intrigued by Zhang Jian's words, sprang from his bed with a sudden burst of energy and rushed to inquire further. He was eager to understand the magnitude of this high-stakes auction, restricted to the ultra-wealthy. It's that license plate, symbolizing absolute status and identity. Hong in 99999, the prestigious 95 sovereign plate. Zhang Jian presented his phone to Qin Feng. Wow, the 95 sovereign, Qin Feng exclaimed, unable to contain his excitement as he gazed at the plate that would headline the auction. In an instant, he comprehended why the auction demanded such a high threshold for bidders' fortunes. After all, it was the most coveted license plate in the entire harbor, the 95 sovereign. Hurry up, Jian. Wash your face and brush your teeth. What time does the auction start? Moments later, Qin Feng set down the phone, dashing toward the bathroom while eagerly asking Zhang Jian. It seems to be around noon, doesn't it? What are you planning to do? Zhang Jian, bewildered, inquired after hearing this. He initially thought Qin Feng desired the prestigious 95 Supreme license plate for himself, but the subsequent words that escaped Qin Feng's lips illuminated his true intentions. Goodness, but it's not for my own use. Rather, it is to be gifted, Qin Feng exclaimed while brushing his teeth in the restroom, his voice reverberating. At that moment, he had already conceived an entertaining idea. It involved bestowing an exceptionally sensational license plate. Yet, it would certainly not be awarded to the affluent. Instead, it would be given to the common populace. Moreover, the recipient's vehicle must not exceed a value of 100,000. Ideally, it should be below 10,000. Just imagine a modest car, valued at a mere few thousand, traversing the streets adorned with a 95 Supreme license plate. How captivating it would be to onlookers. It might even prompt the traffic police to pull it over for inquiries. As for who ultimately receives this remarkable license plate, that shall be determined by fate. However, Qin Feng firmly believed that at the very moment this thought surfaced in his mind, a destined individual was already awaiting him in the cosmos. Chapter 62. Brother Feng's lack of fame is unjust. Oh my goodness, Brother Feng, what a remarkable genius you are. In all of the harbor, I dare say your intellect is unparalleled. The audacity to conceive such an electrifying program is truly commendable. It is indeed a travesty that Brother Feng is not more celebrated. Upon learning the specifics of the program from Qin Feng, Zhang Jian could not help but give a thumbs up and exclaim in admiration. He then rushed to the restroom to freshen up, preparing to attend the epic auction alongside Qin Feng, ready to compete with the affluent elite of the city. Half an hour later, on September 2nd, at 10:30 a.m., the two emerged from their hotel room and made their way to the buffet restaurant on the first floor for breakfast. During the meal, Qin Feng took out his phone and initiated his live stream. As anticipated, upon awakening the next morning, his Douyin account had indeed amassed over 2 million followers. While he was unaware of how long it took others to grow from 0 to 2 million followers, Qin Feng, accomplished this feat in just one day. Quite impressive. Indeed. Oh my goodness, Brother Feng, you finally arrived. I've been waiting for you all morning. Let's be honest, you were a bit slow. Ha ha ha. It seems yesterday truly wore Brother Feng out. No witties. As the saying goes, good things come to those who wait. As long as Brother Feng is here, all is well. Ha ha ha. As he clicked the live stream button, it took merely a minute for the viewership to surpass 1 million, and it continued to grow rapidly. In the blink of an eye, it soared past 1.5 million. The rapid influx of viewers took Qin Feng by surprise, likely due to the high traffic on a Sunday. Apologies, my friends. I was indeed a bit fatigued yesterday, which is why I rose late today. But fear not. It's Sunday, and I have no pressing obligations. I'm committed to entertaining you all day, Qin Feng proclaimed, cheerfully munching on a bun as he addressed his audience. Given that it was Sunday and Harbor University had no classes, he had ample time to provide amusement for his followers. Hurry, hurry. Let us get this show on the road. A day without your program leaves me feeling restless. Not just a day, even half an hour without watching feels like ants crawling all over me. Last night, I rewatched Brother Feng's live stream before bed. Ha ha ha. Brother Feng, what delightful surprises do you have in store for us today? Listening to the enthusiastic chatter, the barrage of comments in his live stream surged like a rocket, overwhelming in speed. Brothers, just a heads up. After breakfast, Jiangu and I will head to the Harbor Convention Center to participate in a highly significant license plate auction. The assets of the bidders in this auction must exceed a minimum of 100 million. Our objective is to showcase the illustrious license plate, hung in 99999, the epitome of prestige. As Qin Feng savored his meal, he animatedly elaborated to his companions about the first endeavor of the day, participating in the license plate auction, offering the coveted hong in 99999. He promptly updated his live stream title, exclaiming, wow, 666,666. Neuf. This is extraordinarily impressive. When strolling down the street, the traffic police would undoubtedly salute. Impressive indeed. When Brother Feng makes his move, the outcome is evident. Those so-called TikTok giants, who boast about sending a mere handful of laundry detergent and rice in the live stream, should take a page from Brother Feng's book. Absolutely. These individuals wouldn't even be worthy of carrying Brother Feng's shoes. They can only assist him when he visits the restroom. Ha ha ha. Hong. A 99999. To this, I can only utter 2 words. I want. Count me in. I can hardly fathom who has stumbled upon such extraordinary luck to acquire this magnificent license plate. They must be blessed by their ancestors. As Qin Feng concluded his exuberant remarks, his live stream, which had regained an audience of 3 million, erupted with fervor. The comments section flooded with messages, expressing astonishment at Qin Feng's first program of the day, undeniably a sensational spectacle. Even the king of hell, upon hearing this news, would take a brief leave to visit the mortal realm, seeking a computer at an internet CAF to bestow Qin Feng with a wave of 666. Half an hour later, precisely at 11 o'clock a.m., Qin Feng and Zhang Jian finished their breakfast and promptly exited the hotel, setting off toward the Harbor Exhibition Center. Beep, beep. As they stepped outside, 3 crisp honks resonated from a nearby parking space. Brother Feng, over here, a middle-aged man, clad in a suit and crisp white shirt, his shoes gleaming, emerged from the driver's seat and waved cheerfully at them. Upon closer inspection, Qin Feng recognized him as the taxi driver who had accompanied them throughout the previous night. Had he not paid attention, he might have overlooked him, as today's attire was markedly different from yesterday's casual garb of old cloth shoes and baggy denim shorts. Not only had he changed his entire outfit, but his once disheveled hair was now slicked back with gel, standing upright. In that moment, he bore no resemblance to a taxi driver, resembling instead a chauffeur for a lavish Maybach, despite still driving that old taxi. Not to mention, he looks quite dapper. That is the way to go. Qin Feng and Zhang Jian both complimented the driver before boarding the taxi in succession. "Driver, let us make a quick stop at the nearby industrial and commercial bank." Seated in the rear of the taxi, Qin Feng raised his hand to glance at the watch on his wrist, deciding to make a brief stop at the industrial and commercial bank to withdraw some cash for his program today. The night before, he had arranged with the bank manager to withdraw 3 million yuan. Surely, at this very moment, everything would be prepared for him. Soon, the driver brought them to the entrance of the bank. The efficiency of the bank services was commendable. They had already prepared the 3 million yuan for Qin Feng. He instructed Zhang Jian to pack 1 million into a briefcase, while the remaining 2 million was placed directly into the trunk of the taxi. After completing the transaction, the group set off towards the exhibition center located in the suburbs of Haigang. At 11:45, they arrived 15 minutes early. A long queue had already formed at the entrance of the exhibition center, with nearly 100 individuals waiting to have their funds verified for entry. Observing this scene, Qin Feng and Zhang Jian alighted from the taxi and joined the line. As he reached the entrance and was about to check his bank account balance for the verification officer, a clear and melodious female voice floated beside him. "No need, Mr. Qin. Please come in. Your esteemed name is well known throughout Haigang. I didn't expect you to attend this license plate auction today." Chapter 63. I shall name a number. A young woman, standing nearly 1.7 meters tall, with a fair complexion and a slender figure, adorned in a black professional ensemble and high heels, first gestured an OK to the auditor. She then turned to Qin Feng, smiling as she introduced herself. "Good day, Mr. Qin. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Guo Wei, the venue manager for today's auction. It is a pleasure to meet you here." She extended her hand towards Qin Feng. Qin Feng, casting a measured glance at the venue manager named Guo Wei, put away his phone and shook her hand. "Mr. Qin, allow me to escort you inside." She continued, "I initially thought that the final item on the agenda, the prestigious license plate 99999, would ignite fierce competition. However, upon seeing you, I realized who it would ultimately belong to." As Guo Wei guided Qin Feng further into the venue, she smiled and remarked, "Are so certain?" Qin Feng, unable to suppress a slight smile, countered indeed. "Given your character, Mr. Qin, you either refrain from participating or, once you do, must secure victory. This applies to both license plates and women alike." Guo Wei teased, casting a flirtatious glance at him and leaning in closer. This made Qin Feng feel somewhat awkward, and he chose not to respond further. He was taken aback that Guo Wei seemed to understand his intentions so clearly. The reality was undeniable. Having come to this venue today, he was resolute in his ambition. The coveted license plate, hung a 99999, was destined to be his. He would not hesitate to deplete every last resource in his bank account to achieve this goal. Before long, he and Zhang Jian found themselves seated in the VIP section at the back of the hall under Guo Wei's guidance. "Wow, is that Qin Feng? This is unbelievable. It's really him. How'd he get here? This is a disaster. I was planning to bid for that prestigious license plate. Now it seems impossible. Let us see what Qin Feng bids later." Once Qin Feng settled into his seat, he immediately garnered the attention of numerous attendees within the hall. Everyone turned to gaze at him, gasping in astonishment. The entrepreneurs present had all come with the intention of acquiring the esteemed license plate, brimming with anticipation. Yet, upon seeing Qin Feng, their fervent aspirations abruptly froze. Even though the auction had yet to commence, and Qin Feng had not yet made a move, the mere sight of him instilled a sense of trepidation among the crowd. After all, they were somewhat aware of Qin Feng's reputation, which suggested that he spent money as if it were flowing water. No one knew the true balance of his bank account, which allowed him such audacity in his expenditures. It is often said that the unknown is what truly evokes fear. It is as simple as that, devoid of any flaws or mistakes. As the clock struck noon on September 2nd, the license plate auction at the Harbor Exhibition Center commenced punctually. The initial offerings were merely appetizers, featuring desirable plates, such as those ending in 3/8s or 3/9s. While these plates held their own allure and would undoubtedly enhance the prestige of any vehicle, they paled in comparison to the grand finale, the illustrious Hong Kong A99999, known as the Supreme 95. Thus, Qin Feng showed little interest in the earlier lots, eagerly awaiting the appearance of the Pi C de Assistance. These plates were swiftly acquired by eager bidders, with prices ranging from tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands. Once the preliminary lots were concluded, it was time for the final highlight. Ladies and gentlemen, the last plate to grace the stage is none other than the revered Hong Kong A99999. It is likely that many attendees had come with the sole intention of acquiring this plate. To possess it and display it on one's cherished vehicle would undoubtedly signify a status of distinction. The opening bid for the Hong Kong A99999 was set at 500,000. Let the competition begin. The female host first held aloft a blue plate inscribed with Hong Kong A99999 before officially commencing the bidding. 800,000, 1,000,000, 1, 200,000, 1, 500,000, 2, 000,000, 2, 200,000. In the face of such an epic license plate, the assembled business magnates of the harbor showed no restraint, raising their paddles in a fervent bidding war. The price quickly escalated beyond $2 million. After all, having such a plate on their vehicle would, in an intangible manner, significantly enhance their personal and corporate influence. This was the very reason for their frenzied competition. Amidst the fervent calls for bids, Qin Feng, seated in the back row of the venue, remained silent, casually chewing gum while observing the scene with keen interest. Occasionally, attendees turned to glance at him, yet none could decipher his thoughts. 3,000,000, 3, 500,000, 5,000,000. At this moment, the bidding for the Supreme 95 plate reached a fever pitch. A middle-aged proprietor in his 50s, dressed in a suit and sporting a Mediterranean hairstyle, raised the bid to $5 million. The instant his offer was announced, an eerie silence enveloped the room. The previously enthusiastic crowd began to waver, their expressions heavy with contemplation. They seemed to grapple with the question of whether spending over $5 million on a license plate was indeed a worthy investment. $5 million once. As the silence lingered, the female host on stage lifted her gavel, preparing to conclude the auction. The Mediterranean businessman's face beamed with joy as he exuberantly waved his arms. It felt as though he could envision the splendid moment of acquiring the prestigious license plate, 95 Supreme. Though he spent $5 million on a mere plate, which might seem somewhat exorbitant, he ultimately succeeded. The outcome was indeed favorable. Why hasn't he made a move yet? At this very moment, Guo Wei, the event manager, cast her gaze towards Qin Feng, who was seated in the back row, silently urging him in her mind. Her heart raced anxiously, pounding as if it were about to leap from her throat. After all, everyone understood that Qin Feng's presence in this hall was solely to contend for the coveted Hong and 99999 license plate. Yet, as the auction approached its conclusion, Qin Feng remained inexplicably passive, not even raising his paddle once. This left Guo Wei utterly astonished. Could it be that he was intimidated by the preceding bids? But that didn't align with Qin Feng's character. In that moment, she felt utterly bewildered. $5 million twice. As the female host's gavel struck for the second time, signaling that the illustrious license plate was on the verge of finding its owner, a booming voice resonated from the back of the hall. Qin Feng, under the gaze of the entire audience, slowly rose, retrieved a golden dragon cigarette from his pocket, lit it, took a deep breath, and with a smile, addressed the female host. Chapter 64. A 30 million license plate, given as a gift? 30 million. Qin Feng raised 3 fingers high and declared emphatically to the female host on stage. 30 million. My goodness. Without hesitation, Qin Feng's audacity was indeed remarkable. No wonder he is renowned as the most formidable figure in high gang. It is undeniably bold. When he strikes, he does so with unerring precision. I find myself utterly enamored by such a man. Though I am of a different disposition, why does my heart race uncontrollably upon encountering Qin Feng, causing even Jill to tremble incessantly? Perhaps this is the irresistible charm of Brother Feng. It is simply awe-inspiring. Looking around the venue, one must wonder who could possibly rival Qin Feng. Indeed, when his staggering bid was announced, it seemed that everyone present was destined to play the role of mere spectators. As Qin Feng's astonishing offer reverberated throughout the High Gang Exhibition Center, a wave of frenzy swept over the crowd. Everyone was fervently engaged in animated discussions, as if Qin Feng were not participating in an auction, but rather orchestrating a game, mercilessly toying with all the tycoons present. This was, in fact, the reality. Qin Feng had refrained from bidding earlier to assess the capabilities of those gathered today. However, to his dismay, they proved to be woefully inadequate. He had anticipated a worthy challenge, yet it appeared that they could barely muster even 1 million in bids. Given this, he could hardly be blamed for unleashing such a ruthless offer of 30 million as his opening gambit. Undoubtedly, purchasing a license plate for 30 million was an exorbitant premium, and not just a typical one, but a remarkably inflated one. After all, this bid was nearly equivalent to the annual revenue of several enterprises in High Gang. At that moment, the bald owner who had previously proposed a staggering 5 million appeared ghostly pale, resembling a specter. He shakily reached into his suit pocket, retrieving a bottle of emergency heart medication, and gulped down a handful, gradually regaining his composure. He exhaled heavily, having experienced a swift descent from heaven to hell in less than a second. Such an exquisite yet harrowing experience rendered him almost lifeless. Though he was in his early 50s and had encountered numerous highs and lows in his life at the club, having met many exceptional practitioners, he had to concede that Qin Feng was the most astonishing practitioner in this world, the kind that could take one's breath away. At the moment Qin Feng uttered the 30 million bid, he envisioned his late great-grandmother dancing before him, swaying to the rhythm while shaking her head vigorously. "Mr. Feng, are you all right? Will you be raising your bid?" The female host on stage, noticing his unusual demeanor, promptly inquired. "Raise, raise, raise." Listening to her words, the bald-headed boss slowly raised his right hand. As he spoke, he forcefully shifted gears. Incredible. Is old Sue really going to raise the stakes? It seems that Qin Feng has truly provoked him. Remarkable. It appears that old Sue is preparing to exhaust all his resources to engage in this fierce battle with Qin Feng. Old Sue, go for it. Life and death are but trifles. If you're unwilling, then fight. Ha ha ha. The crowd once again erupted in excitement, rallying behind the bald-headed boss, hoping he could outbid Qin Feng. Keep pushing against the opponent. After all, those who merely watch the spectacle never shy away from chaos. The female host on stage silently awaited his statement, curious to see how much he would raise the bid from the initial 30 million. However, as he listened to the crowd, the bald-headed boss grew increasingly anxious, his face nearly turning crimson. Ultimately, he mustered all his strength, nearly losing control in the process, and managed to utter the words, "Increase. Increase. I can't go any higher. Feng, Brother Feng is incredible. I, Su Jiayin, am defeated." After saying this, Su Jiayin slumped back into his chair, raising his hand to wipe the beads of sweat from his forehead. He did wish to raise his bid. However, the truth was he simply could not afford it. His company was burdened with a plethora of unfinished projects that awaited resolution. Protesters surrounded the corporate headquarters daily. This 5 million was merely a loan he had taken from the bank to maintain an appearance of grandeur. If he had 30 million, he would swiftly repay the homes owed to consumers, sparing himself from the daily disturbances at his company, which had turned the headquarters into a public restroom. With Su Jiayin's concession, the legendary license plate auction in High Gang reached its climax. 30 million once, 30 million twice, 30 million thrice. Let us congratulate Mr. Qin Feng for successfully acquiring the most prestigious license plate in Haigang. The A99999, a true treasure. The female host raised her gavel and struck the table 3 times with remarkable speed. Then, she lifted her hands high, offering applause to Qin Feng. Brother Feng is magnificent. He is truly the pride of Haigang. In the entire Haigang, if Brother Feng claims second place, who dares to claim the first? Su Jiayin, feeling defeated, acknowledged that Jianlin and Huat En were no competition either. The gathered bidders at the Haigang Convention Center rose to their feet, applauding, their gazes fixed on Qin Feng at the back, speaking to him with obsequiousness. Qin Feng, amidst the crowd's attention, casually approached the stage with one hand in his pocket and the other holding a cigarette. Brother Feng, this supreme license plate is now yours. We can process your registration right here. Just provide your identification number. Upon Qin Feng's arrival at the stage, the host respectfully presented him with 2 blue plates inscribed with a 99999, smiling as she spoke. She had assumed that this license plate was purchased for him personally. The audience below shared the same sentiment. Yet, in the next moment, Qin Feng's nonchalant response to the female host nearly left the nearly 100 attendees at the exhibition center in utter shock, almost causing them to lose control. Notarus, I will give away this license plate in the live broadcast shortly, and I shall send you a message with the winner's personal information, so that you may assist with their registration. After receiving the license plate from the female host and obtaining her contact details, Qin Feng calmly strode towards the exit of the venue, holding 2 license plates in hand. Brother Feng, are you truly giving this license plate away? A 30 million license plate, just like that? Su Jiayin from the audience stood in stunned silence for a considerable time, his eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. Bewildered, he pondered how such a vast disparity could exist among people, while he, Su Jiayin, was constantly besieged at the company entrance with rotten eggs. Qin Feng seemed to regard a 30 million license plate as mere trifles, treating it as if it were worthless. Hungry. Gah. Realizing this, he leaned back and fainted. Chapter 65. With Brother Feng present, there are no surprises. This is truly astounding. Incredible. Brother Feng undeniably stands as a figure of utmost prominence in the harbor. In our lifetimes, it seems we shall forever be unable to measure up to him. Remarkable indeed. To be frank, prior to the commencement of this auction, I anticipated that Qin Feng would be impressive, yet I never envisioned he could be this extraordinary. He utterly humiliated Su Jiayin, leaving him gasping in shock. Let alone Su Jiayin, it is likely that none among us could rival even a mere toe of Qin Feng. Alas, it is truly said that the waves of the Yangtze River push the previous waves aside, with each succeeding wave proving stronger than the last. I'm utterly in awe. After Qin Feng departed, the seasoned merchants of the harbor gazed at his elegant silhouette with shaking heads, filled with admiration. This encounter had granted them a profound understanding of the ruthless caliber of this emerging young talent from the harbor, who has swiftly become a sensation. Across the entirety of Dragon Country, it seems no one can surpass him. Within the next 3 years, the entire business landscape of Dragon Country will undoubtedly bow to the feet of this young man, surnamed Qin. Dear Mr. Qin, greetings. Your industrial and commercial bank savings card, ending in 4419, has just recorded an expenditure. The amount spent is 30 million. The current balance on the card is 534. 13 million. As credit payments were not permitted at the auction, Qin Feng directly utilized his savings card to settle this substantial sum. Observing the sudden deduction of 30 million, he felt no pangs of regret. Rather, a smile crept upon his lips. He was acutely aware of the substantial rewards awaiting him once he presented this license plate. On the contrary, Guo Wei beside him began to feel a twinge of concern for him. Mr. Qin, are you certain you wish to part with this license plate? That is a staggering 30 million, she asked earnestly, taking a deep breath. Without a doubt, it must be done. Why hesitate? Wealth is but trivial to me, Qin Feng. Only joy can be cherished and remembered. As long as I, Qin Feng, find delight in it, and my brothers in the livestream do as well, I am willing to spend any amount. Qin Feng replied with a smile, taking a puff from his cigarette. Let us go. Remember, once I send you the winner's identification details, ensure that everything is executed promptly. I do not wish for the other party to be pulled over by traffic police for possessing a counterfeit plate. After saying this to Guowei, Qin Feng waved his hand and departed with Zhang Jian. Guowei gazed at Qin Feng's retreating figure, lost in profound contemplation. For a moment, she felt he was indeed far more handsome than the Hong Kong star Liang Chaowei. The aura he exuded was mystifying, drawing one in like a powerful black hole. Surely, anyone who encounters Qin Feng, regardless of gender, cannot escape the fate of being captivated by him. Brothers, do you see? A 99999, the Supreme 5. I, along with Brother Jian, have successfully acquired it. The value of this license plate speaks for itself, requiring no further elaboration. As we strolled down the street, even the traffic police would salute upon sighting it. Outside the Harbor Convention and Exhibition Center, Qin Feng, holding 2 license plates, joyfully addressed the live stream with a burgeoning audience of 3.8 million. Impressive, impressive. When Brother Feng makes a move, he annihilates the competition instantly. Truly, he lives up to his name, as graceful as the wind. Xu Jiayin, encountering Brother Feng, can only be deemed unfortunate. Indeed, once Brother Feng takes action, the outcome is evident. From the moment he entered the venue, I was certain he would secure this license plate without a doubt. As the saying goes, with Brother Feng around, there are no surprises. Such words are indeed true, with no flaws whatsoever. Upon hearing that Brother Feng intends to gift this 8-digit license plate, Xu Jiayin was visibly enraged. Ha ha ha. It genuinely made me laugh. I bet he didn't consult his fortune today. After Qin Feng effortlessly secured the license plate, his live stream, boasting an impressive 3.8 million viewers, transformed into a modest celebration. The barrage of comments and gifs filled the screen, and everyone witnessed the events that transpired in the venue, captivated by Qin Feng's decisiveness and fierceness. After a brief moment of joy, anticipation grew among the audience regarding the future recipient of this license plate. Who would Qin Feng choose to bestow it upon? Brothers, the gifts are concluded. Now, we shall seek the lucky winner. Let us see which fortunate individual in the harbor will receive this extraordinary gift. Onward, master. Let's south hit the road back to the city. With a clap of the 2 license plates in hand, Qin Feng declared this to the viewers before he and Zhang Jian hopped into a taxi, heading towards the city. They were poised to find a lucky soul who would receive the prestigious Hong a 99999 license plate. Soon, in the capital city, on September 2nd, at 1 in the afternoon, the group returned to the urban area. As they drove through the streets, they patrolled, disregarding the likes of Land Rovers, Bentleys, and Rolls-Royces. Qin Feng didn't even cast a glance at them, having no intention of bestowing the license plate upon such vehicles. The reason was simply 2 words: unworthy. Perhaps the owners of these luxury cars could aesthetically match the license plate, and it might complement them well. However, in Qin Feng's eyes, they simply did not deserve it. He wouldn't even deign to acknowledge them. To Qin Feng, the owners of Bentleys, Land Rovers, and Rolls-Royces were mere insignificant figures. Brothers, let me reiterate. Before the program commenced, I stated clearly that this prestigious license plate would never be given to the wealthy. It is meant for the ordinary hard-working individuals of the harbor. Perhaps they merely drive vehicles worth tens of thousands, or even just a few thousand, often overlooked by others. Yet, they relentlessly strive in this city each day, pouring forth their sweat and toil. It is these individuals who command the utmost respect. Only they deserve the license plate that I, Qin Feng, hold in my hand. After declaring this to the vast audience online, he turned his gaze towards the window, continuing to search among the myriad vehicles bustling along the road. Absolutely right, Brother Feng. When it comes to positive energy, it must be our Brother Feng. Indeed, those wealthy individuals are already affluent. Bestowing upon them an extravagant license plate would only embolden their arrogance. They might even dream of soaring to the moon and sharing a kiss with Chang'e. Only when gifted to the hard-working masses will it be truly cherished. Understanding the rarity of such prestige, we support Brother Feng. One shout of Brother Feng for a lifetime. His live stream audience of 3.8 million viewers resonated deeply with his sentiments, fervently flooding the screen with enthusiastic comments. Chapter 66. Man, you must be more assertive. I am an experienced traditional Chinese medicine practitioner, specializing in remedying mediocrity. As Qin Feng traversed the road in search of his target, his attention was suddenly captivated by a van cruising ahead. "Driver, follow that vehicle," he commanded the taxi driver in the front seat, gesturing for him to tail the van. At first glance, the van appeared to be a delivery vehicle, laden with an abundance of cardboard boxes. Its weathered exterior bore the marks of time and hardship. Qin Feng estimated that this aged Wuling Hongguang was worth no more than 10,000 yuan, likely around 8,000. Undoubtedly, this was the model he had been seeking. One must ponder how alluring it is to see a dilapidated van traversing the streets, adorned with two prestigious license plates. The spectacle speaks for itself. However, Qin Feng was uncertain about the owner of this vehicle. Thus, he instructed the driver to maintain a close distance, preparing to investigate further. Before long, Qin Feng followed the van to the entrance of a restaurant. He observed a middle-aged man, approximately 40 years old, with dark skin and a robust physique, wearing a white tank top. The man disembarked from the driver's seat and proceeded to the back, unloading boxes into the restaurant. His initial assumptions were indeed validated. This van was genuinely a delivery vehicle. Just then, as the man busily transported the goods, a silver Lexus sedan pulled up behind the van, its horn blaring incessantly. "Get that old van out of the way," shouted a bald man adorned with a gold chain, leaning out of the Lexus to berate the van's owner. "Apologies, my friend. Just 1 minute. I'll move it right away," the van owner responded, hurrying to the Lexus while bending slightly, offering a cheap cigarette in a bid to placate him. However, upon noticing the type of cigarette being offered, the man in the gold chain disdainfully discarded it onto the ground. "Seriously? What era are we in, still smoking that rubbish? I'll give you 1 minute. If you're not done by then, you'll have to deal with the consequences," he said, pulling out a premium cigarette, lighting it, and pointing it menacingly at the van owner. "Understood, understood," the tank-top-clad man replied, nodding repeatedly. He then dashed back to the van, resuming his tasks with fervor. In a swift and efficient manner, he unloaded all the goods within a minute, perspiring profusely. Subsequently, he started the vehicle and continued driving forward. "Next time, be more mindful when driving that old van. Good dogs don't obstruct the path." The owner of the Lexus approached from behind, hurled a remark, and sped away. The van driver said nothing further, merely smiled and nodded. "Damn, how infuriating. That Lexus owner is clearly bullying an honest person. Indeed, they just see someone driving a van as easy prey. It truly reflects a narrow-minded perspective. If a Range Rover were parked ahead, I doubt he'd dare to act this way." Witnessing the scene, the 3.8 million viewers in Qin Feng's live stream erupted in a flurry of comments. "Yes, you're absolutely right, brothers. If it were a Range Rover or any other vehicle worth over $1 million, that man in the gold chain would definitely not treat the van driver in such a manner." Qin Feng nodded in agreement as he read the barrage of comments. However, as the saying goes, under the eaves, one must bow their head. The van driver is also among the working class, earning a meager salary while enduring disdain from others. Since he cannot change his fate, I, Qin Feng, shall endeavor to alter it on his behalf. It seems fated that he should encounter me. Driver, let us pursue. After instructing the taxi driver, Qin Feng directed them to chase after the van. He already knew to whom this license plate should be gifted. In no time, thanks to the taxi driver's exceptional skills, they swiftly caught up with the van, which was parked outside a small supermarket. The middle-aged man in a white tank top was standing by the roadside, leisurely enjoying a drink and a sausage for lunch, seemingly preparing to finish his meal and continue with his deliveries. "Hello, sir. What shall I call you? Is this your vehicle?" Qin Feng approached and inquired directly, pointing at the van. I'm Long. This vehicle belongs to me. What's the matter? Are you filming something?" The man initially looked taken aback, casting a puzzled gaze at Qin Feng before glancing at Zhang Jian, who held a selfie stick, then nodded in response, seemingly unsure of the reason behind Qin Feng's sudden question. "Sir, you must be more assertive. When out in the world, there is no need to be so humble." After receiving a confirmation, Qin Feng raised his hand and straightened Along's hunched back, speaking earnestly. He remarked on how imposing Along's name sounded, but cautioned against it becoming a joke. "Alas, I wish I could be more assertive. However, life's circumstances make it difficult." Along sighed, revealing the weight of his struggles. After finishing my deliveries at noon, I have a blind date in the afternoon. At nearly 40, I still do not have a wife. How can I be assertive? Having understood Qin Feng's sentiments, alongside once more, bowing his head as the straightened posture he had just regained slumped once again. No worries, Long. I possess a method to restore your vigor. I am an experienced traditional Chinese medicine practitioner, specializing in reviving the unremarkable. Encountering me today is indeed your stroke of serendipity. Qin Feng patted the man's shoulder, smiling as he spoke. Come, Elong, let us see if this can invigorate you. He then took 2 dazzling license plates, a 99999 from Zhang Jian, and presented them to the other man. A 99999. Gazing at the astonishingly impressive plates before him, Elong was momentarily taken aback, his eyes sparkling with wonder. In all his years, he had never encountered such remarkable license plates. After a brief moment of admiration, he turned to Qin Feng, puzzled, as if questioning the purpose of this gesture. What was he supposed to do with these plates? Qin Feng's subsequent words clarified the matter for him. Coolme, provide me with your ID number. Let us affix these splendid license plates. With that, Qin Feng slapped the hood of the dilapidated van and called out to Elong, preparing to help him reclaim his masculine pride. Chapter 67. The Supreme King in the Van. What does this mean? Handsome guy. Are you trying to send me to prison? Although I, Elong, am an honest man, I yearn for the day when I can make a name for myself. I dream of being able to flaunt my status in front of others, possessing my own sense of grandeur. However, the problem is that such bravado cannot be feigned. Those who attempt to do so will face dire consequences. Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, Elong immediately waved his hand, shaking his head vigorously like a rattle, desperately refusing. He understood that Qin Feng had his best interests at heart, wanting him to break free from the confines of a nearly 40-year life. But such a break cannot be achieved recklessly. If the traffic police catch him, would they not throw him in and have him tread the sewing machine? Imagine. Elong is about to turn 40, yet he has no wife and is still a virgin. He certainly does not wish to offer his first experience to a bunch of old perverts in prison. Thus, he resolutely declined Qin Feng's suggestion. Elong, do you think the 2 licenses I am holding are fake? That they are forged and lack any official authorization? Upon hearing Elong's words and observing his firm attitude, Qin Feng instantly understood the situation. Elong undoubtedly believed that the licenses he had gifted him were counterfeit. To be fair, while other streamers might indulge in presenting shoddy imitations, for Qin Feng, anything he offers must be unequivocally authentic. Even if it were the stars in the sky, he would find a way to pluck them down. Otherwise, how could he present the most prestigious license plate in the entire harbor? It is an unparalleled treasure, loftier than the 5 fortunes combined. Such an extraordinary license plate cannot possibly be a fake, can it? At this moment, Elong also directed his gaze towards Qin Feng, questioning how he could not believe that the 2 licenses in Qin Feng's hands were indeed genuine, officially certified ones. All right, Elong, come over, let me show you something. After you see this, you'll understand whether it's a genuine license or not. Noting that Elong remained somewhat skeptical, Qin Feng chose not to say much more, merely opening his phone interface and gesturing for him to come closer. He could empathize with Elong's cautiousness. After all, forging licenses is no trivial matter. If caught by the authorities, one would undoubtedly find themselves in a dire situation. To be fair, if someone were to suddenly offer him a license on the street, he too would be reluctant to accept it readily. Moreover, this was not just any ordinary license. It was a 99999. Wherever one goes, the level of attention it commands would be a staggering 100%. If it were a fake affixed to this van, it would likely be discovered within a kilometer, leading to a visit to the precinct for a cup of tea. A 99999 license plate, auction revenue, 30 million. Payment recipient, Harbor City Vehicle Management Office. Registered owner, pending. What? These 2 supreme licenses are real. You just spent 30 million on them from the auction. Wow. Upon examining Qin Feng's mobile phone, Elong was instantaneously rendered speechless. His eyes widened, mouth agape, releasing a series of astonished exclamations from deep within his throat. He stood motionless, akin to a wooden puppet. He never anticipated that the license plate in Qin Feng's hand was genuine. Moreover, Qin Feng intended to bestow upon him this illustrious license plate, which had cost a staggering 30 million yuan. What do you think, Along? Do you desire it? If so, please share your ID card with me now. I will send a message to the vehicle management office, and this prestigious license plate will belong to you. Qin Feng directed his gaze toward Along, earnestly inquiring. Of course I want it. However, this item seems rather exorbitant. Along raised his hand, awkwardly scratching his head. Jian, go assist him in affixing the license plate. After receiving Along's affirmative response, Qin Feng turned his head, nodding toward the nearby van and instructing Zhang Jian. As long as Along desired it, that was all that mattered. The cost was irrelevant. What he feared most was that the other party would hesitate, intimidated by the prospect of straightening that bent back that had endured for nearly 40 years. In such a case, there would be nothing to be done. While Zhang Jian was busy installing the license plate, Qin Feng sent Along's identification information to Guo Wei via WeChat, requesting her to cancel Along's original license plate and replace it with the prestigious one. Understood. Feng Yi. Received. Guo Wei, situated within the vehicle management office, responded to Qin Feng without a moment's hesitation. She promptly entered Along's ID number into the computer to ascertain which vehicle in Haigang had acquired this extraordinary license plate. Goodness, a van. The next moment, upon seeing the information displayed on the screen, Guo Wei was utterly flabbergasted. A thunderous exclamation escaped her lips, causing even this young lady to involuntarily curse. She had anticipated many scenarios, but never could she have imagined that Qin Feng intended to bestow a 30 million yuan license plate upon a van. Fengge. This Longli only possesses a Wuling Hongguang purchased a decade ago. Are you certain you wish to affix the 95 Supreme to this vehicle? Guo Wei took a deep breath, striving to calm herself, and sent a voice message to Qin Feng for further confirmation. Yes. Proceed swiftly. Qin Feng's reply was succinct and to the point, devoid of any superfluous words. After receiving his confirmation, Guo Wei refrained from further inquiries and began processing the request. However, the thought of Haigang City soon housing a super van that surpassed even Bentley and Land Rover left her feeling both amused and bewildered, uncertain whether to laugh or cry. Meanwhile, under Zhang Jian's adept handling, the van before them underwent a remarkable transformation. Although it remained the same vehicle, its exterior and configuration exhibited no discernible changes. However, once these two licenses were affixed, it was destined that he would no longer be the youth of yesteryears. Instead, he had emerged as a formidable figure in the automotive realm, a true titan of the industry, the unrivaled champion of the automobile world, Wuling Hongguang, the supreme king among vans. The prestigious license plate, a 99999, is now mine. Gazing at the resplendent plate hanging from the van, Along was still somewhat incredulous. It was only when Qin Feng presented the registration information before him that Along was fully convinced of this reality. The majestic 9-5 Supreme. I, Along, have risen. From this day forth, let us see who dares to honk at me. Ha ha! After a brief moment of astonishment, Along suddenly lifted his head, gazing skyward with a fervent howl. As he spoke, his entire being trembled with excitement, as though he had been electrified. Chapter 68. After a decade of deliveries, one day the Supreme is known throughout the realm. Hello, Brother Long, it's Xiao Zhang. We were classmates back in elementary school. Remember when you borrowed my eraser? Yes, that's me. By the way, Brother Long, I'm getting married next month. Would it be possible for you to lend me your van as the lead vehicle, right in front of the Rolls-Royce? After all these years, money shouldn't be an issue between us. How about 10,000? If you agree, I assure you, my brother will definitely offer you $10,000. In just a few seconds, Along's phone, a pirated model worth several $100s with a cracked screen, suddenly rang from his pocket. After listening to the voice on the other end, it took him a moment to recall who it was. Xiao Zhang. It's not that I don't want to help you, but my vehicle is just a humble van. How can it possibly serve as your lead car? Realizing the situation, Along straightened his back, cleared his throat, and replied with sincerity. To be fair, throughout the years, he had often been referred to as Xiao Long or Along by others, and there were even those who called him Longzi. However, hearing the repeated address of Brother Long from the other end truly uplifted his spirits, easing the discomfort of having been constipated for an entire week. He now felt an overwhelming urge to find a restroom and relieve himself. Brother Long, are you joking? I just saw Feng GE's live stream. What are you talking about? Your vehicle is the most impressive in the entire harbor, without a doubt. Who would dare to belittle you henceforth? 10,000 for eternity. Your van is absolutely perfect to serve as my lead car. Anyway, let us not dwell on that, Brother Long. It's settled. When my brother gets married, you must come up on stage and say a few words. As for the car fee, let's say 10,000 for now. If you think it's too little, I can certainly add more. The call was then abruptly ended. 10,000? That could cover months of deliveries. As the beeping sound of the call ended, Along found it hard to believe. He never expected to receive such a windfall without lifting a finger. This sensation was indeed quite delightful. What he didn't foresee was that just as he hung up, his phone rang once more. It was a voice message from his nephew. Hey, uncle, I need a favor. My girlfriend is coming to the harbor tomorrow. Could you lend me your car to pick her up from the airport? I want to give my darling nephew a bit of prestige. All right, Xiao Gang, but didn't you used to look down on my van? Why the sudden request to borrow it now? Along replied, feigning ignorance. It had been quite a while since his nephew had called him, and even longer since he had heard the affectionate term uncle. In the past, he was always addressed by his given name, Longley. Now, however, he is bewilderingly referred to as uncle, leaving him feeling somewhat disoriented. Let's not dwell on the past. There were misunderstandings between us before. How about this? I shall visit your home tonight, bringing along a couple of bottles and purchasing some spicy duck so we can enjoy a good drink together. After hanging up the phone with his nephew, Xiao Gang, Along received several more calls. Some he recognized, while others were from unfamiliar numbers. He could only wonder how this group had obtained his phone number. The conversations all pertained to his newly upgraded bread van, which had recently undergone a dramatic transformation. Some wedding planning companies sought to collaborate with him, offering a monthly sum of 300,000 yuan. Additionally, various corporate groups expressed interest in using his vehicle for events, with equally handsome compensation. At that moment, Along felt utterly bewildered, reflecting on a decade of delivering vegetables. He recalled that he rarely received more than 3 calls a day, all from restaurants urging him for deliveries. Yet now, within a mere 10 minutes, his phone was nearly overwhelmed with calls. Indeed, it was a stark contrast from 10 years of anonymity in the vegetable trade to suddenly being recognized far and wide. Nonetheless, there was an undeniable thrill in this newfound attention. With such good fortune unfolding, it appeared that Along's life was beginning to take a turn for the better. Given this, he felt optimistic that his blind date later that afternoon would likely be a success, potentially leading to a beautiful romance. Brother Feng, I am eternally grateful for your immense kindness. I shall never forget this in my lifetime. From now on, should you ever need my assistance, I Along will brave any peril without hesitation. He then turned his gaze toward his benefactor, Qin Feng, his fists clenched as he spoke earnestly. He understood that without Qin Feng, he would never have had the opportunity to alter his fate. It could be said that with just a license plate, Qin Feng had propelled him from the depths of despair to the pinnacle of life. Looking at the man before him, who was significantly younger, Along was filled with deep respect. He recognized that the latter's rapid ascent to the throne of popularity on Douyin in just 2 days was not without merit. It stemmed from possessing unparalleled talent and charisma. Go on Along. If you ever need Brother Feng, just give me a call. Work hard. This is merely the beginning of your journey. But always remember this. To remain true to your original self is the key to enduring success. After providing Along with his personal number, Qin Feng patted him on the shoulder. At that moment, he could almost envision how this 30 million yuan license plate would revolutionize Along's life. Such a transformation would indeed be earth-shattering. Yet, he hoped Along would always remember who he was at the start of this journey. For only by doing so could he navigate the path ahead with greater ease and stability. This principle applied not only to him, but to everyone across the globe. All right, I will always keep your words close to my heart, Brother Feng. Along took a deep breath and nodded earnestly. Jian. Qin Feng then gestured to Zhang Jian, who stood nearby. The latter instantly grasped the situation and unzipped his backpack. This is 300,000. Consider it a fund from Qin Feng to support your new journey in life. Do take the time to thoroughly clean your car and perhaps make some minor modifications. I hope this vehicle serves as a new starting point for you, propelling you toward greater achievements. Qin Feng extracted 30 bundles of cash from his pocket and placed them upon the hood of the van. Take care, Along. I also wish you success in your blind date this afternoon. With a wave to Along, Qin Feng turned and boarded a taxi, departing from the scene. Once the matter is settled, I shall leave quietly, concealing both my merits and name. He mused. My friends, that prestigious 9.5 license plate has just been bestowed upon him. Let's be candid. Along is indeed a fine individual, a good person with potential. With that license plate accompanying him, he is bound to excel beyond others. Inside the taxi, Qin Feng gazed at his live stream room, which had already attracted 4 million viewers, and smiled as he remarked. Chapter 69. A transformative redemption of the homeless. A grand revival. Ah, the illustrious Wind Brother remains an eternal deity. With a mere flick of his hand, he has irrevocably altered the trajectory of an ordinary man's existence. Indeed, it seems that Aaron is no longer the humble vegetable delivery man of yore. A new moniker shall arise within the harbor, Supreme Dragon Brother. Marvelous indeed. To encounter Wind Brother today must surely be a serendipitous stroke of fortune for him. My brothers, rather than purchasing a lottery ticket, why not invest in a plane ticket? Come to the harbor and allow Wind Brother to reshape your destiny. Trust in the winds rather than in the heavens. Absolutely. Under Wind Brother's guidance, even a pig could soar. How delightful. Fear not, Wind Brother, for your flight is secure. Love for the wind shall always accompany you. Upon hearing these words, a palpable excitement surged through the 4 million viewers in his live stream. The barrage of comments and GIFs illuminated the screen, nearly overwhelming it. The audience was left in awe of Qin Feng's recent performance, as he effortlessly elevated an ordinary delivery worker to the pinnacle of fate. This, perhaps, is a testament to Qin Feng's undeniable prowess. Once more, I assert, if the heavens do not reward the virtuous in this world, then let me, Qin Feng, serve as their guardian. Follow me, and I shall bring you ever more splendid programs each day. My brothers, my Douyin account now boasts 8 million followers. Gulme, let us strive for 3 million. Our next program shall commence immediately. Raising his hand, he glanced at his watch and continued speaking to the throng of online viewers. It was precisely 2 p.m. on September 2nd in the capital, and the day was still young. Thus, their program was far from over. All right, my brothers, rally forth. To Qin Feng's astonishment, in a mere span of seconds, his follower count skyrocketed by 200,000, surpassing 3 million. He surmised that many new viewers had just entered his live stream, yet to follow him. With his follower count reached, it was now time to fulfill the promise of the next program. Given the extensive development of the harbor over the years, how is it that the number of homeless individuals remains so high? As Qin Feng pondered the content of the next program, he noticed a number of homeless individuals sprawled upon the benches by the roadside. He couldn't help but murmur to himself. Simultaneously, the concept for his next program crystallized in his mind. My brothers, do you see those homeless individuals on the benches beside the street? I am uncertain if your cities have them, but the harbor certainly does. I imagine that every major city within the Dragon Kingdom has a few as well. Our forthcoming program shall revolve around them. Qin Feng first directed his gaze to the smartphone screen, addressing his viewers. A transformative redemption of the homeless, a grand revival. He then promptly updated the title of his live stream. Brothers, listen closely. Our next guest on the program is not merely a beggar, but rather the homeless individuals residing by the harbor, each of whom may have their own unique stories and reasons for their plight. There exists a significant distinction between the two. These homeless souls, each burdened by their individual experiences, have found themselves in the unfortunate circumstance of living on the streets, yet they do not resort to begging. Instead, they sustain themselves by rummaging through trash bins for sustenance or collecting recyclable materials along the roadside. Subsequently, Qin Feng solemnly introduced the next guest to the audience, the homeless individuals of the harbor. Regardless of the circumstances that led them to the streets, Qin Feng has resolved to offer them a chance for redemption, a fresh start in their lives. In this world, every individual is prone to making mistakes experiencing setbacks, and faltering under the weight of life's challenges. However, what truly matters is whether we possess the courage to rise again and seize another opportunity. And I, Qin Feng, am here to provide them with that chance. Their ability to grasp this opportunity, however, rests solely in their hands. He then elaborated on the specifics of his upcoming program to assist these homeless individuals in regaining their footing in life and to grant them a second chance. The viewers in the live chat erupted with enthusiasm upon hearing his words. They were pleasantly surprised that Qin Feng's next program would focus on the homeless on the streets. It was evident that he spoke the truth. His guests spanned a myriad of professions, never leaving anyone behind, be they retail clerks, television set designers, or street dwellers. In this world, everyone has the opportunity to participate in Qin Feng's program, provided they are fortunate and kind enough. Get out. Let's go. Qin Feng instructed the taxi driver to pull over. He and Zhang Jian descended from the vehicle. Soon, a homeless man resting on a nearby bench caught his attention. In the sweltering September heat, the man was wrapped in a green military coat, with a large bag of urea beside him, filled to the brim with various items, presumably essential supplies for daily living. The individual appeared rather youthful, likely in their 30s, despite their exceptionally disheveled hair and an unwashed face that bore the marks of neglect. Qin Feng discerned from the person's gaze and the delicate texture of their skin that they could not possibly be over 40. The fact that someone so young had found themselves on the streets piqued Qin Feng's interest immensely. He then led Zhang Jian towards that direction, choosing to conceal his identity as a streamer for the moment, adopting the perspective of an ordinary person to uncover the stranger's story before offering assistance. His aim was to help them reintegrate into society and bid farewell to the life of a vagrant. Wow. Ugh. Brother Feng, you go ahead. I'll just wait over here for a bit. I can't quite handle this smell, Zhang Jian exclaimed, wrinkling his nose and shaking his head in disgust as they approached within 2 meters of the individual. He was genuinely taken aback by the overwhelming odor emanating from the person. All right then, you stay here and wait for me. I'll go over myself, Qin Feng replied, taking the live-streaming phone from Zhang Jian and placing it discreetly in his chest pocket, facing outward as if it were a part of his attire. This way, the individual would remain oblivious to the streaming, while the online audience could witness everything that unfolded around him. With resolute steps, Qin Feng continued towards the person. Although the odor was indeed striking, he found it bearable. He contemplated that had he not acquired the system, and should he face a series of failures in his future life, he might end up in a situation as dire as theirs, if not worse. The mere thought of this brought a sense of calm to his heart, rendering the pungent smell somewhat less unbearable. Chapter 70. The Port Entrepreneur Delayed by Women. What are you up to, my friend? Do you have a cigarette? May I have one? With that, Qin Feng swiftly approached the man and took a seat beside him. He raised his hand and playfully patted the man's bald head, requesting a smoke with a smile. Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, the scruffy-looking man abruptly lifted his head, staring blankly at him for a considerable moment, seemingly questioning whether he had misheard. It was indeed surprising that someone would ask him for a cigarette, given his disheveled appearance. It was a marvel that anyone would even approach him for such a request. Sure, here you go, he replied, extending his hand towards the pocket of his overcoat. He rummaged through a collection of cigarette butts and extracted one, offering it to Qin Feng. While he did not comprehend why Qin Feng sought a cigarette from him, he felt it inappropriate to refuse, especially since he had no full cigarettes on hand, only a plethora of discarded remnants. Never mind. After a moment of hesitation, Qin Feng smiled and waved his hand dismissively. Perhaps in his 20 years of life, he had never indulged in high-end cigarettes like Longhua, but he had certainly never attempted to smoke someone else's leftover butts. How about trying one of mine instead? He suggested, pulling out a complete Gold Dragon cigarette and presenting it to the scruffy man with a grin. He then lit one for himself, inhaling deeply. The scruffy man stared at the intact cigarette in Qin Feng's hand, bewildered. It appeared he was pondering why Qin Feng, possessing his own cigarettes, would request his. Was this a mere trick? What are you doing lying around in broad daylight? Moreover, it's 35 or 36 degrees today. Aren't you cold in such light clothing? Why didn't you wear more? After lighting the man's cigarette, Qin Feng glanced at the military coat the man was wearing and inquired with a chuckle. He assumed that in Northeast Dragon Country, such attire was typical for winter. In any case, he had never seen anyone in the port dressed so heavily. Just wondering, what else? Who has a home to stay in here? The scruffy man took a drag from the cigarette Qin Feng had offered, shaking his head with a sardonic smile, seemingly doubting Qin Feng's ability to recognize the signs of a vagrant in his appearance. Why are you wondering? Qin Feng pressed on with his inquiry. I lost everything in business. You might not believe it, but I used to own 5 of those decrepit Benzes. The man gestured toward a black Mercedes E300 parked by the roadside, extending 5 fingers towards Qin Feng with a grin. That's impressive. 5 of them. What caused the loss? At that moment, Qin Feng's interest was piqued by the man's words, and he eagerly probed further. He sensed the sincerity in the man's tone, as the excitement mingled with a hint of desolation in his eyes was unmistakable. After all, he was a vagabond now, not a madman. Women, of course. What else could it be? My life's downfall has been women. I, Zhao Yulong, just couldn't move on. Alas, let us not dwell on it. It's all tears. The man, not yet 40, with a scruffy beard and named Zhao Yulong, waved his hand dismissively at Qin Feng and spoke in a calm tone. He appeared to have come to terms with the past, yet there lingered an unmistakable sense of regret in his words. You are Zhao Yulong. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng furrowed his brow and crouched down to scrutinize his features. Upon closer inspection, it was indeed a startling revelation. He recognized Zhao Yulong as a once-renowned entrepreneur from the harbor. It was undeniable that he had once commanded considerable respect, with rumors of his household possessing numerous Mercedes, even requiring a chauffeur for grocery runs. Yet, what had become of him now? He seemed to straddle the line between humanity and specter. Zhao had alluded to matters concerning women, and at that moment, Qin Feng recalled a newspaper article from a year prior. Wasn't Zhao the entrepreneur whose wife had absconded with their driver, taking all his money and leaving him in ruin? He confirmed with Zhao, and it appeared his memory served him correctly. The wife had fled abroad with all of his wealth, leading to a catastrophic rupture of his financial stability and a mountain of debt. In an instant, Qin Feng comprehended the depths of Zhao Yulong's current plight. Indeed, that is me. Zhao Yulong, surprisingly optimistic, bore no trace of sorrow as Qin Feng touched upon his painful memories. Instead, he wore a serene smile. It seemed that after 3 tumultuous years, he had come to regard many things with indifference. Ah, right. What about your 3 children? Before your wife left, didn't she leave you with 3 kids? Qin Feng nodded, suddenly recalling the matter, and continued to inquire. Damn it, none of those 3 are my biological children. They're all imposters, probably not even known by her whose they are. I, Zhao Yulong, have foolishly raised 3 bastards for someone else. There must be no greater fool in this world than I. The topic ignited a passionate response from Zhao Yulong. He abruptly discarded his cigarette onto the ground, crushing it with fervor, veins bulging on his forehead. Alas, enough of this. Let us not dwell on the past. It's all behind me. He retrieved the remaining stub from the ground, pocketing it, shaking his head. It seemed unnecessary to mourn what had already transpired. One cannot remain trapped in a cage forever, denying oneself the chance for liberation. Do you wish to make a comeback? After a brief silence, Qin Feng turned his gaze toward Zhao Yulong, smiling as he asked. It felt as though Zhao Yulong's life should not culminate in this manner, doomed to wander the streets, scavenging for discarded remnants of cigarettes. Aside from unfortunate encounters with unworthy individuals, this once-renowned entrepreneur in the harbor seems to bear no other faults. He is indeed a person of considerable capability. Yet his earlier years were squandered by women. Otherwise, he could have been thriving now, making significant contributions to the harbor. Alas, he has fallen for grace. My life, he mused, ended the moment my wife and driver absconded with the funds. Zhao Yulong smiled faintly and shook his head, as if he had come to terms with his dismal fate. He yearned for change, yet felt utterly powerless to effect it. In the past, he had attempted to make a comeback, to reclaim his former glory. However, due to his unsavory history, no bank was willing to extend him a loan. One might ponder, without capital, how could he possibly turn his fortunes around? For a businessman of his ilk, money is everything. Money is the essence of life. Without it, all discussions are mere empty rhetoric. Chapter 71. Do not thank me. If anyone deserves thanks, it is you. What if I could assist you in reviving your fortunes and reclaiming your former status as the renowned entrepreneur Zhao Yulong? Qin Feng said with a faint smile, gazing at the other man. You. Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, Zhao Yulong was momentarily taken aback, followed by a thorough appraisal of Qin Feng. Erupting into laughter, he perceived Qin Feng's words as mere jest. Dressed in ordinary attire, the most expensive item he possessed was likely the Dragon Wei mobile phone tucked in his breast pocket, worth over 1,000 yuan. He hardly resembled a wealthy individual. How could Qin Feng possibly assist him? Zhao Yulong held no faith in such a notion. Allow me to show you something. This is merely a fraction of my capabilities. Once you have seen it, you will understand whether I can indeed assist you. Noticing Zhao Yulong's skepticism, Qin Feng chose not to engage further in conversation. He retrieved his personal phone from his pocket, opened the industrial and commercial bank savings card app, and displayed the balance screen before Zhao Yulong. In this world, words are often feeble. Only the unvarnished truth can truly persuade. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, million, 10 million, billion. Zhao Yulong's gaze landed on Qin Feng's bank card balance, utterly astounded by the sequence of numbers following the decimal point. With each count, his heart trembled. Just moments ago, after successfully dispatching that coveted license plate, Qin Feng's bank account had received a system rebate, a staggering 300 million yuan. At this moment, his assets had soared to an astonishing 834. 13 million. Zhao Yulong could scarcely believe that this seemingly unremarkable young man, resembling a university student, possessed over 800 million yuan in his bank account. This amount far exceeded his peak net worth by several multiples. It was worth noting that at the height of his success, Zhao Yulong's liquid assets barely reached 100 million yuan. He realized he had underestimated Qin Feng based solely on appearances. The adage that one should not judge a book by its cover, nor the sea by its shallows, was vividly illustrated by Qin Feng's presence. Furthermore, Qin Feng had stated that this was but a fraction of his capabilities. His true strength extended well beyond this. Heaven knows how formidable the actual prowess of this young man truly is. So, how much can you help me? Even though Zhao Yulong had come to understand that Qin Feng was exceedingly wealthy and financial assistance would not be an issue, he was still uncertain about the extent of Qin Feng's intended support for his revival. Lifting his head, he fixed his gaze on Qin Feng and earnestly inquired. After all, this was a pivotal question. 1 million or 2 million would be helpful, but even a single yuan or two would also be assistance. The difference between the two was monumental. The former could provide him with an opportunity to reclaim his former glory, while the latter would merely allow him to enjoy 2 freshly steamed buns that very evening. As for how much I can assist you, that does not rest with me, but rather with you, Qin Feng replied, rising from the bench as he spoke to Zhao Yulong. Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, Zhao Yulong found himself somewhat bewildered, failing to grasp the meaning behind the other's intentions. However, when Qin Feng shouted to Zhang Jian from a distance, a glimmer of understanding began to dawn upon him. Jian, please assist me. Investigate how much charitable donations the renowned entrepreneur Zhao Yulong has contributed in Haigang over the years. Qin Feng called out, gesturing towards Zhang Jian. Brother Feng, I've got the information, Zhang Jian soon reported, holding a phone in one hand while pinching his nose with the other. Zhao Yulong's recorded donations in Haigang over the years amount to approximately 1 million. Pleased with the figure, Qin Feng nodded and smiled. That's quite satisfactory. As I've said, the amount I can assist Zhao Yulong with today does not depend solely on me, but rather on his own merit. Had Zhang Jian discovered that Zhao Yulong had not donated a single cent over the years, then, regrettably, even if I wished to help, I would be powerless to do so. Jian, with a resolute decision made, Qin Feng nodded toward a taxi parked not far away and addressed his brother. The latter immediately understood, rushing back to the taxi to retrieve a black bag containing 1 million in cash. Zhao Yulong, listen carefully. This 1 million is what you previously donated to others in Haigang. Now, I, Qin Feng, am returning it to you. Consider it your startup capital for a new chapter in life. I hope this million will enable you to once again make waves in the business arena of high gang and reclaim your former self. Qin Feng raised the bag high and then tossed it before Zhao Yulong, speaking earnestly. If Zhao Yulong truly possesses the capability and has not entirely lost faith in life, this million should suffice for him to rise to prominence once more. Otherwise, no matter how much money he might receive, it would be of no consequence. In this world, mud will never support a wall. Any efforts expended would be in vain. Thank you, Brother Feng. Thank you so much. Faced with the sight of the 100 neatly stacked, dazzling red bills, Zhao Yulong was momentarily overwhelmed with emotion, his eyes reddening. Without a second thought, he knelt before Qin Feng, repeatedly expressing his gratitude. It had been ages since he had seen so much money in the past year. Not even 100 yuan had anyone been willing to lend him during his direst moments. Staring at Qin Feng, who had just tossed 1,000,000 yuan before him, Zhao Yulong wondered if he had encountered a divine being today. Undoubtedly, at this moment, Qin Feng was akin to a deity in his heart, Zhao Yulong's savior. Do not thank me. If you must express gratitude, direct it towards yourself. Qin Feng extinguished the cigarette but in the nearby trash can and waved his hand nonchalantly, speaking with an air of calmness. Zhao Yulong, at this very moment, 4,000,000 people are watching you. They are observing your current state. I hope that 6 months from now, you can present to these 4,000,000 viewers and the entire populace of High Gang the true essence of who you are. Then, Qin Feng retrieved his live-streaming phone from the pocket of his coat, directing the camera towards the disheveled Zhao Yulong on the ground, and proclaimed loudly, "There is no need to wait 6 months. 1 month. Within a month, I, Zhao Yulong, will surely deliver a satisfactory performance to you." Zhao Yulong clenched his fists tightly, his body trembling with excitement as he spoke through gritted teeth. He was resolute in his determination to utilize the $1 million that Qin Feng had generously provided him, to create something of substance within a month. This endeavor was not solely for his own sake, but also for Qin Feng, no matter the cost. Even if it meant risking his very life, he would not allow Qin Feng to be disappointed. Chapter 72. Your great father has arrived. Very well. As long as you possess confidence, that is sufficient. My concern lies in whether you have not lost hope in yourself. In light of this, let's embark on our endeavors with vigor. Qin Feng lifted Zhao Yulong from the ground, patted him on the shoulder, and spoke with a smile. Have you seen that bathhouse? Take this money and treat yourself to a relaxing soak. Then, proceed to the nearby upscale clothing store to adorn yourself with a new wardrobe. Thus, commence your new life. With a gesture of his hand, Qin Feng pointed towards the street not far from them, guiding Zhao Yulong on his path. Before undertaking grand endeavors, it is prudent to first resolve one's personal matters. Not to mention, the unmistakable odor of aged, pickled vegetables emanating from Zhao Yulong was indeed overwhelming, almost sending him to meet his ancestors. Go forth. Proceed boldly. Here is my number. Should you encounter any insurmountable challenges in the harbor, do not hesitate to call me. As long as it can be resolved with money, I, Qin Feng, will see to it. After imparting this assurance to Zhao Yulong and leaving him with his personal contact information, Qin Feng returned to the taxi with Zhang Jian. Dear Mr. Qin, greetings. Your savings card, ending in 4419, has just received a transfer. The amount is 10 million. Your current balance stands at 844,130,000. As he settled into the vehicle, a notification regarding the transfer pinged on his bank card, indicating that the 1 million he had graciously provided to Zhao Yulong had yielded a return from the system. Glancing at his wristwatch, Qin Feng noted that it was now 2:30 p.m. on September 2nd in the capital. There were still numerous homeless individuals in the harbor awaiting his assistance. Thus, he must not allow his pace to falter. Driver, there's a Westlake Park nearby, where I recall there being quite a few homeless people. Let us head there immediately. Speed it up. At that moment, a flash of inspiration struck Qin Feng as he recalled Westlake Park, not far from their current location. The park, renowned for its picturesque scenery and pleasant environment, attracts many city dwellers on weekends, as well as numerous homeless individuals who have made it their temporary residence. It is arguably the largest gathering place for the homeless in the harbor. Determined, he instructed the driver to proceed there, aiming to address the needs of all the homeless in the harbor today. In doing so, he would not only create a spectacle for himself, but also assist the municipal government in tackling pressing social issues. At this moment, Qin Feng could not help but exclaim. In the realm of positive energy broadcasters who, apart from him, Qin Feng could possibly compare in the entirety of the Dragon Kingdom. He subsequently shared his forthcoming plans with his online followers. There is no one else, not only in the Dragon Kingdom, but even on a global scale. There is no broadcaster as astonishing as Brother Feng. Indeed, in terms of prowess, if Brother Feng claims the second position, who would dare claim the first? Absolutely. Even problems that the government cannot resolve, my Brother Feng can tackle. This is the undeniable power of the TikTok sensation. Brother Feng, forever a legend. Upon learning that Qin Feng was about to venture to the harbor, the lair of the homeless, and stir things up there, his live stream audience of over 4 million erupted in excitement. The recent spectacle of Qin Feng taking on the destitute entrepreneur Zhao Yulong was already magnificent. Little did they expect that Qin Feng would next choose to confront the masses, heading into the heart of the homeless camp to obliterate the opposition. Truly, it was a remarkable display of audacity. Soon after, as Westlake Park was not far from Qin Feng's location, merely 10 minutes later, the taxi driver had transported him and Zhang Jian to their destination. As the two disembarked, they were greeted by the sight of benches at the park entrance. Densely populated by nearly 20 to 30 homeless individuals sprawled across them, languorously basking in the sun. They were clad in an array of bizarre garments. Some wore military overcoats akin to Zhao Yulong, while others were wrapped in blankets or draped in quilts. Not a single soul was dressed in a conventional manner. From their appearance, it was evident that this was a group of unequivocally homeless individuals. The gathering of these people emitted a pungent odor that was overpowering, akin to a heap of refuse. Citizens nearby covered their mouths and noses as they carefully navigated around them, avoiding the area within a considerable radius. It was broad daylight. What a sight to behold! After alighting from the taxi, Qin Feng approached these individuals directly, hands in his pockets, shaking his head in resignation as he contemplated his decision to assist the government in addressing the homelessness issue, thereby providing the citizens with a more pleasant walking environment. Everyone, rise and shine. Your benefactor has arrived, Zhang Jian proclaimed, cupping his hands around his mouth like a megaphone and shouting to the group. Upon hearing his words, the sunbathers lifted their heads, momentarily bewildered by the interruption. After a brief moment of confusion, they disregarded Zhang Jian and resumed their restful state. Seeing this, Qin Feng gestured towards a roadside taxi. The driver promptly returned to the vehicle and retrieved a bag of cash from the trunk. Now wake them all up, Qin Feng commanded Zhang Jian, pointing at the group. He understood that one could never rouse a person pretending to sleep, but money would surely do the trick. Without hesitation, Zhang Jian extracted a stack of 1,000 yuan notes from the bag and hurled them towards the nearest homeless man. What the hell? The man exclaimed, bolting upright and letting out a furious roar. His gaze fell upon the object that had struck him. Money. Cash. Upon realizing the gleaming stack of red bills before him, he was instantly invigorated, shouting with exuberance as he closely examined the money, a radiant smile spreading across his face. Could this be real? Had someone just thrown 10,000 yuan at him? Such a notion was beyond the realm of dreams. Upon hearing his thunderous roar, particularly at the mention of the term money, all the homeless individuals seated on the bench were abruptly startled, turning their gazes in his direction. Confusion reigned as they pondered the sudden commotion, initially suspecting he had merely been roused from a deep slumber. Yet, when they beheld the substantial stack of 1,000 yuan bills firmly gripped in his hand, a wave of excitement washed over them. Their eyes widened to the size of saucers, filled with envy and jealousy. What was happening? What had just transpired? Had fortune truly smiled upon them? They exclaimed in astonishment. However, just as the crowd was lost in their envy, the next moment saw the stacks of 1,000 yuan bills hurtling towards them, one after another. Chapter 73. Astonishment. Accompanying a homeless man to purchase Armani. Wealth has graced us. What on earth is happening? Surely, I cannot be dreaming. It must be reality. Such vivid dreams are implausible. As the vibrant red bills fluttered in their hands, the throng of homeless individuals gaped in disbelief, their excitement palpable as they exclaimed in unison. It was utterly unexpected that a mere nap could yield such an unexpected windfall. The money was in their grasp. Surely, none had been overlooked. Do they not revel in this fortune? Zhang Jian cleared his throat, addressing the assembly of over 30 homeless souls with a booming voice. Do you enjoy this? Indeed. We adore it, brother. They thundered back in jubilant chorus. Absolutely. This is a rare treasure. They laughed heartily, cradling their newfound wealth of 10,000 yuan, already envisioning the myriad of possibilities it afforded. They contemplated indulging in sumptuous bowls of noodles from the supermarket or acquiring authentic, robust cigarettes. Perhaps even a visit to a club for some leisure with companions was not beyond reach. Enjoy it while you can. The money is yours now. I desire to hear a synchronized shout of Brother Feng. Zhang Jian gestured towards the side, directing their attention to Qin Feng. Aware of their undisciplined nature, he understood that a thorough transformation required diligent training. Brother Feng, upon hearing Zhang Jian's command, the crowd of over 30 homeless men turned their vacant gazes toward Qin Feng. After a brief moment of confusion, they erupted into a unified cheer, shaking the very entrance of Shihu Park as if a tremor had struck. Qin Feng, exasperated, rubbed his temples and shot Zhang Jian a disapproving glare, lamenting the unnecessary theatrics, as though he were selecting a fruit platter in a karaoke venue. The astonished onlookers fixated their attention upon him, some mistaking him for the leader of a beggars' guild. All right, brothers, the money is in your hands. Yes? Now, everyone, follow me. Qin Feng snapped his fingers, beckoning the crowd with urgency as he strode briskly towards the nearby taxi stand. What is happening? Where's he taking us? The group of over 30 homeless men found themselves once again in a state of bewilderment, exchanging glances filled with uncertainty regarding Qin Feng's intentions. What's the plan? Something good, undoubtedly. From this day forth, if you wish to escape the life of a homeless person and rise to greatness, follow Brother Feng. Today marks the turning point of your destiny. Once this opportunity passes, it shall not return. Seize the moment. Move swiftly. Zhang Jian shouted with fervor. Let us go. What do we have to lose? We shall charge forth with our brother. Indeed, no regrets. Life and death are trivial. If we are not satisfied, we shall fight. The more I observe our brother, the more he resembles my benefactor. Indeed, the person I dreamed of yesterday seems to be him. Astonishingly, I also dreamed of the elder brother last night. After a brief discussion, the group reached a consensus. They would follow in Qin Feng's footsteps. No matter where he led them, they would charge ahead. Many recalled that the mysterious figure who appeared in their dreams last night was none other than Qin Feng himself. They quickly rose from the benches and rushed towards the roadside. Jian, please check how many people we have. Once the group gathered around, Qin Feng gestured for Zhang Jian to tally their numbers. Brother Feng, if it counted, there are 32 of us. Zhang Jian promptly responded to Qin Feng. All right, all of you toss aside your pots and pans. After today, you shall no longer need these items. He declared, everyone follow closely behind my vehicle. We shall proceed at a run. First, I will take you to the central street for some new attire. Call me Brother Feng, and you shall be my little brothers. My little brothers cannot be seen in such shabby clothing. Qin Feng remarked, patting the taxi as he spoke to the 32 individuals. He resolved to guide them to the nearby central street to procure some necessities, aiming to enhance their appearance. As the saying goes, a person relies on their attire, just as a horse relies on its saddle. Donning a better outfit would certainly prevent them from remaining as vagabonds. He intended to start with their outward appearance, gradually transforming them from the outside in. Given that the central street was only about a kilometer from Westlake Park, Qin Feng opted not to call for a taxi, instead urging the group to run behind his cab. It was not that he could not afford it. Rather, it was simply unnecessary. The odor emanating from these individuals would deter any driver. It was likely that the scent would linger well into the following day. And Qin Feng did not wish to trouble the rideshare drivers. Wow, the elder brother is taking us to buy clothes. Ha ha ha. Brothers, I told you my dream was real. When I mentioned it this morning, you all didn't believe me. Incredible. Who would have thought that after nearly 12 years of wandering the streets, I, old Yang, would encounter an elder brother just like those female streamers? It's truly amazing. Upon learning that Qin Feng was about to take them shopping on the central street, the 32 individuals erupted in excitement, tossing aside their pots and pans in accordance with Qin Feng's instructions. Their anticipation was palpable. Brother Feng, going to the central street seems a bit unnecessary, Zhang Jian quietly cautioned Qin Feng. For these individuals, a trip to the wholesale market on Heishui Road would suffice as an upgrade. He felt that taking this group of vagabonds to the central street was somewhat excessive. After all, as the most prosperous commercial street in the harbor, it was predominantly occupied by high-end clothing stores. Rather than venturing there, it would be more practical to buy them some affordable clothing at the wholesale market to replace their worn-out garments. This group refers to me as Brother Feng, which signifies that I, Qin Feng, am their leader. As my subordinates, they must possess a certain stature. Moreover, I have promised them that I would help transform their lives entirely, liberating them from the fate of vagrancy. Since they have joined my program, they are entitled to what others possess. Furthermore, they should also acquire what others do not have. Therefore, we shall head to the central street. With a resolute glance, Qin Feng declared his intentions. He possesses ample wealth. He favors those who are obedient. Undoubtedly, these vagrants are quite compliant, treating him as their esteemed leader. Thus, he must not disappoint them. Master, let us head directly to the Armani boutique on the central street. Upon the driver's utterance, Qin Feng, holding his live-streaming phone, settled into the back seat of the taxi. Zhang Jian promptly joined him. Wow, the boss intends to take us to Armani? If my memory serves me right, even a single piece of clothing there costs several thousand yuan. Indeed, you are correct. Not to mention a garment. Even a pair of undergarments starts at 4 digits. The finer pieces exceed 10,000. Ha ha ha. My dear Yang is truly fortunate. I must select a quality pair of undergarments to enhance my little brother's living conditions. Absolutely. I will also choose a few pairs. As the elder brother, I must indulge in some comforts and treat my little brother well. Upon learning that Qin Feng was about to take them shopping at Armani, all 32 individuals eagerly rubbed their hands together, brimming with anticipation. To quote the Divine King, they were utterly ecstatic. Chapter 74. Take what you like. Spare no expense. Brothers, follow in the footsteps of our leader. Charge forth. Keep it orderly. Do not bring disgrace to our leader. Indeed, we must convey to the citizens of Haigang that, although we are vagabonds, we are also individuals of distinction. As the taxi in front roared to life, the 32 individuals formed 2 lines trailing behind, marching forward with synchronized steps, emitting low growls as they ran. At that moment, there was no trace of the vagabond within them, but rather a collective of new lives on the cusp of a fresh beginning. Their eyes radiated a resolute light, and their strides exuded both composure and ferocity. Brothers, my newly gathered entourage is quite remarkable. Despite being vagabonds, their discipline is commendable. Let me tell you, this group truly deserves to address me as Brother Feng. Seated in the rear of the taxi, Qin Feng showcased the scene behind him to the online audience, chuckling as he spoke. 666,666. I declare Brother Feng the unrivaled master of transformation across the internet. Indeed, in the entirety of Longhua, who else could gather vagabonds as followers and command their respect as Brother Feng does? Look, Brother Feng is about to take them to shop at Armani. Vagabonds shopping at Armani. The crowd in the main street will be utterly astonished. If it were me, I would be so stunned I'd drop my basket. Ha ha! Today is undoubtedly the most distinguished day for these vagabonds. Brother Feng is incredible. Upon hearing these words, the live stream, which had already reached 5 million viewers, erupted once more. The barrage of comments surged like a rocket, soaring into the stratosphere. Everyone was eager to witness Qin Feng leading this group of vagabonds on a shopping spree at Armani. Absolutely extraordinary. It seems that in the entire Longhua internet, there is no other streamer bold enough to engage in such antics as Qin Feng. 15 minutes later, Qin Feng led the vagabond army to the renowned commercial street of Haigang, Central Street. Goodness, am I seeing this correctly? What is happening? Are the vagabonds of Haigang embarking on a team-building excursion? Indeed, they exhibit remarkable discipline. Their formation is even more orderly than our military training in school. I must say, it's quite impressive. It has certainly broadened my horizons. Not just broadened my horizons, it's nearly cured my hemorrhoids. Goodness. The sight of the vagabonds marching with synchronized and vigorous strides behind Qin Feng's taxi instantly captivated the attention of a large crowd on the street. They turned their gazes towards them, pulling out their phones to capture photos and videos, marveling at this truly rare spectacle. Meanwhile, the taxi leading the way heightened the curiosity of the onlookers, who speculated whether the occupant was, perhaps, the leader of the high-gang beggar gang. At this very moment, the gang of followers, led by their leader, has arrived at Central Street for a team-building exercise. To satisfy their curiosity, the onlookers, with their smartphones held aloft, hurriedly trailed behind the homeless individuals, uncertain of their destination or where they would come to a halt. Soon, merely 3 minutes later, Qin Feng unveiled the answer to the crowd. The army of 32 homeless individuals paused before the illustrious Armani store located at 362 Central Street, a world-renowned luxury brand. Under the gaze of countless spectators, Qin Feng opened a rear door of a taxi and stepped out. He gazed across at the resplendent Armani store, which had also captivated the employees within, who rushed outside to witness the spectacle. The female staff, adorned in white shirts and black skirts, wore expressions of relaxed amusement, seemingly pondering the purpose of this army of homeless individuals in Central Street, utterly oblivious to the impending calamity that would soon befall their Armani boutique. Brothers, before you lies the illustrious center of luxury goods. Armani, do you wish to try on the garments within, to don the belts, and even the undergarments of Armani? Qin Feng exclaimed, raising his hand to point at the store, shouting to the throng of homeless individuals. Yes, the 32 individuals erupted in a thunderous cheer, their voices nearly shaking the very sign of Armani from its place. Each one clenched their fists, their bodies quivering with excitement. It had been ages since they had donned a new outfit, having wandered the streets of Harbor for years. Their attire had always been whatever they could salvage from trash bins. The prospect of entering a boutique was exhilarating, especially one as legendary as Armani, where even a pair of undergarments could cost as much as an ordinary person's monthly wage. As this realization dawned upon them, their smiles broadened, their joy seemingly reaching for the heavens. Meanwhile, the expressions of the Armani employees at the entrance shifted dramatically. They suddenly grasped the alarming possibility that this group might actually be targeting Armani. No way. The next moment, the word from Qin Feng confirmed their worst fears. This group of homeless individuals had indeed come for the world-famous brand, Armani. Brothers, charge. Take whatever you desire. Do not spare my face, nor your wallets. Otherwise, wherever you go, do not dare to claim to be my Qin Feng's brethren. With a sweeping gesture, Qin Feng pointed furiously at the nearby Armani store and bellowed, charge. Let's go. In the blink of an eye, the homeless individuals surged forth like arrows released from a bow, racing towards Armani with fervent shouts of excitement. Inside, they paid no heed to sizes, seizing anything that caught their eye from the counters. As for fitting rooms and the like, they are merely ornamental. They are entirely unnecessary. Just change on the spot. Ladies, bring me 2 pairs of your largest size XXXL undergarments. I aspire to be a superhero. 1 for the inside and 1 for the outside. Bring me 10 pairs. I want to be an enhanced version. 5 for each layer. With the arrival of this group of vagabonds, the Armani boutique was instantaneously engulfed by a formidable aroma of pickled vegetables. The ventilation system could scarcely keep up. Several female attendants had no choice but to pinch their noses while assisting customers. Faced with such a scene, they were uncertain if it was a blessing or a curse. After all, the purchases made by this group of wanderers would earn them commissions. Given the exorbitant prices at Armani, their commission rates were likewise substantial. It is likely that their earnings for the day would suffice to purchase a modest property at the harbor. Chapter 75. The darkest hour of world-renowned brands. Though this group consisted of homeless individuals from the streets of Harbor, having spent years scavenging for cigarette butts, they had grown accustomed to a life of frugality, often dividing a single packet of instant noodles across 3 meals. However, when the opportunity for a zero-cost purchase presented itself before them, They seized it without hesitation. Much like their foreign counterparts, they descended upon the Armani counter with reckless abandon, filling their pockets with an array of items, indifferent to the price or aesthetics. Their singular focus was to acquire as much as possible, driven by the notion that as long as they could carry it, they should take it. After all, their esteemed leader had just delivered a stern warning. Anyone who dared to save money today was unworthy of being his subordinate. With this admonition firmly etched in their minds, they unleashed their fervor. Merely 10 minutes later, the Armani boutique located at 362 Central Street was nearly stripped bare. Some even absconded with several sets of women's lingerie and stockings, the intentions behind their acquisitions remaining a mystery, whether gifts or personal use. Count it all up. How much does it come to? Observing the chaotic state of the boutique and the sight of the formerly destitute now clad in tailored suits and polished shoes, Qin Feng couldn't help but nod in satisfaction. He then produced his black card and approached the counter, flashing a smile at the female cashier. "Apologies, sir. This group has taken quite a bit, and we need a moment to tally everything," she replied, wiping the beads of sweat from her forehead. "No rush. Take your time," Qin Feng assured her with a nod of understanding. After all, it was unlikely that Armani would witness such a dark hour again in the next 800 years. If word spread that a globally renowned brand had been overwhelmed by a horde of homeless individuals in harbor, it would surely make headlines internationally the following day. "Good day, sir. We have finalized the total for today as purchases amounting to 5 million. After 5 dedicated Armani employees scrambled to tally the results, a female staff member eventually presented the lengthy receipt, which spanned several meters, with a smile. "Ah, quite satisfactory," Qin Feng mused, pleased with the outcome. Each of the 32 individuals had spent approximately 100,000 yuan. While not exorbitant, it was certainly substantial. This was particularly impressive given that they had completely cleared the men's section and several had covertly taken items from the women's collection. After all, luxury brands like Armani do not possess the extensive variety typical of ordinary clothing stores. Otherwise, the spending of these 32 individuals could have easily doubled. Charge 5 million. Consider the remainder your tip for enduring nearly half an hour of my old pickled vegetable dish. Thank you for your hard work, Qin Feng declared with a smile, placing his black card on the counter, signaling them to process the 5 million yuan transaction. The excess funds can be regarded as compensation for the emotional distress endured by the 5 young ladies. After all, not every luxury store employee has the opportunity to experience such trials. Today is destined to be the most unforgettable day of their professional lives, without exception. "Oh, my goodness. Splendid. Thank you. I'm truly grateful." Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, the 5 female staff members exhibited remarkable excitement. Upon learning that Qin Feng had generously compensated each of them with an additional 100,000, the previously unpalatable instant noodles suddenly seemed far more palatable. They could certainly indulge in another bowl. No, they could even relish 10 bowls. "Dear Mr. Qin, we would like to inform you that a transfer of 50 million has just been credited to your savings card ending in 4419. Your current balance is 894,130,000. Just as Qin Feng and the 32 impeccably dressed individuals, each carrying an assortment of bags, exited the Armani boutique, he received a text alerting him that his recent expenditure of 5 million had earned him a cashback from the system. Subsequently, Qin Feng tucked away his phone and turned his gaze towards the 32 companions before him. He increasingly appreciated the veracity of the saying, "Clothes make the man," as there was no trace left of their former destitution. They appeared as nothing short of successful individuals from the harbor. Although a lingering scent of unpleasantness remained, it was of little concern. They would find a place to clean themselves later. It wouldn't hurt to let these successful individuals indulge in a luxurious bath. Listen closely. Here's one. 6 million. Each of you will receive 50,000. Consider it your startup capital for a new life. From now on, you can seek employment or perhaps even start a small business with this sum. Setting up a stall on the street is also an option. Just do not return to the streets as vagrants. Qin Feng commanded Zhang Jian to open the taxi trunk, pointing to the remaining 6 million in cash. addressing the 32 individuals with a firm voice. He resolved to provide each person with an additional 50,000 as seed money. Although this amount may not be substantial, it is certainly enough for a truly ambitious individual to transform their life. Qin Feng understood deeply that among these individuals before him, more than half would likely revert to their vagrant ways within a month or even half a year. Thus, no matter how much he bestowed upon them, it would ultimately be futile. As the saying goes, a master can lead you to the door, but you must enter by yourself. A leopard cannot change its spots. Nevertheless, there remain a few who might seize this opportunity to alter their destinies. Even if only one among these 32 manages to escape the life of a vagrant, then all his efforts today will have been worthwhile. Remember, opportunities are fleeting. Should I, Qin Feng, happen to encounter any of you again on the streets, do not expect me to extend my hand in assistance. Before parting ways, Qin Feng cast a solemn gaze over the eyes of the 32 individuals and earnestly urged them to remember his words. They must cherish this hard-earned opportunity. Otherwise, they would surely miss the chance that may never return. We understand, Brother Feng. We will strive to improve ourselves. They reassured him. Rest assured, Brother Feng, for your sake, we can never go back to the past. Indeed, the immense kindness you have shown us will remain etched in our hearts for a lifetime. No one has ever treated us with such benevolence, not even our parents. Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, the 32 wanderers expressed their gratitude fervently, some even shedding tears on the spot. Ah, Jian, go to the nearby industrial and commercial bank and withdraw another one. 6 million in cash. Distribute 50,000 to each of them. Witnessing this scene, Qin Feng felt a pang of compassion and pulled out his savings card, handing it to his dear brother to facilitate the withdrawal. Just this morning, he had withdrawn 3 million in cash, and within less than 6 hours, it was all spent. Since he had been upgraded to a premium user at the bank, he enjoyed the privilege of cash withdrawal without prior appointment. Before long, Zhang Jian returned with a bag full of cash, and in accordance with Qin Feng's wishes, distributed 50,000 yuan to each person as a starting fund for their new lives. Chapter 76. Obtaining the Eye of Truth Reward. Greetings, esteemed Mr. Qin. Your savings card, ending in 4419, has just received a transfer of 32 million. The current balance on your card is 926.13 million. As Qin Feng bid farewell to the 32 newly rescued homeless individuals, his personal mobile phone, nestled in his pocket, chimed with a crisp notification. It informed him that the 2 million he had just donated had successfully yielded a return from the system, a total of 32 million. The recent program aimed at rescuing the homeless had collectively generated nearly 100 million in returns. Qin Feng felt an extraordinary sense of satisfaction with this achievement. He raised his hand to check his wristwatch, noting that it was now 3 p.m. on September 2nd in the imperial capital. Brothers, given that there are still numerous homeless individuals in the harbor, it will be challenging to address them all in a short period. Therefore, let's put the rescue program on hold for today. Instead, we shall shift to rescuing one individual daily, and I, Qin Feng, shall perform a good deed each day. This will also allow us to pursue other programs without hindrance. What do you think? After a brief moment of contemplation, Qin Feng raised his hand, directing his gaze toward the screen of his mobile device, and addressed the audience in his live stream, which had already surpassed 4 million viewers, with a smile. Absolutely. You are the boss. It is your call. Agreed. Whatever Brother Feng decides, we shall follow. Yes, we shall proceed as Brother Feng suggests. A daily good deed. One homeless individual saved each day. Otherwise, this group is indeed too large for Brother Feng to manage all at once. Brother Feng, the earth shall not explode. You cannot take a break. The previous program was exhilarating. It had me trembling with excitement. So please continue with the next one. Indeed, I have never envied the homeless as much as I do now. For these individuals, to encounter Brother Feng is truly a fortune bestowed upon them. That is indeed the case. It is evident that anyone fortunate enough to participate in Brother Feng's program must have saved the galaxy in their past life. Upon hearing these words, the over 4 million viewers in his live stream were stirred with fervor, fervently typing in the comments, expressing their admiration. They were genuinely awestruck by the spirit that Qin Feng had displayed during the program. They increasingly understood that everyone, regardless of their background, had the opportunity to participate in Qin Feng's program. Whether from a luxurious setting or a street corner, there was no distinction here. All were treated equally. Perhaps this was the essence of a born leader, destined to shine brightly in this era and carve out his own legacy. All right, brothers. My Douyin account little brother, Feng, currently has 5 million followers. Come on, let us push it to 5 million. We will commence the next program immediately. Qin Feng first glanced at his Douyin homepage, then bellowed at the screen. He aspired for his follower count to surpass 5 million. Not only to set a remarkable record of gaining over 5 million followers in just 2 days, but also to continue his impactful journey. On the other hand, he yearned to seize the system's rewards. He was eager to discover how many followers he needed on Douyin to trigger additional grand random rewards. If he recalled correctly, at the inception of the system binding, he had been informed that each time his Douyin follower count reached a certain threshold, he would have the opportunity to obtain extra substantial rewards. However, as he approached the milestone of 5 million followers, this random reward had yet to manifest even once, leaving Qin Feng somewhat perplexed about the precise boundary set by the system. Brothers, let us go. Incredible. Amazing. Just 5 minutes later, Qin Feng's Douyin account successfully surpassed 5 million followers. Gazing at this achievement, Qin Feng couldn't help but give a thumbs up, expressing his appreciation to the multitude of netizens in the live stream. He marveled at how his brothers had indeed performed admirably. In just 5 minutes, they had propelled his follower count by a staggering 500,000, averaging an astonishing 100,000 per minute. Truly remarkable. Given such robust support from his brothers, he felt compelled to reciprocate. He prepared to fulfill his promise and initiate the next program. Just as Qin Feng was contemplating what to present next, unexpectedly, a delightful surprise descended upon him. Congratulations, host! Due to the Douyin account follower count meeting the requirements, the system's additional reward has been successfully triggered. Reward: Eye of Truth. Skill: when the Eye of Truth is activated, it automatically captures guests around the host who possess program effects. Moreover, it reveals their stories. Current level: LV1, limited to 1 use per day. Upon hearing this sudden proclamation in his mind, Qin Feng was initially taken aback. However, he quickly grasped the situation. He had just expressed his curiosity about when the system would grant him a random reward, and lo and behold, it arrived in the blink of an eye. It was as if it was walking towards him on a cloud. Subsequently, Qin Feng carefully examined the acquired Eye of Truth. He discovered that it complemented the system he was bound to, creating a harmonious union. Together, they formed an inseparable duo. In that moment, Qin Feng couldn't help but speculate whether each time his Douyin account reached an additional 5 million followers, he would receive a system reward. Of course, this was merely conjecture. The specifics could only be revealed in due time. Perhaps the system's additional rewards followed a pattern, or perhaps they did not. But such details were of little consequence now. What mattered most was his desire to experience the allure of the Eye of Truth. System, please activate the Eye of Truth, he commanded inwardly, calling out to the system. The Eye of the system has been automatically activated. It will display to the host the surrounding individuals with program effects. Timing: 1 minute. The Eye of Truth will automatically deactivate after 1 minute. As this voice resonated in his mind, Qin Feng observed that everything around him had transformed. The most conspicuous feature was the star rating hovering above the head of each individual he encountered. Some bore half a star, others a full star, while a few possessed 2 stars. Qin Feng speculated that this rating was likely correlated with the individual's on-screen presence. At that moment, he yearned to find an individual who could manifest a 5-star performance. However, after scanning the bustling main street, he was unable to locate such a person. As the Eye of Reality was set to close in 30 seconds, Qin Feng's gaze settled on a young man adorned with 2.5 stars above his head. This was the highest rating he had encountered thus far. Although it paled in comparison to the 4 or 5 stars, 2.5 was still quite significant. Surely, this individual must possess some intriguing stories. He noticed that the young man was squatting not far from the center street, beside a trash bin, with a look of deep sorrow etched upon his face as he drew on a cigarette. It seemed he was preoccupied with some troubling thoughts. With each puff, he sipped on a bottle of Jiangxiabai, creating a captivating image of smoke and liquor. The young man appeared to be in his late 20s, perhaps around 27 or 28 years old, clad in a black Antad tracksuit and wearing a green baseball cap. Chapter 77. The mountain is a mountain. The river is a river. Off-roading still requires the cool Land Cruiser. System, allow me to glimpse the tale of this green hat guy. Subsequently, Qin Feng continued addressing the system, eager to delve deeper into the story of the young man before him. After a brief moment of insight, Qin Feng gathered some understanding of this individual. He discovered that the story of Green Hat Guy was indeed related to the green hat, albeit rather fortuitously. The hat upon his head was not wholly green, but rather a blend of green and yellow. There remained a chance for redemption. Brothers, my break with Brother Jian is about over. Therefore, we must not halt today's program. We shall continue with our antics. Next, I will randomly select a character from Central Street to serve as the guest for our upcoming segment. What do you all think of that young man wearing the green hat? Regardless of his willingness to participate, his unique taste alone makes him a must for our next guest. With that, Qin Feng adjusted the camera to the rear lens, aiming it at the green hat guy, who was indulging in a cigarette and sipping on Jiangxiabai not far off. He smiled at the 4 million viewers in the live stream, preparing to make his approach. Although uncertain whether Green Hat Guy would agree to join his program, Qin Feng remained undeterred. After all, possessing the systems, I allowed him to discern all the guests' vulnerabilities and uncover their stories. Absolutely, whether he is willing or not. It's clear Feng Ge has an eye for selection. He immediately spotted the most distinctive character on Central Street. This young man appears quite youthful, yet he has adorned himself with a green hat. It seems there is a story to tell, whether there is a story or not. Judging by the color of that hat, it's likely there is some incident involved. A facepalm emoji. Go for it, Feng Ge. Let's see the extraordinary program you'll create with this green hat guy. Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, all 4 million viewers in the live stream were piqued with interest. They were eager to discover what kind of program Qin Feng would orchestrate with the seemingly troubled young man. Hello, my friend. Allow me to introduce myself. I'm a streamer with 2.5 years of experience on Douyin. I would like to invite you to participate in my program. May I ask if you're interested? With that, Qin Feng approached the young man, smiling as he spoke. I'm afraid I'm not particularly interested. The young man raised his head, staring blankly at Qin Feng for a moment, then managed to force a smile, took a sip from his Jiangxiabai, waved his hand in response, and looked down, his gaze heavy with sorrow, as if ensnared by some unseen burden, his spirit seemingly drained. Oh no, Feng Ge, what if this green hat guy doesn't want to participate? Indeed, perhaps we should choose someone else. Yet, I still wish to see him join. Yes, I too hope this young man will partake in your program. Desiring to ascertain the true nature of the individual in question, the audience eagerly urged Feng Ge to devise a plan, confident that in this world there is nothing beyond his capabilities. Upon hearing the refusal from the other party, the 4 million viewers in his live stream grew anxious, all hoping the man in the green hat would indeed participate in Qin Feng's program. However, they were not overly frantic, for they understood that Qin Feng possessed his own methods to handle such situations, his unparalleled financial allure, irresistible to both men and women alike. With a sly smile, Qin Feng turned to the camera and gestured an okay sign, reassuring the vast online audience that there was no need for concern. He had his own strategies to ensure the individual would willingly join his program. What if the prize for my show were a Land Cruiser worth over $1 million? He continued, directing his gaze toward the other party. Stunned, the young man responded, what? The mountains are mountains, the rivers are rivers, and for off-roading, it must be a Land Cruiser. Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, he trembled as if struck by a jolt of electricity, emitting a series of thunderous roars. His hand holding the bottle quivered, as if struck by a profound realization. Brother, are you serious? In the next moment, without a trace of hesitation, he shot up from his seat, locking eyes with Qin Feng, earnestly inquiring. In the vast harbor, I believe my name is well known. I need not elaborate. Qin Feng replied, gazing back into the young man's eyes. Wait, you are Qin Feng? After a brief moment of astonishment, the The young man seemed to recognize the figure before him, the current sensation of the harbor, the reigning star of Douyin, erupting into a victorious shout. His body shook with increasing intensity, a mixture of disbelief and elation coursing through him at the serendipity of encountering the illustrious Qin Feng, who had just mentioned a prize he deeply desired, a Land Cruiser valued at over $1 million. It was as if Qin Feng could peer into the depths of his soul. Even a second-hand, stripped-down version of the Land Cruiser would send him into ecstasy, let alone the brand-new one promised by Qin Feng. Feng Yi, I, Lu Wenjing, am willing to participate in your program. Without a moment's hesitation, he nodded vigorously at Qin Feng, exclaiming with enthusiasm. His earlier refusal stemmed from not recognizing Qin Feng. Had he known the identity of the man he turned down, it would have been akin to a childhood folly, akin to being kicked in the head by a donkey, not just once, but 360 times, leaving one's intellect diminished. Okay, hello, Lu Wenjing. Welcome as my next guest on the show. Qin Feng responded with a warm smile and a nod. In truth, there was no need for Lu Wenjing to introduce himself, for he had already discerned the name of his counterpart. Qin Feng not only knew his name, but was also acutely aware of his most significant weakness, a profound lack of courage and audacity. In the realm of life, he was undoubtedly a coward, too timid even to pursue the girl he admired, instead resigning himself to fate. This was precisely why he found himself in a predicament of unrequited love. In the forthcoming program, Qin Feng intended to exploit Lu Wenjing's most vulnerable aspect, seeking to bolster his courage. Otherwise, merely possessing a Land Cruiser would prove insufficient to salvage his romantic aspirations. Only through a monumental transformation, both internally and externally, could Lu Wenjing hope to effectuate a profound change, an essential metamorphosis indeed. Chapter 78. Conquering 3 Challenges. Becoming a True Man. Lu Wenjing, listen closely. The upcoming segment I have devised is entitled Conquering 3 Challenges. If you can successfully navigate through the 3 trials I have set for you consecutively, you shall be rewarded with the ultimate prize bestowed upon you by me, Qin Feng, a Land Cruiser worth over $1 million. With that, Qin Feng proclaimed the name of his event to Lu Wenjing. Conquering 3 Challenges. Each of these trials is akin to a razor-sharp blade, poised to strike at the very vulnerabilities of the opponent. Each challenge has the potential to be lethal. Should Lu Wenjing successfully overcome all 3, his courage will be significantly amplified. Thus, the gift of a Land Cruiser will hold profound significance. Are you ready? If so, let us commence the first challenge. Qin Feng glanced at Lu Wenjing, whose courage was at a mere 10. He inhaled deeply and continued speaking to him, while simultaneously setting a personal objective. He aspired that by the end of these 3 challenges, Lu Wenjing's courage would soar to 100, transforming him into a true man. I'm ready, Brother Feng. Let us begin. Despite being unaware of the specifics of Qin Feng's 3 challenges, Lu Wenjing was determined to give it his all for the sake of that Land Cruiser. With clenched fists, he nodded emphatically at Qin Feng and responded loudly. Very well. Our first challenge is about to commence. However, before we begin, you must remove and discard your cap. Qin Feng remarked, to be frank, the color of that cap leaves much to be desired. Only cowards would wear such a thing. Remember, anything, be it a person or an object, if it cannot be possessed, it is better to let it go than to cling to it futilely. He raised his hand and gently tapped Lu Wenjing's green baseball cap, stating, while green caps are common, especially among Westerners who favor this hue, I doubt many men from the Dragon Country would choose to wear one. In this regard, Lu Wenjing was indeed the exception. All right, Brother Feng. Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, Lu Wenjing promptly removed the baseball cap from his head. After holding it for a few moments, he tossed it into the trash can. Although this cap had been a beloved birthday gift from his girlfriend, he felt compelled to comply with Qin Feng's directive. He understood that Qin Feng was right. Men should ideally refrain from wearing such caps. After all, one never knows when misfortune might strike. He pondered that his recent romantic troubles might somehow be linked to his long-standing affection for green hats. He could not quite fathom why he loved them so much. But he was now acutely aware that from this day forth, he must abandon that penchant. After all, Qin Feng had spoken wisely. As the saying goes, trust Brother Feng. and you'll pass the exam without a hitch. I, Qin Feng, present to you your first challenge. Perform a lively rendition of the social shake in the bustling center street. Before the eyes of all gathered onlookers, Qin Feng directed his phone's camera towards his companion and proclaimed loudly, "What do you say, brothers? This request is quite simple, isn't it?" He then turned his gaze to the screen, smiling at the more than 4 million viewers in the live stream. Simple. Too ridiculously easy. It's practically a freebie. Brother Feng is certainly generous towards Lu Wenjing. Indeed, I dare say that 99 of the viewers in the stream can easily accomplish Brother Feng's first challenge. Of course, excluding those who are incapacitated. Jump, sway, and it's done. Upon learning of the challenge Qin Feng had set for Lu Wenjing, the audience in the live stream erupted with excitement, exclaiming that it was merely a straightforward task. Anyone could manage it. Qin Feng's kindness towards Lu Wenjing, the one bearing the green hat, was indeed remarkable. Yet, observing the plethora of comments from the viewers, Qin Feng merely smiled. He was well aware of how benevolent he was towards Lu Wenjing, and he equally understood the formidable difficulty Lu Wenjing faced in completing this challenge. He then turned his attention to Lu Wenjing, who, as anticipated, was already drenched in sweat. Large beads of perspiration streamed down his face, reminiscent of a woman in labor. "So, Jing, are you willing to accept my first challenge?" Qin Feng inquired, referencing the mythical figure Qi who had once assembled the pieces of the Cullinan diamond. Now likening Lu Wenjing to this figure, bravely charging forth. However, Lu Wenjing, visibly distressed, uttered a statement that left the entire online audience astonished. "Brother Feng, could we perhaps change the challenge? This one seems a bit too difficult." Lu Wenjing raised his hand to wipe the sweat from his brow and stammered his request. Having been a model student from kindergarten through university, he had always been exceedingly honest and upright, to the point of being overly so. He was the type to shy away from speaking loudly in public, and when faced with troubles in love, he would retreat to a quiet corner, smoking and drinking in solitude. "I'm afraid there can be no alterations. If you are unwilling to accept this challenge, then I, Qin Feng, must find someone else." Qin Feng's response was both clear and decisive. Lu Wenjing must complete the challenge he had set in order to progress to the subsequent levels. The following 2 challenges would only escalate in difficulty. If Lu Wenjing could not conquer this initial hurdle, he had no hope for the ones to come. "Brother Feng, I am willing to give it a try." As Qin Feng turned to leave, Lu Wenjing, in a sudden burst of urgency, stomped his foot and called out to him loudly. Determined to surpass himself for the sake of that million-dollar Land Cruiser, Lu Wenjing found himself in a peculiar predicament. Just the previous evening, his formidable mother-in-law had resolutely declared before him that he must possess a rugged island-style SUV worth around 500,000 yuan to marry her daughter. Otherwise, she would see her daughter wed to the neighbor, Old Wang, who owned such a vehicle. The mere thought of his girlfriend, whom he had cherished for 3 years, potentially falling into the hands of the nearly 40-year-old Old Wang, filled Lu with a profound sense of despair. Thus, for that Land Cruiser, which towered above the ordinary SUV in countless ways, and for the love he was on the verge of losing, Lu Wenjing made a bold decision. Following Qin Feng's urging, he prepared to perform a quintessential classic of the spirited youth in mainland China, the social shake, before the gathered crowd on Central Street. Taking a deep breath, he strode towards the center of the thoroughfare, while Qin Feng had already primed the accompaniment, ready to press play on the Kugu app. The pulsating rhythm of the dance track was set to ignite with Lu Wenjing's performance, a moment on the brink of explosion. Chapter 79. A true man must have guts. Jing, be bold. Qin Feng shouted to Lu Wenjing, who had already taken center stage, invigorating him with a wave of encouragement. "The more audacious you are, the greater the configuration of the Land Cruiser you will receive." "All right. Yes, Feng go." Lu Wenjing involuntarily shuddered at Qin Feng's words, nodding vigorously in response. He then turned his gaze toward the bustling crowd on the main street. Gritting his teeth in determination, he resolved to go all out. After all, it was just one shot at life. Why not make it count? Qin Feng had stated that the more flamboyant he was today, the better the Land Cruiser he would get. The more impressive the vehicle, the greater his chances of winning back his girlfriend, Pan Lian. For the sake of that fully equipped Land Cruiser, Lu Wenjing was ready to charge forward. Cool me. Everyone, focus your attention on me. Look at me. I have an announcement to make, Lu Wenjing declared. Oh wait, I misspoke. Let me start over. After clearing his throat and gathering all his strength, he bellowed to the crowd of shoppers in the center street. Midway through his proclamation, he realized he had gotten the message wrong and quickly corrected himself. At that moment, Qin Feng noticed that Lu Wenjing's courage, which had previously been a mere 10, surged to an impressive 25. With Lu Wenjing's shout, he successfully captured the attention of all the visitors in the bustling street. Greetings to all the wonderful people in the center street. I am Lu Wenjing, a trainee for 2.5 years. I enjoy singing, dancing, rapping, and playing basketball. Today, instead of performing the chicken dance, I will present to you the popular dance known as social shake, which embodies the spirit of our nation's vibrant culture. I hope you enjoy it. Now, music please. Lu Wenjing bowed deeply to the crowd, invoking a classic line from Qin Feng as an opening. He then signaled to Zhang Jian, who had been prepared, and the latter immediately understood, cranking up the volume and hitting the play button. Social, 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 social shake. As the iconic track began, Lu Wenjing, now basking in the spotlight, commenced his performance. With the audience's gaze fixed upon him, he danced with abandon. The timidity that had once characterized him vanished, replaced by an overwhelming charisma. His energy rivaled that of the original pioneer of social shake, Aki. In that moment, as he absorbed the enthusiastic glances and applause from the crowd, Lu Wenjing had an epiphany. What was the significance of maintaining one's pride? It was all mere pretense. Over the years, his timidity and excessive concern for appearances had cost him dearly in life. Even his girlfriend Pan Lian, after nearly 3 years together, was on the verge of marrying the neighbor, old Wang, under her mother's influence. Confronted by the aggressive presence of Wang, who drove a formidable Land Cruiser, Lu Wenjing found himself unable to utter a single word in protest. Instead, he resorted to sitting by the roadside, drowning his sorrows in alcohol. As the dance progressed, a radiant smile blossomed on Lu Wenjing's face, releasing the pent-up frustrations that had accumulated over the days. Simultaneously, a newfound clarity settled within him. Bravo! Extraordinary! Truly magnificent! The exuberant applause from the crowd enveloped him as he completed his performance, leaving Lu Wenjing utterly astonished. He had never dared to envision standing at the heart of the stage, receiving such acclaim. Well done! Congratulations, Mr. Lu Wenjing. You have successfully passed the first challenge set by me, Qin Feng. Your Land Cruiser has now unlocked 30. Qin Feng approached Lu Wenjing, offering heartfelt congratulations and encouragement. A glance at Lu Wenjing's courage meter revealed it had surged to 50. Even Lu Wenjing's gaze appeared significantly more resolute, bringing Qin Feng a sense of satisfaction, affirming that his efforts were not in vain. Brother Feng, what is the second challenge? Bring it on. Whatever it is, I, Lu Wenjing, am ready to face it. Energized by the previous performance, Lu Wenjing eagerly inquired about the next challenge. Without hesitation, Qin Feng revealed the next task, confronting Wang, overcoming his inner demons. Through his insight, Qin Feng discerned that Lu Wenjing was utterly submissive in the presence of his rival, Wang. Standing before him, he lacked the courage to speak loudly or even meet Wang's gaze. After recalling the moments shared between Lu Wenjing and Wang, Qin Feng was filled with indignation, primarily directed towards Lu Wenjing. He lamented his misfortune while feeling frustrated by his inaction. Brother Feng, this is unacceptable. That Wang is a tough character, a man of the streets, boasting a standard Land Cruiser that commands respect. I, Lu Wenjing, truly cannot contend with him. Initially taken aback by Qin Feng's words, Lu Wenjing quickly shook his head in resolute disagreement. Though uncertain how Qin Feng knew of Wang's existence in his life, he acknowledged the possibility that Qin Feng had conducted thorough research prior to their meeting. Nevertheless, what mattered most was that Qin Feng had urged him to issue a challenge to Wang. Indeed, he lacks the courage. Ah Jing, remember, a true man must possess a shell of resilience. Merely evading will only serve to complicate matters further. In life, regardless of the challenges one encounters, One must face them with unwavering bravery. Do not wait until you lie in your coffin to feel regret. Qin Feng raised his hand and gently patted the other's shoulder, speaking earnestly. His words were not solely directed at Lu Wenjing. They were also addressed to the 4 million viewers in the live stream. He did not genuinely wish for Lu Wenjing to engage in a brawl with old Wang. Rather, he aimed to bolster the other's courage, to transform Lu Wenjing's cowardly demeanor. If Lu Wenjing could heed his advice and extend a challenge to old Wang for a duel, that would be a triumph in itself. The moment Lu Wenjing stands before old Wang, gazes into his eyes, and boldly declares, "I wish to spar with you," it would signify that he has conquered his inner demons and evolved into a true man. Chapter 80. I am your father. Who does he think he is? No way. Brother Feng, you haven't encountered that old Wang. He is a notorious figure in the harbor, covered in tattoos, with a dragon on one side and a tiger on the other. If I were to challenge him one-on-one, he would surely bring me down. Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, Lu Wenjing nodded silently, recognizing the wisdom in his advice. One cannot simply evade problems. They must be confronted head-on. Yet, upon reflection, the neighbor old Wang truly was quite formidable, a quintessential tough guy. In terms of fighting, he might not even be a match for Wang. If he could have defeated him, he would have done so long ago, rather than waiting until now, with his girlfriend nearly snatched away. Realizing this, he quickly waved his hand at Qin Feng, eager to express his concerns. It seemed that the difficulty of this second challenge was rather overwhelming. If the first challenge was merely an affront to his pride, testing whether he could let go of his so-called dignity, then this second challenge felt like having his very life ground into the dirt. The thought of Wang's powerful arms and fierce gaze made Lu Wenjing shudder involuntarily. He felt as though he was no match for this fierce opponent. All right, Jing, let's leave it at that for today. Thank you for your splendid performance, Qin Feng said with a smile, patting Lu Wenjing on the shoulder. He prepared to bid farewell and move on to his next endeavor. The crux of the matter was that only by completely transforming Lu Wenjing's cowardly demeanor could he bestow upon him a luxurious land cruiser worth over $1 million. Otherwise, even if he possessed a vehicle far superior to the renowned Prado, Lu Wenjing would merely remain a wolf in sheep's clothing, still governed by his former timid self. He would forever be regarded as insignificant. Even with $1 million vehicle, he would still be looked down upon by his mother-in-law and girlfriend, who might secretly engage in infidelity after marriage. Wait a moment, Brother Feng. Just as Qin Feng turned to leave, he suddenly heard a sharp shout from behind. Lu Wenjing, fists clenched and teeth gritted, emanated an intense fire from his eyes, resembling a scion on the verge of transformation. In those few, fleeting moments, Lu Wenjing engaged in a fierce internal struggle, akin to Shakespeare contemplating to be or not to be thousands of years ago. Ultimately, Lu Wenjing made his decision. T.O.B. He must be. Hearing Lu Wenjing's declaration, Qin Feng turned back to face him. Brother Feng, you are absolutely right. A true man must have guts. I, Lu Wenjing, would rather be a fleeting hero than a lifelong coward. What nonsense about harbor tough guys. Before me, Lu Wenjing, they are but mere pretenders. I will call old Wang right now and arrange to meet him at May Square in the harbor. Today I, Lu Wenjing, shall confront him. With a resolute tilt of his head, Lu Wenjing let out a long, piercing howl directed towards the heavens. He then swiftly retrieved his phone, diligently searching through his contacts for the number of his rival, old Wang. He understood that Qin Feng aimed to assist him in conquering his inner demons today, enabling him to break free from the shackles of his past, a time when he was paralyzed by fear, unable to utter a word as his girlfriend was swept away before his very eyes. If Lu Wenjing could not surmount this second challenge, then he would be unworthy of ever driving a land cruiser. By heavens, this is exhilarating, absolutely exhilarating. Incredible. Go, Brother Wenjing. We are all rooting for you. Exactly. No mistakes here. Show him. What nonsense is this so-called socialite? He is nothing but a coward. It is intolerable for us honest folk to be bullied. Confront him. Just confront him. With Brother Feng backing you, what is there to fear? Let me ask you this. Who is more formidable in the harbor? Old Wang or Brother Feng? At this very moment, the 4 5 million viewers in Qin Feng's live stream were deeply moved by Lu Wenjing's transformation upon learning of his plight. They fervently flooded the screen with supportive comments, cheering him on from afar. Much like Qin Feng, they all hoped he would triumph over his inner demons, defeat Old Wang, and win back his beloved. As Lu Wenjing read the barrage of encouragement filling the live stream, his spirit soared even higher. He resolved to cast aside his former timidity and confront Old Wang head-on. Under no circumstances could he lose face before more than 4 million viewers. As the saying goes, one does not strive for nothing. Soon, he located Old Wang's phone number in his contacts and dialed it. "Hello, who is this?" A middle-aged man's voice erupted from the other end after only 3 rings, accompanied by the cacophony of clattering mahjong tiles. It was evident that the recipient was currently engrossed in a game at a mahjong parlor. Disturbed by the unexpected call, he sounded quite irate, his voice brimming with fury. Who the hell is this? Standing at the heart of Haigang City, under the watchful gaze of 4 million viewers. Lu Wenjing transformed from his usual despondency. With a cold laugh, he unleashed a torrent of invective at Old Wang. It is worth noting that in the past, he dared not raise his voice in Old Wang's presence. Yet, just a minute ago, he had come to a profound realization. Let the chips fall where they may. If he had come to terms with life and death, then he would not shy away from a confrontation. This overbearing Old Wang, who dared to steal Lu Wenjing's girlfriend, must be sent to the depths of despair. Lu Wenjing, what the hell? Have you lost your mind today, or have you consumed some courage? How dare you speak to your elder brother Wang like that? Now, I'll give you a chance to rephrase your words and say it again. Old Wang, amidst the heated atmosphere of the mahjong parlor, coldly retorted, holding his phone with his cheek as he continued to play. Suspecting that this young man had probably dozed off in the afternoon, Old Wang mused that otherwise he would not dare to speak so boldly. However, just as he anticipated that Lu Wenjing would promptly apologize, the words that emerged from the other end of the line instantly ignited his fury. He abruptly rose from his chair, overturning the mahjong table before him. Old Wang, you better listen closely. I, Lu Wenjing, am inviting you to meet at Haigang Mei Square. Let us settle this today. Haven't you always wanted to take my girlfriend Pan Lian? Well, I'm offering you a chance. If you can defeat me, Lu Wenjing, today, then from this moment onward, Pan Lian will be yours. What do you say? Are you brave enough to accept the challenge? With that, Lu Wenjing pulled out a thick cigarette from his pocket, lit it, took a deep drag, and solemnly addressed the other party. All right, May Square it is. I'm heading there right now. Whoever fails to show up today is a coward. Chapter 81, Holy War. The blaze of conflict. On the other side of the harbor, the societal figure known as Old Wang was thoroughly provoked by Lu Wenjing's words. With a swift kick, he overturned the mahjong table before hanging up the phone. Grabbing his leather jacket from the chair, he strode purposefully outside, entering a white SUV parked at the entrance of the mahjong parlor, heading directly towards Mei Square. Lu Wenjing had chosen this location for their confrontation because Mei Square was renowned as a holy war ground, often frequented by young individuals eager to settle scores. Today, he intended to resolve matters with Old Wang in a manner befitting a man. Should he lose, he would bid farewell to Pan Lian forever and seek a fresh start elsewhere. Conversely, if Old Wang were to be defeated, he would be warned. If he dared to provoke Pan Lian again, Lu would ensure he faced dire consequences. Lu Wenjing, congratulations on completing the second challenge Qin Feng set for you. Qin Feng observed as Lu's courage level surged to 75%. He placed a reassuring hand on Lu's shoulder, informing him that they were now poised to embark on the third and final challenge. Before completing the second challenge, Lu's courage had lingered at 50%. But after speaking with Old Wang, it had risen significantly. It was evident that Lu's bravery now surpassed that of most individuals. Just as Qin Feng was preparing to guide Lu through the ultimate trial, Lu interjected, "No, Brother Feng, my second challenge is not yet finished. Old Wang has already headed to Mei Square, and as the instigator of this confrontation, I must join him immediately." Lu raised his hand, glancing at his watch, his determination evident in his voice. He had spent his life as a coward, fleeing from crucial moments in love and life. However, this time, he vowed not to retreat. He must confront old Wang directly and determine whose strength would prevail. With that declaration, Lu marched with unwavering resolve toward the roadside taxi. Qin Feng and Zhang Jian exchanged glances, momentarily taken aback, before quickly following him into the vehicle. Brothers, we are bound for the famed battleground of the harbor, May Square. Let us witness Jing's rise to glory and see if he can finally topple the oppressive societal figure, old Wang. From the back seat, Qin Feng addressed the 4 million viewers in the live stream. Driver, let us go to May Square. Speed up, he shouted to the taxi driver. Undoubtedly, as a man, he fully supported Lu Wenjing's choice. Truth be told, had he been in Lu's position, he would likely have made the same decision. After all, men understand men best. As Lu Wenjing has chosen to confront the situation head-on, he will undoubtedly offer unwavering support to his counterpart. The fervent calls for encouragement resound. Let us go. Support Lu Wenjing. Support Brother Feng. There is no doubt about it. If one has no fear of life and death, then why not engage directly? Such nonsense from the so-called harbor society cannot intimidate honest individuals like us. Yes, go for it, Lu Wenjing. With Brother Feng backing you, you can proceed with confidence. Indeed, it is true. With Brother Feng providing assurance, all that remains before you is a singular word: engage. As long as you remain unbroken, fight with all your might. On the road, 5 million viewers in Qin Feng's live stream fervently rallied behind Lu Wenjing, bombarding the screen with enthusiastic messages of support. Hoping for his ultimate victory, representing all honest people in defeating social miscreants like old Wang. Soon, as the central street was in close proximity to the site of the Holy War at May Square, the group arrived in merely 10 minutes. It was precisely 4 o'clock in the afternoon on September 2nd, a Sunday, and the square was bustling with a considerable crowd. Brother Feng and old Wang had already arrived. As the taxi came to a halt at the roadside, Lu Wenjing, seated in the front passenger seat, spotted his challenger. He pointed towards a white Toyota parked at the center of the square and exclaimed to Qin Feng. Beside the vehicle stood a middle-aged man clad in tight black attire. Approximately 175 meters tall, his physique adorned with bulging muscles and elaborate tattoos, an unmistakable figure of the streets. In his right hand, he wielded a long pickaxe, scanning the surroundings while intermittently uttering curses, seemingly awaiting someone. Qin Feng followed the direction indicated by Lu Wenjing, and upon recognizing old Wang's imposing presence beside the vehicle, he silently lamented the predicament. The man clearly had experience. He had likely engaged in numerous brawls in the harbor, showcasing considerable combat prowess. With that formidable pickaxe in hand, Lu Wenjing appeared to be no match for old Wang. Should a confrontation ensue, it was likely that Lu Wenjing would be swiftly overwhelmed. Jing, perhaps we should reconsider. A wise man does not court unnecessary danger, especially when old Wang has come prepared for a fight. It might be best to avoid engaging him, he suggested, taking a deep breath and turning to Lu Wenjing with a serious expression, attempting to dissuade him from this impending duel. After all, the two were not on the same level in terms of combat ability, and Qin Feng feared that Lu Wenjing would end up battered and bruised. The physical injuries were one concern. More importantly, it would lead to Lu Wenjing losing face in front of the 5 million viewers in his live stream. Brother Feng, since I, Lu Wenjing, have chosen to come here today, I do not regard old Wang as a threat. In the past, I may have been somewhat timid, allowing others to trample upon me without uttering a word. However, today I am determined to reclaim my manhood. Yet, Lu Wenjing, with unwavering resolve, declared that having come this far, he must engage in a genuine confrontation with his adversary. Otherwise, Lu Wenjing would forever dwell in the shadow of old Wang. Wang Jianmin, how dare you? Your humble servant, Lu Wenjing, has arrived. In the blink of an eye, Lu Wenjing unfastened his seatbelt with remarkable speed and leapt from the taxi, seizing a brick from the roadside. With a fierce shout, he charged towards Wang Jianmin in May Square. Unbelievable. Brothers, it's heating up. Impressive. Brother Wenjing is extraordinary. Truly more exhilarating than anything. Let us go. We must stand our ground against this despicable old Wang. He needs to understand that honest people are not to be trifled with. Absolutely. In this world, one can provoke anyone, but one must never provoke an honest person, for when they unleash their fury, even they fear themselves. Meanwhile, the 5 million viewers in Qin Feng's live stream were captivated, their hearts ignited as they witnessed Lu Wenjing, armed with a brick, resolutely charging towards the societal tyrant. Chapter 82. The Cowardly Socialite. Old Wang in a fervor, the audience flooded the screen with comments, rallying behind him in a virtual charge. Go! Get out of the car! Hurry! Keep up with Jing. Noticing that Lu Wenjing had already disembarked and was charging alone towards the notorious Old Wang, Qin Feng felt an urgency to act. He quickly beckoned Zhang Jian to exit the vehicle and pursue Lu Wenjing, anxious about any potential misfortune befalling him. Should Lu Wenjing find himself at a disadvantage against Old Wang, he and Zhang Jian would join forces to present a dramatic spectacle reminiscent of the legendary three heroes battling Elbu, albeit with a tinge of impropriety. As the esteemed master Ma Bao might say. Yet, there was no choice, as Lu Wenjing was a guest on his program. Qin Feng could not stand idly by while he was harmed and treated like a child by Old Wang. At that very moment, Old Wang, stationed at the heart of Mei Square, seemed to have caught sight of Lu Wenjing. What the hell? Who is this kid? What's going on? The sight of Lu Wenjing charging at him, brandishing a brick with fierce determination, genuinely startled him. He realized that Lu Wenjing was undoubtedly there to confront him head-on. Initially, Wang Jianmin had anticipated that upon spotting him in Mei Square, the typically timid Lu Wenjing would cower in fear, perhaps even kneeling before him in apology. However, Lu Wenjing's unexpected bravado left him immensely disappointed. After a brief moment of shock, Wang Jianmin executed a surprising maneuver that left the viewers in Qin Feng's live stream utterly astounded. He abruptly discarded the tool in his hand and sprinted towards his vehicle, intent on escaping the confrontation. He had no desire to engage in a direct clash. As the saying goes, the meek fear the bold, and the bold fear those who are reckless. Undoubtedly, Lu Wenjing's fierce demeanor signaled his willingness to risk everything in this encounter. At that moment, Lu Wenjing's focus narrowed to a singular resolve, to confront Wang Jianmin without hesitation. As Wang Jianmin hastily approached his vehicle, ready to flee, he was unexpectedly tackled to the ground by Lu Wenjing. Though Wang had run swiftly, Lu Wenjing was even quicker. You coward, Wang Jianmin! Wasn't it agreed upon to duel today? Why are you running away? Lu Wenjing grasped Wang Jianmin by the collar with one hand, raising the brick high in the other, furiously addressing the man now pinned beneath him. Even he was taken aback that the once formidable figure, the so-called infamous socialite Old Wang, would choose to retreat upon seeing him. Was this truly the Old Wang he had known? What a disgrace. Ying Ye. Let us talk this over. In a harmonious society, one must never act impulsively. Observing the brick tightly clutched in Lu Wenjing's hand, Wang Jianmin was utterly paralyzed with fear. He directed his trembling gaze towards Lu, stammering in trepidation, worried that a moment of anger might lead Lu to crack open his skull. After all, Lu's eyes were ablaze with fury, a reflection of the misdeeds Wang was fully aware of. He had brazenly attempted to snatch away Lu's girlfriend and had repeatedly harassed Pan Lian in Lu's presence. As the saying goes, the hatred of a stolen wife and the vengeance for a murdered father are irreconcilable. The thought of this made Wang Jianmin shamefully wet his pants. In the next moment, an acrid scent reminiscent of energy drinks wafted from his lower region. Recently, Wang had been pulling all-nighters playing mahjong, consuming copious amounts of functional beverages. Even the liquid, now trickling down his leg, was alarmingly invigorating. Damn it, have I truly wet myself? Upon witnessing this scene, Lu Wenjing was momentarily speechless. He abruptly released Wang's collar and stood up, pointing an accusatory finger at him. He had never anticipated that Wang would be so frightened as to lose control. This was indeed reminiscent of Qin Feng's words. Difficulties are like a spring. If you are weak, they grow stronger, and if you are strong, they weaken. The realization that he had been oppressed by this paper tiger for so long stirred a profound resentment within Lu. Wang Jianmin, listen closely. Today I, Lu Wenjing, shall grant you mercy. From this day forth, should you dare to utter any nonsense or trivialities, I shall undoubtedly crack open your skull. With that, Lu slammed the brick down onto the ground with tremendous force, shattering it into pieces. Understood, understood, Ying Ye. Wang Jianmin shall never dare again. Wang gasped, his heart racing as he gazed at the fragmented brick on the ground, acutely aware that he could no longer afford to offend Lu. Otherwise, the next time, it would undoubtedly be his own head that would feel the weight of such a brick. Wow, Jingge is incredible. He just annihilated Wang in an instant. 66,666. I would crown you the greatest warrior of Haigang, without exception. With merely a brick, you subdued the notorious local tough, Wang. Quite an impressive feat. Now, Wang will likely remember Jingge for eternity. He shall never forget the young man wielding a brick who frightened him into submission in public. Ha ha ha. What a joke. These so-called social figures of Haigang are nothing but cowards, merely bullies who prey on the weak. If it comes to real toughness, they're the most timid of all. In the face of Lu Wenjing's calm yet decisive action, which left Wang terrified and humiliated, the 4.5 million viewers in Qin Feng's live stream were equally astonished. They had initially anticipated a fierce showdown at May Square, expecting a battle of epic proportions to determine the victor. However, old Wang truly proved to be rather disappointing. Faced with the frenzied Lu Wenjing, he could not withstand even a single round before surrendering outright. Get lost. From this moment forth, do not allow me to lay eyes upon you. Otherwise, for every encounter, I shall strike you. Lu Wenjing shouted, pointing at old Wang's vehicle, the domineering Tian Tian. After uttering these words, he spat a thick phlegm onto the driver's seat. Old Wang hastily dashed to his car, igniting the engine with lightning speed to flee the scene. Watching the departing figure of the vehicle, Lu Wenjing felt an unparalleled sense of relief, as if he had unleashed all the pent-up grievances that had accumulated over time. Congratulations, Mr. Lu Wenjing. You have successfully passed the second challenge set for you by me. Qin Feng approached Lu Wenjing, patting him on the shoulder with a smile. Chapter 83. The ultimate test. It has been announced that the opponent has successfully passed the second stage. Now, only one final hurdle remains before unlocking the ultimate prize, a Land Cruiser worth over $1 million. Meanwhile, Qin Feng noticed that Lu Wenjing's courage level had surged from 75 to an impressive 90. After triumphing over the formidable adversary, old Wang, Lu Wenjing's mindset had evidently experienced a significant elevation. It can be said that he was now but a step away from becoming an unparalleled figure of masculinity in this world. Come on, Brother Feng, I am ready, he exclaimed. I swear, no matter what challenge lies ahead, it shall not daunt me, Lu Wenjing. At this moment, having successfully navigated through 2 previously insurmountable challenges, Lu Wenjing was brimming with confidence. The weakness that once clouded his gaze had vanished entirely, replaced by a fierce determination and audacity. He felt utterly assured about facing the third challenge set by Qin Feng, certain that he could conquer it without fail. Just as Lu Wenjing was reveling in his confidence, the words that Qin Feng uttered next left him momentarily stunned, questioning whether he had misheard. Lu Wenjing, listen closely. The third challenge I have devised for you is to break up with your girlfriend, Pan Lian. If you can complete this final task, we shall immediately head to the Toyota dealership to collect the car, a fully equipped Land Cruiser worth over $1 million. With that, Qin Feng pointed the live stream camera at Lu Wenjing and spoke earnestly. What? Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, confusion filled Lu Wenjing's mind. He blinked in disbelief, murmuring to himself, seemingly unable to comprehend why Qin Feng would impose such a challenge upon him, requiring him to end things with Pan Lian, his girlfriend of 3 years, with whom he was on the verge of marriage. However, these questions did not linger long in Lu Wenjing's thoughts. Within mere seconds, they dissipated like mist. Ha! He then raised his head, fists clenched, and laughed heartily several times. The reason behind Qin Feng's seemingly outrageous statement became clear to him, prompting an involuntary reflection deep within. Those who give life are parents. Those who understand me are Qin Feng. Undoubtedly, Lu Wenjing had previously been a weak individual when confronted with difficulties in life. Similarly, he had faltered in the realm of love. His unbridled indulgence had elevated Pan Lian to an almost untouchable pedestal. He had even witnessed her openly taking a seat beside old Wang in the passenger seat, right before his eyes. What meaning did such a relationship hold if it were to continue? Brother Feng, I understand now. I will call my girlfriend and break up with her. After a brief silence, Lu Wenjing turned his gaze toward Qin Feng, his teeth gritted and voice resolute. He was now prepared to make his choice. He then pulled out his phone from his pocket, searching for Pan Lian's number in his contacts. I am ready to promptly conclude this 3-year-long love affair, which has been as tasteless as a chicken rib, both regrettable to abandon and unfulfilling to consume. At that moment, as Lu Wenjing uttered these words to Qin Feng, his courage surged to an astonishing 120 at lightning speed. This outcome took Qin Feng by surprise. Who would have thought there existed a person with such overflowing courage? Moreover, this remarkable individual was one he had meticulously nurtured himself. It stands as a significant achievement in his broadcasting career. Observing Lu Wenjing's current demeanor, Qin Feng had no doubt that not only could he persuade him to part ways with Pan Lian, but he would even dare to carry explosives and blow up a bunker. Perhaps this is what one might refer to as a true man. Not merely a man, but a paragon among men, fearless of foes, unafraid of women, undeterred by life, and unshaken by love, decisive and courageous. Qin Feng never anticipated that he would mold Lu Wenjing so adeptly. Clearly, he possesses a remarkable talent for coaching individuals. Perhaps he should consider trying his hand at mentoring a female counterpart someday. Haha, of course this is just a jest. Mr. Lu Wenjing, congratulations. You have successfully completed the 3rd challenge Qin Feng set for you. You have now accomplished all the tasks of passing the 3 challenges. Let us proceed to the Toyota 4S dealership to collect your vehicle. Just as Lu Wenjing was about to make the call, Qin Feng abruptly intervened, smiling as he addressed him. Similar to the previous challenge, Qin Feng had no intention of allowing Lu Wenjing to genuinely undertake any action. He merely wished to bolster his courage, helping him realize that life offers more than a singular choice. Many circumstances and situations afford a multitude of options. One must never confine oneself to a corner, waiting passively for fate. Upon witnessing Lu Wenjing's courage level soar to 120, Qin Feng recognized that his mission had been accomplished. He had successfully facilitated the transformation of Lu Wenjing's mindset. As for whether he ultimately chose to remain with his girlfriend or to sever ties and embark on a new romantic journey, that was solely his decision. Perhaps choices are not about right or wrong, but they certainly influenced the journey and the outcome. Subsequently, he guided Lu Wenjing to the Toyota 4S dealership in Haiging City, prepared to fulfill his promise by presenting him with a top-tier, high-end Land Cruiser valued at over $1 million. However, to his astonishment, he discovered that the Land Cruiser had been entirely discontinued several years prior, and no dealerships in the nation currently offered that model for sale. No worries, Fengge. I might have once yearned for a Land Cruiser, but I have come to understand many things now. I feel that the Land Cruiser is not as significant as I once thought. Lu Wenjing responded with an air of calmness, waving his hand dismissively towards Qin Feng with a smile. At this moment, not only would he be content with a Land Cruiser valued at over $1 million, but even a modest Corolla priced around $100,000 would suffice. He would harbor no disdain. After all, the essence of happiness in life transcends mere material wealth. It encompasses spiritual fulfillment as well. The latter is undeniably 100 times more significant than the former. Do not worry, Jing. I, Qin Feng, shall fulfill my promise to you. It is merely a Land Cruiser. Brother Feng will procure it for you. Qin Feng then raised his hand and gently patted Lu Wenjing's shoulder, assuring her not to fret. Whatever promises Qin Feng makes, he will undoubtedly see them through. Jian, please assist me in contacting the major car dealerships in Haiging. Inquire whether they still have any brand new Land Cruisers in stock. It must be brand new. No second-hand vehicles will suffice. If they do, I am willing to pay any price. Subsequently, Qin Feng turned his gaze towards Zhang Jian beside him and continued, instructing him to immediately call the various dealerships in Haiging. He resolved that, even if he had to scour the entirety of Haiging, he would procure a brand new Top spec Land Cruiser for Lu Wenjing today. Chapter 84. Acquiring it all right. Good Feng Ge. Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, Zhang Jian did not dare to be negligent and immediately sprang into action. He scoured the internet for the contact numbers of various car dealerships in the harbor area, dialing each one in succession. Given that the Toyota Land Cruiser is a classic model, having been discontinued for several years, finding a brand new one that has not yet been transferred to another owner was no small feat. Moreover, Qin Feng specifically required a fully equipped version of the Land Cruiser. After making a series of calls to various dealerships, Zhang Jian was unable to locate the desired vehicle. Just as Qin Feng began to feel a sense of despair, contemplating whether he should settle for a second-hand Land Cruiser with relatively low mileage, a breakthrough occurred. A user named Xiao Ming from a car dealership on Douyin sent him a message in a live broadcast, claiming to have the brand-new top-spec Land Cruiser that Qin Feng desired. He even sent a private message with photos showcasing the vehicle's details. However, the price was somewhat steep. If Qin Feng wished to acquire this car, it would cost him 7 million yuan. After reviewing the vehicle information, Qin Feng was quite satisfied with it and promptly reserved it for 3 million yuan, informing the seller that he would come to pick it up immediately and requesting that the vehicle be prepared. As he often said, in this world, what mattered most to Qin Feng was not the price. As long as he could fulfill his promise to Lu Wenjing, he would not hesitate to spend 3 million or even 30 million yuan. Soon enough, half an hour later, at 5 p.m. on September 2nd in the capital, Qin Feng arrived at the upscale dealership named Xiao Ming with Lu Wenjing. Upon entering, they were greeted by the sight of a majestic, fully loaded Land Cruiser already parked there. This pure white off-road vehicle, measuring over 5 meters in length, certainly drew attention as it stood at the entrance. It was undeniably superior to the Toyota Prado by countless measures. This reinforced Qin Feng's understanding that the phrase "the mountains are mountains, the rivers are rivers," and off-roading must be with the Land Cruiser was not without merit. "How is it, Ajing? Do you like it?" Qin Feng asked with a smile, patting the hood of the Land Cruiser while looking at Lu Wenjing. "I love it. Feng Ge, I absolutely love it," Lu Wenjing exclaimed, her eyes sparkling at the sight of the vehicle. Although she had previously mentioned that if Qin Feng could not secure the Land Cruiser, a Corolla would suffice. Upon laying eyes on this magnificent off-road beast, she found herself momentarily at a loss for words. If only she could have owned this car sooner. Not only would Pan Lian have been vying for her attention, even Pan Lian's mother would have kicked Pan Lian's father aside to marry her. Glad to hear that. "Come on, boss, let's swipe the card." Qin Feng then waved over to a short, middle-aged man named Xiao Ming, who wore frameless glasses. He handed over his industrial and commercial bank super black card to the man. "Audi Feng Yi. Now, let me assist your brother with his residency application." Xiao Ming accepted Qin Feng's credit card, his wrinkled cheeks blossoming into a radiant smile. He marveled at his extraordinary luck today. It is worth noting that this Land Cruiser had been parked in his dealership for 3 long years, and despite being offered at a discount, it had failed to sell. After all, its specifications were exceedingly high, rendering its cost-performance ratio less than impressive. Yet, unexpectedly, this vehicle that had troubled him for 3 years was not only sold without a discount today, but rather at a premium. The pure profit from this sale alone amounted to a staggering 5 million. How could he not feel overwhelmed with excitement? He felt an urge to kneel and bow to Qin Feng in gratitude. "Dear Mr. Qin, greetings. Your industrial and commercial bank card ending in 4419 has just received a transfer. The amount transferred is 40 million, and the current balance on the card is 966. 13 million. At that moment, as Qin Feng had just purchased the Land Cruiser for Lu Wenjing using his black card, a notification from his private phone in his pocket chimed in, informing him that the cashback had been credited. "Ajing, consider this 100,000 as the startup capital for your new life, courtesy of me, Qin Feng. I hope this Land Cruiser marks the beginning of a new chapter in your life, enabling you to become a better person." Following this, Qin Feng retrieved 10 stacks of red bills from his backpack and handed them to Lu Wenjing. "Go on, Ajing. Work hard. Make strides." He then led Zhang Jian away from the scene. As for whether Lu Wenjing would continue with his girlfriend or part ways to pursue a relationship with his mother-in-law who cherished off-road vehicles, That was a matter for Lu Wenjing to decide. Qin Feng merely served as a ferryman in the journey of another's life, responsible for guiding him to the other shore. The path ahead was entirely up to Lu Wenjing. Brother Feng, thank you. I am profoundly grateful for your kindness. I, Lu Wenjing, will certainly work diligently and never let you down. Lu Wenjing, tears in his eyes, embraced the 10 stacks of red bills in his arms and shouted towards Qin Feng's departing figure. As Xiaoming's dealership was left behind and they returned to the city, it was already 5:30 in the afternoon. Just as Qin Feng was preparing to entertain his online audience, his private phone in his pocket suddenly rang. Upon checking the screen, he was astonished to see a message from the campus beauty, Chu Yuqing. The moment he recognized the contact, Qin Feng's brows furrowed. Although he had yet to read the content of the message and was unaware of its purpose, he felt a sense of bewilderment. After all, his interactions with Chu Yuqing had been minimal. They had added each other on WeChat purely by chance, and since then, they had never conversed. Now, with Chu Yuqing unexpectedly sending him a message, how could he not be taken aback? Hold on, brothers. Our school's campus beauty just sent me a WeChat message. Let me see what she has to say. Qin Feng chuckled as he addressed the 4.5 million viewers in the live stream. He then handed the selfie stick to his good friend, Zhang Jian. He opened the WeChat interface on another phone and began to peruse. To speak candidly, had this been in the past, before he had made his mark on the internet, receiving a sudden message from Chu Yuqing would have filled him with unbridled joy, leading to days of restless excitement. After all, she was the belle of Haigang University, an object of admiration for countless individuals. Though Qin Feng was undeniably handsome, he too yearned for the affection of beautiful women, especially someone as stunning as Chu Yuqing. Yet now, it was merely a matter of indifference. As he observed the moment when Chu Yuqing's message appeared on his screen, his heart was remarkably placid. It would be inaccurate to claim there was no stir at all. Rather, it was a mere ripple, far less thrilling than the exhilaration he felt when witnessing the meteoric rise in followers on his Douyin account. Chapter 85. The school bell seeking a loan from Qin Feng. Wow. The campus bell of Haigang University has messaged Brother Feng. Incredible. Could it be that she wishes to express her affection and invite him to a hotel? Ha ha ha. Indeed, it's quite possible. Look at Brother Feng. He is exceptionally handsome and possesses a considerable fortune. It's no surprise that not just the campus belle of Haigang University, but even top celebrity actresses from the Dragon Kingdom would be enamored upon meeting him. In stark contrast to Qin Feng's calm demeanor, the viewers in his live stream were abuzz with excitement, fervently bombarding the screen with comments, eager to discover the reason behind the campus belle's message to Qin Feng. Could it be something as straightforward as a romantic overture? Are you there? Qin Feng. Upon opening WeChat, Qin Feng found a message from Chu Yuqing containing just 4 words. As aloof as ever, she truly embodied her reputation as the high-cold campus belle of Haigang University. Not here. Qin Feng casually replied with 2 words. Shortly thereafter, she responded with a flurry of ellipses, seemingly at a loss for words. What is the matter? Speak plainly. If there is something to discuss, let us not dilly-dally. I still have a show to run, so if you have business, do state it. If not, I shall return to my work. Qin Feng, lacking the time for idle chit-chat, pressed the voice message button and replied vocally. He was not particularly intrigued by Chu Yuqing's icy demeanor. Should she choose to change her approach and engage with him as she did with other women, perhaps he would entertain the conversation longer. However, at present, he had little interest. Yet, if Chu Yuqing could indeed transform, she might cease to be the Chu Yuqing he knew. Qin Feng, I do have something to discuss with you, but I feel somewhat hesitant to bring it up. Soon after, she sent another message via text. Go ahead. There is no need to be shy, as long as it's not a request for a child. Qin Feng replied jokingly through voice message. Qin Feng, I would like to borrow some money. What? Chu Yuqing is asking to borrow money. Staring at the message she sent, Qin Feng felt a moment of bewilderment. He couldn't help but mentally exclaim. It is indeed a rare occurrence for the high-cold campus belle to seek financial assistance from someone else. This was hardly something Chu Yuqing would do. At this moment, Qin Feng even questioned whether the person engaging with him was truly Chu Yuqing or perhaps some unscrupulous individual who had stolen her WeChat account. How much? Nevertheless, Qin Feng was too disinterested to verify through a voice message. He simply responded vocally. Even if it were a scam, it mattered little to him. He was not lacking in a few extra 100 or 1,000 yuan. He could consider it a reward for the effort of the supposed scammer. After all, life was challenging for everyone. Just when Qin Feng assumed that the request would merely involve borrowing a few thousand or even a few hundred yuan, he was utterly taken aback by the subsequent response, which left him astounded. His eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets. I would like to borrow 30 million. 30 million? Qin Feng could not restrain an incredulous shout that erupted from his throat. In all his years, he had never encountered anyone asking him for such a sum. To audaciously request 30 million, especially from the aloof campus beauty of Haigang University, was beyond his comprehension. Unable to contain himself any longer, Qin Feng initiated a voice call to the other party. Although at that moment, 30 million was not a substantial amount for him, merely a drop in the bucket, akin to the cost of a license plate. Such requests for loans were not made lightly. If the person on the other end was a fraud, rather than the genuine Chu Yuqing, it would be infuriating. Was he foolish? Or was the other party simply naive to demand 30 million outright? Hello, Qin Feng. The voice call connected after a single ring, revealing a young woman with a remarkably sweet voice. The instant he heard it, Qin Feng was momentarily taken aback. Not for any other reason than that the voice belonged to Chu Yuqing herself. He was astonished that the person asking to borrow money was indeed Chu Yuqing and not some con artist. Chu Yuqing, have you lost your mind? You dare to ask me, Qin Feng, for 30 million? Even though it was Chu Yuqing, it could not quell the anger simmering within Qin Feng. He pulled a cigarette from his pocket, lit it, took a deep drag, and then raised his voice to question her. To be fair, had Chu Yuqing asked to borrow a sum of 100 or 80,000, he would have readily obliged without a second thought. However, asking for 30 million was a different matter entirely. He could not fathom what Chu Yuqing was thinking. Once again, it wasn't that Qin Feng was short of money. Rather, spending money was an art form. Those who knew how to spend were the true masters. Conversely, those who lacked this skill, regardless of their wealth, would inevitably be branded as fools behind their backs. Despite feeling a twinge of anger, as if Chu Yuqing was treating him like a simpleton, her next words swiftly diffused much of his irritation. Qin Feng, this 30 million is not solely for me. It is also a loan to the school. As you know, the renovation of the school's teaching building has been pending for nearly a year. Over this past year, we have scoured various corporations in Haigang for sponsorship, yet we have not managed to gather sufficient funds. So that was the situation. Qin Feng nodded thoughtfully, as if he were beginning to grasp why Chu Yuqing had approached him for 30 million. He had also heard about the renovation plans for the Haigang teaching building. According to estimates from the school's upper management, the entire project would require approximately 30 million to complete. A year ago, led by Chu Yuqing, the members of the student council tirelessly sought sponsorship from various commercial groups in the harbor. Yet, after an entire year, they had managed to raise less than $1 million. The target of 30 million still seemed a distant dream. It is said that the president of Harbor University, Wang Yusheng, was so troubled by this that he was on the verge of a breakdown. His once Mediterranean hairstyle had now turned into a bald head. If Chu Yuqing were to request this 30 million from him, it would be for the renovation of the school's teaching building. In that case, offering assistance would not be out of the question. Anzai, Chu Yuqing, I, Qin Feng, will provide the 30 million. Qin Feng declared after taking a deep breath, speaking earnestly. In truth, even without Chu Yuqing's prompting, he had intended to lend a hand to Harbor University. After all, as a member of the institution, he felt a duty to contribute to its welfare within his means. Is that true, Qin Feng? Thank you. On behalf of Harbor University, I express my gratitude. Upon hearing Qin Feng's affirmative response, Chu Yuqing appeared extraordinarily elated. However, I have one condition. Chapter 86. You are not worth 30 million subsequently. The next words spoken by Qin Feng caused a smile on her face to freeze. She inwardly lamented that it was indeed not that simple. What condition? She stammered, her mind racing with the suspicion that Qin Feng might be contemplating something inappropriate, perhaps wanted to take her, Chu Yuqing, to a luxurious hotel at the harbor for the night. Though, based on her understanding of Qin Feng, he was not the type of man to act in such a manner. Yet, it was a well-known fact that many men tended to change once they acquired wealth. Hence, it was not entirely implausible that Qin Feng, driven by lust for her beauty, would propose such an arrangement as a condition for the 30 million. If that were the case, she would prefer to forego the loan entirely. After all, Chu Yuqing was renowned for her purity and virtue, a fact well known throughout the neighboring villages. However, despite Chu Yuqing's current thoughts, the next phrase uttered by Qin Feng made her cheeks flush with embarrassment, revealing that her assumptions had been misguided. Chu Yuqing, do not delude yourself. You are not worth 30 million, Qin Feng replied coldly over the phone, fully aware that she had misinterpreted his intentions, thinking he desired to engage in something inappropriate with her. In truth, he had no such thoughts. Moreover, the price of 30 million for a night with a campus belle was rather exorbitant. Not to mention, even the most celebrated actresses in the domestic entertainment industry would not command such a sum. What is it that you truly wish to do? At that moment, Chu Yuqing's face burned with heat. After taking a deep breath, she continued to question Qin Feng. She was acutely aware that he was likely live streaming and being subjected to such humiliation in front of millions of viewers on Douyin, who heard him declare that she was not worth that price, left her feeling somewhat uneasy, though she knew she was indeed not worth such an amount. Hearing it from Qin Feng still stung, akin to being fed a bitter pill. If you can participate in an episode of my program and entertain a few million brothers in my live stream, I will agree to lend you 30 million. The moment the show concludes, I will transfer the funds to your account. Qin Feng initially spoke to Chu Yuqing using his personal phone. Brothers, am I treating you well? Let us invite the campus belle from Harbor University to perform for you and bring some joy. He then turned his gaze towards the live streaming phone, smiling as he addressed the audience. Isn't that generous? Brother Feng treats us better than our own parents. Inviting the belle to perform for us is simply unparalleled. Indeed, when it comes to being awesome, Brother Feng is unrivaled. No one else can compare. Yet, the price seems rather steep, a full 30 million not to worry. Perhaps 30 million is significant for others, but for Brother Feng, it is merely a string of numbers. Spending 30 million is no different from purchasing a bottle of mineral water at the supermarket. Upon hearing his words, the 5 million viewers occupying his live stream erupted in excitement. Anticipation surged for the upcoming guest on Qin Feng's program, especially as she was the celebrated beauty of Haigang University, renowned throughout the Dragon Kingdom. Everyone was eager to see what she looked like and what amusement she might bring under Qin Feng's guidance. How about it, Chu Yuqing? Are you on board? Qin Feng inquired, directing his question at the silent figure of Chu Yuqing, who appeared to be lost in profound contemplation. All right. After a brief moment of reflection, Chu Yuqing bit her lip and acquiesced to Qin Feng's request. Little did she expect that his condition was for her to participate in one of his shows, which came as quite a surprise. Within the 2 short days of Qin Feng's rise in Haigang, she had tuned into his live broadcasts and was well aware of his impressive skills in entertaining an audience. However, she was uncertain about what kind of spectacle he would create with her participation. Would it be as remarkable as the performances of other guests? Very well. Come to McDonald's at 45 Central Street, Haigang City, right now. Zhang Jian and I will be waiting for you. Hurry. If you're not at the McDonald's entrance in 20 minutes, the 30 million deal is off. With that, Qin Feng abruptly hung up the phone and led Zhang Jian toward the nearby McDonald's. After nearly a day's worth of broadcasting, he felt a twinge of hunger. He decided to grab a quick meal to replenish his energy while waiting for the young lady, Chu Yuqing. Truth be told, the thrill of issuing orders to Chu Yuqing was exhilarating. He had never imagined that he, Qin Feng, would one day stand above the once exalted beauty of Haigang University. Commanding her like this, it felt surreal, akin to a dream, one far more delightful than any fantasy he could conjure. 15 minutes later, in the capital city, on September 2nd, at 5:30 in the afternoon, after finishing 2 burgers with Zhang Jian at McDonald's, Qin Feng spotted Chu Yuqing across the street, standing nearly 7 meters tall, clad in light blue cropped jeans and adorned with silver crystal sandals. She had a fair complexion and a slender figure, her smile revealing charming dimples as she focused intently on crossing the road towards McDonald's. "Brothers, our school's beauty is here. Make sure to screenshot this," Qin Feng exclaimed as he adjusted his phone's camera to capture her, addressing his viewers with a grin. "Wow, amazing. I adore this sister. She has a hint of the peak-era Hong Kong star, Wang Zuxian. Not to mention, she is indeed stunning, in the realm of adoration for fans. If Feng Gu claims the second position, who dares to assert the first? Even the school's belle has been summoned to participate in our program. I pose this question, who else could possibly rival us? Indeed, there is no one." Upon witnessing Chu Yuqing's breathtaking beauty, the 4.5 million viewers in the live stream erupted in excitement once more. Beyond their astonishment at the appearance of the campus flower from Haigang University, they were equally eager for the upcoming events that awaited her. One could only wonder what extraordinary spectacle Qin Feng had in store for her. Would it be as impressive and awe-inspiring as anticipated? "Let us go, Jian. Chu Yuqing has arrived." Qin Feng then put away his phone, patted his good friend, who was still fervently showcasing his hamburger, and laughed as he led him outside McDonald's to meet with Chu Yuqing. Chapter 87. The School Bell and Subject 3. Is that not our esteemed school bell, Chu Yuqing? Upon their first encounter, Qin Feng aimed his phone's camera at her, greeting her with a charming smile. To be candid, Chu Yuqing's attire today was nothing short of stunning. The slender, cropped jeans accentuated her long legs to perfection. The silver crystal sandals she wore undoubtedly showcased her sophisticated demeanor. One can only surmise that inviting such a young beauty as a guest for his program would surely satisfy the 4.5 million viewers in his live stream. "Qin Feng, I am Chu Yuqing. I hope you will honor your promise and assist Haigang University with its renovation issues." As she gazed at Qin Feng, a faint blush crept onto her cheeks, hinting at her shyness. Having known each other for quite some time, it was a novel sight for him to witness her in such a vulnerable state. It was unexpected to see the usually aloof belle of Haigang University display any signs of bashfulness. However, this unusual demeanor did not linger long. She quickly regained her composure, raising her head to address Qin Feng earnestly. The illustrious belle of Haigang University remained unchanged. "Fear not, esteemed Chu, for I, Qin Feng, can surely deliver. In all of Haigang, it is unlikely that anyone would doubt my words, except for you, Chu Yuqing." In response to her skepticism, Qin Feng merely waved his hand and smiled lightly. "I am aware of your capabilities, Qin Feng. However, the school's renovation plan entails a substantial sum. It requires a total of 30 million long coins to complete. How can I trust that you possess the means to provide such a sum?" At that moment, a trace of doubt still lingered in Chu Yuqing's heart. Taking a deep breath, she continued to question Qin Feng. After all, over the past year, she had led the student council members to approach numerous commercial groups in Haigang and had yet to secure this sponsorship. If even those renowned, publicly traded companies had failed to assist, could Qin Feng truly resolve the matter with such ease? "Chu Yuqing, allow me to show you something. Once you see it, you will understand whether I possess the necessary resources. As the saying goes, one must have the right tools for the job." Qin Feng's willingness to accept her challenge indicated his unwavering confidence. Understanding her doubts, he could empathize. She had faced numerous rejections over the past year. He then opened the balance screen of his industrial and commercial bank savings card, presenting it before her. 1, 10, 100,000, 10,000, million, 10 million, 100 million. Gasp! As she gazed at the staggering array of numbers, Chu Yuqing felt as though her heart would leap from her throat. She had never anticipated that Qin Feng, an ordinary student of Haigang University, could possess such wealth. Undoubtedly, with the astonishing balance in his bank account, he could effortlessly resolve the university's renovation issues, should he choose to do so. "This merely represents a fraction of my capabilities," Qin Feng remarked nonchalantly as he slipped his phone back into his pocket, smiling at the illustrious Chu Yuqing. "So, what do you wish for me to do, Qin Feng?" Chu Yuqing replied, her gaze fixed intently upon him, silently questioning the purpose of her summons. Nevertheless, her words conveyed an implicit acknowledgement of his prowess. Though she feigned composure, her heart was tumultuous. In all her life, she had never encountered such an impressive balance in anyone's bank account. The cascade of digits had left her utterly astounded. It is not about what I want you to do, but rather what you can offer me and my fellow streamers, Qin Feng asserted, maintaining the camera's focus on the stunning Chu Yuqing before him. The reality was clear. He had invited the campus beauty of Haigang University to bring some joy to his audience. However, prior to the show, he hoped to persuade her to showcase her talents before the camera to entertain his viewers. Although the cost was steep, 30 million yuan, it paled in comparison to the joy of sharing happiness with his audience of 5 million viewers. As the saying goes, it is better to share joy than to revel alone. At this moment, Zhang Jian's attention was equally captivated, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. He had never imagined he would have the opportunity to interact so closely with the esteemed campus beauty of Haigang University, and now, the roles were reversed. He and Qin Feng were in a position of authority, while Chu Yuqing was merely the guest at their behest. Taking a deep breath, Chu Yuqing clenched her jaw, then raised her head to meet Qin Feng's gaze for several seconds before exhaling deeply, as if she had made a momentous decision. Qin Feng, may I perform the third subject dance? She asked with a smile. Aware that she had chosen to be here, she understood the importance of shedding her lofty demeanor. It would be remiss to disregard the honor of the popular streamer. Brothers, did you hear that? The campus beauty Chu Yuqing from Haigang University is going to perform the third subject dance for you. Qin Feng announced excitedly. While you may have seen this dance numerous times before, what you are about to witness will undoubtedly be unlike any previous performance. For the one gracing you with this dance is none other than the illustrious Chu Yuqing, the president of the student council at Haigang University. Qin Feng turned his gaze to the phone screen, speaking earnestly. He truly had not anticipated that Chu Yuqing would be willing to perform the immensely popular third subject dance for him and his audience of 5 million. This novel dance, combined with Chu Yuqing's graceful figure, has led Qin Feng to envision an incredibly beautiful scene unfolding shortly. The admiration for Feng Ge, renowned for his dedication to his fans, is palpable. He truly does not hoard quality content, just for his willingness to share this enthusiasm with his brethren. I am determined to support him for a lifetime. There is no denying it. Feng Ge is forever a legend. The excitement is palpable. Everyone is hastily preparing to record. As the illustrious Chu, the campus belle, is about to make her entrance, I am eager to witness what the campus beauty's rendition of the third subject will look like. Haha! At this moment, 5 million viewers in Qin Feng's live streaming room are equally filled with anticipation. They are eager to see what kind of sparks will ignite between the typically aloof campus beauty from Haigang University and this exhilarating new dance. Will it be as impressive and breathtaking as one hopes? Chapter 88. His strength is far more than meets the eye. Aegean, music ready. The campus belle, Chu Yuqing, is about to serenade us and the 5 million viewers in the live stream with a rendition of Subject 3. As Chu Yuqing prepared herself, Qin Feng took a deep breath and called out to his good friend beside him. Audi Feng Yi. Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, Zhang Jian's face broke into a radiant smile as he swiftly retrieved his phone from his pocket. He opened the Kuga music app, searched for the most classic accompaniment of Subject 3, a smile in the Jianghu, and without a moment's hesitation, pressed the play button, cranking the volume to its maximum. As the strains of A Smile in the Jianghu began, under the watchful gaze of 5 million Douyin users, Chu Yuqing commenced her graceful dance. Moving in sync with the rhythm, she let her body sway freely. In that moment, the aloof campus belle of Haigang University was nowhere to be found. Instead, she embodied the boundless vitality of the girl next door. The radiant smile upon her face was the finest testament to her transformation. It must be said, this scene left both Qin Feng and Zhang Jian utterly mesmerized. They had never imagined such a unique side of Chu Yuqing could exist. It was truly an eye-opening experience. 66,666. The campus belle's version of Subject 3 is indeed extraordinary. No doubt about it. With Chu Jia's 170 centimeters height and slender figure, paired with this rendition of Subject 3, the only words to describe it are simply breathtaking. Indeed, thank you, Feng Ge. Without your encouragement, we might never have witnessed such a distinctive dance in our lifetimes. Feng Ge is incredible. YYDS. At that moment, the 5 million Douyin viewers in Qin Feng's live stream were equally captivated by Chu Yuqing's magnificent performance. As Qin Feng had just stated, they might have seen this dance countless times online before, yet Chu Yuqing's interpretation was indeed unparalleled. It exuded a cool elegance intertwined with vibrant passion, akin to a long-dormant volcano suddenly erupting before their eyes. They were wholeheartedly grateful to Qin Feng for allowing them to witness such a superlative visual feast of contrasting elements. Phew, I'm exhausted. As the melody of A's smile in the Jianghu came to a close, Chu Yuqing, drenched in sweat, squatted on the ground, gasping for breath. She lifted her hand to wipe her dampened cheeks and smiled. I performed quite well just now. Now, tell me, aside from the 30 million coins, what other rewards do you desire? Qin Feng, shall grant you anything today. Qin Feng, moved by Chu Yuqing's earlier performance, pulled her up from the ground and, gazing into her eyes, spoke earnestly. Given that he brought immense joy to the audience in his live stream, he decided to present additional rewards to the campus belle of Haigang University. No matter the request, as long as Chu Yuqing articulated it, Qin Feng would undoubtedly fulfill it. This, indeed, exemplifies the undeniable prowess that Qin Feng possesses. Is that true, Qin Feng? Upon hearing his words, a broad smile graced Chu Yuqing's face, as if she had been awaiting this affirmation all along. The reality corroborated this sentiment. After reviewing the balance of Qin Feng's business savings card, she had developed a considerable understanding of his capabilities. To put it bluntly, he was no ordinary individual, undoubtedly endowed with remarkable talents. Besides the 30 million allocated for the Haigang University renovation plan, she harbored another desire. Should Qin Feng be able to fulfill it, she would be elated beyond measure. In fact, she might even bow to Qin Feng in front of 450 million viewers. Speak, Chu Campus Belle. As long as it's not a request for offspring, I am at your service. Qin Feng nodded, responding with a smile. Then I shall speak, Qin Feng. Taking a deep breath, Chu Yuqing conveyed her next wish to him. Upon hearing her words, Qin Feng's expression grew more serious, and his gaze toward Chu Yuqing reflected newfound respect. Initially, he presumed her wish would pertain to her own interests, yet he was taken aback to learn it was for someone else. Such a campus belle naturally commands admiration. It turned out that Chu Yuqing was not only a member of the Haigang University Student Council, but also part of the Haigang Children's Illness Support Association. Among the children she had encountered, there was one suffering from leukemia who was in urgent need of treatment. Although advancements in technology have rendered leukemia less insurmountable, a complete cure requires a considerable sum that ordinary families cannot afford. Thus, Chu Yuqing contemplated enlisting Qin Feng's assistance for the child and expressed that if he were to help, she would be willing to comply with any request. Chu Yuqing, how much is the treatment cost for the child you mentioned? After a brief moment of contemplation, Qin Feng inquired, eager to ascertain the financial implications of treating leukemia. Though he had some prior knowledge of the condition, it was rather limited, primarily gleaned from a melodramatic South Korean soap opera he had watched years ago. He had heard that it was quite challenging to manage. Without timely treatment, whether for adults or children, the conclusion was invariably fatal. Hence, he sought to gather information from Chu Yuqing regarding the necessary treatment costs. Well, Qin Feng, to be candid, the expenses for leukemia treatment can vary significantly, typically ranging from 100,000 to 2 million yuan. The child I encountered, if he wishes to achieve a complete recovery, would require at least 1 million, conservatively estimated. Chu Yuqing replied candidly. Upon finishing her statement, she gazed intently into Qin Feng's eyes, her expression fraught with tension, awaiting his response. She was uncertain whether Qin Feng would fulfill her wish and extend a helping hand to that unfortunate child suffering from leukemia. Just as she was engulfed in confusion regarding Qin Feng's willingness to assist, the words he uttered next caused her pupils to dilate dramatically. To be frank, Qin Feng's statement surpassed her wildest expectations. She had not anticipated such an expansive heart from him. This also hinted that Qin Feng's prowess was far beyond a mere $1 billion. Chapter 89. Saving a life is worth more than building a 7-story pagoda, 1 million. I understand. Chu Yuqing, Do you have any idea how many children suffering from leukemia there are in the harbor? Qin Feng nodded slightly, urging Chu Yuqing to continue her inquiry. Now that they were aware of the treatment costs for individual leukemia-affected children, the remaining matters would be much simpler. Qin Feng. No, Brother Feng. There are approximately over 20 children with leukemia in the harbor. The total treatment costs exceed 20 million. Are you truly going to proceed with this? From Qin Feng's earlier statements, Chu Yuqing had already surmised what he intended to do. It was to single-handedly save all the leukemia-affected children in the harbor. Indeed, that was precisely Qin Feng's consideration. Rather than helping just one, it would be far more meaningful to save all the children afflicted with leukemia in the harbor. After all, he possessed the capability to do so. By fulfilling Chu Yuqing's wish, he would also be accumulating a measure of good karma for himself. As the saying goes, saving a life is more meritorious than constructing a 7-story pagoda. Realizing this, Chu Yuqing's address for Qin Feng shifted to Brother Feng. In all her time knowing him, this was the first occasion she had referred to him in such a manner. Not even when she learned of his willingness to donate 30 million for renovations at Harbor University did she express such familiarity. But this time, she recognized that the title Brother Feng was no longer a choice, but a necessity. In the vast world, who else could she possibly call brother with greater justification than this man? All right, Ajian, please help me find out the account number for the Harbor Leukemia Children's Foundation. Upon learning the number of leukemia-affected children in the harbor, Qin Feng nonchalantly retrieved his personal phone from his pocket and turned to his close brother for assistance. Upon hearing Qin Feng's request, Zhang Jian did not take it lightly and immediately searched for the official bank account number of the foundation. Brother Feng, I found it. He quickly procured the information and presented it to Qin Feng. Chu Yuqing, I have just donated 30 million in your name to the Harbor Leukemia Children's Foundation. Thank you for the energetic performance of Subject 3 for all the brothers in the live stream. I also appreciate your contributions to the children in the harbor. A minute later, Qin Feng handed the transfer interface to Chu Yuqing with a smile. Simultaneously, a deduction notification appeared on his phone screen. Dear Mr. Qin, your savings account ending in 4419 has just recorded a transaction. Deduction amount, 30 million. Current balance, 936 million. Since the transfer to the Leukemia Children's Foundation could not be made using a credit card, Qin Feng directly used his savings card to donate the 30 million. Qin Feng, thank you. Gazing at the clear transfer record on Qin Feng's phone, along with the foundation's receipt, Chu Yuqing felt her eyes welling up with tears. Since the dawn of my recollections, it has been an unfathomable duration since I last shed tears. To my astonishment, Qin Feng has taken it upon herself to resolve the medical expenses for all children afflicted with leukemia in the city, and she has done so under her own name. How could this not evoke profound emotions within her? It transcends mere sentiment. It is an overwhelming surge of gratitude. Qin Feng, on behalf of all leukemia-stricken children in Haigang, I extend my heartfelt thanks to you. With that, I intended to kneel and bow before her in front of 5 million viewers on Douyin. However, Qin Feng swiftly intervened. Chu Yuqing, there is no need to thank me. If gratitude is to be expressed, let it be directed toward yourself. May there be more kind-hearted individuals like you in this world. Qin Feng gently patted her on the head. My friends, I reiterate, if everyone could extend a little love, this world would transform into a warm haven. Though my capabilities may be limited, I still wish to contribute what I can to this world. With that, she turned towards her live stream, which had now reached an audience of 5 million, and smiled, saying, Brother Feng's righteousness is commendable. No doubt about it. We must learn from Brother Feng forever. Incredible. If Brother Feng is not famous, it defies reason. I hope our nation has more individuals of such noble character like Brother Feng. Only then will our country flourish. Indeed, compared to those who merely send fake gifts and live streams to deceive the elderly, Brother Feng undoubtedly surpasses them by 1,000-fold. At that moment, the 5 million viewers in the live stream were equally stirred, fervently engaging in the comments, awestruck by Qin Feng's magnanimity. Let's conclude for today. No need to be overly excited. You should rest now, Chu Yuqing advised. As for the 30 million allocated for the school's renovation plan, I will personally transfer it to Wang Yuxing tomorrow when school resumes. Qin Feng comforted the tearful Chu Yuqing with a gentle pat. After bidding farewell to her, it was now 6 p.m. on September 2nd in the imperial capital. Dear Mr. Qin, your savings card ending in 4419 has just received a transfer. The amount transferred is a total of 300 million. The current balance on your card is 23,613 billion. Just as Chu Yuqing departed, Qin Feng received another SMS notification regarding his bank account. It informed him that the funds he had donated for impoverished children had yielded a system refund, an astounding 300 million. Brothers, it is still early in the afternoon, so our program must continue. Qin Feng remarked with a smile to the viewers in the stream after glancing at his watch. Initially, after parting ways with Chu Yuqing, he had intended to join Zhang Jian at the snack street for a brief respite with some spicy hot pot, having endured a day of intense live streaming since 10 a.m. Yet, to his surprise, the viewership in his live stream had surged to an unprecedented 5 million. If memory serves correctly, he had just shattered the record for the highest viewership in Douyin's history, thus seizing the opportunity to amplify his follower count. One might wonder when would be a more opportune moment to strive for the system's substantial rewards. He promptly resolved to put in extra hours and create another program for his audience. Absolutely, Brother Feng. As long as the earth remains intact, Brother Feng shall not rest. Ha ha ha. I just entered your live stream through your clips. I adore your show. Keep it up, Brother Feng. Fly with confidence. Love for you shall always remain. Let us keep pushing forward. It's done. The live stream has now reached 5 million viewers. Ending it at this moment would indeed be rather untimely. Without a doubt, when it comes to cherishing fans, Brother Feng stands unparalleled. Other streamers are merely mediocre. Upon hearing his words, the audience in his live stream was equally exhilarated. The barrage of comments and various small gifts flooded the screen. Although these viewers were aware that they could not afford extravagant gifts, Qin Feng was not lacking in wealth. However, some small sunglasses and lollipops could certainly enliven the atmosphere. Brother Feng, it's truly you. I'm your fan. May we take a photo together? Just as Qin Feng, holding a livestream phone, led Zhang Jian forward a few steps, he heard a melodious female voice from the roadside. Turning around, he beheld a young girl, approximately 7 meters tall, standing at the entrance of a shop named Xiao Glasses Store. She was clad in a white long coat, her legs adorned with deep blue jeans, and her feet elegantly encased in black, stylish pumps, holding her phone tightly as she gazed at him with palpable excitement. Chapter 90. If no one supports your lofty ambitions, then I, Qin Feng, shall escort you to the summit of the snowy mountains. Brother Feng, it's worth mentioning that your fans are quite stunning. Upon seeing the young girl with striking beauty and graceful demeanor, Zhang Jian's eyes sparkled with excitement as he turned to Qin Feng with a smile. He felt that this sudden appearance of Qin Feng's female fan was just as impressive as the campus belle, Chu Yuqing, from Harbor University. He had never anticipated that any of Qin Feng's female fans could be so captivating. Hello, beautiful. Looking good. Come here. Qin Feng was momentarily taken aback upon encountering this girl, not expecting to meet a fan while strolling down the street. Moreover, she was a girl of remarkable elegance. He waved at her and smiled. Soon, the girl approached Qin Feng, standing to his right, one hand raised high with her phone, the other forming the classic peace sign for a photograph, her face radiating a beaming smile. Qin Feng, equally cooperative, bent slightly and made an okay gesture towards the camera. Thank you, Brother Feng. Thank you so much. The girl was overwhelmed with excitement as she gazed at the selfie with the internet sensation, Qin Feng, on her phone, repeatedly expressing her gratitude. She was genuinely surprised to discover that the immensely popular Qin Feng was so approachable in real life, contrasting starkly with the aloof demeanor of many so-called prominent streamers. He was simply a down-to-earth young man, resembling the charming boy next door. In person, she found him to be even more handsome than he appeared on screen, and her heart raced uncontrollably in the presence of such a dashing and affluent young man. Despite her efforts to control her surging emotions, she found it utterly impossible. Are you an employee here? After a brief moment, Qin Feng raised his head and glanced at the shop named Xiao Glasses Store, directing his inquiry toward the girl. Judging by the white coat she wore, He surmised she was likely connected to the store in some capacity, probably an employee. However, the girl's next words took him by surprise, compelling him to marvel inwardly. "Brother Feng, I'm the owner of this store. My name is Xiao Chunan," she said, pointing to the glasses shop behind her with a smile directed at Qin Feng. "Ah, impressive. Young and accomplished." Qin Feng nodded in acknowledgement. The girl appeared to be in her early 20s, not much younger than he was. To become a business owner at such a young age was no small feat, indicating she must have put in considerable effort. With that, Qin Feng shifted his gaze towards the interior of the shop, only to frown upon noticing that the spacious store was utterly devoid of customers. Logically speaking, today is indeed Sunday, and at this hour, which is typically considered prime time, one would expect a considerable number of individuals seeking to acquire spectacles. However, to his surprise, the shop appeared remarkably desolate, seemingly struggling in its business endeavors. In truth, it was not merely struggling, it was on the verge of closure. The words that followed from Xiao Chunan confirmed his suspicions, indicating that the other party was indeed nearing the end of their tenure. "Ah, Brother Feng, please forgive my candidness. Although I am still young and have opened a shop, becoming a source of pride among my peers, the hardships behind this venture are known only to me. To establish this shop, I have accrued debts amounting to hundreds of thousands. With initial aspirations soaring high, I find myself paying the price for youth. I am about to close the store and return to factory work to repay my debts. Alas, let's not dwell on this, Brother Feng. Are you in need of spectacles? And Brother Jian, it is a fortunate coincidence to encounter both of you here at the harbor today. Allow me to provide you with complimentary lenses." As Xiao Chunan spoke, he guided Qin Feng and Zhang Jian further into the shop. Upon entering the interior of the eyewear establishment, Qin Feng realized that Xiao Chunan's words were not without merit. The decor and specifications of the shop were of a notably high caliber, far surpassing that of an ordinary eyewear store. It was evident that Xiao Chunan had invested considerable effort into this endeavor, perhaps even entrusting all of his dreams to this establishment. "Jian, let Xiao assist you with a new pair. If I recall correctly, your worn-out glasses have met with misfortune on 7 occasions." Qin Feng remarked with a smile, gesturing towards the exquisite array of glasses displayed at the counter. As Qin Feng himself did not require vision correction, he thought it appropriate for Zhang Jian to obtain a new pair. "Ah, I feel quite embarrassed. Then I must express my gratitude to Sister Xiao." Zhang Jian exclaimed, promptly removing his tattered glasses and placing them on the counter with remarkable speed. Although he feigned reluctance, his actions were quite the opposite. He had never anticipated the opportunity to receive a pair of new glasses free of charge. He was all too aware of the condition of his current pair, which had not only endured 7 falls, but had also been submerged in a toilet on 8 occasions. The trials he had faced were known only to him. "Come now, Brother Jian. Let me first measure your current prescription." Xiao Chunan then led Zhang Jian to the testing equipment. After the examination, it was revealed that both of Zhang Jian's eyes had a refractive error of precisely 250 degrees. "All right, Xiao, please prepare a pair of 250-degree lenses for him." Qin Feng expressed his resignation regarding the results, playfully tapping his forehead while smiling at Xiao Chunan. He marveled at how his good friend was indeed extraordinary, with a prescription that was uniquely distinctive. It was a thought-provoking notion. Perhaps this was what one might refer to as a formidable individual. The efficiency of the Xiao eyewear store was remarkable. Within a mere 20 minutes, Zhang Jian was presented with a brand new pair of glasses. Astonishing. Sister. Impressive. Upon wearing them, Zhang Jian was immediately struck by a sense of clarity, as if he had stepped into an entirely new realm. Unable to contain his admiration, he gave a thumbs up, sincerely praising the craftsmanship. "What do you think, Feng? Not bad, right?" He then casually tucked his hands into his pockets and stood before Qin Feng, flashing a smile as he inquired. "Indeed, quite dashing. It must be said, donning the glasses crafted by Sister Xiao has elevated his appearance by several notches." Observing Zhang Jian's sleek black-framed glasses, Qin Feng nodded in satisfaction. "Brothers, throughout the entire process of Sister Xiao fitting glasses for Jiango, I sat here, keenly observing everything. To speak candidly, this establishment excels in decor, efficiency, and the quality of its eyewear. It undoubtedly ranks among the elite in the industry. Perhaps Sister Xiao's setbacks are not due to inadequate service. One can only say that fortune has not favored her. However, fear not, since fate has led her to encounter me, Qin Feng. I shall turn her luck around. From this moment forth, I shall ensure that this eyewear store becomes renowned throughout the entire harbor. Remember, if in this world, there is no one to support your lofty aspirations, let it be I, Qin Feng, who carries you to the pinnacle of success. With that, Qin Feng rose from his chair and addressed his audience in his live stream, which boasted an impressive following of 5 million. Chapter 91. Providing free glasses for all youth in the city. Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, both Xiao Chunan and Zhang Jian beside him were momentarily taken aback, casting their gazes towards him, uncertain of his intentions. The 5 million netizens in Qin Feng's live stream were equally perplexed, unsure of what actions he would undertake to elevate the reputation of the Xiao optical store. Then, Qin Feng took decisive action to reveal the answer. "Excuse me, ma'am. Are you looking to get glasses for your child? Please come inside. It's free." Qin Feng called out to a middle-aged woman standing at the entrance of the optical store, peering in with her child. Judging by her demeanor, she seemed to be contemplating whether to purchase glasses for her child. However, she was hesitant about entering this relatively new establishment, as there were many established optical stores in Haigang. Yet, upon hearing Qin Feng's words, the woman's previously dull eyes suddenly sparkled with excitement. "Free? Glasses? Really?" She turned her gaze towards Qin Feng, her voice brimming with eagerness. "Indeed. What grade is your child in? Please inform your classmates that if anyone needs glasses, they should hurry to Xiao Optical Store. Today, Uncle Qin Feng is providing glasses for free. You won't have to spend a single penny." Qin Feng nodded emphatically to the middle-aged woman, then bent down to pat the head of a young boy, around 12 or 13 years old, with a smile. "Hello. Is this Yang Cohen's mother?" "Yes, it's me. I just want to let you know that I'm currently at the Xiao Optical Store in Haigang. A person named Qin Feng is offering free glasses today." "That's right. Please bring Ying over quickly." "Hello. Is this Wang Feng's father?" After receiving affirmative responses from Qin Feng, the middle-aged woman promptly entered into a recruitment mode. She pulled out her phone and began calling the parents of classmates who needed glasses, urging them to rush to Xiao Optical Store. A wonderful opportunity had arrived for them. "Brothers, today I, Qin Feng, am not only helping this child but also providing free glasses for all of his classmates. The youth of Haigang have a chance. Let's spread this news far and wide. Anyone who is yet to enter university, be in high school, middle school, or elementary school, who needs glasses, can now come to Xiao Optical Store." Turning his head, Qin Feng addressed the 5 million viewers in the live stream loudly. "Done, Brother Feng. I live locally in Haigang. Just say the word, and I will spread the message. I'm in too. Brothers, let us work together. Let's help Brother Feng make Xiao Optical Store a sensation." Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, the 5 million netizens in the live stream were equally exhilarated, promptly opening Douyin and WeChat moments to disseminate the news. As the saying goes, strength lies in numbers. In less than half an hour, a long queue formed outside the Xiao eyewear store. Countless parents, accompanied by their children, gathered here, eagerly awaiting their turn. The line extended nearly several hundred meters, creating a breathtaking scene reminiscent of a grand army gathering, akin to an arrow piercing through the clouds. No need to rush. One at a time. Today, every teenager wishing to acquire a pair of spectacles would have their opportunity. Zhang Jian took on the role of a security guard, holding a microphone outside the store to maintain order. Inside, 5 employees led by Xiao Chunan were busily working up a sweat, akin to a well-oiled assembly line, fitting glasses for one child after another. It had been 6 months since the store opened, yet they had never been this busy. Witnessing this spectacle, Xiao Chunan felt as though she were in a dream. "If your child does not have myopia, please do not enter. Come back when they do." To her surprise, among the throngs of teenagers entering the store today, there were quite a few with perfect vision. Although Qin Feng had promised free glasses for all myopic children in Haigang, the issue was that they were not myopic, leaving her perplexed about how to proceed with fittings. To expedite the process, she dashed outside and called out to the long line at the entrance. urging parents without vision issues to take their children and leave. After all, this was for acquiring glasses, not for collecting free eggs. It wasn't that easy to take advantage of the situation. Oh dear, why don't you have myopia? Look at that little one who just received a high-end pair of glasses worth 1,000. Indeed, if you have perfect vision now, let us hope it stays that way. Otherwise, I'll have to pay out of pocket to get you glasses. Upon hearing Xiao Chunan's remarks, several parents in the queue immediately withdrew with their children, shaking their heads in lament. Some even voiced incredulous claims about why their children did not suffer from myopia, clearly eager to seize the opportunity presented by Qin Feng, yet lacking the means to do so. Qin Feng himself was somewhat speechless. He genuinely wished he could provide glasses for these children, as he was not lacking in funds. However, fitting glasses for those without myopia was simply futile. As news of the event spread, an increasing number of parents from Haigang brought their children to the store, causing the line outside Xiao Eyewear to stretch an astonishing kilometer. On the evening of September 2nd, at precisely 8 o'clock, after 2 hours of this fervent, factory-like spectacle-fitting operation, an unfortunate announcement was made. All myopic lenses in the Xiao Eyewear store had been completely sold out. Only a few other types of glasses remained. For Qin Feng, whose goal was to sell out every lens in the store, this outcome was far from satisfactory. Brothers, please notify all the brothers in Haigang City. Have them report to the entrance of Xiao Eyewear immediately. Each person received a pair of premium Tyrannosaurus sunglasses essential for driving. When Qin Feng issued another command, within a mere 10 minutes, a long line formed once more outside the Xiao Eyewear store. But this time it was not people but cars. A steady stream of white and green harbor taxis queued up in front of the shop. If one were unaware, they might mistakenly think it was an airport waiting for passengers. Xiao, could you check what eyewear we have left in the store? Half an hour later, the impressive total of 500 pairs of Tyrannosaurus sunglasses had been claimed by the taxi drivers of Haigang City. Qin Feng surveyed the now empty store and turned to his companion, Xiao Chunan. Brother Feng, we are left with only a few pairs of reading glasses for the elderly, replied Xiao Chunan after meticulously checking the inventory. It was hard to fathom that the Xiao Eyewear store, which had initially prepared to sell a total of 5,000 mainstream glasses over the course of a year, had seen its entire stock vanish within less than 3 hours. Now, only a few hundred pairs of reading glasses for the elderly remained available. Chapter 92. Rather than buying a lottery ticket, why not purchase a plane ticket? Understood. Qin Feng nodded in acknowledgement, then swiftly made his way outside. Today, all parents aged 50 and above are welcome to enter the store. They can receive a complimentary pair of reading glasses. It matters not if one is farsighted. As long as one is aged 50 or older, they qualify. Given that many elderly individuals accompanied by their grandchildren were present, Qin Feng decided to allocate the remaining glasses entirely to them. This decision aligns perfectly with their needs. Even if they do not require them at present, it is certain that, sooner or later, they will find an opportunity to utilize them. Upon hearing Qin Feng's announcement, a throng of elderly individuals with silver hair and stooped backs eagerly surged forward from the crowd, their faces alight with joy as they rushed into the store. They had not anticipated that, while accompanying their grandchildren to select glasses, they themselves would also benefit from such a generous offer. A pair of reading glasses typically costs at least 200 yuan, with the more expensive ones reaching into the thousands. This was undoubtedly a more delightful experience than waiting in line at the supermarket for spoiled eggs. Young man, how old are you this year? Do you have a partner? Indeed, we have connections. If needed, we could assist you in finding a match. Young men like you, handsome and generous, with a bit of money in your pocket, are quite rare. If you enter the matchmaking market, you would surely be in high demand. Absolutely. I have a lovely niece who would be a perfect match. She's charming and delightful. Would you like an introduction? With merely a pair of reading glasses, Qin Feng had completely won over the gathering of elderly patrons who flocked to him, eager to introduce him to prospective partners. For them, there was little they could offer in return, except to exert some effort in helping Qin Feng find a suitable girl. No, thank you, dear uncles and aunties. I'm still quite young, currently studying in school. There is no rush regarding relationships. Faced with the fervent enthusiasm of the elderly guardians, who regarded him with the affection of their own child. Qin Feng felt a mix of surprise and flattery. He quickly waved his hands, smiling as he spoke, striving to suppress their matchmaking enthusiasm. Otherwise, he would find himself in a rather awkward predicament. Let us leave it at that for today. My name is Qin Feng, and I am a live streamer on Douyin, known as Little Feng Ge. You may follow me. Such events will occur frequently in the future. I will prepare other exciting items for you another day. Qin Feng then shared his Douyin account with the crowd, encouraging them to keep an eye on his channel. Who knows, perhaps one day a similar event might befall them. After all, Qin Feng's guests encompass a wide array of individuals, transcending professions and ages. Whether it be a newborn or an elderly person nearing the end of their days, anyone could potentially be selected to become the luckiest individual. After sending off the group of elderly patrons, it was already 9 p.m. on September 2nd in the imperial capital. 3 hours had elapsed, and what was once a bustling Xiao optical store, filled to the brim with merchandise, now stood utterly vacant. Not a single pair of glasses could be found within the store's confines. Xiao, what was today's total sales figure? Qin Feng inquired with a satisfied nod, surveying the empty establishment before shifting his gaze to the checkout counter where Xiao Nan stood. Brother Feng, the total is 1,500,000. Staring at the figure displayed on the computer, even Xiao Nan herself could scarcely believe it. Her eyes widened as she stammered her response to Qin Feng. It had never crossed her mind that within just 3 hours, the sales at Xiao optical store would reach an astonishing 5 million. To put into perspective, over the last 6 months since its inception, she had only managed to sell a mere few tens of thousands. However, starting tomorrow, the youth of the entire harbor city would have a unified eyewear brand, Xiao Optical. Thanks to Qin Feng's strategic maneuvers, her store was poised to gain widespread recognition. Xiao Nan could already envision the overwhelming success that awaited her shop. Setting aside other considerations, even just the repeat fittings for today as children would suffice to fill her coffers. Just as she felt an overwhelming surge of gratitude. Even contemplating kneeling to express her thanks, the crisp sound of the cash register notification echoed from the counter, bringing tears to her eyes. Alipay payment received, 1,500,000. Xiao, consider this 5 million as your restocking budget. You must promptly replenish the store with inventory. Expect a crowd eager to shop here tomorrow morning. So give it your all. In the future, should you encounter any insurmountable challenges, be it in business or life, remember you can always turn to me. Work hard and make strides. After imparting these encouraging words and giving her shoulder a reassuring pat, Qin Feng led Zhang Jian away from the store. Once again, he departed with a flourish, concealing his achievements and renown. No sooner had he stepped outside than he noticed that the phrase Xiao optical store had surged to the top of the local news trending list. Brothers, I have done all that I could for my little sister, Xiao. The rest is up to her. Outside the eyewear shop, Qin Feng smiled at the phone screen, addressing the throngs of viewers in his live stream. Brother Feng is truly righteous. Being a fan of Brother Feng is an undeniable joy. As I always say, instead of buying lottery tickets, one should buy a plane ticket. Come to the harbor and let Brother Feng change your life. That is absolutely right. In just 3 hours, Brother Feng has propelled a nearly defunct optical store to the forefront of the industry, clearing all its merchandise. Perhaps this is the unparalleled ability that belongs solely to Brother Feng. No doubt about it. Across the entire Dragon Nation, only Brother Feng possesses such remarkable influence. With a mere gesture, one can alter the destiny of an ordinary individual. How remarkable! Indeed, it is nothing short of extraordinary. The 5 million viewers in his primetime live broadcast were equally stirred, enviously admiring Xiao, and while being increasingly captivated by Qin Feng's charismatic persona and his undeniable financial prowess. Dear Mr. Qin, greetings. Your savings card, ending in 4419, has just received a transfer amounting to 15 million. The current balance on your card stands at 25,113 billion. After Qin Feng used his black card to settle the bills for all customers at Xiao's eyewear store that day, his personal phone, nestled in his pocket, immediately buzzed with a series of transfer notifications, indicating that his recent expenditure had successfully earned him a cashback from the system. Chapter 93, Grand Event. Exploding on Douyin. Popularity surpassing 10 million. My friends, joyous moments are always fleeting. Today, after a brief live broadcast, it is nearly time to conclude. Brother Qin and I are somewhat fatigued. Thus it is time to bid you farewell and retreat to our hotel for some rest, preparing for tomorrow's more intense and exciting live stream. Subsequently, Qin Feng lifted his hand to glance at his wristwatch, discovering it was already 9:30 p.m. on September 2nd in the capital. Despite being in the golden hour with 5 million viewers occupying his live stream, Qin Feng understood it was time to draw a conclusion to today's broadcast. After all, no banquet lasts forever. Besides his and Brother Zhang Jian's weariness, there were indeed more significant live streams awaiting him the following day. Therefore, a good rest is the correct course of action. Wow, Brother Feng, retreating so early? That is not your usual style of relentless pursuit. Come on, what are you planning to do after signing off? Surely not a date with some charming beauty? With a playful emoji, let us be real. Brother Feng did finish a bit early today. However, it is understandable. He never drags out his streams. Every moment is a genuine effort, bringing an array of thrilling programs to us. If he is tired, he should rest early. See you tomorrow. Goodbye, Brother Feng. Looking forward to tomorrow's authentic and explosive live stream. Goodbye, Brother Feng. See you tomorrow. Upon hearing his words, the 5 million viewers in his live stream, although reluctant, did not make excessive attempts to retain him. They all understood Qin Feng as fatigue. After bidding him farewell, they prepared to leave. However, Qin Feng's next words prompted them to hastily retract their hands from the exit button, relieved that their reflexes had not been too swift, lest they have regretted it for life. Hey, brothers, don't rush to leave. I haven't finished speaking yet. Qin Feng exclaimed as he noticed the rapidly dwindling audience count in the top right corner. He quickly added, tomorrow afternoon, I have several significant events planned, and I have decided to select guests for these activities from among you, my fans from all over the country. I want to extend some benefits to my out-of-province supporters. In the next moment, Qin Feng cleared his throat, gazing earnestly at the phone screen, and stated, this is indeed the case. While my Douyin fans enjoy watching my live streams on their phones, they lack the opportunity to experience my shows in person. Therefore, I have resolved to break down regional barriers, allowing my out-of-province fans to experience the allure of my programs up close. Wow, has this day finally arrived? I'm glad I didn't leave. Haha, nervous. I'm incredibly anxious. I hope I can secure a spot. If so, I'll definitely return home to pay respects to my ancestors and burn a few boxes of gold ingots. Feng is truly remarkable. He has drawn fans from all corners of the world to participate in his program. One must ask, apart from Feng, who else could achieve such a feat? Although tomorrow marks the arrival of Monday, I am unperturbed. As long as I can attend Feng's program, I would not hesitate to resign from my job. There is no denying it. Work can wait. However, one might only have the chance to partake in Feng's show once in a lifetime. Upon hearing his words, the public chat in his live stream erupted. The barrage of comments surged with the speed of a rocket. Simultaneously, the viewer count skyrocketed back to 5 million, continuing to rise at an astonishing pace. Brothers, shortly I will initiate a barrage lottery in the live stream. You have 3 minutes to participate. I will randomly select 100 fortunate viewers to join my program at the harbor tomorrow. Allow me to give you a sneak peek. Tomorrow's episodes are grand in scale, and the prizes are exceptionally significant. Even luxury cars like Lamborghini and Ferrari are merely the appetizers. Therefore, those wishing to attend should prepare accordingly. The opportunity to change your destiny lies within the next 3 minutes. Qin Feng took a deep breath, gazing at his live stream, which had now surpassed 6 million viewers, and continued to speak. He had not anticipated that, after announcing the random lottery for selecting lucky guests to attend the harbor program, the viewer count would surge by 1 million in less than a minute. Brothers, in 10 minutes, we will officially commence the lottery segment. Let us discover who will seize this rare opportunity. As the viewer count in the upper right corner of the live stream continued to climb relentlessly, Qin Feng decided to wait an additional 10 minutes to provide more fans with a chance. 10 minutes later, the segment for selecting 100 lucky viewers would formally begin. At that moment, phrases such as Qin Feng randomly selects lucky guests to attend the program at the harbor, and Lamborghini and Ferrari are merely the appetizer for Qin Feng's program tomorrow, had surged to the top of the trending list on Douyin, dominating the top 10 spots entirely. Simultaneously, the viewer count in the live streams of other top Douyin hosts plummeted dramatically. What is happening? Is Qin Feng preparing to hold a lottery in his live stream? My viewer count just dropped by 30,000. In his villa in Ha City, Chunze, witnessing his viewer count plummet to 100,000, adjusted his black frame glasses and let out a thunderous roar from his throat. He could hardly believe that after the news of Qin Feng's lottery announcement, his own viewer count had inexplicably vanished by 30,000. For a moment, he suspected there was an issue with Douyin's system. However, upon clicking into Qin Feng's live stream and seeing the viewer count soar to over 8 million, he realized it was not a system malfunction. All the audience has now gathered in Qin Feng's live streaming room. Goodness, is the popularity of Qin Feng's live stream about to surpass 10 million? Witnessing such a breathtaking spectacle, Heibai nearly toppled from his chair. His eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at Chunze's computer screen, unable to fathom the reality before him. Yet, the undeniable truth lay in the unmistakable numbers displayed in the upper right corner. After a brief moment of confusion, Heibai took a deep breath, his expression growing increasingly grave. Simultaneously, the urge to part ways with Chunze and seek out Qin Feng at the harbor grew ever stronger. Chapter 94. 1,000 horses crossing a narrow bridge. Launching the server. In the next moment, without a hint of hesitation, I swiftly retrieved my personal phone from my pocket and opened Qin Feng's live stream. What are you up to? Chunze inquired, somewhat perplexed by the scene before him. Isn't Qin Feng about to start the lottery in the live stream? I hear that Lamborghinis and Ferraris are merely the appetizers for tomorrow's program. I don't even own a sports car yet. I'd love to snag a couple for fun, he added with a chuckle. Meanwhile, Heibai was fervently spamming the live chat with comments, laughing in response. Dang it, you absolute fool. Chunze shot him a disdainful glance. Despite his verbal disdain for Heibai's last-minute enthusiasm, his body betrayed him as he began mimicking his friend's fervor, desperately bashing out comments in Qin Feng's live stream. Even though the lottery had yet to commence, both were already overflowing with anticipation, fully aware that even the likes of Lamborghinis and Ferraris were merely trifling prizes compared to what lay ahead. Who could fathom the magnitude of the ultimate prize? Though Chunze owned a sports car himself and was not financially strained, the true reason he cast aside his stature as a prominent streamer to join the fray in Qin Feng's live stream was the immense popularity it commanded. At that moment, even before the program had begun, the viewer count was on the brink of surpassing 10 million. The thought of how explosive that number might become once the actual show commenced was beyond his imagination. It could very well reach 2 million or 3 million viewers. If he could appear as a guest on Qin Feng's program, it would certainly be a significant opportunity for him to shine and attract a massive influx of traffic. With that thought, Chunze intensified his barrage of comments, practically pounding the keyboard to pieces. 10 minutes later, the viewer count in the upper right corner of Qin Feng's live stream officially hit 10 million. The speed at which comments were rolling in surpassed all expectations. It was impossible to discern what anyone was saying amidst the flood of messages. Brothers, the 10-minute mark has arrived. Our lottery segment is about to commence. Please get ready. Just move your little fingers to participate. No need to send gifts or like cards. Simply send a free comment to enter my lottery. As Qin Feng set up the lottery box on his phone, he addressed the millions of viewers in the live stream. He had not anticipated that, with just one shout, the viewer count would soar to 10 million at 10 o'clock p.m. on September 2nd. Brothers, the lottery has officially begun. Now, feel free to flood the screen with comments, and let us get this party started. Also, don't forget to follow my Douyin account before you start commenting. Only true fans of Qin Feng may participate in tomorrow's program. After initiating the lottery, Qin Feng seized the opportunity to garner more attention for his account. After all, at this moment, the number of viewers in his live stream had exceeded 10 million. if he did not take advantage of this opportunity to significantly increase his follower count and vie for the system's additional random grand rewards. When would he? As the lottery segment officially commenced, the chat room erupted in fervor. Comments cascaded like missiles across the screen, a rapid-fire display that was almost overwhelming. Wow, Brother Feng, you've surpassed 8 million. Concurrently, the follower count on Qin Feng's Douyin account skyrocketed. In the blink of an eye, it surpassed 8 million. Zhang Jian, glancing at his phone, could not suppress the astonished shout that erupted from his throat, his eyes nearly popping out in disbelief. Before Qin Feng launched the lottery, his follower count had barely reached 5 million. In less than a minute, it surged by 3 million. One must wonder, in the vast realm of the internet, who else could achieve such a feat? Feeling immense pride for Qin Feng, Zhang Jian could not help but feel that he was basking in reflected glory. Undoubtedly, his bond with Qin Feng was the result of a past life spent saving 10 galaxies. 1 minute remaining. To all the newcomers, don't forget to follow and send a comment. Although you may not yet understand what this live stream is about, just trust me and follow my lead. I assure you won't regret it. With just a minute left in the lottery segment, Qin Feng's live stream audience was on the verge of approaching 15 million. Thanks to Douyin's robust promotion, nearly half of the app's audience during primetime flocked to his stream. Some users, previously unaware of Qin Feng, found themselves automatically directed to his live stream upon opening their phones at 10 p.m., staring at the impressive viewership and the seemingly supernatural speed of the comments. They were left in a state of awe, questioning whether they had indeed stumbled upon such a remarkable host on Douyin. To provide these users with an opportunity to recognize him, Qin Feng urged them to act promptly as he instructed. As the saying goes, don't miss out on a chance when you pass by. Since they had entered his live stream at this moment, it was a serendipitous connection. Qin Feng wished for every fan to have the opportunity to participate in his program, whether new or old. All would be treated equally. Brother Feng, the server has crashed. The chat is frozen. As the lottery countdown reached the final 10 seconds, Douyin's servers finally succumbed to the overwhelming demand. The chat room fell silent, and the viewer count in the upper right corner flashed to 0. Yet at that moment, 16 million viewers remained in his live stream. Observing this situation, Qin Feng could not help but take a sharp breath. He quickly raised his hand and concluded the lottery segment. In the midst of misfortune, there lies a silver lining. Although the Douyin server was overwhelmed just 10 seconds before the lottery concluded, the system successfully preserved the list of 100 fortunate usernames that had just been captured. All right, my friends, you nearly gave me a heart attack, glancing at the complete and clear list of 100 names in the back end. Qin Feng could not help but exhale a long, relieved breath. At this moment, nothing else mattered. As long as the list was retained, everything was fine. A minute after the lottery officially ended, Qin Feng's live broadcast gradually returned to normal. The winning list was displayed prominently in Qin Feng's live stream, visible to each user. In the next moment, the public screen of the live stream was engulfed in a flurry of mixed emotions, with some rejoicing and others lamenting. The winners were immensely excited, exclaiming how their ancestors' graves must have been exuding smoke tonight. After all, with such a minuscule chance, how could they possibly become the fortunate guests on Qin Feng's program tomorrow? There were, after all, over 10 million participants. Chapter 95. Listen closely. My elder brother is named Qin Feng. Those who did not win the lottery wore expressions of disappointment, lamenting how such a stroke of extraordinary fortune slipped through their fingers. A truly vexing situation. Despite their profound despondency, Qin Feng's next words rekindled their spirits. Brothers who have won, you may now send me your bank account numbers through the back end. Shortly, I will have Brother Jian transfer 10,000 yuan to each of your accounts as reimbursement for your travel expenses to attend the show. Furthermore, for those who are not selected, do not be overly sorrowful. After all, my live stream will frequently host such events for fans from afar. Next time, it might just be your turn. Once the dust settled, Qin Feng turned to his live stream, which still boasted an impressive audience of 10 million, and smiled. Ha ha ha, brothers, do not envy me. I just won. I will call my boss right now to request a day off tomorrow to attend Brother Feng's program at the harbor. I won too. Although tomorrow is Monday, and given my boss's disposition, I doubt I will get the day off. But it matters not. I know which is more important. Work or attending Brother Feng's show, accompanied by a laughing emoji. Envy. Envy. All I feel is envy. Best wishes to the winning brothers. Make sure to shine brightly tomorrow. Aim to impress Brother Feng. Indeed, the stage has already been set for you by Brother Feng. As for how far you can go, that lies in your own hands. Go, go. Although I did not win this time, I believe that next time, the opportunity will surely belong to me. In the capital, on September 2nd, at 10:30 p.m., over 10 million viewers in Qin Feng's live stream were joyously engaging in lively discussions on the screen. Under Qin Feng's comforting words, those who did not secure a spot gradually calmed down, realizing that although they had not succeeded this time, as long as Qin Feng was present, they would always have a chance. Brother Zay, what is your bank account number? I can send it to him directly. Brother Feng just mentioned that winners should message him in the back end for their travel allowance of 10,000 yuan. At this moment, two young men from Ha City appeared to be in a state of ecstatic excitement. Even Chun Zhe and Heibai were astonished that they had struck such serendipitous luck, emerging victorious amidst fierce competition from over 10 million participants to earn the opportunity to join Qin Feng's show tomorrow. Come on, we are somewhat of celebrities on Douyin. Do we really need to rely on Brother Feng for a mere 10,000 yuan? No need to wait for tomorrow. Let us buy our tickets now and head to the harbor tonight. Ha ha ha. Chun Zhe exclaimed to Heibai brothers. We won TV broadcasting today. My brother and I just struck gold and secured spots for tomorrow's Qin Feng program. We need to get ready for our journey to the harbor and strive to impress Brother Feng. Ha ha ha. Turning his head, he addressed the hundreds of thousands of viewers in his live stream. After concluding his remarks, he promptly ended the broadcast and opened WeChat, purchasing the next available flight from Haicheng to the port. Wow, Bai Ge and Zego actually won too? These two must have stumbled upon a fortunate stroke of serendipity. Indeed, who would have thought a great opportunity would fall right into their laps? Sigh, where can one seek justice in this? No worries, my friends. Feng Ge has assured us that such events will recur in his live streams, and we shall have our chances. Absolutely. Let's hope that we too can win next time. The viewers in Chun Zhe's live stream continued their animated discussion. They had all participated in the lottery during Qin Feng's recent draw, albeit without the extraordinary luck that favored Chun Zhe and his companion. Brothers, it's about time. We'll wrap it up for today. I've already instructed Brother Jian to transfer the funds to you. Those needing tickets, please purchase them and arrive early at the port tomorrow. Additionally, there are still two winners who have yet to send me their bank details. I hope they can do so promptly, so I can provide their travel expenses. Qin Feng assessed the back end of the stream and noticed that 98 recently announced winners had sent him their bank account information. However, two individuals had yet to respond, prompting him to urge them on. He suspected they might have forgotten, but the next words from Zhang Jian left him momentarily speechless. To his surprise, the remaining two winners were none other than Chun Zhe and his assistant, Heibai. After Zhang Jian meticulously reviewed the winners' list, he turned to Qin Feng with a wry smile. All right then, we need not bother about them. Brothers, I must take my leave. I need to prepare with Brother Jian for tomorrow's program. As always, the winning viewers should swiftly purchase their tickets and rise early for the port. Our first program will officially commence at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. After addressing all the viewers in the live stream, Qin Feng ended the broadcast. Taking a deep breath, he raised his hand to glance at his watch, realizing it was nearly 11 o'clock p.m. on September 2nd in the capital. Despite the late hour, he knew that the various car dealerships at the port might have already closed for the day. Jian called the Ferrari and Lamborghini dealerships and asked them to stay open late. He instructed his close friend, intending to prepare the prizes needed for tomorrow's program in advance to avoid time constraints. Hello, is this Chun Jing, the manager of the Ferrari dealership in Haicheng? Zhang Jian quickly found a contact number for the Ferrari representative in Haicheng on their official website and placed the call. It's me. What is the matter? Came a languorous voice from the other end, indicating that the person was likely half asleep. Could you please extend your hours? My brother needs to order several cars from your dealership. We require them for tomorrow afternoon. Zhang Jian spoke candidly. Your elder brother? Who might that be? It is already 11 o'clock. Who has the time to inspect cars at this hour? Meanwhile, Chun Jing, reclining on her bed, cast a glance at the clock and, feeling irritable, was prepared to decline the conversation. However, the very next moment, Zhang Jian's response caused her to spring up from her bed with startling vigor, her body trembling with excitement. Her eyes sparkled with an intensity akin to winning the lottery. Listen carefully. My elder brother is named Qin Feng, a name well known, a shadow cast by his stature, within the entirety of the harbor. Surely you are somewhat aware of who my brother Feng is. Thus, whether to go or not, the choice rests solely with you. Zhang Jian's reply was equally resolute. After all, in the realm of luxury cars in the harbor, beyond Ferraris, there were numerous other options. If necessary, one could even consider Koenigsegg or Aston Martin. Given Qin Feng's capabilities, the notion of financial constraints was utterly trivial, no matter the cost. In the presence of Qin Feng, it was but a mere drop in the ocean. Chapter 96. The world's most notorious streamer. It turns out that Brother Feng is planning to purchase a car. If I am not mistaken, you must be Brother Feng's good friend, Brother Jian. Chun Jing abruptly leapt from her bed at home, hastily throwing on her clothes while speaking loudly into the phone. Little did she expect that the long-awaited fortune would finally come her way in this port city. During the past 2.5 days that Qin Feng had established his presence in the harbor, she, as the manager of the local Ferrari dealership, had already heard whispers about this young man. She knew he was indeed remarkable and awe-inspiring. Wherever he went, regardless of the item, he never glanced at the price. Once he set his eyes on something, he would undoubtedly acquire it. Purchasing cars worth tens of millions was as effortless for him as buying a bottle of mineral water. Such tales had long circulated within their automotive circle. Rest assured, Brother Jian, please let Brother Feng know that I will be waiting for him at the Ferrari dealership, and notify all the staff to come to work immediately. From now on, the Ferrari dealership in the harbor will always be at Brother Feng's service, day or night. My phone will never be off or out of service for Brother Feng. After finishing this statement to Zhang Jian, Chun Jing dashed downstairs, jumped into her car, and sped towards the Ferrari dealership in the harbor. She urgently notified all female employees in the store to come to work, preparing to welcome the most significant super client in the store's history. Brother Feng, the Ferrari team has said it's all set. We can head over any time. Zhang Jian reported to Qin Feng after hanging up the phone. All right, let us go then. Qin Feng replied, and the two of them hailed a taxi, heading towards their destination, the Ferrari dealership in the harbor. In less than half an hour, they arrived at the location. Although Qin Feng and Zhang Jian had made good time, what surprised him was that the Ferrari staff were even quicker. Upon their arrival, the entire dealership was already brightly lit, and nearly 10 female employees, dressed in short skirts and stockings, stood at the entrance, lined up to welcome them. Good evening, Brother Feng. Welcome to Ferrari. As soon as they met, they all bowed at a 90-degree angle, offering Qin Feng a grand greeting. Witnessing this scene, Qin Feng felt somewhat bewildered, momentarily thinking he was at a KTV selecting fruit platters. You must be in charge of Ferrari. I need 10 Ferrari 296 sports cars. Are they in stock? I require them by tomorrow afternoon. Qin Feng inquired solemnly, directing his gaze towards Chun Jing, who was dressed in formal attire. T10 cars. Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, Chun Jing let out a gasp. Although she had anticipated that Qin Feng might purchase several cars on this late-night visit to Ferrari, she had not expected him to order so many. A direct purchase of 10 Ferrari 296 sports cars. Brother Feng, I apologize. Due to the sudden nature of this request, the Ferrari dealership in the harbor may not be able to prepare the 10 Ferrari 290 SXS in such a short time. Taking a deep breath, Chun Jing gazed at the young man before her, who bore an uncanny resemblance to the peak period star of Hong Kong and Taiwan, Liang Chu-wai, and sincerely apologized. Well, very well then. However, I require 10 units. Upon hearing her request, Qin Feng nodded in agreement, reiterating, given the substantial scale of several programs scheduled for tomorrow and the considerable attention they have garnered, I cannot part with just 1 or 2 Ferraris. We must ensure the quantity is sufficient to meet the expectations of the multitude of online viewers who have traveled from afar. Brother Feng, in light of this, we will need to attempt to source the vehicle from the nearby cities of Su and Su. However, It may not be feasible to assemble 10 cars within such a short time frame. Qin Feng replied candidly. All right, do what you can. Strive to gather them. If it proves impossible, then procure other Ferrari models of similar price to fill the gap. He handed her his contact information, adding, once all the vehicles are ready tomorrow, call me, and I shall send someone to collect them. After exchanging contact details with Qin Feng led Zhang Jian away from the location. There was no deposit left behind. Qin did not request one, for in this moment, the name Qin Feng served as the most significant assurance, worth more than gold. After departing from the Ferrari dealership, Qin Feng proceeded to the nearby Lamborghini establishment. He replicated the approach, summoning the entire staff to the shop and subsequently ordering 10 Lamborghini Urus vehicles. The response from the manager mirrored that of Qin Feng, indicating that the Hong Kong City Lamborghini dealership could not fulfill such a request in the immediate term and would need to source vehicles from neighboring cities. Qin Feng's demand was identical to that of Qin Feng, insisting that all cars must be ready by 1 p.m. tomorrow, just as the program was set to commence. Having left the Lamborghini dealership, it was already 12:30 a.m. on September 3rd in the capital, despite the numerous vehicles and props still needed for the following day's events. The overwhelming fatigue rendered him incapable of continuing the effort alongside Zhang Jian. Thus, he returned to the hotel to rest, intending to sleep soundly and rise early to resume his endeavors. The two of them experienced a remarkably deep slumber, awakening well before the 7 a.m. alarm. Descending to the first floor, they made a beeline for the buffet restaurant to enjoy breakfast, casually starting a live stream. Brother Feng. Good morning, Brother Feng. Let us be honest, you're up quite early today. Who knows if Brother Feng woke up early or just didn't sleep at all? Within a minute of beginning the broadcast, the viewership skyrocketed past 1 million. After all, Qin Feng had teased the audience the previous night about several exciting programs planned for today, stirring immense anticipation among viewers. Then, Qin Feng's next words ignited a fervor among all present. Brothers, I only managed 6 hours of sleep with Jian last night. As the items required for today as program are still incomplete, I decided to rise early. Moments ago, the representatives from Ferrari and Lamborghini reached out to me via phone. I have reserved 10 units of the Ferrari 296 and another 10 of the Lamborghini Urus, all of which are now fully prepared. They are expected to be delivered to me by noon today, just before the commencement of our first program. With a bite of the red bean bun in hand, Qin Feng flashed a smile at the live camera. His words instantly stirred a tumultuous reaction in the chat. 20 sports cars, and all from renowned brands like Ferrari and Lamborghini. Brother Feng, are you serious? Each of these vehicles typically costs over 3 million. 20 cars would amount to approximately 60 million. Fellow viewers, my math might be off. Please confirm if I'm mistaken. You're not mistaken, my friend. Today, Brother Feng is set to gift away 60 million worth of cars in the live stream. This is utterly extraordinary. 9,999. It's genuinely a six-fold increase. Brother Feng, a true man, I would honor you as the world's most extraordinary streamer. There's no one else like you. Chapter 97, presenting a vehicle worth nearly 100 million. Long live Feng Ge. Truly impressive. I Qin am in awe. Absolutely right. Long live Feng Ge. He is indeed far superior to Qin, that foolish fellow. From today onwards, I shall venture out independently. Amidst the myriad of comments, two stood out distinctly. The moment these two messages appeared on the screen, they instantly captivated the attention of numerous netizens. The authors of these comments were none other than Qin, a renowned streamer known as one of the four kings of the north, and his assistant, Bai. At this very moment, the two were seated in a corner not far from the self-service restaurant where Qin Feng was located, keenly observing him while fervently sending messages in his live stream. What should we do, brothers? Let's be honest. Feng Ge is undeniably handsome. Encountering him in real life is infinitely more astonishing than seeing him online. Allow me to offer you this perspective. I wish to greet him, but to be frank, I feel a bit intimidated. In the corner, Qin turned his head to the live-streaming phone resting on the table, addressing the audience of over 100,000 viewers in his stream. As he spoke, he adjusted the camera to the rear-facing mode. Observing Qin Feng, who was merely an arm's length away, His heart raced with palpable excitement, nearly leaping from his throat. In fact, the previous night, upon winning a spot in Qin Feng's livestream, Chunze had led Heibai from Har City to the harbor. They had checked into the same hotel as Qin Feng, the finest establishment in the Harbor Grand Hotel. Even though they were aware that Qin Feng resided in the presidential suite on the top floor, Chunze and Heibai did not dare to approach him. Instead, they woke early today and waited in the self-service restaurant, knowing of Qin Feng's habit of having breakfast there. What a shame. We've arrived at the harbor. Yet you're too timid to greet Feng go up close. Ha! Zege, where's that bravado from Har City? Why have you withered upon arriving at the harbor? Indeed, aren't you one of the four kings of the north? Go over and challenge Feng Ge. Go for it, Zege. If you dare, I will shower you with gifts. As Chunze's live stream audience of 10,000 watched his timid demeanor, they couldn't help but tease him in the comments. They lamented how Chunze had previously been quite assertive in Har City, yet here in the harbor, he appeared hesitant to even greet Qin Feng. Come on, my friends. This is the harbor, not Har City. This is Feng Ji's territory, and I, Chunze, dare not act recklessly. In response to the numerous comments encouraging him, Chunze remained composed, adjusting his black-rimmed glasses, and remarked with a smile. He understood that there exists a disparity among top-tier streamers. Given his current stature and influence, he felt utterly unworthy of competing with Qin Feng, let alone having the right to speak audibly in his presence. After all, the popularity garnered in just a fraction of Qin Feng's livestream would take him an entire month to achieve. All right, brothers. Since both of us have been fortunate enough to secure a spot in the Feng Ge program, it is only a matter of time before we meet him. This morning, let us take a moment to share a glimpse of Feng Ji's daily life from another perspective. Let us observe what astonishing feats he may perform before the afternoon program begins. Beside him, Bai and He commented toward the barrage of messages. The two decided to postpone their meeting with Qin Feng until the official start of the afternoon program, opting to appear as ordinary viewers instead. Meanwhile, 10 minutes later, Qin Feng and Zhang Jian hastily concluded their breakfast. Qin Feng then raised his hand to glance at his wristwatch, realizing there was already 7:30 a.m. on September 3rd in the capital. With half an hour left, the various car dealerships in the harbor would soon be opening their doors. Thus, it was time for him and Zhang Jian to prepare other prizes for today as program. Brothers, as I mentioned yesterday, today's programs will be extraordinarily significant. Therefore, the 20 Ferraris and Lamborghinis are merely a part of the prizes. Shortly, Zhang Jian and I will be purchasing additional prizes, he proclaimed. At that moment, the number of viewers in his live stream had surpassed 3 million, and the popularity in the upper right corner was rapidly ascending. This clearly indicated the immense anticipation among all Douyin viewers for the several programs that Qin Feng was set to present today. After addressing the audience, Qin Feng picked up his live-streaming phone and led Zhang Jian outside the Harbor Grand Hotel. They settled into the back seat of his dedicated taxi that had been waiting for them. Driver, first, let us make a stop at the Volkswagen dealership. Upon entering the vehicle, Qin Feng directed the driver, who sported a head of slick-back hair and donned a freshly pressed suit. They decided to head to the Volkswagen dealership first to purchase some cars. At this choice, the more than 3 million viewers in his live stream were somewhat puzzled. They could not comprehend why. After acquiring a series of top-tier sports cars like Ferraris and Lamborghinis, he would then choose to visit a relatively ordinary dealership like Volkswagen. Undoubtedly, Volkswagen was not in the same league as Lamborghini and Ferrari. They were worlds apart, several tiers below. If memory served correctly, this was Qin Feng's first visit to such an economical car dealership since establishing himself in the harbor city. Despite their initial confusion, Qin Feng's next words enlightened everyone. They could not help but internally exclaim, Feng Ge is remarkable. When it comes to sentiment and style, Feng Ge reigns supreme. Brothers, remember, there are exactly 100 viewers participating in my program today. Each of these individuals possesses a unique personality, and thus, the type of car suitable for them varies. Not everyone is suited for a sports car, like a Lamborghini or Ferrari. The type of car each guest receives will depend on their character. Soon, we will head to the Volkswagen dealership to purchase 10 fully equipped Magotan 380s, each priced around 300,000. Subsequently, I will proceed to the Audi dealership to procure 10 Audi A6 vehicles, each valued at approximately 500,000. Following that, I shall visit the Mercedes-Benz dealership to acquire 10 top-of-the-line GLS SUVs, each exceeding 1 million, coupled with the 20 Ferraris and Lamborghinis. My inaugural program today will feature the generous giveaway of 50 vehicles, amounting to nearly 100 million in total. Seated in the back of a taxi, I, Qin Feng, gazed intently at my phone screen and solemnly declared, as I have reiterated, my program will undoubtedly be characterized by diversity. To rely solely on monetary wealth, accumulating only the most expensive items, would inevitably strip away much of the enjoyment. Thus, for me, the practical yet stylish Magotan 380, along with the exhilarating and swift Lamborghinis and Ferraris, holds equal importance. Each can provide my fans with a distinct life experience. It is imperative that the guests participating in today's program do not merely possess a singular category of vehicle. That would simply not align with my character. The Win Brother is extraordinary. Let us go for it. Indeed, rest assured, Win Brother, we shall always accompany you in spirit. Let us go. A program giving away nearly 100 million in vehicles. Surely, only I, Win Brother, could achieve such a feat within the entirety of Longway's internet. Not only in Longway's internet, but globally, there is no other host as formidable as Win Brother. I envy the 100 fortunate viewers participating in Win Brother's program today. Beyond envy, it's an overwhelming admiration. When shall I have such a splendid opportunity? Fear not, for Win Brother's program will continue to offer such chances in the future. Thus, both you and I shall have our opportunities. Upon learning that I, Qin Feng, would be gifting away nearly 100 million in vehicles during the first program of the afternoon, the already bustling live stream of 4 million viewers erupted once more. All netizens fervently engaged in the chat, expressing their envy towards the 100 fortunate guests. Their envy was palpable, almost electric. At this moment, what thought crossed your mind, hey bye? Meanwhile, seated in the taxi closely trailing behind me, Chunze, upon hearing this astonishing news, could not suppress a gasp of astonishment. After striving to compose himself, he turned to his assistant Heibai and inquired, no particular feelings, though I do find myself contemplating a solo venture. Upon hearing his words, Heibai, with a cheerful demeanor, gazed ahead at the taxi and replied, his eyes sparkling with an intensity surpassing that of the sun. Chapter 98, Strategic Maneuvering Before Long. Qin Feng led Zhang Jian to the flagship Volkswagen dealership in Haigeng City. Without hesitation, he produced his black card from his pocket and, adhering to the predetermined plan, purchased 10 Magotan 380 vehicles. Next, they proceeded to the Audi dealership, acquiring 10 Audi A6 models, each valued at approximately 500,000. Finally, they visited the Mercedes-Benz sales center, securing 10 top-tier GLS SUVs, each worth around 1.5 million. These 30 vehicles, akin to the 20 Lamborghinis and Ferraris, were instructed by Qin Feng to be delivered punctually to Haigeng Stadium by noon. Having completed these arrangements, it was now 10 a.m. on September 3rd, according to the Beijing time zone. Jian, please assist me in retrieving the contact number for the person in charge of Haigeng Stadium, Qin Feng requested as he settled into the back seat of a taxi. With all the prizes for the first segment of the day prepared, it was time to secure the venue, which happened to be the largest sports and cultural center in Haigeng, capable of accommodating over 10,000 spectators. In less than a minute, Zhang Jian located the phone number of Song Chong, the stadium's manager, and presented it to Qin Feng. He promptly dialed the number. Hello, may I speak with Mr. Song Chong? The call connected after just one ring, and before the other party could respond, Qin Feng took the initiative to speak. Yes, this is I. May I ask who is calling? A deep voice belonging to a middle-aged man responded from the other end. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Qin Feng, a streamer on the Douyin platform and a local resident of Haigeng. The purpose of my call today is to Brother Feng. Before Qin Feng could finish his sentence, Song Chong exclaimed in astonishment, his heart racing with excitement. He never anticipated that the person calling him at this moment would be the man renowned as the face of Haigeng. Being the manager of the largest cultural center in Haigeng, he was well aware of who Qin Feng was. After all, in the realm of Douyin and local news, the name Qin Feng was ubiquitous, frequently appearing on his feed. Having just watched a clip of Qin Feng's live stream, he was truly astounded by the lavishness of the show. However, he never expected to receive a call from Qin Feng so soon. From the alluring and magnetic tone of the voice, Song Chong could discern that it was indeed the illustrious Qin Feng himself. Yet, he was uncertain about the reason for this unexpected call. But in the next moment, the words that followed clarified the purpose. Meanwhile, his body trembled with increasing intensity. "Mr. Song, I wish to host a program at Haigang Stadium this afternoon. Therefore, I kindly request that you lend me the venue for a few hours. As for the price, I am open to negotiation. Just name your figure, and I assure you, I will not bargain." Qin Feng continued. "No need for payment, Brother Feng. Could you select the Harbor Stadium as the venue for your most significant program today? It is indeed an honor for the Harbor Stadium, and for me, Song Chong." Upon learning of Qin Feng's intentions, Song Chong did not hesitate for a moment and immediately agreed, even waiving any venue fees. After all, he was well aware of the immense significance of Qin Feng's programs this afternoon. Reports indicate that Qin Feng spent nearly 100 million yuan solely on prizes. During the live broadcast yesterday, the number of viewers exceeded 10 million when the winners were announced. Consequently, once Qin Feng's program officially commences, only fate can determine how many viewers his live stream will ultimately attract. This unprecedented wave of excitement is truly exhilarating for both him and the Harbor Stadium. He expresses immense gratitude to Qin Feng for selecting this venue, as it will undoubtedly introduce it to the entire nation. "Very well, Director Song. Please make the necessary arrangements. I plan to lead my fans into the venue before 1 o'clock this afternoon. Additionally, around noon, 50 vehicles will arrive to deliver prizes. Please direct them to park in the center of the venue and ensure that security does not impede their entry. These are the prizes for my first program today." Qin Feng did not elaborate further, instead advising Song Chong on various program details. He understood that someone like Song Chong, a cultured individual, is not easily swayed by money. What matters most to him are opportunities and popularity. Without a doubt, Qin Feng has wholeheartedly provided both to him. Their relationship is truly mutually beneficial and exemplary. "All right, Brother Feng, I will head to the Harbor Stadium right away and await your arrival." After saying this, Song Chong abruptly ended the call and hurriedly made his way to the stadium, all the while joyfully singing Sister Zhu Ying's Good Days. His wrinkled cheeks were nearly beaming with delight as he felt exhilarated by the immense recognition he was about to receive. The thought of appearing before tens of millions of people alongside the Harbor Stadium filled him with genuine excitement, almost causing his shoes to fly off as he ran. "Brothers, we have officially secured the venue for our first program today, which will be the largest cultural center in the Harbor Stadium. Local fans who wish to attend my program can now set off for the venue. Entry will be granted simply by showing the interface of my Douyin profile, and no ticket purchase is required." After finalizing the arrangements at the venue, Qin Feng raised his voice while looking at his phone screen, announcing that local fans could make their way to the Harbor Stadium. He and Zhang Jian would soon be heading there as well. Today, he is set to conduct a dual online and offline live stream, marking his first large-scale program since establishing his Douyin presence. While gathering experience for himself, he also aims to bring some joy to the local citizens of Harbor. Everyone can enjoy a spectacular event, exquisitely crafted with financial extravagance, without spending a single cent, simply by following Qin Feng. "Absolutely, Brother Feng. On my way now. I must be at the Harbor Sports Arena to cheer for the 100 contestants today." Indeed, Brother Feng truly cherishes his fans. He even offers us the chance to witness the event live. Upon hearing his words, the local fans gathered in the live broadcast room grew increasingly excited. They fervently engaged in sending barrage comments on the screen while preparing to embark on their journey to the Harbor Sports Arena, eager to experience the allure of Qin Feng's program up close. Chapter 99. Scatter wherever you go. Furthermore, for the 100 fortunate viewers selected for my program today, upon their arrival in the Harbor City, they may head directly to the Harbor Sports Stadium. Our inaugural event will commence there. I hope you all will strive diligently to achieve remarkable results. Let us aim for each individual to contribute generously to my Qin Feng points. Otherwise, it would be a wasted trip to the harbor. Qin Feng then glanced at his phone screen, continuing to relay the details of today as competition venue to those 100 participants. I am certain that the majority of them have already reached the harbor. With less than 3 hours remaining, their contest will officially begin. Wow, Brother Feng has actually rented the old Harbor Sports Stadium? That is quite impressive. Truly the foremost internet anchor in the Dragon Kingdom, without question. In close pursuit of Qin Feng, Chun Zhe could not contain his excitement upon hearing his words. He exuberantly turned to the assistant, "Hey, bye," exclaiming, "Given the scale of today's program, I can already sense the influx of viewers into Qin Feng's live stream. It's no exaggeration to say it will be like a tidal wave. It will undoubtedly rival the atmosphere of yesterday's lottery." The mere thought of appearing as an anchor in Qin Feng's live stream filled Chun Zhe with exhilaration. "Master, let us head to the Harbor Sports Stadium at once. We must strive to arrive there before Brother Feng." He then addressed the taxi driver, instructing him to proceed to the stadium immediately, so they could familiarize themselves with the venue beforehand. This way, regardless of what Qin Feng has planned for the show, he would be well prepared, ensuring he does not falter in front of millions of viewers. After all, Chun Zhe is also a TikTok anchor with over 100,000 followers and holds the title of the Four Kings of the North. If he were to be eliminated by ordinary viewers, it would be an embarrassing blow to his reputation, leaving him with no place in the internet realm. Before long, merely half an hour later, at 11:30 a.m. on September 3rd, Beijing time, Chun Zhe led He Bai and another companion to the stadium. To his surprise, the area surrounding the Harbor Sports Stadium was already teeming with people. A dense crowd filled the vicinity, blocking the entrance in multiple layers. "Wow, Wai Gu is here too." Their presence immediately captured the attention of the onlookers, who turned their gazes towards them, shouting in astonishment. They had not anticipated seeing them here. "Brothers, take a look. This is Brother Feng's grand spectacle at the harbor. A single arrow piercing through the clouds, meeting 1,000 troops." Chun Zhe excitedly adjusted his phone camera to the rear-facing mode, showcasing the scene to his viewers in the live stream. The reality indeed matched the excitement of the moment. Although the Harbor Sports Stadium serves as the cultural and sports hub of the entire city. However, it must be said that few people typically visit this place. After all, the new generation of youth has their own modern forms of entertainment, rendering this venue rather antiquated in their eyes. Yet today is an exception. With a single powerful note from Qin Feng, over 10,000 citizens of Haigang flocked here. In an instant, the Haigang Stadium transformed into the liveliest locale in the entire city, bar none. Holding a live-streaming phone, Qin Feng confidently led his assistant, He Bai, as they strode purposefully into the stadium. Upon entering, they were once again struck by the awe-inspiring sight before them. Every seat in the stadium was filled to capacity, with attendees ranging in age from 6 to 80. Some families were gathered together, while others were there alone, and numerous young couples held hands, gazing with keen interest toward the center of the arena. The Haigang Stadium, with its nearly 10,000 seats, was completely packed. At that moment, Chun Zhe and He Bai realized that the throngs outside were merely those who had arrived late and had not yet entered. The true audience had already surged inside at a breathtaking pace. Incredibly impressive. Is this the level of influence my brother Feng wields in this city? Witnessing such a remarkable spectacle, He Bai, who had long desired to venture out on his own, could not help but let out a roar of excitement. He had never anticipated that with just one shout, Qin Feng could summon tens of thousands in a city. This was undoubtedly something that Chun Zhe, with his mere reputation as one of the Four Kings of the North, could never accomplish. "What should we do, Zhe?" The desire to branch out on his own was growing stronger. He Bai turned to Chun Zhe, a broad smile on his face. If he could seize this opportunity to align himself with Qin Feng, it would undoubtedly be far more glamorous than remaining with Chun Zhe. "Damn, Bai, don't even mention it. I'm thinking of going solo too. I'll look for an opportunity to ask Brother Feng if he needs an assistant. If he does, I want to return to Ha City. I'll stay in Haigang and lend him a hand." Chun Zhe gazed at the overwhelming tide of people around him, his excitement palpable. He increasingly understood a profound truth. There exists a disparity among top-tier streamers on platforms like Douyin. Figures like Qin Feng are the true titans of the Dragon Kingdom's internet realm. After all, who else in the entire Dragon Kingdom's digital landscape can command such a grand spectacle apart from Qin Feng? Meanwhile, in the capital, on September 3rd at noon, once all the spectators had entered and even the sidewalks outside the Haigang Stadium were filled to the brim with people, Qin Feng, accompanied by Zhang Jian, arrived fashionably late. Brother Feng has arrived. Brother Feng is incredible. I love you, Brother Feng. Upon his appearance, the roar of the crowd overwhelmed the earlier cheers for Chunzhe, nearly causing the ground to tremble. All eyes turned toward Qin Feng, who descended gracefully from the back of a taxi, their voices ringing with anticipation. Distribute the remaining money in the bag. Qin Feng did not disappoint their expectations. He turned directly to his good brothers and spoke. Even he was taken aback by how his single shout brought such a crowd to the harbor. Not only was the stadium filled to capacity, but there were also tens of thousands standing outside. To compensate for the disappointment of those unable to enter the venue, Qin Feng decided to have Zhang Jian take out the 1 million cash from the bag and distribute it among the attendees. It was his small gesture of consolation for them. Wow, Brother Feng is throwing money. Brother Feng is amazing. A legend forever. As the attendees beheld the overwhelming rain of cash falling around them, they plunged into utter madness once more. They clamored and shouted in exuberance, marveling at the well-deserved reputation of the harbor. Wherever one goes, money rains down. Chapter 100. Line up. Enter. For the first time in my life, I feel an overwhelming sense of pride in being from the harbor. Not for any particular reason, but simply because I share my hometown with the reigning sensation of Douyin, known as the harbor's icon, Qin Feng. It is only a matter of time before Qin Feng becomes inextricably linked with the name of the harbor. When people mention the harbor, they will no longer first think of the famous Victoria Harbor, but rather of the generous king of cash, Qin Feng. Before entering the stadium, Qin Feng received calls from various car dealerships. They informed him that the 50 vehicles he required, amounting to nearly 100 million, were all ready. They were parked in a nearby outdoor lot and could be brought over immediately. Great. Let them all head this way. My first show is about to commence. After glancing at his watch, Qin Feng sent a voice message in the group chat, instructing all dealership heads to line up and bring the 50 cars into the stadium without delay. Beep, beep. Just 10 minutes later, a series of crisp honks resonated from the roadside. Leading the procession were 10 fully loaded Volkswagen Magotan 380s. While this model is not particularly expensive, priced around 270,000 to 280,000 each, it pales in comparison to the vehicles that followed. Nevertheless, no one could deny that possessing a Magotan 380 would place one among the upper echelons of the common populace. After all, it is a top-tier B-class sedan. Trailing behind, the 10 Magotans were the pinnacle of ordinary vehicles. 10 Audi A6 LS, each valued at approximately 500,000, featuring the 55 TFSL Quattro dynamic variant. Although the initial 10 Magotan 380s had already made a significant impression on the crowd, the arrival of the 10 fully equipped Audi A6s elicited gasps of astonishment. Everyone gazed at the sleek, over 5-meter-long, jet-black executive sedans, their eyes shimmering with envy. They envied the 100 fortunate audience members selected for Qin Feng's event, knowing that among them, some would soon drive away in an Audi A6. Surely, upon returning to their village after participating in Qin Feng's show, even the village chief would have to come out to light a cigarette in admiration. Yet, the spectacle did not end there. After the 10 Magotans and 10 Audi A6s entered the stadium, the atmosphere ignited once more with the arrival of 10 massive Mercedes-Benz GLS full-size SUVs, each exceeding 5.2 meters in length. Wow, this is absolutely incredible. Brother Feng is even giving away GLSs today. Each one is nearly worth 1.5 million. Unbelievable. Brother Feng's prowess is beyond doubt. I am willing to declare him the world's most handsome streamer. Without exception, is indeed quite impressive. Today, the 100 contestants, to varying degrees, have experienced a stroke of luck. The crowd gathered outside, gazing at these 10 vehicles that collectively cost nearly 15 million, could hardly contain their excitement. Before Qin Feng's rise on the internet, they had witnessed numerous live broadcasts and heard tales of many remarkable streamers, who often showcased their generosity by gifting vast quantities of rice, flour, and cooking oil in their streams. Truly a display of prominence. They frequently boasted of being exceptional internet personalities. However, upon witnessing Qin Feng today, everyone comprehended what true greatness entails. Without a doubt, in comparison to Qin Feng, those whom they once deemed extraordinary have now been relegated to mere footnotes, utterly eclipsed by his presence. Only Qin Feng is worthy of the title of greatness. Brother Feng is magnificent, truly magnificent. The crowd erupted in cheers and applause for Qin Feng. Just when everyone thought that the rewards for vehicles would conclude here, an unexpected series of roaring engines echoed from the distance, reminding them that their perspective was still limited. When it comes to Qin Feng, if they can conceive of it, there is nothing that man cannot accomplish. Before their eyes, 10 pristine red Ferrari 296 hybrid sports cars, each valued at approximately 3 million, approached in perfect alignment. Their dazzling exteriors seemingly narrating Qin Feng's undeniable prowess to the gathered masses. If the previous 30 cars merely fulfilled their expectations for practicality and everyday life, these 10 Ferrari 290s XS ignited a latent passion within each individual, an ardent longing for the racetrack and the thrill of speed. This was a dream nestled deep within the hearts of ordinary people, often deemed unattainable in the reality of their lives. Yet, in the stillness of the night, they might gaze at the stars and fantasize. Undoubtedly, Qin Feng has transformed their fantasies into reality. He has demonstrated through his actions that, in his realm, nothing is impossible. Not only can he procure a few millions worth of top-tier sports cars like Ferraris, but even if they wish for the stars above, he would find a way to bring them within reach. All that is needed from them is a moment of free attention, and in return, they may have the opportunity to realize their dreams. As the show was about to commence, the popularity of Qin Feng's live stream unsurprisingly surged past 10 million. On this midday of September 3rd, it set the entire Douyin platform ablaze once more. A torrent of comments cascaded across the screen like waves, while each vehicle captured on Qin Feng's camera invigorated the viewers, akin to a refreshing energy drink, stimulating their adrenaline. Many who had intended to take a midday nap found themselves wide awake. With widened eyes, they fixated intently on the phone screen, eager to witness the explosive spectacle that Qin Feng was poised to unveil next. Following the grand entrance of the Ferraris, the stage was graced by 10 Lamborghini URs. As a high-performance SUV, the mere appearance of these 10 vehicles ignited an uproar among the crowd, akin to a tidal wave of exhilaration. No one anticipated that Qin Feng's prizes today would include such a magnificent display of 10 Lamborghini URs, exuding prestige and charisma. While the initial 10 Ferraris had already stirred their aspirations, it was undeniable that these rugged, speed-infused SUVs provoked even greater excitement. The sheer power of these magnificent beasts elevated the atmosphere to an unparalleled crescendo. A number of contestants, overwhelmed by the thrill, even fainted on the spot. They too were astounded by the sheer magnitude of Qin Feng's prizes today. Particularly noteworthy were the final 20 vehicles, each embodying the value of an entire residence.